Chapter 241, Isn't it normal for the son of luck to use a cheat? 20 minutes later, in the lobby of Night Bar, Stop Fighting. Looking at the few scattered brothers who were still resisting, Zhang Runan said coldly, This is all a misunderstanding. Stop it all. But for those who are already drunk, her words are just bullshit. Therefore, the fight, or the cat and mouse fight, is still going on. Okay, stop it. After clapping his hands to calm the people he brought with him, Lin Hong turned to Rock Lee, who was not far away, and said, Let's go, Sir Lee. I'll give you a chance for revenge. What is going on? Looking at Zhang Runan, who acted like a subordinate, Rock Lee subconsciously asked the question in his mind. After all, no matter how you look at the current situation, it is full of an inexplicable sense of incongruity. They were clearly at odds before entering the box. How come in just a few minutes they became in perfect harmony? It is impossible that in these few tens of minutes, Lin Hong took advantage of. When Rock Lee thought of that possibility, his expression became strange. Don't give me a reason to beat you. After noticing the strange expression on the other person's face, Lin Hong said with a forced smile, I was just helping Miss Zhang to get rid of the brainwashing from that CS Xiao Fan. Of course, this behavior is not free. It just so happened that Tazai needed a person to take charge in XM, and letting Zhang Runan take this position was the best choice. After all, no matter where you are, there is always a certain degree of xenophobia. Competition between local forces is acceptable, but outsiders would be considered an invasion. With Zhang Runan as a backup, unnecessary expenses and disputes can be reduced a lot. Brainwashing, hearing this familiar term again. Liluwaka instantly recalled what Chen Wanli had said in the detention room previously. He just thought it was an excuse for the other party to escape, but if the situation was true, thinking of some worst-case scenarios, Rock Lee's breathing became heavier. At this moment, his hatred for Xiao Fan, the CS, once again reached a new level. Very good, Blade Blocker number 2 is in place. Noticing the obvious change in the other party's mood, a hint of subtle joy flashed in Lin Heng's eyes. Come on, both of you, let's go meet Xiao Fan, the CS, tonight. Everyone should take revenge and complain. Upon hearing this, strong murderous intent flashed in the eyes of Liluwaka and Zhang Runan. If looks could kill, I'm afraid there would be no one left alive on the entire dance floor. A few minutes later, inside the safe house, puff, accompanied by the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh, Xiao Fan, who was originally sleeping like a dead pig on the sofa, suddenly let out a shrill scream. You idiot, you actually dared to hypnotize me. After crushing the corpus cavernosum thrown on the ground, Zhang Runan kicked Xiao Fan's wound with a cold look. When she thought about how she had been treated, she wanted to cut him into pieces. System, come out quickly. What on earth is going on? Why did things turn out like this? Looking at Zhang Runan, who had a silent expression on her face, Xiao Fan, who had just woken up, was almost going crazy. How come this is different from what we agreed on? Isn't it said that once you have control over someone, they will be completely devoted to you? But what is the situation now? Why would Zhang Runan attack herself? How the hell do I know what's going on? At this moment, the greasy middle-aged system was just as confused as Xiao Fan. It's true that I've come to a peaceful plane, so there shouldn't be any supernatural powers. What about the irreversible rules? Why can Zhang Runan break through the restrictions of the rules? What exactly happened? Xiao Fan. Just when Xiao Fan and the greasy system were at a loss, Rock Lee, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly picked up a mace and hit the opponent's thigh hard. As the tomato juice splashed everywhere, Xiao Fan's thigh was suddenly covered in blood. Die. Looking at Xiao Fan, who was wailing in front of him, Liluwaka once again recalled the despair of his sister before her death. The extreme anger and hatred made him keep smashing the mace in his hand. Damn it, if this continues, we're doomed. Seeing that Xiao Fan was about to be crushed to death, the greasy system had to use its last trump card. It has been detected that the host's life is in danger. Emergency protection measures have been activated. Convert 20 years of life into an indestructible body for 1 hour. Physical damage is automatically repairing. This skill was originally intended to be used after Xiao Fan gained enough luck and took over his position, and once you have the blessing of huge luck, Vidra indestructibility will become a permanent skill, and there is no need to pay 10 years of life. But now the greasy system also understands one thing, that is, if Xiao Fan doesn't use this skill again, he will probably really die. Once the other party dies, you will also be implicated. Bite. As the greasy system finished speaking, the mace that Rock Lee was holding in Xiao Fan's right hand paused, making a sound similar to the collision of metal. Xiao Fan, who had already lost his human form, was also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. I didn't expect that. Feeling the power in his body that could kill a bull, Xiao Fan reached out, grasped the mace, and kicked Rock Lee out. This guy actually dared to treat him like this. He would make him feel what despair was. As for Zhang Runan, thinking of the piercing pain just now, Xiao Fan decided to severely torture the other party this time. According to the analysis of the famous person or Char Shubao, this mace can be used as chopsticks. Since Zhang Runan was able to break free from control the first time, she might be able to break free again the second time. So to be on the safe side, let's kill the other party as well. Damn it, you're not a human being. Looking at Xiao Fan, whose body had completely recovered, Rock Lee, who had been kicked out, clutched his stomach and trembled as he climbed up from the ground. Who the hell are you? Everything that happened before his eyes completely shattered his original worldview. Among the carbon-based organisms known to date, it is impossible for any to be able to do this. You monster! Zhang Runan reacted at this moment and immediately took out a small toy from her bag and pulled the trigger. Go to hell, bump! Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, a small white mark appeared on Xiao Fan's head. Obviously, a small toy alone is not enough to break the opponent's current defense. Chapter 242, The Truth is Always Under Firepower. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the bullet that had fallen to the ground and been crushed, Xiao Fan suddenly let out a wild laugh. You've used up all your tricks, right? Then it's my turn next. These two guys caused me to lose 20 years of my life out of thin air. No matter what, he must let the other party feel what true despair is. Bang, whoosh. Just as Xiao Fan was about to attack Li Luoka and the other man, a shrill sound instantly attracted the attention of the three. Fuck you, you don't know martial arts. Looking at the object rushing towards him, Xiao Fan's pupils widened instantly, but before he could finish his words, the object hit him directly. The next second, boom. Accompanied by a huge roar, Xiao Fan dissipated into every corner of the room. Idiot, if you don't pop the champagne at halftime, who will? After throwing the RPG launcher on his shoulder aside, Lin Hung opened the eye of observation. Since Xiao Fan was able to cheat once, there is no guarantee that he will be able to do it a second time. This is also the reason why he wanted Rock Lee and Zhang Runan to take action in the beginning. It is always better to have someone to explore the way than to cross the river by yourself. Since Zhang Runan's little toy just now was able to leave a mark on Xiao Fan's forehead, it means that the opponent's defense is not unbreakable. All fear comes from insufficient firepower. With the truth in hand, no matter who is cheating, they must retreat honestly. After opening the eye of investigation, Lin Hong saw the most explosive scene in his life. All I saw was the soul of a young man with an ordinary appearance, even a little ugly. Most of it has merged with the soul of a greasy middle-aged man. And right above the two of them was a space crack that was slowly opening. TSK, 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 you deserve it. After taking a clear look at the current situation, the system girl said with a satisfied look on her face, this guy actually wants to take over my position. If he had come a few years later, he might have succeeded. Ah, damn, why is this happening? After giving Xiao Fan a punch on the head, the greasy system roared unwillingly, I won't accept this, I won't accept this. Now it is bound to Xiao Fan's soul, which means that it will also be punished by the rules. Compared with the penalties of the godly rich system, the penalties of the strategy system are more severe. Their souls will enter the red madness until they have paid off all the debts they have incurred from using the system. But no matter how unwilling the greasy system is, it cannot resist the pulling force from the space crack. A few seconds later, the entangled souls of the two completely disappeared in this world. Don't think about keeping it all to yourself. We'll split it up after I get back. Seeing the system girl happily using a vacuum cleaner to collect the scattered luck, Lin Han left the consciousness space after giving her a few instructions. Sir Lee. After turning his head to glance at Rock Lee, who was still in shock, Lin Han couldn't help but put on a strange arc. I have a small matter that I need your help with. What happened tonight must never be spread out, whether it is for himself or for those behind him. Apart from individuals, the only ones who can keep secrets are loyal people within the organization. What do you want to do? Looking at Lin Heng's malicious smile, Rock Lee immediately wanted to get up and escape. Although I used the other party's hand to get revenge, but in the final analysis, we are all on the side of justice. Therefore, if he has the chance in the future, he will definitely bring bad guys like Lin Hong to justice. But before Rock Lee could take any action, a cold tubular object was pressed against the back of his head. Sir Lee, our boss doesn't like people disobeying him. After delivering a powerful kick to Rock Lee's knee, forcing him to kneel again, Zhang Runan said to Lin Hong, Boss, do you want to help him get rid of this? Compared with Lin Heng's waste utilization, her approach is undoubtedly more brutal. If you want to keep something a secret, you naturally have to erase everyone who knows about it. Xiao Shang, don't be so irritable. After taking the rice paper handed over by Mei Ganqin with a smile, Lin Heng slowly walked to Li Luoka and said, "Don't worry, Li Sir, I just want to play a simple game with you." Lin Heng. At the same time, on the hillside a few kilometers away from the safe house. Ah, Heng is so handsome. Looking at the boy who was playing games with Rock Lee, Shin Youchu's eyes were full of confusion. As for Xiao Fan, who was killed earlier, who would care? And doesn't this also indirectly show that the boy has a strong possessiveness towards himself? For Shin Youchu, this kind of thing is equivalent to the best delicacy in the world. It's over. Both the boss and the boss lady are acting strangely. What should I do? Looking at the girl with a sick smile on her face, the little drama in Jessica's heart was particularly exciting at this moment. If the situation wasn't wrong, she would have wanted to call Long Outyen to come and help. The couple usually look gentle and polite. How come when they get together in private, each one is more pathological than the other? Workers are asking for advice online. What should I do if my boss and his wife are not normal? Waiting online. Urgent. Just when Jessica was caught in a dilemma, Shin Youchu suddenly said, "Let's go, it's time for us to go back." According to Lin Heng's progress, the other party should be back in 1 or 2 hours at most. In order to avoid being discovered by the teenager, returning to the hotel early is the best option. Okay, boss lady. Hearing this, Jessica immediately turned around and started the car. After completing this escort mission, she should just return to her campus life. Here we go. Not long after Shin Youchu's car left, Lin Heng also withdrew his gaze from his watch. Just as the girl was worried about his safety, he was also worried about her. So there is absolutely nothing wrong with installing a positioning device in the other person's mobile phone. Whoa. Lin Heng, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Surly, don't disturb me while I'm thinking. After covering the man's face with a piece of soaked rice paper, Lin Heng said with a smile, "How about it? Are you interested in becoming a two-faced judge? What the law cannot resolve, can be resolved with truth. The gray part can be given to Zhang Runan, and Li Luoka is the best choice for the white part. Of course, this is based on the other party's loyalty." Chapter 243. It's over. An hour and a half later, in front of the safe house, Rock Lee, who had just been shouting for war and killing, now said to Lin Heng respectfully, "Boss, I will act according to your plan." Well, you two should cooperate well. After giving the two people outside the car a meaningful look, Lin Heng said to Mei Ganqin in the front seat, "Drive back to the hotel." Compared to Zhang Runan, Rock Lee is more mentally resilient. Once such people form a certain consciousness, it is basically impossible to change it. Therefore, as long as there are no accidents, Tazai's base in XM will be conquered. Zhang Runan and Li Luoka, one black and one white, with mutual cooperation, the power of 1 + 1 will be greater than 2. Let's go, Li Sir. Only after Lin Heng's vehicle completely disappeared did Zhang Runan, who was standing by, speak up and say, "Thank you for your guidance in the future." Although Rock Lee's position is not high at present, but with her and the Li family's help, climbing up is only a matter of time. Once the other party reaches the top, in a certain sense, your own development will become smoother. Please give me more advice. Everything is for the boss. After reaching out and shaking the other person's hand, Rock Lee walked towards the vehicle nearby. Next, he had to go back and think carefully about how to use the existing resources at hand to climb up. Lin Heng is the benefactor who avenged him, and he wants to repay him at all costs. Someone, go get some dogs. Watching Rock Lee drive away, Zhang Runan said to the trembling brothers not far away, "Take all the things in the room and feed them to the dogs." Even if Xiao Fan, the CS, was defeated, she was not going to let him have an easy time. Although it is spread across most of the safe house, it can still be taken down by knocking on it. Although tonight is almost over, tonight's activities are far from over. TSK, old Lin, you're becoming more and more like a qualified villain. Looking at Lin Heng, who looked calm and composed, the system girl readily handed over a part of the light ball to him. There's nothing you can do, this beast is really going to attack you. Thinking back to what happened last time, she still trembles. Who understands? My family members, it's getting harder and harder to get along with the system these days, and it's even being severely bullied by its own host. Don't slander me, I'm obviously a good person. As he spoke, Lin Heng merged the ball of light into his brow. Then, a new piece of information slowly emerged in his mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining advanced speaker, advanced driving skills. This car is not that car, advanced antique appraisal, and appearance improvement. you, already very handsome, are now on par with the readers. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Deal with the disgusting son of destiny, Xiao Fan. Mission content: no matter what, this disgusting guy must be eliminated. Mission reward: a pair of indestructible kidneys. That's right, the row of skills above are exactly the skills that Xiao Fan had before, but if you really count them, these rewards are actually not as exciting as the second row. After all, under Uncle Dong's Jeep training, Lin Hong learned and mastered many skills very happily. Hey, did you embezzle it? Looking at the few things he had on hand, Lin Hong walked slowly to the system girl with a bad look on his face. He actually dared to embezzle it. He really thought he was a soft persimmon. No, no. Looking at the boy's malicious smile, the system girl immediately put her hands on her chest and said, "No more, I've already given you the whole thing." Because of the greasy system, Xiao Fan went to work together to pay off his debts. Therefore, although she wanted to intercept part of the other party's data source, she was outnumbered and had no way to do it. After all, the power of the recycling team above is much stronger than that of a worker like me. I don't believe it. What do you want to do? I warned you not to come over here. An hour later, Jintang Bay Seawater Hot Spring Resort Hotel, interior of the top floor presidential suite. Boss, you're back. Looking at Lin Hong walking in from outside, Jessica immediately stood up to greet him. The boss lady is still resting. Although cheating your boss is a bad behavior, but when she thought of Shinyochu's kind smile, she felt that it was not a big deal to deceive her boss occasionally. After all, it's the couple's business, so as an outsider, I should not interfere too much. And after finishing this deal, Jessica planned to go home and lie down and take care of herself. The people in this country are too dangerous. It's better for me to stay at home and wait for death anyway. Long Outyen would send her money every week, so there was no need for her to look for a job. Her acting is pretty good. She could be Yu Chu's personal bodyguard. But looking at Jessica's serious face, Lin Hong had completely different thoughts in his mind. A female guard with good skills and acting skills, letting her accompany Shin Yu Chu to play the spy game is undoubtedly the best candidate at the moment. Well, you go out first. After making up his mind, Lin Hong waved to him. It was still 2 hours before morning, and he wanted to hold the girl and rest for a while. 10 minutes later. I'm back. After a quick rinse, Lin Hong gently lay down beside the girl. And maybe it was because I felt the warmth coming from around me. After Shin Yu Chu murmured softly, she moved her body and squeezed into Lin Hong's arms. At the same time, the pair of soft and boneless little hands also hugged the boy's neck. Just like a kitten, looking at the girl who was like a cat, Lin Hong reached out and gently embraced the girl in his arms, then gently rested his chin on her head. Good night, Yu Chu. After these few days of leisure time, the two of them will set off for the capital. As for what exactly will happen at that time, it is still unknown, but enjoy the moment. Enjoying the present moment with Shin Yu Chu is what Lin Hong wants to do most right now. Anyway, if the enemy comes, we will fight him. If the water comes, we will block it with earth. It would be fine if the people over there didn't make a fuss, but if someone wants to make trouble, he will let the other person see how many eyes the Horse King has. Good night, Ahung. After silently tightening his arms around the boy's neck, Shin Yu Chu couldn't help but smile. And no matter what happens in the future, she will continue to walk with him, with different thoughts, but the same yearning for the future. Two lonely souls gradually fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 244. A small meeting. Gift time is like a gurgling stream, and it can be a chilling blow if you're not careful. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed since Xiao Fan was dealt with. After touring FJ, Lin Hong and Shin Yu Chu set off for JC. However, they did not plan to return to the Yi family this time. After all, the Yi family's current power struggle has come to an end. If I go back at this time, it might cause some unnecessary misunderstandings. Anyway, for Shin Yu Chu, the shackles that were once placed on him by Mei Jibwa have been removed. Moreover, living a stable life with Lin Hong was more attractive to her than the power of the Yi family. Although the girl thought so, it did not mean that others thought the same. This time, on a street in JC Fengshan district. Let's eat something first, and then go climb the Great Wall. Looking at the traffic light that was about to count down, Lin Hong turned his head to look at Shin Yu Chu in the passenger seat. After we finish climbing, let's go somewhere else. It is well known that there are two types of the Great Wall. One is the one that tourists often visit, while the other is the Wild Great Wall. The latter has not been repaired and still retains the original shape of the ancient Great Wall, but it is precisely because of this that people can experience a different style. The essence left over from history cannot be compared with modern technology. Okay, I'll listen to Ahung. Meeting her boyfriend's gentle eyes, Shin Yu Chu nodded sweetly for her. being with Lin Hang is the happiest thing in the world. Therefore, when it comes to travel plans, they naturally listen to each other's decisions. After all, what you do for fun is not important, what matters is who you play with. Okay, then just when Lin Hang was about to say something, his hair suddenly stood on end. At the same time, a feeling of extreme danger suddenly emerged from the bottom of his heart. Subconsciously glancing at the dump truck speeding behind him, Lin Hang immediately shifted gears, stepped on the accelerator, and steered the wheel sharply. In a matter of seconds, the vehicle the two people were riding in completed a huge U-shaped drift and successfully came to the lane next door from the turning point. Just a few seconds after the two men arrived at the next lane, the dump truck rushed straight into the traffic ahead. The dump truck was huge in size, and it was moving very fast at that time. Therefore, all the vehicles blocking the road ahead were knocked away without exception. Even some vehicles that were far ahead of the competition completed their initial setup on the spot and turned into a pile of parts. For a moment, helpless, desperate screams and wails filled the entire street. Looking at the tragic scene in the next lane, Shinyochu's face instantly darkened. Although Lin Hang offended JC's Bai and Mei families, these two families have now become history. Add to that the cleaning done by Lu Ruyan and Ji Buochang, and it was basically impossible for anyone to stay in the Mei family. Therefore, the only possibility at the moment is that this wave of attacks is directed at himself. It seems that someone is worried that returning to JC will affect her status in the Yi family. Don't jump to conclusions. Perhaps the remnants of the Mei family haven't been completely eliminated. Looking at the vehicle partially on fire outside the car window, Lin Hang drove away quickly without hesitation. He can donate money and supplies. After all, it's just something that comes naturally, but it is absolutely impossible to risk his own life and Shinyochu's life for the sake of unrelated people. I am not a saint, and I will not ignore the safety of my loved one for the sake of others. But no matter whether the person who took action this time was from the Yi family or the remnants of the Mei family, he would make the other party pay the corresponding price. Just as the two drove away, on a building not far away. TSK, you actually reacted. Looking at the car going further and further away, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses curled his lips in boredom. But this is good too. It saves me a trip to SC. 2.5 hours later, in a villa in the suburbs of JC. Did you find out any information? After throwing the car keys to Pu Buching, Lin Hang held Shinyochu's hand and asked, "Who caused the car accident today?" In order to avoid being followed, he took a long detour around the city. As for this place, it is a safe house prepared in advance. After all, this is not your own territory, so it's always better to be careful. And during the time when Lin Hang was circling, Pu Buching and others were ordered to investigate what happened today. Generally speaking, as long as you put in the effort to get the dump truck driver to work, you can usually dig up a lot of useful things. But to everyone's surprise, this time Pu Buching and others were met with failure. Boss, the clues don't connect at all. Recalling the information he had obtained from his previous investigation, Park Buching's face turned as ugly as if he had eaten shit. It's as if there is an invisible force that prevents us from finding out who did it. Although I know this explanation sounds ridiculous, it is the most appropriate description at present. Either the surveillance video self-destructs, or the driver's account cannot be investigated. This wave of strange events almost drove Park Buching into autism. How's the situation at the Mei family? Looking at the other person's autistic appearance, an idea suddenly came to Lin Hang's mind. That guy who suddenly targeted me this time, could he be another wild son of luck? After all, with Park Buching's skills, there is basically nothing that the other party cannot find. And no matter how good the confidentiality work is, there should always be some clues to be found. The situation of the Mei family has been investigated. Hearing Lin Hang asking about the Mei family, Pu Buching's expression couldn't help but ease a little. After the cleaning by the Ji family's master and your sister, the entire Mei family was gone. With the methods used by Lu Ruyan and Ji Buochang to eliminate the evil, it was impossible for anyone from the Mei family to survive. To put it in an exaggerated way, even the earthworms in the Mei family's field were dug out and cut in half vertically. Is the Mei family okay? After eliminating the Mei family as a suspect, the biggest remaining suspect is the Yi family. After all, Lu Chuman knew the news that Shin Yuchu had returned. Maybe someone got the news from her and set an ambush to deal with her. Although the possibility of other forces taking action cannot be ruled out, but based on the current situation, the Yi family is undoubtedly the most likely suspect. There is only one reason why the Yi family would choose to take action, that is to get rid of Shin Yuchu. The person favored by Lu Chuman. After all, no one knows whether Lu Chuman will suddenly hand over the position of head of the family to the other party because of her favor. Lu Chuman is the ancestor of the Yi family, and is also connected to another big family in JC, the Lu family. Therefore, given the current situation, Lu Chuman must not be moved. As a result, these people's targets naturally shifted to Shin Yuchu. As long as the girl died, even if Lu Chuman wanted to open a back door, it would be impossible. Ah Hung, I'll go back for a while. At this time, Shin Yuchu, who had been silent for a while, reached out and hugged the boy's right hand. Then he said in a firm tone, I think as long as I go back, the person behind the scenes will definitely reveal his true intentions. You can't fish without bait, and this time, Shin Yuchu was willing to be the bait. Since she dared to attack the boy she loved, she was destined to die. Chapter 245, Exchange at the Cocktail Party. I'll go with you. Meeting Shin Yuchu's firm and decisive gaze, Lin Hung opened his mouth and agreed to the other party's request. How could he not know what kind of personality Shin Yuchu has? Even if you refuse in person, the other party will definitely take action in private. Rather than creating more uncertainty, it is better to keep the other person by your side in case of an emergency. Good. Meeting the young man's unquestionable eyes, Shin Yuchu agreed without hesitation. The Yi family has a business exchange meeting tonight. We can go together then. Just as Lin Hung understood her, she also understood him deeply. This is the result of the boy's compromise, and rather than letting things be full of uncertainty, it is better for the two of them to face unknown dangers together. In this way, even if you encounter an accident later, you can find a way to use your life to buy the other person a chance of survival. Well, you should rest for a while. After leading Shin Yuchu to the sofa, Lin Hong turned to Pu Buching and said, Old Pu, go prepare some portable tools. Since we have decided to go deep into the tiger's den, we naturally have to leave some escape routes. Although Shin Yuchu is not interested in the position of the head of the Yi family, but the other party may have already come to your door, then, for the position of the head of the Yi family, he would naturally do something. Lin Hang is not a good man. He usually takes revenge on the spot if he has a grudge. If you cannot bid on the spot, you must bid with interest when you find an opportunity. Got it, boss. I'll arrange it right away. As he spoke, Park Buching immediately turned around and left the living room. In addition to leaving private space for the two of them, there are still many other things to prepare, small toys that are easy to carry. The surveillance at the party site must be dark, sniper personnel for long-range support must be arranged, and the downstairs support personnel. Anyway, there are more than a dozen scattered links that need to be arranged within just a few hours. After all, if something happened to Lin Hong, the guy in the village would probably go crazy. When he thought of the other person's kind smile, Pu Buching shuddered subconsciously. If that time really comes, it won't be as simple as just one or two people. Ah Hung, you should take a rest too. After wrapping his arms around the boy's waist, Shin Yuchu leaned his head against his chest and said, I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble again. She clearly didn't want to fight anymore, but some people in the Yi family were still unwilling to let her go. Even Lin Hong was in danger. When Shin Yuchu thought of the hell on earth on the street just now, a strong murderous intent appeared in his eyes. No matter who made the move today, she would make him pay with his life, even if the other party is one of your so-called tribesmen. Fool, what are you talking about? After gently embracing Shin Yuchu in his arms, Lin Hong rested his chin on her head. We are a community, and we must face anything together. So stop saying these things, okay? Life in this world cannot always be smooth sailing. Sometimes even if you don't want trouble, trouble will still come to you. Therefore, the best way to deal with difficulties is to face them head-on and defeat them. Moreover, the other party actually dared to take action in the street, so I think he was ready to bear the consequences, although I can't give you a family bucket gift package. But considering how much Lu Chuman loves Shin Yuchu, it should be no problem for her to simply send her off. Hearing this, Shin Yuchu nodded slightly and buried his head deeply in the boy's arms. Fool. Seeing this situation, Lin Hung didn't say much. He just silently increased the strength of his embrace around the girl, trying to calm her down. Although neither of them spoke at this moment, the tacit understanding in their hearts was once again reached. That is, for the protagonist of this attack, a perfect family bucket set must be given. 7 p.m., on the top floor of JC Bulgari Hotel. Today, celebrities from all walks of life in the business world, children of prominent families, and representatives of emerging technologies gathered here. Even those singing on the stage are top figures in the entertainment industry. As for the dignitaries in the audience, they were exchanging information about cooperation while drinking, but even when they were talking to each other, everyone's eyes were looking towards the center of the venue. There were two people there. Point one is the mainstay of the Yi family, Old Lady Yi. Lu Chuman, the other is the new star of the Yi family, Yi Liangchen, who created a stock myth in just a few months. It is said that a few months ago, the other party was still a marginal figure in the Yi family, but in just these few months, he counterattacked and became the most dazzling existence in the Yi family. And now that these two people are standing together, it is hard not to wonder whether the next leader of the Yi family has been determined. After all, based on the current situation, Yi Liangchen is the most outstanding person in this generation of the Yi family. In the future, under the other party's leadership, the Yi family will definitely reach another peak. However, in places where no one could see, the atmosphere between Lu Chuman and Yi Liangchen was not very friendly. "Grandma, how could I possibly lay hands on my cousin?" Meeting the old man's sharp gaze, Yi Liangchen said with a forced smile, "Also, I only just found out about my cousin's return to the capital." After being looked down upon for so long in the Yi family, keeping a straight face has become his basic skill when facing others. Never reveal your true emotions, because once you reveal your emotions, you are likely to be taken advantage of by your opponent. "Xiaochen, you and I both know what happened this morning." Looking at Yi Liangchen with a kind smile on his face, Lu Chuman said in a low voice with deep eyes, "I'll say this one last time, Nianxin will not compete with you for the inheritance, so there is no need for you to target her." After saying this, she ignored the other person and walked aside. From a rational point of view, Yi Liangchen is indeed the most perfect heir to the Yi family. Under the leadership of such a person, the Yi family will definitely be able to move to a higher level based on its existing foundation. But from an emotional point of view, Lu Chuman actually wants Shen Yuchu to inherit the Yi family. But the girl was not interested in this, so she naturally went along with it. But now Yi Liangchen actually wanted to kill Shen Yuchu, which had already touched Lu Chuman's bottom line. If Yi Liangchen continues to act on his own, she will have to consider whether she has to sacrifice him. In the eyes of this elderly man, the future of the Yi family is far less important than his own granddaughter. "Damn old thing, I didn't want to touch you." Meeting Lu Chuman's undeniable eyes, Yi Liangchen remained gentle on the surface, but deep down in his heart, he had already sentenced the other party to death. There was no way he would give up the position of the head of the family that was within his grasp. As for what Lu Chuman said about Shen Yuchu giving up the fight, it was just an excuse for Yi Liangchen. "Maybe when I wake up one day, the position of head of the family will have been in the hands of the other person. Therefore, no matter what, Shen Yuchu must." Or, just as Yi Liangchen was thinking about something, two figures, a man and a woman, walked into the banquet hall. Chapter 246. I found you, stinky rat. At first, the appearance of the two did not attract much attention. It was not until Lu Chuman stood up and waved to them with a smile that everyone at the party turned their eyes to the two of them. "Nianxin is back, come quickly and let grandma see her." Ignoring the curious looks around, Lu Chuman took Shen Yuchu's hands and said, "Not bad, not bad. You've gained weight recently, grandmother." Facing the other person's amiable appearance, Shen Yuchu smiled and nodded, then said softly, "Ahong, and I came to see you together. Although I don't like the name Yin Yanxin, but after all, everyone here is an outsider, and she couldn't offend the old man.as for gaining weight. I have been eating and drinking well with Lin Hong for so many days. Apart from the regular activities at night, I basically lie down all the time. Therefore, it is perfectly normal to grow a little more meat or something." "Hello, Grandma. This is a small gift that Yuchu and I prepared." As he spoke, Lin Hong handed a box to Lu Chuman with both hands. As one of the few people Shen Yuchu cares about, he must of course respond with the same friendliness. What's more, you have taken the cabbage from someone else's house, so you have to show some appreciation. As for being slapped in the face, there are few boys who have never been given a death stare when meeting their father-in-law. "Yes, Grandma, this is carefully prepared by Ahang." Seeing that Lu Chuman was unmoved, Shen Yuchu smiled and placed the gift box in her arms. He knows you have insomnia at night, so he specially mixed some calming incense. She had personally tried this incense and had to say that it was very effective. It not only has a calming effect on the mind, but also makes it easier to fall asleep. This damn brat. Seeing her granddaughter's completely lost look, Lu Chuman was very unhappy in her heart, but she did not show much emotion on the surface. And just when she was about to say something, a slightly low voice broke the delicate atmosphere between the few people. "My cousin is back. It's been a long time since we last met." After slowly walking up to the group, Yi Liangchen said to Lin Hong with a smile, "This guy is obviously my brother-in-law. I wonder which family's successor he is?" Before this, only a very few people knew Shen Yuchu's identity, and now Lu Chuman actually said it in public. Doesn't it mean that the other party wants him to compete with him? Of course, all these speculations just now are what Yi Liangchen thought in his mind. As for what Lu Chuman was thinking, perhaps only she herself knew, but since things have come to this, Yi Liangchen naturally cannot remain silent. Asking about Lin Heng's identity can also be seen as another way of showing power. After all, having a son-in-law from a weak family is a shameful thing no matter how you look at it. As long as this matter is made a big deal, the support Shin Yuchu can get in the future will naturally be less. In addition to the matter of the Yi family's successor, he also had reasons for wanting to get rid of Lin Heng and Shin Yuchu, and the moment he met Yi Liangchen's false smile, Lin Heng subconsciously opened his eye of exploration. This time, with this tone and this look, the guy in front of me is either a small boss or a cannon fodder who dies as soon as he appears. The next second, a barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of Lin Heng's mouth. I found you, you stinky rat. Looking at the data appearing before his eyes, he was basically certain that what happened in the morning was arranged by the other party. Son of Fortune, Yi Liangchen, Gold Finger ability. Luck plundering system. As long as you kiss someone or kill the owner of the luck, you can steal and copy other people's luck. Kissing can share all the luck of the luck holder. If you kill the owner of the luck, you can also get 2/3 of the luck. Note, as long as the person whose luck is stolen does not encounter any accidents, the host can always have super strong luck. Under the influence of good luck, any factors that are unfavorable to oneself will be avoided. In addition, good luck can only be possessed by oneself and cannot be passed on to other beings. Special approval, luck is a consumable item. Please replenish it in time. Yi Liangchen's golden finger can be said to be abnormal. Theoretically, as long as he plunders enough luck, he will be able to become the top existence in the world. Isn't that what Ding Hai was like back then? No matter how others scheme, it is all useless in the face of absolute luck. As for why we can be sure that it was the other party who did it, with Pu Buqing's professional ability, he would definitely be able to find out something if there were no supernatural phenomena, coupled with the opponent's golden finger, which is comparable to the strongest plugin. Once the two are combined, it becomes obvious who was behind this. After finding out Yi Liangchen's background, Lin Heng said with a fake smile, Grandma Lu already knows about my affairs. If you want to know, you can ask her. It was not difficult to guess what Yi Liangchen was thinking, and he naturally would not fall into the trap. Don't you want to ask me about my identity in person? Okay, if you want to know, go ask Lu Chuman. She has already agreed to be with Shin Yuchu. Why are you, a junior, still talking so much nonsense? As the intelligence reports suggest, he's no ordinary fellow. Looking at Lin Heng's smile, which was the same as his own, Yi Liangchen became more determined to get rid of him. Although he doesn't have a cheating device like the Eye of Detection, he does have an Eye of Detection of luck. In front of these eyes, everyone's luck will be exposed. Lin Heng can be said to be the one with the most luck among all the people he has met so far. The strong luck made Yi Liangchen want to break through the bottom line, making it extremely difficult to make a move, but he also understood that people with great luck were usually very difficult to deal with. Therefore, instead of putting himself in a difficult position, it is better to let Lin Heng complete a period of rejuvenation. Although this can only obtain 2/3 of the luck, it is still a considerable amount when you look at the overall situation. My brother-in-law is really humorous. After making up his mind, Yi Liangchen laughed and turned to look at Shin Yuchu beside him. I have something else to do, so I won't disturb you and Grandma from catching up on the past. Since I have made up my mind to kill Lin Heng, then in the next period of time, he naturally has to make some preparations. As for Shin Yuchu's words, there is no need to deal with them in a hurry for the time being. Killing it or imprisoning it were both acceptable options for him. Anyway, besides destroying the holder of luck, he has another way to obtain luck, and it's the kind that you can get as long as it happens, regardless of whether you agree or not. Chapter 247. Yi Liangchen's backup plan. This guy really wants to kill me. Looking at Yi Liangchen's gradually receding back, Lin Heng couldn't help but flash a hint of amusement in his eyes. The other party's idea coincides with my OWN. Yi Liangchen is plotting his own destiny. He did it because of Shin Yuchu, and the other party's identity is the son of destiny. The fate of the two of them had actually been entangled in the long river of time. In other words, the moment Yi Liangchen obtained the golden finger, the two of them had already fallen into a state of life and death struggle. One is a villain despised by the world, and the other is a protagonist favored by the world. Let's go and talk somewhere with fewer people. As he spoke, Lu Chuman pulled Shin Yuchu towards a private room in the banquet hall. The conversation between the following few people was not suitable for being heard by too many people. What a troublesome old lady. Looking at Shin Yuchu being led away by the old man, Lin Heng sent a message to Pu Buqing on his mobile phone. It's better to be safe than sorry. Although this place is located in the city center, no one knows whether Yi Liangchen will be so cruel as to choose to take action. Therefore, it is always a good idea to let Park Buqing and others prepare first. Fortunately, Due to the limitations of the system, Yi Liangchen cannot share his own luck with others, otherwise Lin Hong could just choose to lie down. After all, there is the example of Ding Hai. It is really difficult to go against someone with strong luck. 2 minutes and 30 seconds later, inside the small box. Nianxin, do you want to inherit the Yi family? After confirming that there was no recording equipment in the room, Lu Chuman directly asked what was on his mind. Between family affection and reason, she finally chose the latter. Lu Chuman naturally saw what kind of person Yi Liangchen was. It is not difficult to analyze from the other party's expression and tone just now. The other party didn't hear a single word of what he said before. Grandma, I am willing to inherit the Yi family. Meaning the old man's inquiring gaze, Shin Yuchu nodded firmly, but I can handle this matter myself, so you don't have to worry. Although he doesn't have cheats like Lin Hong, but her female sixth sense still made her shift her suspicion to Yi Liangchen. After all, based on the current situation analysis, the other party is undoubtedly the most likely suspect. In order to prevent Lin Hong from being in danger again, she had to fight for it even if she didn't want to. Although power can corrupt people, it is also the best weapon to protect oneself. Yes, I will handle this matter with Yu Chu. After reaching out and gently squeezing the girl's palm, Lin Hong said to Lu Chuman in a calm tone, by the way, Grandma, could you tell me a little bit about that person just now? Sometimes, even if you know something, you have to pretend not to know, because only by doing this can we obtain more information. You have a very sharp eye, kid. Looking at the two people standing side by side holding hands, Lu Chuman chuckled and asked the guard beside him to turn on the computer. Ever since Yi Liangchen attacked Shin Yuchu yesterday, she has had people start preparing things. Even if Lin Hong didn't say anything, these things would be handed over to the two of them. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Although such competition is not fair, but those who really hold power don't care about these things, right? Whoever they want to win will naturally become the next winner. And just as a few people were looking at Yi Liangchen's information, a small machine that was constantly running was quietly flashing in a corner of the room. Half an hour later, in a presidential suite at the JC Bulgari Hotel, looking at the cars gradually driving away downstairs, a trace of resentment flashed in Yi Liangchen's eyes. The eavesdropping device in the room where Lin Hong and others were previously located was naturally placed by him. After all, everyone has different behavioral habits. Lu Chuman's habit here is to discuss everything in that private room. It was Yi Liangchen's good luck, coupled with Lu Chuman's own habits. When he was asked to confront Shin Yuchu, he subconsciously chose that box.as for why the monitor was not discovered. It's like when you're lucky, you can even pick up money when you sneeze on the street. How could the eavesdropping device placed by Yi Liangchen himself be easily detected? Originally, Yi Liangchen wanted to keep Lu Chuman and use her to connect with his network of contacts. However, now that the other party has chosen to support Shin Yuchu, there is naturally no need for it to continue to exist. Ha, old woman, don't blame me if you're looking for death yourself. Looking at the black G-Class gradually disappearing at the end of the road, Yi Liangchen picked up the walkie-talkie beside him and said, wait until there are fewer people and then take action. If conditions permit, bring that woman back to me. As far as the current situation is concerned, Lu Chuman's priority is not as important as Lin Hong and Shin Yuchu. After all, as long as he can obtain the luck of the two people, he will be able to use it as a medium to accomplish more things. And once Shin Yuchu is dealt with, Lu Chuman, who has no choice, might give up the number one subordinate. Got it? Just go for it, I've already taken care of it. After saying this, Yi Liangchen unilaterally hung up the phone. A team of elite mercenaries, plus advanced hot toys, lead the way. He didn't think that Lin Hong and Shin Yuchu, two unarmed people, would have any ability to resist these beings. The luck is not enough. Feeling his luck decreasing, Yi Liangchen stood up and walked towards the underground parking garage. Every time he does something that benefits himself, he will consume some luck to a greater or lesser extent. If you want to replenish these luck points, you naturally have to repeat the previous operations. As for what specific operations, please consciously open the learning folder on your mobile phone's network disk or computer. If you don't have either, you can learn a little about the magic replenishment part of fate. And just when Yi Liangchen went to replenish his luck, on the other side, Lin Hong and the other man who were driving away had also discovered something was wrong. On the ring road, which should have been bustling with traffic, there was no sign of any vehicles at all. Even if there are fewer vehicles as you drive further out, they shouldn't disappear completely. Ah Hon, there's a car coming up from behind. Looking at the vehicles behind him that were approaching him, Shin Yuchu subconsciously wanted to crawl to the back seat to get some weapons. This G-Class modified by Lin Hung is not just strong in defense, the equipment stacked in the vehicle's hidden compartments is, in a sense, enough for a small skirmish. Chapter 248 Death Countdown. Don't worry, I've already arranged everything. After reaching out and pushing Shin Yuchu back into her seat, Lin Hung switched the vehicle's driving mode accompanied by a mechanical sound. The armor covering the vehicle, which was originally hidden on the outside, instantly provided additional protection for vulnerable parts of the vehicle body, such as the tires. Ye Liangchen's golden finger is good luck. Can't share it with others though, but who knows? With the blessing of the other party's wishes, this group of people may get luck far beyond that of ordinary people. Therefore, Lin Hung did not intend to pay any attention to these guys until he reached a safe place. Anyway, relying on the modified Super V12 engine of this car, the guys behind him will not be able to catch up with him in a short time. Now that he has faced Yi Liangchen, he naturally will not miss any opportunity to weaken his opponent. It might not be difficult to form such a team abroad, but in a country where the control is the strictest in the world, it is as difficult as preventing Ajin from falling in love with Achan. Therefore, we just need to lure it to the designated location and kill it in one go. It will definitely affect Yi Liangchen's strength. At least when it comes to dealing with dirty matters, the other party will lose a pair of good white gloves. Good. Seeing that Lin Hung had already arranged everything, Shin Yuchu naturally would not do anything unnecessary, but just to be on the safe side, she quietly checked the small things in the co-pilot's storage box. If any unexpected situation happens later, the two of them will not be without a chance to fight back with weapons in their hands. Captain, it seems we have been discovered. When the team behind saw Lin Hung and the others' car speeding up, they immediately asked the team leader about the arrangements. There's no one on the road now. Should we just take action? Although it has not yet reached the designated location, but there are no extra people around now, so it won't be a big problem if we take action. Of course, whether we can really take action can only be decided after consulting the team leader. Let's do it. Seeing the sudden increase in speed of Lin Hung and the others' car, Sigma decisively gave the attack order after considering the power of the car. According to the speed the other party is currently showing, it is impossible for them to catch up. Therefore, the original plan of attacking from both sides naturally had to be changed to a certain extent. Receive. After receiving the order to attack, the members of the pursuit team took out their weapons and started shooting at the vehicles in front. Bang, 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 knock knock knock. Ahun, they've taken action. Hearing the constant banging sounds coming from the rear window, Shin Yuchu subconsciously tightened the Desert Eagle in his hand. As long as Lin Hung gave the order, she would open the glass and fight back. Judging from the current speed of the vehicle, he only needs to hit the opponent's wheel once, then by utilizing the effect of inertia, at least 2 enemy vehicles can be sent away. No rush, let them fight for a while. Looking at the location sent by Pu Buching, Lin Hung stepped on the gas and increased the speed a little again. At this stage, as long as the windows are not opened, they are basically in an absolutely safe place. If he hadn't been afraid that the other party would give up and not be able to catch up, he would have shaken him off long ago. Good. Looking at Lin Hang's serious expression, Shin Yuchu really wanted to take action, but out of absolute trust in the boy, she forced herself to calm down. Suddenly, a race of life and death quietly unfolded on this deserted ring road. As for whose death countdown it is, it depends on one's own opinion. 10 minutes later, we arrived at a road intersection in a valley accompanied by the roar of an engine. The originally quiet valley was instantly awakened. The black G-Class is like a beast in the dark night. Galloping from a distance, behind the black G-Class are 5 or 6 pickup trucks with the same color scheme. The distance between the two is very close, as if the G-Class will be overtaken in the next second. It's time to end. Yuchu, sit down. Looking at the pitch-black valley, Lin Hung observed the situation behind him while calling out on the intercom. I'm here, are you ready? This place is very quiet and is just right for the other party's burial place. Ready, boss, just waiting for the bait to be taken. At this moment, at a corner of the valley looking at the preset equipment beside him, Pu Buching said in a slightly cruel tone, you will soon see a pickup truck that has been split in two. Anyway, Lin Hung didn't say he wanted to leave his tongue, so he could just do whatever was convenient. Okay, let's do it. After dropping the walkie-talkie, Lin Hung stepped on the gas and increased his speed again. Within a few seconds, the pickup truck team behind it was left dozens of meters behind. Seeing this, Sigma immediately ordered, damn it, don't let him get away. If I let the other party run away, I wouldn't be able to explain to Yi Liangchen when I return. Moreover, Sigma's heart had long been filled with anger after being treated like a dog by Lin Hung for so long. Start the device. At the same time that Sigma gave the order, Park Boo-ching also gave the same order. Next second, dozens of metal wires made of composite materials were suspended about 1 meter above the ground by the help of the winch. These metal wires have been specially treated, and it is nighttime. Therefore, unless one possesses superhuman dynamic vision, one cannot detect their existence at all. What's more, the pickup truck was not slow at the moment, so the driver naturally had no chance to notice the silk thread. Hiss, tsk, boom. Under the influence of gravity, the special metal wire easily cut through the shell of the pickup truck. By the way, several people in the driving seat also experienced the experience of being quickly cut in half. When cutting the fuel tank, the sparks generated by metal cutting combine with the gasoline. It is precisely for this reason that the collective explosion of pickup trucks occurred. After driving back to where Park Boo-ching and the others had set the trap, Lin Hong looked at the fleet of pickup trucks engulfed in flames and said, "See if there are any survivors. If there are, catch a tongue and bring it back. If you can catch the tongue, it would be like having an extra trump card to deal with Yi Liangchen. Of course, if not, it won't have much impact on him anyway. On the way to bring this group of people here, I had already thought of a way to deal with Yi Liangchen." Chapter 249, It is impolite not to reciprocate. Okay, boss. I'll use the drone to investigate. When Park Boo-ching heard that Lin Hong wanted to catch a living tongue to use, he immediately took out his beloved little plane. After all, the fire is now the biggest one. Not if I go in to look for someone rashly, what if I get burned into a curly hair? Looking at the fleet of pickup trucks burning in flames not far away, Shin Yuchu couldn't help but frown. This matter. Well, if nothing unexpected happens, they are the same group as during the day. After reaching out to smooth the girl's brow, Lin Hong turned his head and looked in the direction of the Bulgari Hotel. If nothing unexpected happens, it must be that guy Yi Liangchen who did it. It just so happened that I was still thinking about how to expose Yi Liangchen in front of Shin Yuchu. The sudden attack by killers could barely be described as a pillow thrown to someone when they were sleepy. Why don't you go back to SZ for a while? Looking at the boy in front of him who was as gentle as ever, Shin Yuchu held his hands tightly and said, "After I finish all the things, can you come back to me?" Including the time I came back, this is the second time. She didn't want to, and wasn't willing to, let Lin Hong fall into such a dangerous situation again. Anyway, Yi Liangchen is just a guy who suddenly got lucky. With her intelligence and ability, it is very easy for her to kill the other person. Shoo. After gently pressing his fingers against the girl's lips to stop her from speaking, Lin Hong looked into the other person's eyes seriously and said word by word, "If I encountered such a thing, would you choose to leave me?" Of course, he could understand Shin Yuchu's thoughts. If it were me, I would probably make the same choice, but faced with such well-intentioned protection, neither of them would accept it. After all, letting your loved one face danger alone is simply CS-like behavior. Meeting the boy's gentle yet determined gaze, Shin Yuchu pursed her lips and didn't know what to say. If Lin Hong encountered such a thing, she would never leave alone. Although people often joke about it, husband and wife are birds of the same forest, but when disaster strikes, they fly away separately. But those who truly love each other will never give up on each other no matter what. For example, the Eurasian robin only recognizes one partner in its lifetime. In their vocabulary there is only widowhood, not the concept of separation. Okay, stop saying those depressing words. After reaching out and embracing Shin Yuchu in his arms, Lin Hong rested his chin on her head again and said, "Instead of thinking about these things, let's think about how to solve this problem together." Facing Yi Liangchen, who has strong luck, a head-on confrontation will definitely be a disadvantage, but the opponent is not invincible either. In the last line of notes in the luck plundering system, it is clearly stated that the luck plundered by Yi Liangchen does not always exist. Therefore, if you want to get rid of the other party, the best way known so far is to reduce the other party's fortune first. As for how to reduce it, naturally we should start with the channels through which they obtain luck. Just like a car without energy, it is at best just a bigger toy. Feeling the warmth and taste that belonged only to Lin Hong, Shin Yuchu buried her head deeply in his arms. Since we can no longer change the course of events, we should find ways to reduce unnecessary dangers. As for the sky Yi Liangchen, she was determined, and even if Jesus came, it would be of no use. Hiss, the sour smell of love. Looking at his boss's crazy behavior of showing off his love not far away, Park Boo-ching silently glanced at the picture on the control screen. As expected, compared to women, I like flames and screams more. But in the end, Lin Hong and his friends still failed to catch the tongue. There was a guy who was still able to breathe, but just when Park Boo-ching wanted to take action, the vehicle battery that inexplicably short-circuited nearby detonated the remaining car fuel tank again. all I can say is that as long as he still has super strong luck, basically nothing that is unfavorable to Yi Liangchen will happen. After all, no one can last several rounds under the hands of Mei Gongqin, who is proficient in all kinds of martial arts. At night, 12:35. In a private villa of JC. Something happened. Yi Liangchen walked out of the cellar while looking at his empty cell phone. According to the team's efficiency and speed analysis, Lin Heng and the other two should have been dealt with within this period of time. Even if some unexpected situations occur, the other party should send a message, but up to now, no message has been received on the mobile phone. Coupled with the inexplicable disappearance of a part of his luck, this guess became even more certain. It's really not that easy to deal with. Lin Heng and my good cousin, while murmuring, Yi Liangchen dialed a number on his cell phone. Since the other party has destroyed some of his forces, he naturally has to make a small return gift. It is impolite to come without giving anything in return. I just hope that the other party can still smile happily after knowing this wave of return gifts. The next day, just as Lin Heng and Xin Yuchu were preparing some follow-up work to deal with Yi Liangchen, a not-so-friendly piece of news suddenly reached the ears of the two. Something happened to Lu Chuman. According to the investigation, there was a problem with the vehicle's braking system. As a result, the car failed to stabilize in time on a long downhill section and hit the guardrail on one side. The only good thing about this misfortune was that Lu Chuman did not die on the spot thanks to the hospital's timely rescue. The other party is now out of danger and is in a coma, but whether he can wake up remains an unknown. All we can do now is hope that Lu Chuman has strong willpower. Otherwise, the best outcome would be that she would become a vegetable. It's because of what happened last night. Looking at Xin Yuchu, who was using his mobile phone to inquire about the situation, Lin Heng also began to analyze the whole incident in his mind. I think it was because of the loss of a team of white gloves that Yi Liangchen felt the crisis. In addition, Lu Chuman's attitude towards Xin Yuchu is obviously better than her attitude towards herself. In order to avoid being stabbed in the back by the other party in the future, Yi Liangchen chose to strike first. In this way, the biggest threat to him and the Yi family completely disappeared. Next, he just needs to deal with Xin Yuchu, and then the Yi family will completely become his, Yi Liangchen's, property. Okay, I got it. If anything happens, let me know immediately. While Lin Heng was still wondering what Yi Liangchen would do next, Xin Yuchu had already hung up the phone. Chapter 250. A sudden phone call, enemy or friend. After hanging up the phone, Xin Yuchu said with a slightly tangled look, Ahang, can you send a few people to the hospital to look after grandma? God knows what's going on inside the Yi family right now, but if all those guys inside turn to Yi Liangchen, then Lu Chuman would basically be sentenced to death. After all, there are many cases where patients die due to complications during hospitalization. By having a few of Lin Heng's men watch over the situation, these possible accidents can be effectively eliminated. But on the other hand, this will indirectly lead to a shortage of manpower on our side. This is also the main reason why Xin Yuchu looked so conflicted. Lu Chuman was one of the few lights in her childhood. Lin Heng is the meaning of her life continuation. Both are valued by girls and are irreplaceable. Of course, no problem. I'll ask Jessica to bring a few people over to watch over it. After noticing Xin Yuchu's concerns, Lin Heng changed the subject subtly. By the way, Yuchu, how many people do you have available right now? Although a lot of people have been transferred from SZ, but when you arrive in a new environment, there will always be an adaptation period. What's more, this time it's Xin Yuchu's family affair, therefore, he would try not to use Ji Buchang's men if he could. After all, even if the other party has no intention of making trouble in the Yi family's affairs, but in such a large Ji family, there must be many people who are interested. Therefore, Lin Heng did not plan to contact Ji Buchang until there was no one available. After all, apart from fighting and killing, the world of martial arts is more about human relationships and worldly affairs. Sometimes not making things difficult for others is also not making things difficult for yourself. There are currently only 18 people who can really put it to use and believe in it. After understanding Lin Heng's thoughts, Xin Yuchu immediately skipped the previous topic and said, but in 3 hours at most, Xin Yi and the others will be able to reach JC. JC is not SC, nor is it the base camp of the two. There aren't many people who can be of use here and are trustworthy. Okay, let's first let these people investigate Yi Liangchen's movements. As he spoke, Lin Heng looked towards Mei Gongqin, who was squatting on the ground not far away playing with ants. As for grandma, I'll have Mei Gongqin take someone over to look after her. Mei Gongqin's skill tree is a bit crooked. Apart from direct combat and interrogation, the investigative capabilities are basically zero. Instead of letting him sit around in the villa, it would be better to let him look after Lu Chuma N.as for investigating Yi Liangchen's movements. At the moment, we can only say that it depends on fate. Whether we can find anything depends entirely on God's mood. The real investigation has to wait for Long Outyen to bring people over. With the evil spirit on the other side and the advantage in numbers, we should be able to find out a lot of things. Okay, I'll just ding ding, ding ding. Just when Shin Yuchu was about to say something, the phone rang suddenly. It's an unfamiliar number. Looking at the unfamiliar number displayed on the phone screen, Shin Yuchu couldn't help but frown slightly. This number of mine is a special number, so there is no possibility of any harassing calls coming to me. And who could be calling from this strange number I've never seen before? Answer it first. As he spoke, Lin Hong slid to the answer button and clicked the hands-free button. If it is a blessing, there will be no disaster. If it is a disaster, there will be no escape. No matter who's calling from this number, it never hurts to pick up the phone and listen anyway. The worst possible outcome would be that Yi Liangchen, that beast, would just call to show off, right? Good. As he spoke, Shin Yuchu also pressed the answer button. After the call was connected, the air around them seemed to quiet down for a moment. The only sounds in the huge villa were the breathing of Lin Hong and Shin Yuchu. After 3 or 4 seconds, a slightly magnetic female voice came from the other end of the phone. Ms. Yin Yanqin, I wonder if you are interested in the position of patriarch of the Yi family. Hearing the other party's question, Shin Yuchu asked directly, who are you? Why do you know my phone number? Let's not talk about who I am for now. Miss Yi, you haven't answered the question just now. Since you want to talk, let's talk face to face. Seeing that the other party didn't want to reveal too much, Lin Hong cast a glance at Pu Buqing, who was not far away, and then said to the phone, of course, the premise is that if you dare to come. Hearing this, the person on the other end of the phone fell silent again. After more than 10 seconds, the other party finally spoke as if he had made up his mind. Time and place. In 2.5 hours, we'll be in box number 1 on the top floor of the Fangshan Peninsula Hotel. Okay, see you in 2.5 hours. After saying this, the other party hung up the call. Boss, we've found out. The moment the call was hung up, Pu Buqing turned the notebook in his hand to the two of them and said, the call was made from the hospital where the boss's grandmother works. I turned the surveillance video forward a few minutes and found that it was this nurse who told the other party the number.as for the identity of the visitor. As he spoke, Pu Buqing opened another website, Tang Yao, the female president of JC Tang Group. Tang's current market capitalization is approximately 50 billion, making it a third-rate group in Japan. Due to limited time, he can only investigate these things temporarily. Let someone book the Black Rose Bar on the edge of Fangshan Peninsula. Looking at the message on the laptop, Lin Hong pondered the other party's purpose while giving orders. When the people arrive, take them directly to the bar. Also, take advantage of this time to compile a copy of the other party's information for me. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Who knows if this woman is Yi Liangchen's mistress? Therefore, before figuring out the other party's purpose, the safest way is to stay hidden. That if the other party is here for cooperation, it's fine, but if not, well, I'm sorry, there will be one more paint bucket in Shikahai tonight. Okay, boss. I'll arrange it right away. After understanding Lin Heng's eyes, Pu Buqing immediately turned around and left the villa. In addition to security work and intelligence investigation, he also had to prepare some fear potions that were a specialty of Tazai. Specific reference: Scarecrow's fear gas in Batman. This potion can make people see the most terrifying things deep in their hearts, and it is a very good interrogation method, but the side effects are also very obvious. If the user cannot bear it, he will become a fool who only knows how to make noises. If Mei Gunshin's interrogation methods can be called the ultimate physical torture, then the fear potion is the ultimate torture to the spirit, you know. Even the once unruly Long Outyen was tortured to death by this potion. Chapter 251 is Smart Being. Ahang, isn't this too risky? Only after Pu Buqing left the living room did Shin Yuchu speak to Lin Hong. No matter how you look at it, this guy who suddenly appeared at this time is very suspicious. Why don't we wait for help to arrive? You still have to give your man face when it comes to his affairs outside, but once we are in private, it is better to make some things clear. Judging from the way he's hiding his true self, he doesn't look like a good person no matter how you look at it. In addition, the main force has not arrived yet. Therefore, at this stage, hiding behind the scenes naturally becomes the first choice in the hearts of girls. Don't worry, silly girl. Meeting the girl's slightly worried gaze, Lin Heng smiled and reached out to embrace her in his arms. I won't do anything without preparation. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. If we can have one more person to deal with Yi Liangchen, it will be more beneficial to us, right? Unlike Shinyochu's concerns, Lin Hong was thinking about Tang Yao's other identity. After all, anyone who can go against Yi Liangchen, the son of luck, at this time does not look like a blank NPC no matter how you look at it. Even if the other party is not a villain, he is still a lucky person who has not been conquered. Even in the worst case scenario, if Tang Yao cannot be defeated, she will be a spy sent by Yi Liangchen. It is also a good choice to make the opponent lose support again. After the white gloves. Okay, then I'll go get ready. Feeling the determination in the boy's words, Shinjuchu didn't say anything more even though he was a little worried. Since Lin Hong has made up his mind, all he needs to do is stay with him. Anyway, the worst case scenario is that the two of them will just go drink soup together. Being able to drink soup with the one I love most makes my life worthwhile. Of course, if conditions permit, she would let Lin Hong go later even if it meant death. Don't worry, nothing will happen. After gently kissing the girl on the forehead, Lin Hong turned his head to look at the somewhat gloomy weather. On days like this, it is best to do something shady. 2 hours later, in the underground parking lot of Fangshan Peninsula Hotel. A white Panamera Executive Extended Edition slowly parked in a parking space. After slowly parking the car, Tang Yao turned her head to take a look at the things on the passenger seat. She would never have taken such a risky action at any time in the past, but the disappearance of his best friend and Yi Liangchen's relentless pressure forced him to take a gamble. Shen Yuchu returned last night, and old lady Yi just expressed her satisfaction with him. As a result, the other party was involved in a car accident the next day. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this matter is definitely related to Yi Liangchen. This also indirectly explains the irreconcilable relationship between Shin Yuchu and Yi Liangchen. This is also the main reason why she asked for the number from the nurse and wanted to cooperate with the girl. If he could help Shin Yuchu seize the position of head of the Yi family, then Yi Liangchen would probably lose the ability to threaten him. Mengxin, I will definitely find you. After taking a deep breath to calm her restless mood, Tang Yao took the documents from the passenger seat and prepared to get out of the car. These are the things I will trade with Shin Yuchu later. If the other party really wants to bring down Yi Liangchen, I think they will not be able to refuse this information. But the moment Tang Yao got off the car, a handkerchief covered her mouth and nose from behind. Damn, I made a wrong bet. After struggling for a while and finding that she couldn't break free, Tang Yao's consciousness began to gradually fade. The last thing she saw before she passed out was a profile hidden in the shadows. Take it down for a thorough examination. After throwing Tang Yao to the team member beside him, Pu Bucheng reached out and picked up the documents on the ground. We need to check everything inside and out. The boss's safety is the most important thing. Yes. In less than a minute, several people packed up the unconscious Tang Yao and took her away. Now the only thing left is the white Panamera. I don't know how long it took. Accompanied by a slight murmur, Tang Yao slowly opened her tightly closed eyes. After being stunned for several seconds, after she reacted, she immediately got up from the ground and looked down to check her condition. After seeing clearly what she was wearing, Tang Yao's eyes widened immediately, because the clothes she was wearing now were not the ones she wore when she came, but a set of clean white patient gowns. Don't worry, the people who change your clothes are all girls. Just when Tang Yao was about to lose control of her emotions, a clear male voice instantly caught her attention. After looking in the direction of the sound, I saw two young people, a man and a woman, sitting on the sofa not far away, looking at me quietly. After seeing the figure sitting on the sofa clearly, Tang Yao covered her chest and said in a cold voice, Miss Yi, what do you mean? Apart from still feeling a little dizzy, she didn't feel any other discomfort in her body. From this point, we can roughly judge that Shin Yuchu should have nothing to do with Yi Liangchen. Otherwise, she shouldn't be lying here, but should be lying on Yi Liangchen's bed. Don't be nervous, it's just a routine check. Meeting the other party's wary gaze, Shin Yuchu waved and had a chair brought over. Ms. Tang, please sit down and talk slowly. During the time that Tang Yao was in a coma, Pu Bucheng had someone check her inside and out. Unless the opponent is a bomber who has eaten the explosive fruit, there is no possibility that he will pose a threat to the two of them. Facing a guy with zero danger level, Shin Yuchu naturally had nothing to worry about. Of course, the inside and outside inspection here refers to using a scanner. Friends who have wrong thoughts, please consciously eat an extra bowl of rice. After glancing around out of the corner of his eye and realizing there was almost no chance of escape, Tang Yao could only take a deep breath and sit down on the chair. Ms. Yi, I think you have seen my sincerity. I just don't know what your plans are. Should he compete with Yi Liangchen for the position of the head of the Yi family, or let the other party continue to do whatever he wants? I think you should have guessed it. The car accident that happened to old lady Yi this morning was not an accident. The chips she prepared in advance had been taken away by the other party, so she could only try to tease him with words. As long as Shin Yuchu can be provoked to hate Yi Liangchen, then the next thing will be very simple. As for the identity exposure, doesn't this just demonstrate Shin Yuchu's ability? For her, this is actually a good thing. After all, the stronger Shin Yuchu's ability is, the more likely he is to completely defeat Yi Liangchen. Chapter 252. I am willing to be the bait. You're not that stupid. Looking at Tang Yeo, who was trying to provoke Shin Yuchu with words, a playful smile flashed in Lin Heng's eyes. But if it's just this level, it's not enough for Shin Yuchu to have fun. Although the other party has always been restrained in front of him, Lin Heng is very clear about one thing, that is, as long as Shin Yuchu wants to play, he can use his brain to kill many people. But it must be said that those who can play a role next to the Son of Luck are not ordinary NPCs. Judging from the strong local aura that Tang Yeo has, it's no surprise that she will definitely be the heroine. Tang Yeo, 24 years old, president of JC Tang Group, graduated from Harvard Business School with a double master's degree in economics and psychology. Since taking over as Tang's president for over a year, he has brought the group at least tens of billions in profits. After slowly sharing some simple information, Shin Yuchu slightly shook the document in his hand. A few months ago, you were targeted by Yi Liangchen, and because of that, you suffered a lot of suppression. As a result, the Tang Group shrank rapidly. Judging by the current situation, you should declare bankruptcy within a month. Negotiation is the art of language. If you want to take the lead in communication, you must put your opponent under pressure. The basic information is just the appetizer. The following paragraph is the real killer. At least compared to me, Shin Yuchu, you, Tang Yeo, are the one who wishes Yi Liangchen would die immediately. Miss Yi, you are right. Seeing that the other party had exposed all his past, Tang Yeo's mind was already in a mess, but on the surface, he remained calm and continued. The Tang Group is indeed at its wit's end. But you also, Miss Tang, smart people shouldn't be so roundabout when they speak. After waving his hand to interrupt Tang Yeo's words, Shin Yuchu said with a cold look in his eyes, since you want to save the Tang family, you should at least show some sincerity. Although this information is very comprehensive, it is not very attractive to her. After all, Shin Yuchu didn't understand Yi Liangchen's flaws, so he naturally didn't think it was difficult to collect his information. The biggest reason why Tang Yeo was able to investigate this information was because of Yi Liangchen's self-exposure. During the time when she was harassed by Yi Liangchen, she had more or less seen the women around him. It was precisely because of this that Tang Yeo was able to use this as a clue to investigate a lot of things. Hearing this, Tang Yeo was just about to tell him the information, but she reacted the next second. Not to mention that the information has been seen by the two people, even if it has not been seized in advance. With the abilities Shin Yuchu has demonstrated so far, it shouldn't be difficult for him to investigate Yi Liangchen's intelligence. Although neither of them knew about Yi Liangchen's bug ability, they both regarded collecting information as a simple task. But no matter what, this wave of misunderstandings is beneficial to Shin Yuchu. Miss Tang, you only have one chance. Looking at Tang Yeo, who lowered her head and remained silent, Shin Yuchu put the information back on the table and said, I will deal with Yi Liangchen sooner or later, but I'm not sure if your Tang family can hold on. Since Yi Liangchen covets the other party, she naturally has to maximize her role. Even a hero cannot resist the temptation of a beautiful woman. What's more, Yi Liangchen is not a hero at all. At best, he is just a lustful bear. As long as there is a perfect bait, there is no need to worry about the other party not taking the bait, and Tang Yeo is the perfect bait that Shin Yuchu has set her eyes on. Meeting Shin Yuchu's indifferent eyes, Tang Yeo knew she had no choice. So after taking a deep breath in her heart, she said in a firm tone, I can act as bait to catch Yi Liangchen. At least I have a master's degree in psychology. Therefore, how could she not understand what Shin Yuchu wanted to express? Rather than waiting until the Tang family is dragged down and then being humiliated by Yi Liangchen, it's better to make one last effort while you still have the energy left. Very good, Miss Tang, you gave the correct answer. Seeing the serious look on Tang Yeo's face, Shin Yuchu couldn't help but smile. In return, I will protect your Tang family. If you want the horse to run, you have to let it eat grass. The safety of the Tang Group is the fodder she feeds Tang Yeo. I think with this motivation, the other party will go all out. Thank you, Miss Yi, but, as she spoke, a trace of worry appeared on Tang Yeo's face. If possible, could you please help me find someone? Apart from the Tang family's affairs, there was only one person that concerned her the most. That was her childhood friend and best friend, Fang Mingxin, the former secretary of the president's office of Tang Group. The rapid development of the Tang Group in the past was also inseparable from the other party. Fang Mingxin's keen business sense and long-term vision often enable her to take action several steps ahead of the market. But one day a few months ago, the other party suddenly disappeared. Although the police were called and a lot of police force was mobilized, they were unable to find any information. It was as if there had never been a person like Fong Mingxin in this world, and out of a woman's sixth sense, Tang Yao felt that this matter was definitely related to Yi Liangchen, but neither the private detective nor the police could find out anything from Yi Liangchen. Therefore, the case of Fong Mingxin's disappearance had to be shelved, but Tang Yao firmly believed that the other party's disappearance was definitely related to Yi Liangchen's SK, and now he can only borrow Shin Youchu's power to find Fong Mingxin, who has been missing for a long time. The person you're talking about is Fong Mingxin, right? Meeting Tang Yao's hopeful gaze, Lin Hong tapped the table lightly. I can agree to your request, but in the following time, you must obey our arrangements throughout the process. If nothing unexpected happens, Fong Mingxin is definitely not an ordinary blank NPC. Combined with Yi Liangchen's golden finger analysis, the other party was most likely kidnapped by the other party. This is indeed a convenient thing for Lin Hong, who is trying to solve the source of the other party's luck. I understand. I will follow your arrangements. After glancing between Shin Youchu and Lin Hong, Tang Yao looked at the former with sincerity. I'll leave Meng Xian's matter to you. Although it's a bit unbelievable, but the primary and secondary status between the two can still be seen at a glance. Between Lin Hong and Shin Youchu, it is obvious that the former has more dominance. This is also the main reason why Tang Yao finally set her sights on Lin Hang. Chapter 253. I need an obedient bait. Don't worry, since I promised you, I will definitely not break my promise. As he spoke, Lin Hong turned his head and looked at Shin Youchu, who was standing beside him. Youchu, please go out for a moment. I need to ask Miss Tang something in private. Okay, I'll wait for you outside. Out of absolute trust in Lin Hong, Shin Youchu was not worried about anything going wrong. So she didn't hesitate and got up and walked out of the box. What do you want to do? Looking at Shin Youchu, who stood up and left, Tang Yao subconsciously put her hands on her chest. Although it is ready to serve as bait, but if something happens, it has nothing to do with the bait. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. Seeing the other person's extremely nervous look, Lin Hong stood up and took out a bottle of potion from the safe. It's just another insurance policy. Although Tang Yao has been checked from head to toe, but in front of Yi Liangchen's bug-level golden finger, he decided to play it safe. Using mental suggestion to obtain an obedient puppet is more convincing than making an agreement with words. Don't come over here, Over the next dozens of minutes, terrifying screams continued to be heard from the box. It was not until an hour later that the door of the box was reopened. However, compared to her previous vigilance and precautions, there was only obedience on Tang Yao's face at this moment. Go ahead and follow the plan I told you. Looking at Tang Yao, who had completed the amplitude modulation, Lin Hong directly gave the action order. Since the other party is a bait, we naturally have to make use of it, and catching the big fish Yi Liangchen is her next priority. Okay, boss. I'll go back and prepare. After bowing respectfully to Lin Hong, Tang Yao turned and walked out of the bar. After an hour of non-stop suggestion. At this moment, in her subconscious mind, she had already regarded the young man as her only master. No matter what the other party instructs you to do, you must do your best to complete it. Hang, Shin, and the others have arrived at the police station. Looking at Tang Yao's receding figure, Shin Youchu slowly walked to Lin Hang's side. Is it done? Everyone has their own little secrets. Anyway, Lin Hong would not harm himself, so there was no need to dig into the matter and ask about everything. Well, a little hypnosis and psychological suggestion. After putting the remaining half bottle of fear potion back into the safe, Lin Hong turned to look at the girl beside him and said, let Shin and the others prepare. I think we can start soon. The girl's not asking is an attitude, and his explaining the matter is also an attitude. Although he did not indicate the existence of the system, Lin Hong also described the situation in a different way. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. After hearing Lin Hang's explanation, a sweet smile appeared on Shin Youchu's lips. In addition to the passionate love between two people, there are more small details in life. Yi Liangchen, it's true that rotten mud can't be helped to the wall. Only after Shin Youchu's back disappeared around the corner did Lin Hong contact Long Outyan on his phone. Outyan, keep a close eye on everyone on the list. When the time is right, we will take action to eliminate them. During the modulation process just now, He also knew the authenticity of the information in Tang Yao's hands. Maybe it was fate, or maybe Yi Liangchen did it on purpose, but no matter what, everything in the information is related to the other party, combined with the existence of the luck plundering system. These women appearing in the information are most likely Yi Liangchen's luck power bank. As long as he takes action against these people at the right time, Yi Liangchen will definitely suffer backlash. After all, once the luck power bank is affected, Yi Liangchen, the recipient, will naturally not have an easy time either. As for when to strike, it depends on when Tang Yao, the bait, can catch the fish out of the water. 10 minutes later at Fangshan Peninsula Hotel, in the underground parking lot. Yi Liangchen, you scumbag, will definitely not die a good death. Sitting in the driver's seat of the white Panamera, Tang Yao stared coldly at a string of unremarked numbers on her phone. This is the call from that scumbag Yi Liangchen. After calming down her excitement, Tang Yao pressed the dial button. About 3 seconds later, the call was connected. Hey, Yi Yao, you figured it out. The moment the call was connected, Yi Liangchen's slightly playful voice came from the receiver. So, do you want to watch the Tang family fall, or do you want to be my lover? Tang Yao was the woman he had coveted for a long time. Therefore, soon after he gained power, he thought about including it in his support group, but unfortunately, the other party did not appreciate it and even embarrassed me in public. It was precisely for this reason that Yi Liangchen decided to treat Tang Yao in a different way. For him now, destroying the Tang family is not a particularly difficult thing. He wants to play with the other person's self-esteem crazily and make him submit humiliatingly. In order to achieve this goal, he began to frantically suppress Tang's business. Even his best friend Fong Mingxin was kidnapped by him and locked up in the basement of the manor. I want to play one last time. Resisting the urge to greet the other person's family, Tang Yao clenched her fists and spoke in a suppressed voice. Don't you always say that you were lucky? Then tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, JC Dihao Entertainment Club. As long as you can win 1 billion within the specified time, I will be willing to be your QF. JC Dihao Entertainment Club is the most luxurious entertainment venue in JC. It has an independent casino, sauna, 5-star restaurant, and other services. Although no one knew who the boss behind the scenes was, no one dared to cause trouble inside. 2 years ago, a young man from a wealthy family named Zhang took advantage of his family's influence to rape a waitress. The result came within a week. That young man from aristocratic family and the Zhang family behind him completely disappeared from the history of JC. Since then, JC Dihao Entertainment Club has become a safe zone. As long as you don't cause any trouble in there, no one will dare to attack you. After all, no one wants to be the next Zhang family. Okay, I promise you. After hearing Tang Yao's request, Yi Liangchen immediately let out a slightly arrogant laugh. Yao, get ready. After tomorrow, you will be mine. After hunting for so long, the prey is finally in hand for me. Winning just 10 small goals is just a matter of moving my fingers. He originally thought that Tang Yao would hold on until Tang Corporation went bankrupt, but he didn't expect it to happen so much earlier. In addition, Lu Chuman is still in a coma, so the Yi family can basically be said to have taken her into their pocket. Next, he just needs to get someone to deal with Lin Hong and Xin Yuchu, and he will be able to completely control the Yi family. Under this double joy, Yi Liangchen subconsciously ignored the warning in his heart. Chapter 254, Step by Step. Let's talk about it when you can win. After saying this, Tang Yao hung up the phone. Yi Liangchen, tomorrow is the day you die. After casually throwing the phone to the passenger seat beside her, she reached out and picked up a photo on the center console. In addition to Tang Yao, there is also a girl wearing a white gauze dress with a smile on her face in the photo. Mingxin, wait for me. After gently caressing the face of the woman in the photo, Tang Yao murmured firmly, I will definitely find you. Wait for me. No one knew that besides being good friends, they were also an unrecognized couple. The next day, JC Dihao Entertainment Club. Yi Yao, I haven't seen you for a long time. You are still so beautiful. Looking at the tall and graceful girl in a white dress in front of him, Yi Liangchen's eyes flashed with greed. Human beings are very complex creatures. The more we can't get something, the more we desire it. After exerting pressure for so long, he finally made this icy beauty bow to him. At this moment, the perverted sense of satisfaction in Yi Liangchen's heart was satisfied to a great extent. Stop talking nonsense. Facing the other party's undisguised greedy eyes, Tang Yao said with a cold face, the base price is 100,000 if you don't win 1 billion before 6 o'clock tonight. In other words, before that, your initial investment has already been lost, then you must not make things difficult for the Tang family from now on, and hand over Meng Xian. I know it was you who took her away. There is a process of waiting for pulling during fishing, and what Tang Yao is doing now is this step. If there are no requirements, it might arouse Yi Liangchen's suspicion. Only reasonable demands can reflect your own efforts. Ha ha ha, no problem. After taking a look at the other person's curvy figure, a hint of cruelty flashed in Yi Liangchen's eyes. If I win, you will have to satisfy all my needs. Anyway, it's just a verbal agreement, so I won't lose anything, and he believed that with his good luck, it would be easy to win the 10 small goals. Tang Yao is doomed to fail today, even Ultraman will be of no use. It's a deal. As she spoke, Tang Yao turned and walked into the Dihao Entertainment Club. Seeing this situation, Yi Liangchen didn't say much. He just stared at the other person's graceful figure and followed slowly. Compared to making money later, he cares more about how to spend tonight. Should we go to the basement or the dungeon? 10 minutes later. Yao, it looks like you're doomed to fail. Looking at the 99 identical leopard images that appeared on the 100-picture slot machine, Yi Liangchen pressed the button again and said with a hint of amusement, maybe in a few hours, you can go home with me. With super strong luck. In just over 10 minutes, he had made tens of millions of dollars using slot machines. If he continues at this rate, he will be able to earn 10 small goals in half a day at most. Although other projects can also make money, none of them can affect Tang Yao's mood. Oh, don't be too happy too soon. Looking at the chips piled up around Yi Liangchen, Tang Yao's face looked a little ugly, but he still said in a tough and cold voice, this has just begun, don't be too proud. Although she had expected this, she still found it outrageous when she saw it with her own eyes. There is a good person who has played the slot machine dozens of times and won the jackpot every time. If she didn't know that there would definitely be no problems with the machines here, she would have suspected that Yi Liangchen had bribed the staff in advance. But I think you've already lost. The moment Yi Liangchen finished speaking, 99 identical peach patterns appeared on the machine screen again, and this also means that Yi Liangchen has won the first prize again. Yao, how about you? Excuse me, sir, to bother you. Just when he was about to continue teasing Tang Yao, a uniformed staff member interrupted him. Here are the chips we exchanged for you. As he spoke, the waiter handed the tray in his hand to Yi Liangchen. There was a card made of white crystal placed in the middle of the tray, and there was a number 5 in the center of the card. Looking at the chips worth 50 million on the tray, Yi Liangchen said unhappily, what? Are you planning to let me leave? Although I have made a lot of money, it is still a little short of 50 million. But the other party now directly took out 50 million chips. This way the meaning becomes very clear. That means letting him take the money and leave, and not causing any more trouble here. Sir, you misunderstood. This extra portion is your bonus for winning the grand prize consecutively. As he spoke, the waiter once again respectfully placed the crystal card worth 50 million in front of Yi Liangchen with both hands. In addition, there are VIP boxes on the top floor for high-level players. If you wish, sir, you can go over there and play. Never mind, let's just leave it at that. Looking at the crystal card placed in front of him, Yi Liangchen frowned subconsciously. The backstage of the Dihao Entertainment Club is too mysterious, and he doesn't want to provoke them for the time being. Just when Yi Liangchen was about to take the crystal card to play in another place, Tang Yao took the first step. After reaching out and taking the crystal card, she taunted Yi Liangchen with a look of disdain. Yi Liangchen, don't you always say that you are lucky and not afraid of anyone? Why do you become a coward when you meet someone powerful? Okay, I hope you won't regret it later. Meeting Tang Yao's disdainful gaze, Yi Liangchen felt a surge of nameless anger in his heart. There are two greatest insults to any male creature. One is being labeled as such, the other one couldn't stand being ridiculed. Ordinary manner like this, let alone Yi Liangchen who thinks he is lucky. After snatching the crystal card from Tang Yao's hand, he turned to the waiter and said, lead the way. Since Tang Yao doesn't know the current situation, let her feel the real despair based on the fortune currently stored, not to mention just 10 small goals, even doubling that would be no problem. Yes, sir. Please come this way. As he spoke, the waiter led the way towards a special elevator. Only guests who take this elevator can reach the real top floor VIP box. Yi Liangchen, just continue to be so proud. As Tang Yao watched Yi Liangchen following the waiter towards the elevator, she breathed a sigh of relief. Although there were some deviations in the process, fortunately the final result did not deviate from the original trajectory. As long as Yi Liangchen steps into this elevator, the other party will be close to finishing the filming. Of course, the premise of all this is that the script develops according to the regulations. Chapter 255, Get Started. At the same time, inside a private villa of JC. The boss has searched everywhere and found nothing wrong. Looking at the villa that had been searched inside and out, Pu Buqing said with a grim expression, Could it be that the intelligence is wrong? The place where Yi Liangchen hid his things is not here at all. That's right, the place where everyone was Yi Liangchen's villa originally. Everyone here had some hidden little secrets, but after searching around, I didn't find any problems. It was as if they had been thinking in the wrong direction from the very beginning. Search again, don't miss any corner. Facing Pu Bucheng, who had a complicated expression on his face, Lin Heng immediately said to the people around him, "Even if you have to hold a magnifying glass, you have to find something for me." According to the information provided by Lu Chuman and Tang Yao, Yi Liangchen owns a lot of real estate, but this is the only suburban villa where the other party lives at least 4 days a week. If someone says there is nothing fishy about this, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. After all, put yourself in their shoes. If I had absolute good luck, I would definitely put everything together. Anyway, no one else can find them, so putting them together can save you a lot of unnecessary trouble. In addition, Park Bucheng's reaction of giving up was too straightforward, which was not consistent with his meticulous personality at all. Based on the above information, Lin Heng concluded that there was definitely something wrong with this villa. It's just that at the moment, because Yi Liangchen's luck is too strong, they can't find where the problem lies. I understand, boss. Although everyone was puzzled after hearing this, they still checked again according to Lin Heng's instructions. And no matter what, it's always right to listen to your boss at work. Hey, what a troublesome guy. Looking at the group of people who were searching the villa again, Lin Heng shook his head helplessly. Then he took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed one of the contact numbers. "Master Xing, what's the situation?" "That guy has great luck in gambling. Ordinary masters can't stand up to him at all." At this time, in the central monitoring room of the Dihao Entertainment Club, Zhou Xingzu enjoyed his wife wiping his sweat while rubbing the poker in his hand. "If I were 20 years younger, I would definitely kill this guy with a deadly scissor kick." You can't refuse to accept your age. I had only been picking up the cards for a while, but I was already feeling a bit exhausted. I remember that I was a handsome guy who could still go shopping at night after World War I. That's right, the Dihao Entertainment Club was opened by Uncle Dong and his brother Stephen Chow. During a negotiation abroad, Lin Yaodong and Lin Heng met each other by chance. One of the two sides has people with firepower, and the other has the ability and ideas to do charity. Therefore, the two sides hit it off and immediately decided to do something big, and this is the predecessor of Dihao Entertainment. "Master Xing, please hold that kid back for a while." After looking at the time on his watch, Lin Heng continued, "Outyan is already in place. If nothing goes wrong, it will be done soon." All right, you two brats, hurry up." After throwing the phone aside, Zhou Xingzu continued to rub the poker cards in his hand. So far, the battle between special abilities and super luck has officially begun at this moment. This old man is still so impetuous. Looking at the phone that was ruthlessly hung up, Lin Heng chuckled, shook his head, and then joined the search. Long Outyan will inform him when there is a result, so there is no need for him to do anything extra. Of course, if there is no news after half an hour, then there is a high probability that something has gone wrong. At this moment, there are less than 3 minutes left until the agreed time to take action. "Boss, everything is ready." At the same time, in a private beauty salon of JC, while admiring the beautiful women passing by, Long Outyan listened to the news coming from the headphones. "Let's do it when the time comes, don't mess it up." After making sure that everyone is in their respective positions and has arranged their work, he then stood up and walked towards a beautiful young woman who was sitting on the sofa. She had a pretty face and a good figure. "Who are you?" Looking at Long Outyan, who suddenly appeared beside him, a hint of intention flashed in Yan Dongping's eyes. Although I did QR for Yi Liangchen, he still came too rarely. As a person with a history of many romantic affairs and pregnancies, she really couldn't stand living alone. It's just that because of Yi Liangchen's appearance and money, his vision has become more discerning. As things stand, none of the little karamis out there are attractive to her. "Beautiful lady, my name is Zolong Outyan." As he spoke, Long Outyan sat down next to Yan Dongping and said, "I wonder if this beautiful lady has time to discuss life with me? What does the Dragon King need to pick up girls? Of course, that is the confidence that no one else can do it better than me. Some complicated things are of no use to him at all. And no matter how awesome you, Yi Liangchen, are, Long Outyan will definitely win this round." "Okay, that's the number 1 box, right?" Looking at Long Outyan's handsome face and the unique aura he exuded, Yan Dongping licked his lips and stood up and walked upstairs. "Let's go. Do you still want me to carry you?" As a privately customized beauty salon, there are naturally private rooms for each guest to rest. "Okay, I'll be right there. As he looked at the other person's gradually receding back, Long Outyen's lips curled up with an ambiguous smile. Are you kidding? Does the Dragon King really like to pick up junk? 2.5 minutes later? TSK, the stuff that Mei Ganchin mixes is pretty good. Looking at the white mist rising from the bathroom floor, Long Outyen fixed a burning candle and turned to leave. I think careful friends must have noticed that our Ms. Yen has already emerged from her puppy.as for the burning candle. It is a design small mechanism. In about 20 minutes, there will be a big fire here. What's going on? After arriving at an empty alley, Long Outyen tore off the human skin mask on his face. It's always better to be cautious when you go out. Even with Pu Buching cleaning up the mess, he still didn't let his guard down. After all, putting your own safety in the hands of others is undoubtedly a very stupid thing to do. Boss, it's all done. Me too. Along with the sound of a report, news of mission completion came one after another at the same time. Chapter 256 Yi Liangchen escapes. Without exception, everyone who had a relationship with Yi Liangchen suffered an accident at the same time, whether it's being hit by a car, accidentally falling into a sewer, or rolling down the stairs. In short, it's just bad luck that happens, but except for Ms. Yen, everyone else was lucky enough to survive, and at most they were seriously injured. After all, under the premise of having a strong fortune, as long as you don't take the safe approach, generally speaking, if some unexpected situation occurs, serious injury is the most likely thing that will happen to them. Just like an equal exchange, avoiding accidental injuries requires luck, but no matter what, this will undoubtedly damage the luck of these people, and the current situation is exactly what Lin Han wants to see. If there is a problem with the mobile power supply, Yi Liangchen's terminal battery will definitely be affected. At this moment, in the VIP box of JC Dihao Entertainment Club. Damn it, what the hell happened? Looking at the rapidly decreasing luck value on the system panel, Yi Liangchen's face had become extremely gloomy. Even if he and this group of guys increased the stakes off the field, the stakes would be piled up to hundreds of small targets, but considering the luck that he currently has stored in himself, such a thing should not be possible. Therefore, almost in an instant, he concluded that something had happened to his luck power banks, and the only person who can do this in a short time is my lovely cousin. At this moment, Yi Liangchen couldn't help but wonder whether Shen Yuchu or Lin Hong also had a system. Otherwise, how could the other party attack these people at the same time? You should know that the profession of these power banks is very complicated. In addition to the requisite school beauties, there are also actors, models, magazine reporters, etc. After figuring this out, Yi Liangchen wanted to get up and leave. Although I still have a lot of luck points, it is no longer a question of whether I win money or not. If this trouble cannot be resolved quickly, there may be more unexpected situations. Why, you're not going to open the cards? Looking at Yi Liangchen, who was about to get up and leave, Jun said arrogantly, "You little brat, weren't you very arrogant just now? What? Are you scared now?" Ever since he was pulled back from the Shanghai battle by the magic power, he started hanging out with Zhou Xingzu and others. Although I'm getting older now, but as long as he opens his mouth to speak, he is still that person with the highest sarcasm value. You little bastard, hurry up and open your cards. Seeing someone talking, a thin old man also said, "Do you look down on me, hey Zaida? Believe it or not, I will find you in a minute." Snort. Looking at the arrogant looks on their faces, Yi Liangchen curled his lips in disdain and said, "I am just caring about the elderly. This money is for you." Things like luck are very mysterious. It can be used to resist disasters and make money, but the only drawback is that this thing is uncontrollable. If he still turned over the last card, the few luck points he had would definitely be almost completely consumed. Therefore, he would not continue playing the next game no matter what. As for the agreement with Tang Yao, can anyone prove what they said? The two people only had a verbal agreement, and there was no clear written record, and with something like this happening today, Tang Yao should know something. No matter how you look at it. After resolving this crisis, he must make the other party understand the consequences of deceiving himself. Boy, I haven't seen someone as arrogant as you in a long time. Looking at Yi Liangchen's arrogant expression, Jun raised his hand and waved it lightly. The next second, a group of people with weapons rushed into the box. What do you want to do? Looking at the group of men in black surrounding him, Yi Liangchen frowned and looked at the beautiful dealer beside him. Why, is this what you call security at Dihao Entertainment? As far as the current situation is concerned, it would be best to find the forces behind the entertainment club to settle this matter. Excuse me, Mr. Yi, please open your cards. Facing Yi Liangchen's eyes filled with dissatisfaction, the beautiful dealer smiled politely. unless your personal safety is endangered, we will not interfere with your gambling with others. According to common sense, it is indeed time for them to take action, but who can blame it? The guy sitting at this table is either his immediate superior or his immediate superior's relative. Ordinary workers like them should not get involved in any unnecessary trouble. Okay, very good. After listening to the answer from the beautiful dealer, Yi Liangchen also understood what she meant, that is the hand of cards today, and you have to open it even if you don't want to. In addition, his speculation that Lin Hong and Xin Yuchu had a system was gradually confirmed in his mind. Even the other party might already know about the luck plundering system that he possesses. As for the Dihao Entertainment Club, this is definitely related to the two of them, otherwise, the opponent would not openly destroy his previous image and would have to open the cards in front of him. Stinky boy, open your cards. As he spoke, De Jun winked at the group of men in black beside him. As long as there is anything wrong with Yi Liangchen, this group of people will attack him. Old man, don't regret it later. Facing the arrogant look of the army, Yi Liangchen laughed loudly and prepared to reveal the hidden cards, and just as he stretched out his hand, a gas bomb fell from his sleeve. Within a few seconds, the box was filled with an extremely strong and foul-smelling gas. When everyone came to their senses, Yi Liangchen was nowhere to be found in the box. Damn it, catch that brat for me. Looking at the open door of the box, De Jun looked at the black-clad people beside him with an angry look on his face. Hurry up and move. Do you need me to teach you how to do this? He let the other party escape under his nose, which was a huge disgrace to him, yes. The moment he finished speaking, a group of men in black quickly ran towards the outside of the box. This kid's luck is really scary. At this time, in the monitoring room of the entertainment city, looking at Yi Liangchen, who had just passed by the search team due to various coincidences, Zhou Xingzu frowned and picked up the phone beside him. That guy ran away. Have you made any plans for a backup? Chapter 257, Firecrackers are set off in the sewers, but no one makes a sound. To deal with an extraordinary being like Yi Liangchen, one must strive to kill him with one strike, otherwise, if you let the other party escape, no one can predict what will happen in the future. Therefore, if Lin Hong did not prepare a backup plan, he would have to disregard the ethics of the martial arts world and take action. Time can change many things, including a person's character, after so many years of UPS. And downs in this turbid society, he is no longer the cheerful Zhou Xingzu of the past. Don't worry, Mr. Xing, I have already arranged everything that will happen next. Looking at the dismantled villa in front of him, a hint of imperceptible expectation flashed in Lin Heng's eyes. If nothing unexpected happens, that kid is already on the way to the appointment. He was not surprised at all that Yi Liangchen was able to escape successfully. After all, the other party must still have a lot of luck, and with enough luck, Yi Liangchen can achieve whatever he wants. As long as it is something the other party wants to do, it can definitely be accomplished with the blessing of luck, just like the investment company it founded. Obviously, all operations in the early stage are very confusing, but the stocks you buy can always make a lot of profits. Okay, take it easy, kid. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Xingzu winked at the captain of the guards beside him. Just in case, it's safer to have someone follow you. If the people arranged by Lin Hong fail, his own men will be able to appear in time and finish them off. Just as all parties began to take action, Yi Liangchen also drove away from the Dihao Entertainment Club. These damn guys actually dared to plot against me. After quickly overtaking a slow-moving elderly woman on the road, Yi Liangchen gripped the steering wheel angrily. System. Do Xin Yuchu and Lin Hong also have a system? If the other party does not have a system, how could he possibly attack multiple of your Qiyun power banks at the same time? Luck plundering system, insufficient authority. Before the host is fully developed, it cannot reveal the news of the first system. After all, strictly speaking, they can only be regarded as opportunistic thieves. The real controller of this plane is the system girl carried by Lin Hong. Only after its host defeats Lin Hong can it replace the other party and become the chief of this plane. As expected, although the system did not directly answer his question, Yi Liangchen had already confirmed his guess. After all, the so-called lack of authority is just a default behavior. Just when Yi Liangchen was thinking about how to break the deadlock, the road ahead suddenly became congested. Seeing this situation, he instinctively felt something was wrong, but considering that it was the rush hour for the oxen and horses to go to and from work, he suppressed this slight doubt. But in the next second, boom! Accompanied by a huge roar, a dazzling flame instantly broke through the ground. In the face of this huge impact force, Yi Liangchen's car directly performed a spiral dance. Oh no! The methane in the sewer exploded. Run! A car was blown away. Hurry up and save people, Mom, look, it's a pancake. Manhole cover. Amidst various discussions, the vehicle driven by Yi Liangchen also ended its brief float after falling to the ground headfirst. The entire car flipped over, damn it. Since the explosion point was right at the rear of the vehicle, Yi Liangchen's brain was completely filled with dizziness at this moment. The unusually sharp humming sound caused by the shockwave also kept echoing in his mind. Get out of the way, get out of the way. At this moment, a team of medical staff appeared at the scene in time. After dragging Yi Liangchen out of the vehicle, they gave him a simple bandage. During the bandaging process, a nurse stabbed Yi Liangchen's arm with the needle in her hand without leaving a trace. Yi Liangchen, who felt something was wrong, was about to say something, but the next second, a strong feeling of sleepiness surged into his heart. In the last moment before he fell into coma, he can only vaguely feel himself being carried into the ambulance. At the same time, boss, I found it. After smashing the wooden floor beneath his feet, Pu Buqing said excitedly, I found the entrance to the secret room. He originally wanted to leave the room. After all, they had searched every place here several times, but at the last second before leaving, Park Buqing suddenly felt something was wrong. It was as if something that had been deliberately forgotten resurfaced in my mind. After another careful search of the room, he discovered that one piece of floor made a different sound than the others. And what is hidden under this floor is the secret room they have been looking for a long time. Bring the person over here, and find someone to pick up Tang Yeo as well. Hearing Pu Buqing's slightly excited voice coming from inside the house, Lin Hong turned around and walked in after arranging things. The car accident that Yi Liangchen encountered was naturally arranged by someone he had specially arranged. It is well known that in certain areas, large amounts of methane accumulate in sewers. And it only takes a small open flame to cause the methane to explode violently. As for its specific power, curious friends can search for little brat blowing up manhole cover. I can only say that if you happen to be near the manhole cover at this time. So congratulations to the lucky guy, you can now prepare to start over. But this also reflects one thing indirectly, that is the luck value stored in Yi Liangchen, which is probably used up. After all, if it wasn't used up, Park Buqing would never be able to find the entrance to the secret room. Boss, I've sent someone down to explore the way. After seeing Lin Hong walk into the room, Pu Buqing immediately said, but there's no news yet. We'd better wait a little longer. Who knows what's in the secret room, so it's better to go down later to be on the safe side. No need to wait, go down. As he spoke, Lin Hong turned on the flashlight on his mobile phone and walked down the stairs. According to the analysis of the content shown in the information, Yi Liangchen is an extremely conceited person. Given his good luck, he would definitely not design any unnecessary mechanisms in the secret room, and even if there was a trap, the people ahead would have cracked it long ago after going down there for so long. Oh, it seems I can't catch any fish. Looking at Lin Hong's back as he walked down, Pu Buqing sighed helplessly and followed him. Since the boss has personally stepped in, I, as an employee, naturally cannot slack off, but he was actually quite curious about what Yi Liangchen would put in the secret room. When he thought of the strange phenomenon on the other party, the first thing that came to his mind was the ancient altar. Why Yi Liangchen must have some weird things, otherwise how could he be so weird? It's just a thought. When he really saw what was underneath, Park Buqing's face turned dark. Chapter 258. I'm just an ordinary villain. There were more than a dozen cages of various sizes in the secret room. The cages contained not pets or large wild animals, but young girls in ragged clothes. It is not difficult to guess from those empty and numb eyes what they have encountered here. Boss, Brother Park. Hearing the noise behind them, the two people who had explored the way earlier stepped forward quickly and said, we found out the situation clearly. All the girls here were captured by Yi Liangchen. Notify the medical facility back home. After glancing at the numb-faced crowd, Lin Hong slowly walked towards a cage at the deepest part. You are Fang Mingxin, right? Since Tang Yeo had given him specific photos, he also knew the other person's specific appearance, although it is very different from the image of a fair and sweet girl in the photo, but the pretty facial features and the teardrop mole at the corner of the eye still allowed Lin Hong to recognize the other person at the first moment. Compared to the cages outside, this cage is not only spacious but also has separate compartments. As long as the wooden door is closed, no one outside can see inside. By the same token, this place can also become a small darkroom. Just close the door and the inside will be completely shrouded in darkness. Who are you? Looking at the young man in front of her whom she didn't know, Fang Mingxin took a few steps back cautiously. The torture from Yi Liangchen during this period has brought his spirit to the brink of collapse. If she hadn't firmly believed that Tang Yeo would come to save her, she would have had a mental breakdown like everyone else. It's you, I promised my subordinates that I would find you. However, Lin Heng didn't care about Fong Mengxin's little actions. At this moment, the other party is like a small animal that has been hurt by humans. When it sees a stranger, it will show a vigilant look as soon as it sees him. Subordinate, hearing this, Fong Mengxin suddenly became excited. Is it Yao? Did Yao ask you to save me? No, I don't know the guy you're talking about. Seeing the light in the girl's eyes gradually extinguished, Lin Heng's eyes flashed with an unspeakable emotion. But I do know Tang Yao from the Tang group. I heard that guy seems to be getting married to Yi Liangchen from Yi group recently. Yes, it's the guy who kidnapped you according to gossip. It seems she got involved with Yi Liangchen because she sold you out. As he spoke, Lin Heng also closed the wooden door. Since Tang Yao has been brainwashed, the other party's right-hand man naturally cannot be let go. After all, for a few smart people like Fong Mengxin, it is safest to keep things in one's own hands. As for what to do morally or immorally, please, I'm the villain. What's wrong with making a little use of the golden finger? He had no intention of being a mentor, he just wanted to have a smart and capable subordinate. Half an hour later, it was still the familiar secret room. However, the scene in the secret room this time was different from before. All the girls who were originally imprisoned in the cage have now been rescued, but in the middle of the secret room, which was originally very open, a figure tied up appeared. As the effect of the medicine gradually wore off, Yi Liangchen slowly opened his slightly heavy eyelids. The moment he saw his surroundings clearly, he subconsciously widened his eyes. There were a dozen girls surrounding him, some with gloomy faces, some with crazy faces, but without exception, the eyes of these people looking at him were filled with endless hatred. They looked like wild beasts choosing their prey and preparing to attack their prey. Woo woo woo, what do you want to do? Because his mouth was blocked by sackcloth, Yi Liangchen could only make unclear whimpering sounds. Alright everyone, you can get started. Just as Yi Liangchen was racking his brains to escape, a slightly cold voice suddenly sounded from behind him. By the way, let me remind you, I injected a large amount of XXXX into this GUI.SO before his heart completely stopped beating. His nerve perception was 20 times that of an ordinary person. In other words, the pain they feel will be more than 20 times that of an ordinary person. As a qualified villain, he would definitely not do it himself if he could avoid it, just like Xiao Fan did back then. He let Li Luoka and Zhang Runan, the two guinea pigs, take action first. Woo woo woo, Lin Heng, it's you. Hearing this familiar voice, Yi Liangchen immediately twisted his body and struggled, but unfortunately, no matter how he struggled, the rope tied to his body still had no chance of loosening. It is obvious that Yi Liangchen, whose luck has dissipated, is just an ordinary guy. I'm going to kill you. CS. Just when Yi Liangchen was still trying to struggle, a girl with a distorted face pounced on him. Recalling the humiliation she had suffered these days, she bit the other person's shoulder. Accompanied by the sound of flesh tearing, a lot of tomato juice suddenly appeared on Yi Liangchen's shoulder. Thanks to the 20 times greater nerve perception, Yi Liangchen also experienced the same level of pain as childbirth. CS. Seeing someone taking the lead in the charge, the remaining dozen or so people also followed suit and joined the battlefield. As for the specific scene, you can refer to the situation where many zombies surround a person. There are a few promising young talents among them. We can let Long Outyen guide them. Looking at the few more conspicuous guys in the crowd, Lin Heng also had his own plans in mind. During this half hour, in addition to inquiring, hinting at Fong Mengxin, he also asked Pu Buqing to look up the information of these people, except for some girls who came from other places. After the girl from an ordinary local family was locked up here by Yi Liangchen, most of her family members were wiped out. In addition to ordinary families, there are also many small families from JC. It can only be said that although Yi Liangchen is known as the son of luck, what he does is even more villainous than that of the so-called villain Lin Heng. But no matter what, these people are all lucky. Since Yi Liangchen has completed the collection work, he will naturally be the one to pick the peaches. After all, who knows if after letting these people leave, some strange son of luck will appear and recruit them. Therefore, the best solution is naturally to make these guys our own people. Chapter 259. Yi Liangchen officially goes offline. When he was rescuing these people just now, he actually took the time to hint at something. It was precisely because of the hint, that's why these girls burst out with such strong hatred at this moment. After all, after Yi Liangchen's long-term torture, most of these guys were on the verge of mental collapse. The best way to vent these broken spirits is undoubtedly to retaliate against those who have hurt you. Thank you, boss. Just when Lin Heng was thinking about whether he should deepen the hints one by one or find a place to deepen them together, Tang Yao, who had finally finished pouring out her heartfelt feelings with Fong Mengxin, came to Lin Heng's side with tears in her eyes. If it weren't for your help, Mingxin wouldn't know how long she would have been imprisoned by that CS. Although the other party's current condition is slightly different from what I remember, but thanks to her absolute trust in Lin Hong, Tang Yao did not delve too deeply into the matter. This is something I promised you, so I won't break my promise. As he spoke, Lin Hong turned his head and glanced at Fang Mengxin, who was standing quietly beside him. Go if you want to. It will be easier if you can clear your mind. Compared with other messy religions, Taoism is undoubtedly the most suitable religion for Chinese people. After all, the other party's philosophy is that the most important thing is to have clear thoughts. I see. After getting Lin Heng's permission, Fang Mengxin quickly joined the melee in front. She must give the most horrific punishment to CS who ruined her life. Ah! My brother! Looking at the slightly exciting scene in front of him, Lin Hong twitched his mouth helplessly. The good news is that Fang Mengxin's TJ was successful, but the bad news is that the other party seems to be a little broken. 20 minutes later. Alright, let's take them all to the sanatorium at the base. Looking at the many girls sitting on the ground with their eyes dazed, Lin Hong turned and waved to Pu Bucheng, who was not far away. And get the best doctors here, don't let them get any hidden injuries. Although he can't cure some aspects, but if he just wants to heal the surface damage to his body, it's not a big problem for him. Besides, these are my future subordinates, how can I not treat them properly? Okay, boss. After receiving Lin Heng's instructions, Park Bucheng immediately called the medical team to take these girls away. As for Yi Liangchen, who was lying on the ground and no longer in human form, naturally no one paid any attention to him. Okay, you can come too. Looking at Tang Yao's face, which looked like she wanted to leave but didn't dare to, Lin Hong waved his hand casually and slowly walked towards Yi Liangchen, who was lying on the ground. Good boss. After getting Lin Heng's approval, Tang Yao quickly caught up with the medical staff. It was not easy to see Fang Mengxin again, and now she wished she could stay by her side 25 hours a day. After a while, Lin Hong and Yi Liangchen were the only ones left in the secret room. Who are you, Gulu Gulu? Looking at Lin Hong, who was looking down at him, Yi Liangchen asked with difficulty, but because there is not a single piece of good meat on his body, every word he speaks is accompanied by a large amount of ketchup. As for me, meeting Yi Liangchen's probing gaze, Lin Heng's mouth showed a wicked smile. Guess who I am? You, gurgle gurgle. Due to the serious injuries and Lin Heng's anger, Yi Liangchen's original stronghold was completely shattered. The moment his pupils widened, his last bit of life completely disappeared. Interesting, really interesting. Looking at Yi Liangchen, who was completely dead, Lin Hong took a large hammer from the side slowly and said, theoretically, the large hammer should weigh 80, and the small hammer 40. But since I'm kind-hearted, I won't charge you this time. At the moment the words fell, Lin Hong used the hammer in his hand to perform a highly precise plastic surgery on Yi Liangchen. Damn it, you damn guy. Just when Lin Hong was halfway through the plastic surgery, a transparent spirit flew out of Yi Liangchen's body, accompanied by cries of despair and unwillingness. Yi Liangchen's spirit was sucked into the space crack above his head. I knew there was something fishy going on. Looking at the gradually closing space crack, Lin Hong threw the hammer directly to the ground. Judging based on the experience of the guys before, if Yi Liangchen really died, his soul would definitely be pulled away by his system. But if you think about it from another angle, it means that Yi Liangchen is not that bad. It should be said that the flesh appears to be cracked, but in fact not all of it is cracked. The other party must have some means of resurrection. It was for this reason that Lin Heng personally performed the plastic surgery on her. And no matter what tricks the other party has left, you can't create one out of thin air without a physical body. If it could really be fabricated out of thin air, then Yi Liangchen would become Neza. Old Lin, you are still very alert. Looking at the gradually closing space crack, the system girl threw some luck points into Lin Heng's hands. Although she is the main system of this plane, she also has to abide by certain rules. For example, she has no authority to know the trump cards of other system holders. After all, the essence of this world today is similar to refining goo, only the smartest and most powerful beings can survive to the end. Nonsense, otherwise I can't rely on you. After simply wiping the tomato juice off his face, Lin Hong began to check his harvest. The thing I'm most looking forward to is naturally Yi Liangchen's system capabilities that are comparable to bug level. Through constant fighting and friendly negotiations with the system girl, he actually has no shortage of luck. If it can be utilized, some things will be more convenient to do in the future. As the luck merged into Lin Heng's body, a line of information emerged in his mind. Goldfinger ability. Luck sharing system. You can share the luck of loyal subordinates and close people. The host can choose how to use it and use the luck at the right time. Note, luck is a consumable item. Please use it with caution. Once the luck value is consumed too much, the person who shares the luck with you is likely to become a blank NPC, but luck can be restored, so don't squeeze too much at once. Unlike Yi Liangchen's direct plundering, the main function of the subsystem obtained by Lin Hong was sharing. As long as someone is loyal to him and has good luck, the luck between the two will be connected and shared. You can also choose whether to enable it to avoid unnecessary waste. The only troublesome point is probably that he cannot consume his luck as freely as Yi Liangchen. After all, who knows how much squeezing is considered too much as mentioned in the notes. If you accidentally squeeze your subordinates dry, you will lose a useful ox or horse in the future. Although it's a little off, it's still pretty good. After digesting the information in his mind, Lin Hong turned and left the basement. As for the remaining finishing work, there will naturally be more professional people coming to take care of it, but no matter what, with Yi Liangchen's offline, this power struggle within the Yi family is about to come to an end. Chapter 260. Someone unknown. And just as Lin Hong left the basement. On the other side, in the VIP ward of JC First People's Hospital, wake up, the patient is awake. Looking at Lu Chuman, who slowly opened her eyes on the bed, the nurse who was about to change the dressing hurriedly said on the pager, "The patient in the P ward of the VIP center has woken up. Dr. Lei, please come quickly." This old lady's identity is too special. Not only can they not leave the hospital, but even their contact with the outside world will be restricted. If she hadn't seen that the other party offered her a lot of money, she would have run away and resigned long ago. Therefore, the nurse was naturally the happiest that Lu Chuman was able to wake up at this moment. A few minutes later. It's no big deal. Just rest for a while. After giving Lu Chuman a rough checkup, Lei Yaoyang hung the stethoscope back on his chest. But to be on the safe side, you should stay in the hospital for the next few days. Special treatment for special patients. Before the other party has fully recovered or wants to leave, I dare not just say that he wants to be discharged from the hospital. Well, thank you for your hard work, doctor. After the irrelevant people left, Lu Chuman turned his gaze to Mei Gonqin, who was squatting beside him, and said, "Don't inform Yuchu and Lin Hong about my awakening for the time being. After I have completely dealt with that little wolf cub Yi Liangchen, you can tell them this news." As Xinyochu's grandmother, she can be considered half of Shirley's boss. Therefore, when she was investigating Lin Hong, she also got a lot of things from him. Among them is a photo of Mei Gonqin. As for why they didn't notify Lin Hong and Xinyochu, it was naturally because they were afraid that the other party would fall into danger. After all, who knows whether Yi Liangchen has set up an ambush in the hospital or something. Don't worry, the boss has already dealt with that guy. As he spoke, Mei Gonqin stood up and handed the phone to the other party. Just rest and recover. The boss and his wife will be here in a moment. Really, looking at the humanoid creature displayed on the phone screen, Lu Chuman curled up a meaningless smile at the corner of his mouth. Secretary Wang, go issue an announcement and say, 3 days later, in the president's office of Yi Group. Okay, take these away first. After throwing the reviewed documents to the secretary Yang Mingna, who was waiting on the side, Xinyochu continued to review other documents on the table without raising his head. That's right, the announcement 3 days ago was to let Xinyochu inherit the Yi Group. Since Yi Liangchen is gone, it is natural for her to be pushed to the position. As for the opinions of other rooms, you couldn't defeat Yi Liangchen, but Xinyochu did. Therefore, the other party is naturally qualified to become the head of the family. Okay, Mr. Shen, I'll do it right away. As she spoke, Yang Mingna left the president's office with the documents in her arms. She admired the new president from the bottom of her heart. Although it's a bit strange that President Ye's surname is not Yi, he is very capable. During the 3 days since he took office, the other party has severely reorganized the entire Yi family. Those scumbags who are unable to flatter and bully female subordinates have basically been fired. Those who have the ability but no opportunities have also ushered in an unprecedented wave of promotions. Of course, Xinyochu would not fire some capable guys. After all, flattery is a way of life, but for those incompetent people, if we don't fire them, will we keep them for the new year? But this also indirectly led to Xinyochu being dragged down by a bunch of tedious affairs. Master Lin, you are here. Just a few seconds after leaving the president's office, Yang Mingna met Lin Hong, who was walking with a lunchbox. Well, is Yuchu still in the office? Yes, Master Lin, Mission is still dealing with things. Looking at the lunchbox in the boy's hand, Yang Mingna's eyes were full of sweet gossip. She had more or less heard some of the rumors about Xinyochu and Lin Hong from others, but no matter which version it is, The love between the two is quite romantic, and this kind of sweet two-way love is exactly what she loves to see most at her age. Well, thank you. Sensing the gossip in the other person's eyes, Lin Hong didn't say much. After chuckling and nodding at him, he walked towards the president's office with the lunchbox. This is not the first time he has seen this kind of look since Shin Yuchu took over Yes. I also want this kind of sweet love. Looking at Lin Heng's gradually receding back, a hint of longing appeared in Yang Mingna's eyes, but this glimmer of longing came and went quickly when she thought about her current family situation. She could only sigh helplessly just when Yang Mingna was still worried about things at home. On the other side, Lin Hong had already opened the door of the president's office. Hong, you're here. After smelling the unique scent of Lin Hong, Shin Yuchu immediately dropped the work at hand, stood up and threw himself into the boy's arms. How can work be more important than being a teenager? If it weren't for the fact that she didn't want to disappoint Lu Chuman and avoid anyone targeting her and others in the future, she wouldn't want to take over Yes. Come and eat quickly, you must be starving. After holding the girl and spinning around, Lin Hong carried her to the sofa nearby with one hand. After opening the box and spreading it flat on the table, he picked up some food for the girl and asked, "When will Shirley arrive?" It is impossible to work as a part-time job, and it is also impossible to work as a regular job apart from major developments. The rest of the small matters can be left to people you trust. As for whether Shirley can be trusted, Lin Hong once spent an hour alone with the other person and turned him into someone he could completely trust. It is better to be safe than sorry. Human beings are fickle creatures. Temporary loyalty does not mean lifelong loyalty. Therefore, to be absolutely safe, it is necessary to make certain changes to the brain. It will probably take about 2 days. She has some things to deal with in SC. After eating the food that the boy handed to his mouth, Shin Yuchu leaned his head on his shoulder and said, "After Shirley comes back, let's continue our journey." Working and making money are just side jobs, and traveling with Lin Hong is the main theme. After entering college, they both had to busy themselves with their studies again. Therefore, during this rare holiday, she wanted to walk around more with him. "Okay, then let's go to GL next stop, okay?" After picking up a piece of cabbage and passing it to the girl's lips, Lin Hong said softly with a smile in his eyes, "Let's go rafting then." "Okay, I'll listen to Hong." "Silly girl, then let's." Just when the two were being affectionate with each other, a young man lying on the bed in the rental house suddenly stood up, and what was glittering in his eyes was an indescribable surprise. Chapter 261, Cool Novel, Little White Flower Heroine, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. JC City First People's Hospital, VIPP ward. Really? Looking at Shin Yuchu sitting beside the bed, Lu Chuman nodded with a smile and said, "It's good to go out more while you're still young. As for the company's affairs, don't worry, I will help manage it for the time being." Lin Hong knew what was happening to Shirley, but Lu Chuman didn't, and being skeptical of everyone is what has allowed her to get to where she is today. So no matter what the reason, she would not let Shirley touch the Yi group, or rather, she would not let her touch the core. Anyway, I am only in my 60s this year, which is the age where I can continue to struggle before Shin Yuchu comes to her senses. It's not a bad idea to manage the Yi group for her. Thank you for your hard work, Grandma. I will ask someone to help. After handing the apple to the other party, Shin Yuchu said seriously, "If there is anything that is difficult to handle, you can tell me directly." Although Lu Chuman's offer to help manage his company did save her a lot of trouble, but no matter what, the other person's age is there. After all, managing a large-scale company is a very tiring task. In addition, Yi Liangchen's company has been acquired by himself, which makes the already tedious work even more troublesome. "Don't worry, Grandma will take care of it." After accepting the apple from the girl, Lu Chuman changed the subject. "By the way, where's that kid Lin Hong? Why didn't he come with you today?" No matter where they go, they are always seen as a pair, and the old lady who came to the hospital to visit him naturally showed up together, but so far today, the other person has not appeared in the ward. This made her wonder if something unpleasant had happened between the two of them. Hong went to check with the doctor about your condition." After sensing the worry in the other person's words, Shin Yuchu smiled and shook his head, explaining, "He treats me very well, don't worry." "You kid." Looking at the infatuated look on the girl's face, Lu Chuman shook his head helplessly. "Although I don't really want to admit it, but it seems that love brain is really hereditary." This was true for both her and Shin Yuchu's mother. "I thought things would get better in his generation, but judging by the current situation, not only did Shin Yuchu's condition not improve at all, it became even worse." And just as the two were chatting, on the other side, in Dr. Lei's office, "Mrs. Lu's condition has basically stabilized. After handing the case report to the young man in front of him, Lei Yaoyang said seriously, "But after you're discharged from the hospital, it's best to find someone dedicated to your care." He was naturally happy that he could get rid of Lu Chuman, this hot potato. After all, the most troublesome thing about treating rich people is that it will be very troublesome if the condition cannot be cured. "Okay, doctor, I'll talk to them." As he spoke, Lin Hong subconsciously lowered his head to glance at the table in front of him. After confirming that it was fixed to the floor with nuts, he half-jokingly said, "By the way, Dr. Lei, do you really like flipping tables?" There's no way, this guy looks so much like Brother Crow. If the other party's resume was not normal, Lin Hong would have suspected that he had come to young and dangerous, Faced with Lin Heng's sudden question, Lei Yaoyang opened his mouth in confusion. "Not, it's just a medical checkup. There's no need to check all your history. I really like to flip the table, and I even do it in my dreams at night. It is precisely for this reason. Whether it was the desk at his home or in his office, they were all fixed directly to the floor with nuts. I am this way. Even if you want to flip the table, you will fail because it is fixed by the nuts." "Good boy, you really like to flip the table." Seeing the fleeting look of surprise on Lei Yaoyang's face, Lin Hong was about to say something else. Crack, along with the sound of a door lock being turned, a figure slowly walked into the office. "Dr. Lei, could you please give my mother's hospitalization fee a few more days? I will definitely pay you back the money I owe you after I get my salary in a few days." The voice arrives before the person arrives. Hearing this slightly familiar voice, Lin Hong subconsciously turned his head to look at the door. After seeing who it was, he smiled, nodded, and said, "Secretary Yan, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here." There was no mistake. The person who came was Xinyochu's secretary Yang Mengna. "Master Lin. Master Lin." Looking at the boy's smiling face, Yang Mengna lowered her head hastily. I asked for leave from the company. I only came out because I had a leave note." She never thought that she would meet her boss's lover in such a place. What if I am misunderstood as absent from work and get fired by the company? The money for her mother's follow-up surgery has not been settled yet, and she cannot and dare not lose her current job. "Don't worry, I'm not from the HR department." Facing the other party's slightly flustered expression, a trace of imperceptible deep thought flashed in Lin Heng's eyes. "This time, this place, this tone, not no matter from which aspect you analyze it, Yang Mengna, the seemingly ordinary secretary, seems to be not ordinary. A strong and kind character, with a mother who needs help, and preferably a father who was a gambler and a younger brother who was still in school. This wave of events has gathered together in disguise all the elements of a cool and charming heroine. Therefore, based on the above, the other party is very likely the harem of a lucky man. However, based on the current situation, it seems that Yang Mengna has not yet recognized the son of destiny for her. Thank you, Mr. Lin." Seeing that Lin Hong had no intention of asking further questions, Yang Mingna couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, she continued to speak to Lei Yaoyang. "Dr. Lei, could you please help me apply for it? As soon as I get paid, I will make up the difference as soon as possible." The hospital is a money-consuming pit that will never be filled up. Originally, her monthly salary of 60,000 yuan was barely enough to cover her mother's hospital expenses, but because her mother's condition suddenly worsened a few weeks ago, she had used up all her remaining savings and salary. This resulted in Yang Mingna not having a single penny in her pocket when it came time to pay the hospital bills. If the company cafeteria hadn't provided free breakfast, lunch, and dinner, she would have probably fainted from hunger under the overpass. Even this time, when she came to the hospital, she took a ride with a colleague from the business department. Chapter 262: A Wave of Uncertain Investments. "Hey, Miss Yan." Looking at Yang Mingna's sincere face, Lei Yaoyang sighed helplessly. "It's not that I don't want to help you, but the hospital's regulations are like this." Although he didn't finish his words, his meaning was very clear. "Even though I want to heal everyone, however, due to the restrictions of hospital rules, we are often powerless to do anything. The hospital has its own regulations, and his own financial situation does not allow him to help the other party." Therefore, even though he felt a little reluctant, Lei Yaoyang had no choice but to ruthlessly reject Yang Mingna. "Doctor, please, my mother." Looking at the helpless look on Lei Yaoyang's face, Yang Mingna knelt on the ground with a plop. "I beg you, if my mother can be discharged from the hospital." In matters involving life and death, she no longer cared about her face. Even if Lin Hong was present, she had to try her best. After all, if my mother was kicked out of the hospital, she would definitely not be able to hold on for long. "Ms. Yang, Secretary Yang, please get up first." Just when Lei Yaoyang was about to say something, Lin Hong beside him spoke first. "Tell me about your mother's situation. Maybe I can help you." Although I am not a good person in the pure sense, but when I can help others, I will provide selective assistance from time to time. What's more, based on the current situation, it is quite likely that Yang Mingna is the heroine. It's a great idea to be able to bribe a future female protagonist with money and use it to discuss the male protagonist who may appear. Even if I guessed wrong, Yang Mingna is not the so-called heroine. But you can use money to win over a subordinate who has a lot of luck. For Lin Hong, who has a luck sharing system, it is a good choice. P.S. There are also some local residents with great luck, such as Lei Jun. Until the system owner appears, these fortunes remain constant and will not increase. Once you develop a relationship beyond friendship with the system holder, your luck will fluctuate. In other words, from being a lucky NPC, she made a huge leap to become the heroine. The moment Yang Mingna heard Lin Hong say that he was ready to help her, the expression on her face changed several times. The longer you live in this society, the more you realize that no one will be nice to someone for no reason. What's more, it was a woman whom I didn't know very well and who was pretty good looking. Therefore, Yang Mingna naturally thought of some not so nice things at that moment. But when she thought of her mother's situation, the bottom line in her mind began to struggle frantically. After noticing the change in the other person's expression, Lin Hong twitched his lips helplessly. Don't worry, Secretary Yang, I'm very devoted, you don't have to think too much. It's all because there are too many old men named S these days. Look what a disaster they have done to these children. When faced with someone's kindness, the first reaction is to wonder if the other person wants to murder you. There's nothing wrong with this reaction though. When Yang Mingna heard Lin Hong say this, an embarrassed expression suddenly appeared on her face. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, that. She couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed when her little thoughts were exposed. At the same time, she also made a comprehensive comparison of her own conditions with Xinyuchu. All I can say is that there is no harm without comparison. There is no comparison between the two in terms of hardware or software. Please sit down first. Seeing the other person's embarrassed look, Lin Hong smiled and looked at Lei Yaoyang beside him. Dr. Lei, tell me what's going on now. Instead of continuing to argue with the other party, it is better to ask another person who knows the inside story for him. Helping Yang Mingna was like an investment with unknown results. Therefore, if it can be resolved earlier, it will naturally be the best result. She's really lucky. I'll help her too. After taking a look at Yang Mingna, who was sitting trembling on a stool nearby, Lei Yaoyang began to describe the situation of her mother to Lin Hong. Actually, he had no idea how much Lin Hong was worth, but he understood one thing very well, that is, as long as Lin Hong is willing to help, Yang Mingna's worries will be in vain. Adhering to the principle that saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, Lei Yaoyang also introduced the situation of the girl's mother in great detail. To put it simply, Yang's mother unfortunately developed stomach cancer due to years of overwork. Although there has been some progress in the first stage of treatment, however, the cost of the second phase was much higher than that of the first phase, and Yang Mingna could not afford the remaining fees. If she chooses to be discharged from the hospital at this time, the only fate that awaits Yang's mother is death. That's pretty much it. After describing the general situation, Lei Yaoyang looked at Lin Hong and said cautiously, a conservative estimate for the subsequent treatment costs will be over 8 million. Cost of surgery, hospitalization, and medication, these scattered expenses added together are enough to bankrupt an ordinary well-off family. To put it bluntly, more than 8 million is already the minimum bottom line. If you want to see a better doctor or use better medicine, the price will at least double. More than 8 million. After giving Yang Mingna, who was hesitant to speak, a subtle glance, Lin Hong pulled out a black card from his pocket and said, "Go and pay the fees first." Mr. Lin, looking at the black card in front of her, Yang Mingna's face was filled with complicated emotions. Her instincts told her that she should take the black card immediately, but her remaining rationality kept reminding her, once she takes over this black card, she will have no control over what happens in the future. Don't worry, this card is not for you to use for free. As he spoke, Lin Hong took the paper and pen from Lei Yaoyang's desk and said, your current monthly salary at Yes is 60,000. So use that as the base salary for calculation. I will inform HR to sign a 20-year contract with you later, and at least 30,000 will be deducted from your card every month. Only when you pay back the money can you leave the eFamily.as for if there are any mistakes in the work. When he said this, Lin Hong turned his head and glanced at the girl beside him. I don't think you want to know what the consequences of breaking the rules are. Being too kind will only result in an ungrateful person being treated unfairly. Therefore, combining kindness and strictness is the correct way to train a dog. Chapter 263, Second Cattle Horse Training Plan. I understand, Master Lin. I will definitely work hard from now on. Meeting Lin Heng's calm eyes, Yang Mingna quickly stood up and assured, as long as ye. No. As long as Mr. Shin needs me, I am willing to do anything. We should repay the life-saving grace with gratitude. This sum of money is like timely rain from the sky for me now. No matter what, she is a person who has received higher education. Therefore, Yang Mengna also reacted at this time. This so-called agreement is actually just to reassure myself. Very good, please sign first. As he spoke, Lin Heng handed over the simplified agreement he had written. By the way, Dr. Lei, could you be the middleman? Since we are going to make an agreement, we naturally have to make it more formal. Looking at the two people who were looking at him, Lei Yaoyang didn't want to agree, but when he thought about saving a life, he nodded resolutely. Okay, let me be the middleman between the two of you. Mr. Lin, Dr. Lei, after reaching out and holding the agreement handed over by the young man, Yang Mengna bowed deeply to the two of them. Thank you for your kindness. I will definitely repay you in the future. Human beings are naturally easily moved by the kindness of strangers. What's more, it's a life-saving matter. Therefore, at this moment, Yang Mengna quietly made up her mind, that is, no matter what happens in the future, I must stand firmly in front of Shin Yuchu and Lin Heng. Alright, sign and go pay. After saying this, Lin Heng placed a black card on the table and stood up and left. Now that the investment is complete, there is no need for me to stay any longer. As for the subsequent black card and agreement, someone will naturally deliver it to you later. Okay, Miss Yang, go pay the bill first. Looking at the gradually closing office door, Lei Yaoyang turned to look at the girl beside him. With this money, your mother's follow-up treatment will be guaranteed. As long as she can continue with the rest of the treatment, Yang's mother's chance of survival will reach 95%, although it didn't reach 100%, but this 95% chance is actually no different from being able to recover. Okay, I'll go pay the bill right away. After carefully putting the black card and the agreement into her arms, Yang Mengna bowed to Lei Yaoyang again before turning and walking out of the office. Lin Heng didn't take the document, but he couldn't pretend not to see it. After the fee issue is settled, she will personally hand it back to the other party, and just when Yang Mengna was about to pay the bill. On the other side, Lin Heng had also arrived at the VIP ward on the top floor. Ah, Heng, you're here. Seeing Lin Heng coming in from the door, Shin Yuchu very considerately pulled out a chair for him and asked, "What did the doctor say?" Although regular inspections are scheduled every day, the specific situation still depends on real-time data. It has been just over half an hour since Lu Chuman finished the examination, and the physical examination data should be almost out. The doctor said there's no problem. Grandma is now in good condition and can be discharged from the hospital. After slowly walking to sit beside the girl, Lin Heng raised his eyes to look at the old lady on the hospital bed. Of course, the prerequisite for discharge is that grandma wants to be discharged. In my personal opinion, you should stay a little longer this way. If anything happens, the doctor can deal with it immediately. Even though this old woman's eyes can be murderous, I absolutely cannot be timid. It's just that I kidnapped your granddaughter. Why do you keep staring at me like this? Discharged from the hospital, of course I have to be discharged. Facing the boy's unyielding look, Lu Chuman's eyes flashed with a hint of teasing. Yuchu, come home and take care of grandma when the time comes, okay? You kids still want to fight me? Go back and practice for a few more decades. Of this time, we will directly use the home stealing technique to bring Shin Yuchu home and see how you play. As for the name issue, to be honest, after experiencing what happened with Yi Lianshin, she no longer wanted to care so much. There is no essential difference between Shin Yuchu and Yin Yanshin. The former is her mother's rich love for her, and the latter is her longing for her mother. But no matter what, as long as the girl is a girl, that's enough. A name is just a code name. What matters is always the person bearing the name. This damn old woman. Looking at the other person's smug look, Lin Heng suddenly pulled Shin Yuchu's hand. Oh, Grandma, Yuchu is very busy dealing with company matters. Why don't I hire a dozen nurses for you? They will definitely take good care of you. If I really let this old woman succeed, I'm afraid I'll have to guard the warehouse alone. For him, who was in the midst of a passionate love affair, this was no less than a death by slicing. As for the honeymoon period, its duration varies from person to person. Some people get bored after a few years, but his words will probably last a lifetime. Just like Xiao Wanqing and Lu Jigua, they are still very much in love even though they are old. This brat, this old woman, looking at the two people who were secretly confronting each other, Shin Yuchu's lips couldn't help but draw a perfect arc. This kind of noisy atmosphere that only exists among family members makes her feel extremely intoxicated and happy. One of them is his most important lover, and the other is his respected elder. If time could stop, she really hoped it would continue like this forever. 10 minutes later. By the way, Yu Chu, I found a long-term assistant for you. On the way to go through the discharge procedures with Shin Yuchu, Lin Heng roughly recounted Yang Mingna's story, put aside the fact that the other party might be the girl of luck or the heroine. In terms of work ability alone, Yang Mingna is in no way inferior to Shin Yuchu's #1 lackey. Surely, it seems like someone is calling me. Okay, I'll follow your arrangements. Ahang. After listening to Yang Mingna's basic situation, Shin Yuchu didn't say much. There's nothing wrong with my boyfriend wanting to be kind once in a while. Anyway, considering their current wealth, even if 10 or 100 Yang Mingna's mothers came, it wouldn't be a problem. What's more, she had originally wanted to cultivate Yang Mingna, but it's true that Shirley is a good cow and horse, but you can't always pick on a cow and horse and find fault with it. Therefore, as the base expands, training new cattle and horses naturally becomes a necessity. After observing for a period of time, Yang Mingna had already become her second choice, strong working ability, good at handling things, and clean background. If we cultivate and keep such people by our side, will we have to wait and give them to our opponents later? Chapter 264 Qin Xian. Well, wait for Shirley to come and let her take the people. Looking at his girlfriend's well-behaved appearance, Lin Heng chuckled and pinched her cheek. Our journey isn't over yet. Although the so-called agreement was signed, but before leaving JC, he still planned to talk to Yang Mingna alone. After all, after leaving here, some things may have uncontrollable effects. To be on the safe side, risks must be kept to a minimum. As long as Yang Mingna is grateful, it will be very easy to hint at something. This was the conclusion Lin Heng came to personally after the incident with He Liangchen. Otherwise, if he uses extreme measures every time, he will become abnormal over time. Okay, I'll let Shirley familiarize herself with the work in advance. Although Lu Chuman said that she would help with the company's affairs, she is old after all. Therefore, her original plan was to let Shirley help assist Lu Chuman and bring up young Lena during this period. In this way, even if you want to slack off later, you will have two good horses working hard for you. If young Lena performs well in the future, her welfare benefits will naturally be upgraded to the level of Shirley. As the saying goes, if you want the horse to run well, you have to feed it. Well, as a good boss, she never just makes promises. If you do the assigned tasks well, there will definitely be rewards. Well, then, Mr. Lin, Mr. Shin. Just when Lin Heng was about to say something, an excited female voice suddenly came from the end of the corridor. After looking in the direction of the sound, they saw Yang Mingna jogging towards them. Mr. Lin, Mr. Shin. After jogging to the two of them, she bowed deeply to them without hesitation. Thank you so much. Here is your black card and the agreement we just made. After paying the fee at the front desk, she went to spend some time with her mother. Only then did he learn Lin Heng's specific location from Lei Yayang. However, to reach the VIP ward on the top floor, facial recognition and identity recognition are required. Therefore, Yang Mingna could only use a stupid method and wait for the other party near the stairs. You're welcome. I want you to work to pay off your debt. As he spoke, Shin Yuchu took the black card and agreement from the girl. My boyfriend doesn't allow any other woman to touch him except me, this silly girl. After noticing the girl's little movements, a smile flashed in Lin Heng's eyes. Having a jealous girlfriend always makes people feel happy, and from another perspective, jealousy is the same as caring. If your girlfriend doesn't care about you having contact with other girls, then you really need to be vigilant. It's not that she doesn't love you anymore, it's that she has fallen in love with someone else. Okay, let's leave it at that for now. After suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Heng reached out and held Shin Yuchu's hand, and said to Yang Mingna, get ready to go back to work. You still have more than 20 years of debt on your shoulders. It's not comfortable to have a light bulb here, so it's more important to get rid of the other person. Yes. I'll get back to work. As she spoke, Yang Mingna was about to turn around and leave. After all, she has watched more than a dozen TV dramas in total, so how could she not understand the current situation? Instead of staying here as a third wheel, I might as well go back and spend some time with my mom. After all, once I leave the hospital, I will have to become a desperate woman. Not bad, I barely passed the first level. Looking at the girl's gradually receding figure, Shin Yuchu nodded imperceptibly. I want to be my personal assistant. In addition to work ability, emotional intelligence is also a very important aspect. After all, she didn't want an inconsiderate guy to suddenly show up and disturb her because of work when she was in the middle of her date with Lin Heng. Let's go through the discharge procedures first. We'll talk about her later. After reaching out and pinching Shinyochu's little hand, Lin Hong smiled and walked with her to Lei Yaoyang's office. Although Lu Chuman can be discharged from the hospital, but some details still need to be confirmed. If he didn't want to stay with the old woman any longer, he could have waited for Lei Yaoyang to come to the office. After all, no matter what, we are also called VIPs. And just when Lin Hong and Shinyochu were confirming the details, on the other side, in front of the door of Yang's mother's ward. "Sister, where have you been?" Looking at young Mingna, who appeared at the corner, a young man in his early 20s stood up and said, "You don't have to worry about mom's medical expenses. I found a good way to make money, but first you have to." Xiaoxian, stop talking. "I won't give you any more money." Looking at her brother standing in front of her, Yang Mingna said with an unpleasant expression, "Also, mom's medical expenses have been taken care of. If you have nothing else to do, go back and study harder. This way, when I graduate, I can find a good job with my skills." That's right, this young man is Yang Mingna's younger brother, Qin Xian. However, the two are not related by blood, and Yang Mingna was adopted by Yang's mother later. It is for this reason that her surname follows the other party. Qin Xian's surname comes from his father, who either ran away with the money or died long ago. Solved? Hearing Yang Mingna say that the medical expenses had been settled, Qin Xian's expression became a little stiff. "Sister, you are kidding, such a large sum of money, how could you?" Due to his unfortunate childhood experiences, his mental health is actually not healthy. Not only did they fight and cause trouble every day, they even developed a lot of bad habits. If it weren't for Yang Mingna's tireless efforts, I'm afraid the mother and son of the young family would have been sleeping on the street long ago, and it is precisely because of this reason that he has always had a strange feeling towards Yang Mingna. Plus, the other party suddenly said that he had raised the medical expenses. This made Qin Xian wonder whether the other party had done something immoral. After realizing the hidden meaning in the other person's words, Yang Mingna tried her best to control her emotions. Get out of here. Go back to school, don't come to the hospital if you're fine." If Yang's mother hadn't begged her repeatedly before, she really didn't want to care about this nominal brother. You should know that the old house where several people lived before was sold away by Qin Xian, a filial son. This is also the main reason why she still has little savings after working for so many years. All the money earned previously was used to redeem the old house and to clean up the other party's mess. After her condition had finally eased a little, Yang's mother was diagnosed with stomach cancer again. All I can say is that if a person is unlucky, even drinking water may cause food to get stuck in his teeth. Chapter 265, the so-called Son of Destiny. "Sister." Looking at young Mingna's angry face, Qin Xian's expression immediately became flustered. "Don't be angry. I'm just worried that you might have been scammed." Although they are not biological siblings, they have lived together for so many years. Therefore, analyzing the girl's reaction, Qin Xian knew that he was indeed overthinking it. However, he did not blame himself, but instead blamed the guy who sponsored his mother. And even if nothing happens now, who knows what will happen in the future? After being in this society of feasting and drinking for a long time, he no longer believes that there are any purely good people. Yang Mingna is the woman he covets, and no one can touch her. Facing Qin Xian's slightly embarrassed look, Yang Mingna took a deep breath and said, "Go back. Don't worry about mom's affairs, just study hard." If this place wasn't so close to the ward, Yang's mother in the ward might hear me if I spoke loudly. She really wanted to scold her so-called brother to wake him up. The reason why the current situation in my family is so bad is largely due to the other party, and now, whenever Yang's mother sees the other person, she will be so angry that she won't be able to eat for the whole day. Therefore, Yang Mingna's idea at this time was very simple, which was to let Qin Xian leave quickly. "Sister, I will be back." Seeing the other party's attitude change, Qin Xian took advantage of the situation and immediately said, "It's just that I don't have much living expenses this month. Can you give me some more?" "You definitely won't be able to get the money directly. Currently, there is only one way to get the money, and that is to use living expenses as an excuse. As long as I can get the money, I have the confidence to accumulate a lot of wealth in a short period of time, and by that time, Yang Mingna would definitely submit to him." When he thought of that beautiful scene, a morbid look flashed in Qin Xian's eyes. "I will pass the living expenses to your teacher. You can go back now." As she spoke, Yang Mingna wanted to avoid Qin Xian, not to mention that she really has no money on her now. Even if she did, she would not give it directly to the other party. Once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. The story of the boy who cried wolf is well told to everyone. Once you tell too many lies, no one will believe them even if they are true. Qin Xian had used this method to defraud money many times, and the money he defrauded was squandered by the other Party. Although my mother's medical expenses are now settled, the money owed to Lin Hong has not yet been repaid. Taking into account the above reasons, Yang Mengna is not prepared to give the money to the other party to squander. Damn it, I can't go back empty-handed. Looking at Yang Mingna, who was about to avoid him, Qin Xian shifted his gaze to her shoulder bag. Based on my understanding of Yang Mingna, there must be some cash in this bag. Just take this money and you will have the confidence to grow. Thinking of this, he was ready to reach out and snatch it anyway. As long as I can make money, the other party will definitely forgive me. I'm sorry, sis. Just as Qin Xian snatched the bag and was about to run away, a large brush bag was thrown directly in his face. The force of this big pen bag was so great that it made it spin several circles in place. Even the leather bag that was originally tightly held in his hand flew out due to the loss of strength. Goodness me, this world's will is really not picky. After reaching out to catch the bag that flew into the air, Lin Hong looked up and down at Qin Xian, who was still in a dizzy state. Son of Fortune, Qin Xian, Goldfinger ability, God-level gambling system. You can obtain various God-level gambling skills by winning different gambling amounts. Currently, you have received the beginner gift package, Texas Hold'em. As long as you play Texas Hold'em, there is no possibility of losing. Compared with the guys who appeared before, Qin Xian's system can be described as simple and clear. To put it simply, this system can be understood as a gambler. The host only needs to keep winning money to acquire the skills of different gambling games. If Qin Xian had not encountered some black and white gangs, he might have really been able to reach the pinnacle of his life with the help of this system. Of course, the premise is that you have a higher emotional intelligence. No one would be so naive as to think that they can leave the casino safely after winning a lot of money. Lin. Young Master Lin. Yang Mengna, who finally reacted at this time, immediately trotted to Lin Heng's side. I'm sorry, are you okay? Because the incident happened suddenly, she did not see clearly what happened, but no matter what, the cause of the incident was that Qin Xian reached out to snatch her bag. It would be terrible if Lin Hong, as his family's benefactor, got injured. It's okay, I'll give it back to you. After handing the bag back to the other party, Lin Hong lowered his eyes to look at Qin Xian, who was sitting on the ground. Do you need help calling the police? If Shin Yuchu hadn't wanted to go to the bathroom, he would have missed this great show. Combining Qin Xian's system, it is not difficult to infer that the other party definitely wants to use Yang Mingna's money to gamble. It's better to find a way to send him away as soon as possible before he fully develops. You're talking nonsense. You don't have to meddle in our family's affairs. Before Yang Mingna could speak, Qin Xian, who had fallen to the ground, stood up, covering his face. Sister. Who is he? What is your relationship? The louder a person speaks, the more vain and inferior he or she is. Although he didn't recognize some of the clothes on Lin Hong, he could tell at a glance that they didn't look cheap. Coupled with Yang Mingna's attitude towards Lin Hong, he felt a deep sense of shame. He is obviously Yang Mingna's younger brother, but he cares about a man who beat him. Shut up. After confirming that Lin Hong was alright, Yang Mingna looked at Qin Xian with a cold expression. You are becoming more and more successful. You even want to steal my things, and apologize to Mr. Lin. He paid for Mom's medical expenses. No matter what, Qin Xian is his younger brother after all. Therefore, even after those things happened, she still subconsciously wanted to protect the other person, and it's just an apology. No one will throw away a piece of meat. Compared to what I experienced when I worked outside during college, it was like playing house in kindergarten. But unfortunately, Yang Mengna underestimated human nature, or rather, underestimated the self-esteem of a teenager. Lin Heng's handsome appearance and his obviously expensive clothes already caused a great sense of oppression to Qin Xian. In addition, the elder sister, who regarded him as her forbidden love, also leaned towards the other party. Under the combined influence of these conditions, it is impossible for Qin Xian to apologize to Lin Heng. I just wanted to make money to treat my mother's illness. What have I done wrong? So after roaring angrily at Yang Mingna, Qin Xian looked at Lin Hong with a face full of resentment. Sister, tell me, are you involved with this guy? Chapter 266. A small trap. Yang's mother's medical expenses are not a small amount. He would never believe that Lin Hong had no request and was willing to pay this money for no reason. Put yourself in their shoes. If I were Lin Hong, I would definitely ask Yang Mingna to do something. Shut up. Looking at Qin Xian's unreasonable look, Yang Mingna couldn't stand it anymore and directly gave him a big sum of money. Not to mention that he and Lin Hengqing are innocent. Even if they really have a relationship, it is not the other party's turn to judge, and if Shin Yuchu heard these words, what might happen next would not be what she wanted to see. Sister, you hit me. After being hit by a big nose by Yang Mingna, Qin Xian immediately covered his left cheek and looked incredulous, because Lin Hong had hit him on the right side. His face was now swollen like a pig's head, coupled with that look of disbelief. There is actually an inexplicable sense of humor. Hurry up and apologize to Master Lin. As she spoke, Yang Mingna turned around and bowed to Lin Hong and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, my brother's brain is not very useful, please be magnanimous and don't get angry with him. No matter how angry you are, he is still your brother after all. If it weren't for Yang's mother's adoption, I wouldn't be who I am today. Therefore, no matter how angry she was, Yang Mingna could not allow the other party to continue making mistakes. If Lin Hong takes things seriously with his abilities, Qin Xian will definitely not be able to survive in JC in the future. So she was not only apologizing to her benefactor, but also thinking about Qin Xian's future. It's just that ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Faced with Yang Mingna's behavior of thinking about himself, Qin Xian's brain, which was not smart to begin with, was instantly filled with anger. No, I'm not wrong. After pushing Yang Mingna away, he quickly ran outside. I will prove it to you. My future, Qin Xian, is definitely no worse than this guy who only relies on his father. Just wait for me, I will trample you under my feet one day. Now that I have my own system, getting rich is no longer a dream. It only takes a period of development, and your value will definitely not be worse than the other party, and when that time comes, he will definitely return all the shame he suffered today. Qin Xian. Looking at the boys gradually receding back, Yang Mingna's expression suddenly became extremely complicated, but after all, he has been in society for so long, and some bad emotions were quickly hidden. I'm really sorry, Mr. Lin, my brother isn't thinking straight. After bowing deeply to Lin Hong, she said sincerely, I want to apologize to you on his behalf, and I hope I'm not interested in your household affairs. Just do your job well. Without waiting for Yang Mingna to finish her words, Lin Hong turned to Shin Yuchu, who had just come out of the bathroom. Anyway, in the end all I heard was some meaningless apologies to Lin Hong, a big-bellied person, obviously not. Those who mess with him will never have a good ending. What's more, Qin Xian is a man of luck, so there is no reason for him to let him go. If Yang Mingna didn't have such good luck and the potential to become a good ox or horse, before dealing with Qin Xian, Lin Hong had to deal with the other party at least. Hey, I also want to find a boyfriend like Lin Xiao. Looking at the young man walking away hand in hand with Shin Yuchu, Yang Mingna couldn't help but reveal a trace of loss between her brows. He is handsome, young, and rich, and a good match for your heart. When these labels come together, few women can resist their charm, and Yang Mingna is naturally no exception. But she also understood her position and the gap between herself and Shin Yuchu. If Shin Yuchu is compared to the moon in the sky, she can only be regarded as a candle on the ground. Although both can bring light, they are not the same. But soon her attention shifted from love to Qin Xian, who had just escaped. Her brother's behavior today made her even more disappointed in him. Once Yang's mother's condition stabilizes, she will put the division of the family business on the agenda. Anyway, Qin Xian has grown up and can find a job after graduation. I believe that as long as the other person understands the difficulty of making money, he or she will be able to become the kind child he or she used to be. While Yang Mingna was still looking forward to the future. On the other side, in the underground parking lot of JC First People's Hospital, Yuchu, you and Grandma should go back to the old house first. Looking at old lady Yi, who had already gotten into the business car, Lin Hong turned his head and said to the girl beside him, I have something to take care of. You go back and rest for a while. It is undoubtedly a very pleasant thing to have a group of capable people under your command. Although only less than half an hour had passed, but with careful planning, Pu Bucheng has designed a perfect pocket for Qin Xian. Moreover, this pocket is the kind that Qin Xian will crawl into by himself even if they don't open it. Okay, call me if you have anything. Facing the boy's gentle smile, Shin Yuchu nodded in understanding. In fact, when she just came out of the bathroom, she heard the last harsh words Qin Xian left behind. Even if Lin Hong was not prepared to take action, she would arrange for someone to give him a free spot to drink soup. She actually dared to threaten her husband. It was like lighting a lamp in the toilet and looking for poop. Well, I'll bring you something to eat when we're done. After gently kissing the girl on the forehead, Lin Hong closed the back door of the car. If nothing goes wrong, everything should be done before 6 o'clock in the evening. As for what to eat, naturally, it is the girl's favorite sweet and sour snack. Although the chefs in the Yi family are all very good, the small vendors outside are the places that the two of them often visit. 10 minutes later, after watching Lin Heng's car leave the underground parking lot, Shin Yuchu said to Jessica in the driver's seat, Jessica, follow the gentleman. You're right. Due to her excellent performance last time, Jessica has been promoted to the girl's personal bodyguard, but it's really not that easy to say who can protect whom. Okay boss, is it still the same as before? Well, prepare the things in advance. Hearing this, Shinyuchu lowered his head to look at the phone screen on his lap. Even though it's just a little mouse, we should prepare a few more just to be on the safe side. Lin Hung has Pu Buching under his command, and she also has an intelligence network under her command. In addition, Qin Xian's identity is not difficult to investigate, therefore, in just half an hour, she had dug up the other party's ancestors for 18 generations. Even the fact that the other party was his father and Bai Yueguang's son came to light under the influence of superpowers. As for Yang's mother's real child, he was naturally thrown away somewhere by his cruel father. Maybe he died. Or maybe he was picked up by someone, but no matter what, in front of the two of them, Qin Xian was just a mouse that couldn't be any smaller. Got it, boss. I'll let people know to get it ready. As she spoke, Jessica drove the car towards where Lin Hong was. Compared to the first time when she was confused, she was obviously much calmer now. In addition, he can learn how to deal with Long Outyan from Shinyuchu. Therefore, becoming the girl's bodyguard turned out to be a good thing for Jessica. As for Long Outyan's feelings, who cares, right? And just as the two of them took action. On the other side, in the underground warehouse of a building, a good show was going on. Chapter 267. A little trap. I heard you can borrow money to play here, right? Looking at the pitch-black underground warehouse, Qin Xian swallowed nervously. I want to borrow 100,000 yuan. After leaving the hospital, he was still worried about money. Unexpectedly, before I walked far, I just happened to hear someone discussing this place. So Qin Xian, who was in urgent need of startup capital, naturally followed the two of them here quietly. Only after seeing that the two people actually borrowed the money did he jump out from the corner. Qin Xian is now extremely confident. As long as you can borrow a certain amount of principal, you can definitely accumulate a lot of wealth in a short period of time. After all, no matter what you do, the process from nothing to something is always the most difficult. Boy, you are a stranger. It's your first time here, right? After a casual glance at Qin Xian, the lender showed a hint of nonchalance on his face. What do you want to borrow this money for? Why should we lend it to you? No. That's right. Looking at the other person's eyes that looked like he was examining a commodity, Qin Xian subconsciously shrank his neck. My sister has money, but she just won't give it to me. No matter what, he must borrow the money today. What's more, with the system in place, I'm sure I'll be able to make a lot of money right away. If you say you have money, I have to believe you. After slowly walking up to Qin Xian and taking a look at him, the lender took out a piece of A4 paper from his pocket and said, if you want to borrow money, please sign this note. Looking at the big words organ donation document on the A4 paper, Qin Xian couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. If you don't sign, get out. I don't have time to play with you. I sign. Seeing that the other party was about to drive him away, Qin Xian immediately gritted his teeth and took the document. Anyway, with the system in place, I can definitely pay back this small amount of money. Who knows, by then the other party might be convinced by me and become my number one loyal brother. After all, isn't that how it's played out in novels and TV dramas? As the holder of the system, it would be embarrassing if you didn't have a few followers. Very good, SFZ should stay too. As he spoke, the lender handed over a stack of red banknotes and said, I borrow 9 and return 13. You must pay it back by 12 o'clock tonight at the latest. I understand. I will pay it back as soon as possible. After putting the banknotes in his arms, Qin Xian prepared to turn around and leave. As a person who hangs out in all kinds of places, he naturally has a few places he frequents. Although he didn't have much brains, he knew that going to an unfamiliar place was inappropriate. Stop. Seeing Qin Xian about to turn around and leave, the lender grabbed his shoulder and said, you can only play in designated places. Bang. What are you talking about? After interrupting the other person with a slap, the borrower said indifferently, either pay back the money with interest, or just be obedient. This must be a test from God. After I subdue this guy, I will definitely return this slap. Seeing that the other party didn't look like he was joking, Qin Xian could only comfort himself in his heart. Okay, I'll go with you. It's all about making money. It doesn't matter where you make it. At worst, I can just do less, so that I won't be targeted by others. Okay, come with me. As he spoke, the borrower turned around and got into another car. Seeing this, Qin Xian gritted his teeth and sat down. Boss, the fish has been hooked. Looking at the large golden cup slowly driving out of the underground garage, two figures in the corner spoke into their phones. Brother Park is taking that kid with him now. They are expected to arrive at the designated location in 15 minutes at most. Okay, I understand. After taking a look at Mei Gongqin and the others who were setting up the venue, Lin Hong couldn't help but reveal a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. Send the car over and prepare it, then we can just take the people away directly. That's right, the so-called borrowers and lenders were all arranged by him. After all, there are no such coincidences in the world. When you are short of money, you will meet two people who are also short of money but can find ways to get money, and you can also find a lender who dares to lend money without confirming the actual situation. Anyone with a normal mind would subconsciously suspect that there is something fishy going on. But as the owner of the system, Qin Xian's thinking process is naturally different from that of ordinary people. Generally, such people are full of the belief that luck is in their hands and that all coincidences are God's help. Therefore, this trap that seemed full of loopholes allowed the idiot Qin Xian to fall into it successfully. I understand. I'll make arrangements. Looking at the contact information of a wealthy man in his 90s in his hand, Lu Rinjie shuddered unconsciously. Although I don't know what the grudge between that kid and his boss is, but there is a saying that goes, be loyal to your king while you earn his salary. Since you are taking the benefits brought by Lin Hong, you have to do these things well. After all, the grass on the grave of the last guy who tried to pretend to obey but actually disobeyed is now almost 10 meters high. Well, go and arrange it. After hanging up the phone, Lin Hong turned his head and looked at Mei Gongqin, who was not far away. How is it? Are you ready? Things like Son of Luck are too buggy out. If you can avoid taking forceful action, it is better to do so. Although it is possible to take forced action, it will affect your own luck and is not cost effective. Therefore, the best option is to lure the enemy deeper step by step and use their system to kill them. What's more, it's really hard not to feel happy in this cat and mouse game. Don't worry, boss. I'm ready. As he spoke, Mei Gongqin pointed to the various board games and said, they are all prepared according to your instructions. Except for Texas Hold'em, everything else is ready. Okay, let's get started, NPCs. After taking a look at Pu Buqing's real-time location on the phone screen, Lin Heng's eyes flashed with a meaningful smile. The fish will soon surface, don't let me down. Now the bait and fish are ready, and the only thing left is the final step of pulling the rod. I think when Qin Xian comes here, the expression on his face will be very interesting. Don't worry, boss. I'm known as the #1 gambler in the Dragon King Palace. As he spoke, Mei Gongqin turned his head with a hint of pride to glance at his busy companions. I've beaten every one of these guys to the bone. People around, Lin Hong, after I leave, this guy shouldn't be beaten to death. Chapter 268. How could I, the son of destiny, lose? 10 minutes later, in front of the gate of the temporary entertainment venue. Okay, here it is. After parking the car and turning off the engine, Pu Buqing turned to Qin Xian and said, remember, you need to pay back the money by tonight at the latest. Although I know that this kid is definitely finished, I still have to put in some effort to show his strength. I see. I'll return the money to you later. Looking at the bustling crowd in the casino, Qin Xian's expression finally relaxed a little. To be honest, he was actually quite worried that Park Buqing might drag him to Southeast Asia. However, judging from the current situation, the other party has no intention in this regard, and the place where I brought myself to is also the most normal entertainment venue. As for whether or not this will hurt myself, Qin Xian said that he had a god-level gambling system in his hands, and there was no way the other party could trick him. That would be best. As he spoke, Pu Buqing took Qin Xian and walked into the entertainment city. Anyway, my mission has been completed so far. The next thing to do, of course, is just to watch the show. At the same time, he also wanted to see what was going on with Mei Gongqin. Everything was fine before the last game started, but in the end, even my underwear was lost. If he caught the other party cheating, he would make him experience hell on earth for free. Tisk, I'll make you kneel down and recognize me as your big brother later. Looking at Pu Buqing's back, Qin Xian also started to have some thoughts in his mind develop according to the normal routine. After seeing how powerful I am, the other party will definitely be willing to become my #1 fanboy. With the other party's funds as a foundation, he can accumulate a large amount of wealth in the shortest time. Of course, the premise of all this is that the plot develops normally. A few minutes later, damn it, how could there be none? Looking at the entertainment city that was still crowded with people, the indifference on Qin Xian's face had long disappeared, because after searching around, He didn't see any trace of Texas Hold'em. You should know that the only god-level gambling skill you currently possess is the Texas Hold'em poker given in the novice gift package. As for other types of chess and card games, winning or losing really depends on luck alone. Aren't you going to start yet? While Qin Xian was still pondering what to do, Pu Buqing beside him reminded him, it's 6 o'clock in the afternoon, you still have 6 hours. If you can't come up with the money by then, you know what will happen to you. Giving the enemy time to think is only asking for trouble. If Lin Hung hadn't told him to do it himself, he would have taken action to deal with the other party, although I don't understand the reason, but since the boss wants to play the cat and mouse game, then just play along. Anyway, Qin Xian has already taken the bait and is no different from a turtle in a jar. Hurry up, M. If I want to play, I don't need you to hurry me up. Meeting Pu Buqing's indifferent eyes, Qin Xian was already cursing in his heart, but he put on a respectful expression on his face. Can I play somewhere else? I'm better at Texas Hold'em. I'm not here. Logically speaking, since I'm so humble, the other party will definitely agree, but unfortunately, things did not develop as Qin Xian expected. If you don't want to play, pay me back now. I don't have time to hang around with you. After ruthlessly rejecting the other party's request, Park Buqing glanced at his watch again and said, you still have 5 hours and 500,000 minutes. If you can't pay it back by then, be prepared to fulfill the terms of the agreement. Under some extreme pressure, people's thinking can become confused. People in this situation are likely to make some wrong judgments. At this moment, Pu Buqing was deliberately creating a high-pressure environment and wanted to make Qin Xian make a wrong judgment. Seeing that Pu Buqing was so disrespectful, Qin Xian immediately wanted to say that he didn't want to play anymore. But when I think about the rule of 9 out and 13 back, plus what happened in the hospital today. If I go back to Yang Mengna to borrow money now, I will definitely be scolded and criticized by her, and in this process, he might even compare himself with Lin Hung. When he thought of this, he swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth and changed his words. I'll play, and you just watch me carefully from the side. Since I can possess the system, I must be the legendary child of destiny. So what if I don't have god-level gambling skills? With his own extraordinary luck, he will definitely be able to make a huge profit. 10 minutes later, on a table where people were playing Nyo-Nyo Grass. Looking at the cards dealt to him, Qin Xian slammed them heavily on the table with an angry look on his face. What a rubbish deck of cards these are. They can't even spell out a COW. As of now, except for the first few minutes when I won money, I won a game in the remaining time. All gamblers have a common mentality, that is, they will definitely win in the next round. Therefore, Qin Xian, who was getting more and more frustrated as he lost more, did not realize that the chips he brought with him had already been used up. The reason why I can still sweat here is thanks to Park Buqing, who keeps paying me. As for the reason for paying money, naturally, I wanted to see if Megan Qin was cheating. Again, I won't believe it, etc. After interrupting Megan Qin's dealing, Pu Buqing grabbed Qin Xian's collar and said, take me to your house to get the money first. The principal plus interest is 300,000 yuan. In just over 10 minutes, the other party had already lost hundreds of thousands. Although you can still pay to continue, it is completely unnecessary based on the known situation. After all, given the Yang family's current situation, it is completely impossible to come up with that much money. What do you mean 300,000? When Qin Xian was halfway through his words, his face suddenly turned pale. At this moment, he finally realized that he had lost all the chips he brought with him in the third round, but such a huge debt is simply beyond my family's reach given the current situation. When he thought of this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Can I stop talking nonsense and take me to get the money? Without giving the other party a chance to continue talking nonsense, Park Buqing simply grabbed the other party's collar and prepared to go out. Damn it. Seeing that the other party didn't give him any chance at all, Qin Xian directly pushed him away with a bull charge, and taking advantage of the moment when Park Buqing was knocked away, he reached out and grabbed the chips on the table. Although the money is not much, as long as he has it, he can find a way to make a profit. By then, let alone a mere 300,000 yuan. Even double the amount can be returned to the other party, and just as Qin Xian reached out to grab the chips, a shiny machete fell on the table. Chapter 269 Qin Xian is offline. Along with a huge scream, 2 white and tender pig's trotters appeared on the table. Kid, you'll pay the price for being dirty. Ignoring Qin Xian, who was groaning on the ground, Megan Qin put the machete aside with an expressionless face. Come on, let's just leave him alone. People around, my goodness, this Megan Qin guy is hopeless. In the temporary office on the second floor of the entertainment city. As Lin Han looked at the scene downstairs, he twitched his lips helplessly for a moment. He didn't know whether to praise Megonchin for his perfect performance of the role of the Entertainment City bodyguard and part-time dealer. I have to say that this guy is really addicted. He still asks people to continue even at this time, but this thought only lasted for a moment, and Lin Hong quickly shifted his attention to Qin Xian. That if you want to deal with a lucky person, the first thing you have to do is destroy his luck. And as the holder of the god-level gambling system, not only did Qin Xian not show off in front of the people in the Entertainment City, he was also preparing to use improper means to take away the chips. Now he has paid the price of 2 pig's trotters for it. With the mutual support of these conditions, Qin Xian, who was still in the early stages of development, was in no condition to succeed. Old Pooh, let's do it. Looking at Qin Xian, whose face was turning increasingly pale, Lin Hong spoke directly to Pu Bucheng through the intercom. Don't wait until the goods become stale and the customers die. Although he is not a purely good person, he has always been disdainful of some things. Being able to use Qin Xian's help to get rid of an old immortal can be considered as providing a small amount of help for social stability. Okay, boss. Don't worry about my work. As he spoke, Pu Bucheng squatted directly in front of Qin Xian and said, "Stinky boy, it seems that you are ready to fulfill the terms of the contract. After I deal with this guy, I will have to add some things to the cargo. There may be no problem with the initial successful match, but the heart will stop beating after an hour. As for the credibility issue, anyway, this business was taken on the dark web, so even if they find out, they won't be able to find me. After all, when you are away from home, some identities are given by yourself. Help me." Looking at Pu Bucheng's expressionless poker face, Qin Xian waved his bare arms vigorously. "I don't want to die yet, save me." The dizziness caused by excessive blood loss made Qin Xian's consciousness gradually fade. He was unwilling to die like this. He clearly just had the system, and he could have used it to reach the pinnacle of his life, but now all of this will come to nothing. "You idiot, how could I possibly save you?" After giving the other person a slightly speechless look, Pu Bucheng took the medical equipment storage box handed to him by the person next to him and said, "You have offended our boss, so this is already a good thing for you." "What?" Hearing Pu Bucheng's slightly disdainful words, Qin Xian's eyes, which were about to close, suddenly widened. At this moment, Lin Heng's meaningful smile in the hospital emerged in his mind. It turned out that he had been calculated by the other party from the very beginning. The thought that Lin Hong could use his death to stage a disguised widow plot with Yang Mingnat. Qin Xian's breathing became heavy involuntarily. "I can't die yet, the host is about to expose the existence of this system, so activate the emergency braking procedure first." Soul extraction countdown, 3, 2, damn it, I was so blind to choose such a loser. "No, I can't die yet." Even though his heart was filled with extreme unwillingness, Qin Xian could no longer make any sound. As the system countdown sound completely ended, his eyes completely lost all their luster. "Oh my god." Looking at Qin Xian, whose eyes suddenly lost their luster, Pu Bucheng's expression instantly fell. This shouldn't happen. Logically speaking, by stimulating the other person like this, he should be able to live a little longer under the stimulation of adrenaline. How come it died so suddenly? However, even though he was cursing, Park Bucheng did not stop his hands anyway. It has already happened. Instead of worrying about why, it is better to do the remaining work well while it is still warm. It will not hinder subsequent use. TSK, this is so easy. At the same time, in the room on the second floor, looking through her fingers at Pu Bucheng, who was busy downstairs, the system girl curled her lips in disdain. "Besides, he doesn't have much luck, it's not good at all. Don't think I won't accept it just because you say that." As he spoke, Lin Hong turned and walked downstairs. Now that the matter has been resolved. So the next thing to do is naturally to return to Ye's house, but before returning to Ye's house, I have to go to the food street. I promised Chen Yuchu to buy some sweet and sour snacks. If I take them with me now, they will still be warm when I get home. As for this temporary entertainment city, let it exist for a while. The people under my command have been under a lot of pressure recently. It's so rare to have such a place for entertainment and relaxation. It would be a waste if it were demolished directly. I just hope that I can still see Megonchin tomorrow morning. Others might not be able to see it, but he could see it clearly from a high place. TSK, you really are just trying to pluck geese when they pass by. Seeing that her little trick was exposed, the system girl had no choice but to reluctantly share part of the profits. When she thought about the loan that was about to mature, she suddenly felt overwhelmed. "Thank you for the compliment. I can't stand being wronged." After absorbing the ball of light thrown by the other party, a line of information appeared in Lin Heng's mind. God level gambling subsystem. As long as you win money at the table and reach a certain amount, you can acquire god-level gambling skills for different cards and cards. Currently I have the following gambling skills: Advanced 13 cards, Advanced Money Turtle, Advanced. So I am redundant. Under Uncle Dong's Jeep instruction, Lin Hong naturally became very proficient in this. Otherwise, even if he had the advantage of vision, he might not be able to see through Mei Gunshin's third hand. Forget it, even a mosquito is meat. Looking at the subsystem that was neither tasty nor worth throwing away, Lin Hong curled his lips and got into the vehicle that had been waiting for a long time. At the same time, in an alley not far from here, looking at the message sent to him by a certain spy, Shin Yuchu turned to Jessica beside him and said, "Alright, let's go back too." As a qualified girlfriend, it is important to ensure the personal safety of your boyfriend. Therefore, it is normal to have a mouthpiece placed by yourself in the opposing team, right? Okay, boss lady. After hearing this, Jessica started the car and returned along the same route. According to Lin Hang's route of activities, I would definitely not meet him if I took this route, and at this moment in the underground entertainment city. Okay, go play too. After throwing the phone to an honest-looking young man, Lin Hong hailed the car and left. Since his girlfriend cares about him so much, he, as her boyfriend, has to express his gratitude. As for the spy thing, there are also some around Shin Yuchu, right? Chapter 270 Return, a new chapter. The next day, the president of Yi Group went to the secretariat. After hanging up the dedicated line. A beautiful woman with a figure and appearance that could both be rated above 80 turned to Yang Mingna, who was a little distracted, and said, "Secretary Yang, Mr. Shin wants you to come over." After all, Yes is a large enterprise, and it is impossible for the boss to do everything himself. Therefore, in addition to Yang Mingna, there are 6 or 7 other people in the secretariat. The one with the most outstanding ability among these people is naturally Yang Mingna. Hearing someone calling her, Yang Mingna, who was sleepwalking, immediately came to her senses and said, "I know, I'll be there right away." No matter what, Xin Xian is Yang's mother's biological child. Although she hit the other person yesterday, she still felt a little worried about him, especially after learning that the other party did not return to school. This worry increased a little bit invisibly. A few minutes later, Master Shun, Lin. After opening the door to the CEO's office, Yang Mengna respectfully said to the figure inside, "Master Lin, what do you want me to do?" Unlike usual office days, Shin Yuchu did not appear at the desk today. Instead, there was Lin Hong and a woman she had never seen before. "Let me introduce you, this is Shirley." Looking at Yang Mingna standing respectfully in front of the desk, Lin Hong introduced Shirley to her and stood up and walked to her side. "She will replace Yuchu in the future. You two must cooperate well, understand? Although Lu Chuman will help Shin Yuchu take over Yes, but from his point of view, he would actually prefer to give it to Shirley and Yang Mingna. First of all, both of them have considerable luck. Secondly, the people who came here were all sharp blades in his hands, and they were also loyal to him." Lin Hong. As for Yang Mingna's loyalty, don't be in a hurry. Lin Hong is preparing to implement persuasive education. Half an hour later. "Shirley, I'll leave her to you from now on." Looking at Yang Mingna, who was looking respectful to him, Lin Hong set a pile of photos on fire and let them burn to ashes. "Since I'm going to keep it for my own use, I naturally can't use anything too risky." Some photos about Qin Xian, plus the impact of words. It took almost no effort to easily break down Yang Mingna's psychological defenses. In his mind, Qin Xian has now become an image of someone who ran away from debt. As for the sky-high loan, Lin Hong has already paid it off. To sum it up in one sentence, Lin Hong is the savior of her entire family. And no matter what happens in the future, Yang Mingna must stand firmly on his side. Even if it costs my life, I will do it. Don't worry, boss. I will definitely train her well. After making a promise to Lin Hong, Shirley turned her head and looked at Yang Mingna beside her. At the same time, a hint of slightly morbid anticipation flashed in her eyes. You have to know that in order to take over Shin Yuchu's previous career in SC, she had endured hardships that most people would not endure. In fact, accepting someone else's job is no less than starting a business. The great Steve Jobs once said that starting a business is not a job for humans, but a job for everyone. Now that someone is finally going to suffer the same pain she once suffered, how could she not be happy? Yang Mingna, I don't know why, but I always feel like someone wants to harm me. Study hard, there will be places where you can show your talents in the future. After looking at the two of them meaningfully, Lin Hong turned and walked out of the president's office. Since the work has been thrown to the cattle and horses. So in the next period of time, I will naturally travel around with Shin Yuchu. According to their original plan, they still had to leave half of Dragon Country. A few minutes later, in the underground parking lot of Yi Group. Ah Hong, is everything arranged? Looking at the young man next to him who was preparing to start the car, Shin Yochu's eyes were full of anticipation. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements with Shirley. After starting the car, Lin Hung turned his head and looked at the girl beside him. So, Yuchu, are you ready for the next journey? I'm ready. As for Shin Yuchu, traveling with your loved one is undoubtedly the most romantic and meaningful thing in the world. Hold on tight, idiot, let's go. In order to prevent any blind guys from appearing again, Lin Hung asked Pu Buching and others to follow the whole process under martial law. Compared to the initial departure, the security level this time has increased by at least 10 points, but anyway. As the two set off again, the story about JC also came to a temporary end. Time is like a jumping child, who may be slapped on the back of the head if he is not careful. Before we knew it, it was already August 25th. This time, there is only a little over a week left before the university starts. During this period of time, Lin Hung and Shin Yuchu traveled around the mountains and rivers of half of the Dragon Kingdom, although we inevitably encountered some cockroaches along the way. But before the other party could do anything, Lin Hung arranged for Pu Buching and others to deal with them. All in all, it was a very good trip. This time, at the entrance of the SZ Expressway toll station. Hung, I think my parents and sister will like these gifts. Looking at the various small gifts piled up on the back seat and trunk, Shin Yuchu pulled his clothes nervously. Compared with her fair complexion more than a month ago, the girl's skin now looks healthy. Although it is still dazzlingly white, it is no longer that sickly white. The reason why Shin Yuchu was so nervous was very simple. That was because she had not met Xiao Wanqing's expectations. I have definitely tried hard, and it was not just ordinary effort, but I don't know why, even though I tried so hard, my belly just didn't move at all. If the private doctor had not checked and found nothing wrong, Shin Yuchu would have suspected that there was something wrong with him and Lin Hung. Don't worry, they will definitely like it. Looking at the nervous girl, Lin Hung drove the car out of the toll booth and said with a smile, even if you don't bring anything, Mom and the others will definitely be happy to see you back. He naturally knew very well why Shin Yuchu was like this. What's more, the reason why nothing happened was because Lin Hung did some small things. After all, if you give birth to a child at a young age, it is easy to cause irreversible damage to your body. Isn't there an old saying like that? Children are just accidents, only parents are true love. As Lin Hung deeply loves Shin Yuchu, it is naturally impossible for him to watch the girl do something that will harm her body. Hung, you just like to tease me. Looking at Lin Heng's handsome profile, Shin Yuchu couldn't help but mutter in her heart, I hope Mom won't be disappointed. At this moment, the girl was like a primary school student who had not completed her summer homework and was very afraid of the impromptu inspection from the teacher, but neither Lin Hong nor Shin Yuchu expected that there would be a big surprise waiting for them. Chapter 271 The New Child of Destiny. Half an hour later, in the Liu family villa, looking at the Liu family members who were busy opening gifts and whispering to Shin Yuchu. After Lin Hong took a quick look around, he turned to look at Liu Ruyan, who was still quite reserved, and asked, Big sister, why isn't my second sister here? Today is a rare day off. Normally speaking, unless there are special circumstances, Liu Rumo would usually choose to stay at home. Of course, the news of their return today was not informed to the Liu family in advance. Otherwise, even if today was a weekday, Liu Rumo would not choose to leave home. My second sister. Recalling Liu Rumo's recent actions, Liu Ruyan curled her lips in dissatisfaction. He said he went to the hospital to take care of a patient, the one I had such a heated chat with online before. According to information from my subordinates, that person seemed to have been in a car accident 2 days ago. Forget about Lin Hong, this naughty brother. Now it seems that his sister is also going to be single. Although he didn't have any such thoughts, he couldn't help but feel that Xiao Wanqing would continue to send death rays. In addition, since Lin Hong and Shin Yuchu left to travel, no one in the family would listen to each other's nagging. Therefore, Liu Ruyan, who was still single and the eldest in the family, naturally became Xiao Wanqing's target of venting. It can be said that the pressure she has been under recently is no less than what she faced during the college entrance examination. Car accident. After accurately capturing the keywords in the other party's words, Lin Hung couldn't help but flash a hint of ambiguous emotion in his eyes. It is well known that blue star creatures have shuttle nodes, or nodes for obtaining plugins. Usually it means that the previous incarnation encountered a dump truck accident or some major misfortune. As a result, its soul was lost and was taken over by the creatures from Blue Star. During his travels, he once encountered such a being, but without waiting for the other person to get up from the bed, Park Buching considerately gave him a dose of medicine. If there is a world record for cheat holders or Blue Star travelers who have died, then if the other party ranks second, no one will dare to rank first. Yes, I'm currently living in the hospital where my second sister works. As she spoke, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but smile. By the way, do you want to go see what's going on? As a pure dragon citizen, the Bagua gene has been engraved into his bones. At this moment, Lu Ruyan especially wanted to know how her little brother would react when he saw the so-called brother-in-law. According to the father's unseen law and wedding photos that is widely circulated on the internet, to is it a death stare from a distance, or a death warning close at hand? When she thought of that scene, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but shudder. After all, there are some things that can make people feel comfortable just by thinking about them. No, I just got back and I want to take a good rest for a while. Meeting his elder sister's slightly sick gaze, Lin Hung curled his lips helplessly. At the same time, he secretly complained in his heart, "It's over, why does it feel like this guy's condition has worsened again?" It's no exaggeration to say so. At this moment, there was inexplicably a hint of Long Outian's shadow on Lu Ruyan. It refers to the shadow of the other person during the period before he returned to his country, and his thinking was not normal. Oh, really not going? Looking at Lin Hang's extremely disgusted look, Lu Ruyan raised her eyebrows with a smile in her eyes. Half an hour later. SZ First People's Hospital, inside the VIP ward. I'm fine, Xiao Mo, go and do your own thing. Looking at Lu Rumo, who was holding her phone in a daze, Lin Zheyu said with a gentle expression, "Don't worry about me. I will find a doctor and a nurse if there is anything. I can't let Xiao Mo suffer. She has her own things to do. It's okay, I'll take care of you first." Hearing the other person's words again in his mind, Lu Rumo pursed his lips and said softly, "At least wait until you fall asleep before talking to me. The other party had a car accident because he wanted to see me, therefore, whether for public or private reasons, she could not just abandon it. What's more, this sudden voice in his heart made Lu Rumo feel infinitely curious. After all, I have believed in materialism for decades, and now that this supernatural phenomenon has appeared, it is inevitable that they will want to continue exploring it. Xiao Mo was so gentle. I wish I could marry her. Looking at Lu Rumo's beautiful face, a trace of imperceptible greed flashed in Lin Ziyu's eyes. He never expected that he was just complaining about the stupid plot in the book Urban, the real and fake young master, the mute real young master. As a result, when I was crossing the road in the afternoon, I was hit by a dump truck. The owner of this body happened to be hit by a car, so he could be considered to have taken over someone else's body, although this body seems to be a passerby in the original work. However, with the Golden Finger telepathic system, which is essential for time travelers, he believes that he can definitely make a name for himself, and there are many beauties in this book. If I could collect them all, whether it's the sickly, high IQ Shin Yuchu, or the three sisters of the Lu family who each have their own strengths, or the scheming little white lotus Ling Qingqiu, the underworld daughter, just thinking about it made him excited. As long as he can make good use of the mind voice system, he, Lin Ziyu, will definitely become the pirate king of this world. As for the fake young master in the original novel, he was merciful and told the other party exactly what happened to the real young master, Lu Zixuan. Thank you. But the only thing that troubles Lin Ziyu at the moment is that he doesn't know where the plot is currently developing. After all, the original body was brain dead for a while before it possessed this body. The death of some brain cells leads to partial memory loss. Rest well, I will be with you. Lu Romo, who had no idea of the other person's true thoughts, blushed and pulled the quilt for him. Why didn't I realize when we were chatting online before that this seemingly honest guy had so many thoughts? But I don't mind it at all. What's more, the other person's surname is Lin, the same as my younger brother's. Unless it touches her bottom line, she won't care about any little tricks. But when she thought of the bragging video sent by her younger sister, she still wanted to return home. Quickly. My stinky little brother is back. How can I, as his elder sister, not be there? Therefore, she had to go home no matter what, in half an hour at most. Tio put it nicely. This situation is called a deep sisterly love, and to put it bluntly, it is called a brother complex. Well, then second sister, are you in there? Just when Lin Ziyu wanted to say something, a clear young boy's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Chapter 272, The Not-So-Smart Protagonist, Brother. The moment he heard this familiar voice, Lu Rumo stood up from the stool with an excited look on his face. After quickly opening the door of the ward, she jumped directly onto Lin Hong. Why are you here? Lu Rumo naturally felt extremely happy that the other party came to the hospital to see him. What does this mean? This shows that in the heart of the stinky little brother, his status is very high. I came over when I heard from my eldest sister that you were in the hospital. Looking at Lu Rumo, who was the same as always, Lin Heng patted her shoulder gently and said, "By the way, second sister, have you gained weight recently?" In slightly awkward situations, you need to use clever words to resolve the awkwardness. Although the two are siblings, this behavior is still too intimate. What's more, there is a little vinegar bag at home. In order to avoid having to sleep on the floor at night, I had to get this koala off me quickly. Upon hearing this, Lu Rumo gave Lin Heng a cold look. Then, she grabbed the man's cheek with her hand and said, "You little bastard, you've been playing around with Yuchu for a few months and you've gotten carried away, haven't you? Please refer to Crayon Shinchan for detailed images. Although I have been busy with work recently, I haven't done much exercise, but as a low-key and beautiful woman with connotation, obesity has nothing to do with me. Let go." After pulling the other person off his body with a bit of helplessness, Lin Heng turned his head to take a look at the situation in the ward. At this moment, lying on the bed in the room was a handsome young man about 25 or 26 years old. "Brother, let me introduce you." After noticing the boy's gaze, Lu Rumo pulled him to the front of the bed and introduced him. "This is a friend I met online. His name is Lin Ziyu." When she was chatting with Lin Ziyu, she did mention Lin Heng's existence, but now that we have officially met, it is natural for us to introduce each other properly. Before Lin Heng could say anything, Lin Ziyu, who was lying on the hospital bed, spoke first. "You must be Zishuan, Xiao Mo mentioned you to me before." However, although he appeared to be friendly on the surface, he kept nagging in his heart. "How should I tell Xiao Mo that this guy will use despicable means to get her in the future? Judging from the current situation, she won't believe anything I say. Moreover, this guy Lu Zishuan would eventually cause the Lu family to go bankrupt because he offended the Mei family in Beijing. He is fine, but the remaining members of the Lu family are, although he did not inherit all the memories of his predecessor, Lin Ziyu was at least familiar with the original work. If the original plot had developed, the only person who could receive such preferential treatment from Lu Rumo would be Lu Zishuan. As for the real young master of the Lu family, Lu Linheng, either you're on your way to live in a storage room, or you're on your way to a storage room and starve. Therefore, the moment he was sure of what he was thinking, he decisively turned on the inner slander mode. As for whether Lu Rumo would believe it, please. Even something as mysterious as the inner voice has appeared, there is no way the other party would have any suspicion at all. After all, isn't that how most exciting novels are written? As long as the time traveler's voice appears, the Dragon King or the original protagonist's previous hundreds of chapters will be in vain. But unfortunately, Lin Ziyu was too confident after all. In that lost memory, Lu Rumo mentioned his younger brother more than once, but the person she mentioned was never Lu Zishuan, but her own younger brother Lin Heng. "Hello, nice to meet you." After realizing that Lu Rumo wanted to say something, Lin Heng reached out and pulled the other's sleeve inconspicuously. He was really curious to see what tricks this guy in front of him, who looked like a fellow villager, would come up with. Thanks to the existence of the system girl, he can also hear the other person's thoughts. And all the relevant information about Lin Ziyu has already been clearly seen under the help of the Eye of Investigation. Son of Fortune, Lin Ziyu, Goldfinger ability. Voice system, you can convey the words you want to say to the person you want to convey them to in the form of your inner voice. A very simple, or rather crude, data panel. Just like Lin Ziyu, he is very easy to see through. "Nice to meet you." After showing a kind smile to Lin Heng, Lin Ziyu said apologetically, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault that Xiao Mo didn't return in time." "Hey, how should I tell Xiao Mo? It seems that the relationship between the two is very good. If I speak rashly, she will definitely not believe it. No. Xiao Mo is such a nice person, I must not let her fall into danger. Even if Xiao Mo hates me, I must protect her safety." Although I was just an ordinary salesman in my previous life, however, dealing with various customers all year round has also made Lin Ziyu develop a good mouth. Coupled with the existence of the voice system, it undoubtedly allows the art of language to be maximized. After all, some things feel completely different when conveyed directly to people's minds than when said face to face. TSK. This method doesn't work. Looking at Lin Ziyu, who was still immersed in his own performance and didn't notice Lu Rumo's clenched fists at all. A hint of disappointment flashed across Lin Heng's eyes. "I finally thought I had found a good toy, but it turned out to be a brainless rubbish. Second sister, come out with me for a moment." After taking his eyes off Lin Ziyu, Lin Heng pulled Lu Rumo out of the room. When he was about to walk out of the room, he deliberately turned his head and said to Lin Ziyu, who was lying on the bed behind him, "By the way, Mr. Lin, my second sister and I have some things to take care of. I will arrange for special medical staff to come over next. Just tell them if you need anything." Although I was very disappointed with Lin Ziyu's performance, but one thing that cannot be denied is that the other party's voice system is indeed very buggy after all. Things that cannot be explained by science can easily arouse people's curiosity, and this curiosity will drive people to constantly verify the truthfulness of his words. This is also the reason why so many protagonists of the heart voice style can deal with most of their opponents by just complaining without doing anything, but it was precisely for this reason that Lin Hong had the idea of keeping Lin Ziyu temporarily. After all, the skills obtained from these Sons of Luck have more or less undergone various kinds of castration. Rather than obtaining an uncertain subsystem, it is better to keep Lin Ziyu as the mother body for emergencies. Chapter 273. It's better to keep things like inner voice for yourself. A minute later, in the corridor not far from the VIP ward. Xiao Hong, you heard it just now, right? After making sure that there was no one else around, Lu Rumo directly asked the questions in his mind. When she heard Lin Ziyu's thoughts for the first time, she also confirmed it with the people around her, but the results were very consistent. Without exception, no one heard it. If I weren't a doctor, I would be very sure that there was nothing wrong with me. Lu Rumo even began to doubt whether the so-called voice of his heart was something he had imagined. Yeah, I heard it. After looking back at the tightly closed ward door, Lin Hong shifted his gaze to Lu Rumo's face. So, sister, what are you thinking now? The only uncertainty at the moment is whether Lu Rumo has been influenced by the other party, although the person Lin Ziyu mentioned was Lu Zixuan, but who knows if the other party has done anything similar during the time when I was away. If Lu Rumo was influenced by the other party, I'm sorry, but don't blame him for being cruel as a younger brother. A little psychological hint is a necessary means to ensure family harmony. You little brat, do you believe in the idea of reincarnation? Meeting the young man's inquiring eyes, Lu Rumo's eyes also flickered with hesitation. I suspect no, to be precise, the current Lin Ziyu is no longer the Lin Ziyu of the past. The soul in his body now is actually an alien being. Although most of the communication with Lin Ziyu before was done on the internet, but at least the two of them communicated for a while. Therefore, she naturally noticed some details previously. Because of his inner thoughts, he subconsciously ignored many things. However, with the appearance of Lin Hong, his lost brain returned to normal, especially regarding Lin Hong. Lu Rumo mentioned it to Lin Ziyu more than once. As to why this happens, ultimately, it was all thanks to a skill that Lin Hang had acquired a long time ago, the aura that could counter intelligence reduction. After systematic purification and upgrading, the effect of the anti-intelligence halo has evolved from initially reducing the deceptive effect of the green tea fake young master by 100% to being able to eliminate the influence that the Son of Luck has on the people around him. This is also the main reason why Lu Rumo was able to sense that something was wrong with Lin Ziyu since Lin Hong appeared. Believe it? Of course I believe it. After reaching out and patting the other person's shoulder, Lin Hong glanced sideways at the blue sky outside the window and said, there are many things in this world that cannot be explained by science. Only by adhering to the spirit of it is better to believe it than not to believe it. Only then can we find some sense of relief for things that cannot be explained by science. Not to mention that this world has incomprehensible systems. Even in his previous life, he lived with this spirit. After all, some things can only be understood by experiencing them personally, so why they have been passed down. Looking at his younger brother's nostalgic look, a hint of curiosity flashed in Lu Rumo's eyes. But she also understood that this kind of thing was not suitable for gossip. So after taking a deep breath, she continued, brother, do you have any ideas? Zay has no father and no mother. If that is true, leave it to me, you don't have to worry about the follow-up matters. As he spoke, Lin Hong turned his head to glance at the nurse who walked into the VIP ward. Instead of leaving an uncertain factor, it is better to control it and use it for your own benefit. The idea of handing it over to a state agency in exchange for certain benefits is feasible, but if something gets involved, you'll be the one in trouble in the end. Therefore, making Lin Ziyu a loyal hunting dog under his command is undoubtedly the best choice at the moment. After all, with the existence of the mind-voice system, Lin Ziyu can also solve many troublesome problems for himself. Xiao Hong. After understanding the meaning of his younger brother's words, Lu Rumo opened his mouth several times but didn't know what to say. It's not that I feel embarrassed about Lin Ziyu's fate. After all, he is no longer himself, and even if he dies, it has nothing to do with him. The reason why Lu Rumo hesitated to speak was because Lin Hong was involved in something. According to her original idea, that part should be controlled by Lu Ruyan. Lin Hong just needs to live a simple and happy life, although I know that this is just my beautiful fantasy, but when it really came to this, Lu Rumo still couldn't help feeling complicated. Don't worry, nothing will happen. After placing the gift in his arms into Lu Rumo's hands, Lin Hong turned around and followed the nurses as they left. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it is safer to follow the team. Ah, I'm such an incompetent sister. As she watched Lin Hong slowly walk away, Lu Rumo silently clenched the gift in her hand. At this moment, she also made a secret decision in her heart. An hour later, in a secluded laboratory of the SZ family. TSK, boss. Looking at Lu Rumo, who was using a scalpel to precisely remove the frontal lobe and using words to influence the intoxicated Lin Ziyu, after scratching his messy hair, Long Outyan said seriously, I now admit that these people from the Lu family are indeed related to you by blood. Although Lu Ruyan had done many cool things before, they were nothing to Long Outyan, who had seen a lot of the world, but once a professional like Lu Rumo takes action, his deterrent power will increase exponentially. Just imagine how shocking it would be to see a person having his frontal lobe removed without batting an eyelid while using words to change other people's thoughts. Even the battle-hardened Long Outyan would only give a thumbs up and say, I don't even need to support my waist, I just obey you. After all, the risk factor of this operation is very high, and if you are not careful, it may turn a person into a complete idiot. Go, and play over there. After kicking the other person in anger, Lin Hong turned his attention to Lu Rumo, who was busy at the laboratory table. He didn't know whether this was a good thing or not. After all, there are too many abnormal things in the family now. The only normal person left at the moment is probably the cutely silly Lu Rushua. And if the other party turns evil later, then the Lu family will really become a family of villains. Although he didn't intend to let Lu Rumo take action at the beginning, but the other party's persistent look and words of wanting to avenge his friend personally made Lin Hong choose to compromise. Chapter 274, Lu Rumo's transformation. But no matter what, at least the current situation is beneficial to me. After all, the method Lin Hong originally envisioned was also to use prefrontal lobotomy to control Lin Ziyu. Using the system's capabilities to forcibly hypnotize the true son of luck requires a lot of luck and uncertainty. Even if you spend a lot of luck to brainwash the other party, who knows if the other party's system will just run away because of this. After all, if the system's capabilities are used to brainwash the son of fortune, the other party's system can choose to run away directly. This news was told to him by the system girl. As for why this is such a mess, it's because those guys in the main space proposed the so-called fairness to, so that's the only remaining way. The only option is to use physical means to remove the frontal lobe and use psychological suggestion to control Lin Ziyu. In this way, even if the opponent's golden finger wants to escape, it will be restricted due to the rules. If the telepathic system wasn't so useful, Lin Hong wouldn't have planned to use such a troublesome method. After all, for the son of luck, perhaps he will return to normal at some moment. In order to avoid this situation, he had to use some of his luck to suppress the other party. Fortunately, Lin Ziyu had just arrived and his luck was not very strong. A simple description is probably the amount of luck in one card. However, these amounts of luck are not comparable at all compared to the luck in Lin Hang's vortex. Tisk, it's alright, I'll leave first. Looking at Lin Hong, who was in a daze, Long Outyan rubbed his waist and turned to leave. I don't know what's going on recently. The originally innocent and cute Jessica seemed to have suddenly become enlightened and experienced what true terror was. This guy, he's old and can only crawl on the ground. Looking at Long Outyan, who was rubbing his waist as he left, Lin Hong chuckled and shook his head. Then he turned his gaze back to the inside of the laboratory. In order to avoid any accidents, he will not leave here until the operation is completed. 2.5 hours later. It's done. Now we just need to use hypnosis with drugs to control him. After taking off the ketchup-stained gloves on his hands, Lu Rumo slowly walked to Lin Hong and said, if he still has his previous abilities after waking up. If we use it properly, it will become the best knife we can use. In fact, a long time ago, Lu Rumo already knew some things behind the Lu family. However, Lu Ruyan was blocking her way in front of her, and Xiao Wanqing didn't let her make any contact. Therefore, Lu Rumo usually ignores some dark things if possible, but for the sake of her younger brother's health, this time she abandoned her so-called bottom line. Thank you for your hard work, second sister. Leave the rest of the work to my people. After wiping the tomato juice off the girl's face with a towel, Lin Hong chuckled and said, go back and have a good rest. You've been working hard enough on weekdays. He is a doctor who treats patients during the day and a ruthless executioner at night. Although this sounds very cool, Lin Hong doesn't want to continue. Apart from the fact that there are fewer and fewer normal people in the family, Lu Rumo's own emotions are also a very important factor. TSK, stinky brother, please don't underestimate me. After reaching out and taking the towel from Lin Hang's hand and simply wiping the sweat off his body, Lu Rumo pinched the boy's cheek again and said with a playful look on her face, "I am your second sister, not your third sister, that idiot. Don't worry about some things, I can handle them myself. Some things only happen once and countless times." The feeling of controlling people's life and death gave Lu Rumo an unprecedented pleasure. This pleasure is not the pleasure of saving a life on the operating table, but another indescribable feeling. Just like Lu Ruyan back then, now Lu Rumo has become vaguely addicted to the extreme feeling that can be brought by doing this kind of thing. "Okay, just be careful, okay?" After reluctantly breaking free from the opponent's face-pinching attack, Lin Hong pointed to a small room not far away and said, "Go wash up first. We should go home soon." Everyone has his own ideas, and he doesn't want to interfere too much with others. Just like Lu Ruyan back then, the best way is to let it develop freely. After all, the more something is suppressed, the more likely it is that uncontrollable problems will arise. It's like losing weight. After using the wrong method, it is very easy to cause subsequent rebound problems rather than waiting until the last moment to explode. It is better to make timely corrections during the process, just like Lu Ruyan before. After the Mei family's major purge, they have actually recovered a lot now. Unless she encounters some special circumstances, she will no longer be as crazy as she was at the beginning. Yes, I will pay more attention." After stuffing the towel into the boy's hand, Lu Rumo walked towards the bathroom with a happy look on his face, but the moment she entered the bathroom, the expression on her face immediately became dull. After looking down at his still white hands, Lu Rumo couldn't help but smile with an ambiguous meaning, and in those eyes that used to be intelligent and gentle, there was now a flicker of unspeakable madness. Recalling the scenes just now, Lu Rumo couldn't help but clench his fists slightly and whispered softly, "Don't worry, Xiaohong, I feel fine now." At 8 o'clock in the evening, on the third floor of the Lu family mansion, in Lu Rumo's bedroom. "Second sister, did something happen?" Looking at Lu Rumo with his back to her, Lu Ruyan slowly walked to his side. Although the other party didn't say anything after coming back, but after all, she is her sister who grew up with her, how could she not notice her abnormality? If the previous Lu Rumo was gentle and elegant, although she still has this kind of temperament now, there is a strange sense of incongruity in it. If I have to explain it, perhaps madness would be more appropriate. "Nothing, just thinking some things through." Looking at Lin Hong and the others playing in the garden downstairs, Lu Rumo looked at Lu Ruyan beside him and said, "Sister, please let me know if you need me in the future. We can just deal with some things, and we should not let Xiaohong get involved." Although I know that Lin Hong will be exposed to the dark side sooner or later, or has already been exposed to it, but as an older sister, Lu Rumo still hopes that the other party can live an ordinary life. Chapter 275, a new chapter, University, Xiaomo. Facing her sister's profile hidden in the shadows, Lu Ruyan pursed her lips and continued, "Have you thought it through? Once you cross this red line, it will be difficult to get out again." This statement is not alarmist, but is based on her own real experience. Since the Su Ro incident, Lu Ruyan has felt increasingly out of control. That is a kind of spiritual dependence. Besides home, it provides her with another place where she can relax in this hypocritical world. The corresponding price is that one has to bear some burdens that ordinary people cannot understand. "Don't worry, you know my personality, big sister." As he spoke, Lu Rumo turned to look at the people playing in the garden and said, "Instead of letting Xiaohong and that idiot Xiao Shui do these things, why not let us do it ourselves?" In addition to Lin Hong, the idiot Lu Rushue was also the main reason for her decision. After all, as the Lu family grows stronger, it will inevitably be exposed to many dark things. She didn't want Lin Hong to get involved so soon. As for Lu Rushue, she simply doesn't have that kind of brains. Among the three sisters of the Lu family, she is the only one with a simpler mind. Of course, this also has something to do with the other person's growth environment. He was protected by Lu Ruyan when he was young, and Lu Rumo was by his side when he was studying. After graduation, her family supported her and helped her avoid many messy things in society, although he sometimes has a bad temper. But overall, Lu Rushue is actually no different from an ordinary college student. There is innocence and stupidity, and I always yearn for the beauty of this world. "Okay, just make sure." Seeing that the other party had made up his mind, Lu Ruyan didn't say anything more. The two of them stood side by side in front of the window, quietly gazing at their family members playing downstairs. Although there is no speech, but they all made the same decision in their hearts, that is to never let anyone destroy this beauty. Time flies, just like the god of pure love who can never stand up again once he falls. After having fun fishing in SZ for a few days and helping Uncle Done with some things, Lin Hong and Shin Yuchu finally welcomed the first day of school at Nankai University. At this time, Nankai University is at the new student registration office. Oh my god, this is so cool. They are on the same level as the readers. Oh my god, these girls are so beautiful. No, I'm so jealous. How can that guy have such a beautiful girlfriend? No, shouldn't you be thinking about why there are 5 of them? Isn't it normal for people to have money? Look, there are professional butlers moving the luggage. Wang Dachui, yes, I'm moving my luggage. Amidst whispers, several members of the Liu family, led by Lin Hong, also completed their registration procedures. As for why some people say there are 5, I can only say that Xiao Wanqing has taken great care of herself, and she looks no different from when she was just in her early 30s. Coupled with his unique temperament, some people subconsciously ignore certain details. Ha ha ha, is mommy that young? Listening to the constant whispers coming from all around, Xiao Wanqing couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Oh, I'm really embarrassed. Although it is a rhetorical question, but anyone could hear the joy in those words. After all, apart from furry children, there is no female creature who doesn't like to be praised for being beautiful and young. Mom, sister, why don't you go back first? Looking at the people chattering behind him, Lin Hong looked at the situation around him helplessly. I have to say, in this society, as long as you look good, you will be the focus no matter where you go. What if they continue to stick together? Who knows if it will cause traffic congestion? Haven't you seen that there are already many boys on the road, holding their waists and gasping for breath? Standing next to them were girls who all had angry expressions on their faces, but they would steal glances at Lin Hong from time to time. Who told you to come all this way to go to college? After grabbing Lin Hang's arm, Lu Ruyan said righteously, don't even think about spending time with Yuchu alone today. Let us sisters take good care of you. Although Nankai University is not far from SZ, but at this moment, the Liu family's understanding of distance is very similar to that of their daughter's parents when she gets married. Even if they just wanted to marry to the next village, it was still very far away for them. That's right, you two won't be able to escape today. As he spoke, Lu Rumo reached out and held Lin Hang and Shinyochu's arms. Just take us for a walk, there will be plenty of time for you two to be alone together after we get back. In order to prevent the two from suffering in school and to make them live more comfortably. As early as when Lu Rumo received the admission letter at home, he had already asked someone to look for a suitable house nearby. Although it is not as grand as Lu's residence, it is countless times better than the school dormitory. A large flat of 400 square meters with a balcony and an outdoor swimming pool. With such a large space, I can come and stay for a few nights when I have free time. Lu Rumo. As smart as me. So this is the situation, brother, just give up. As the two sisters finished their lines, they successfully divided Lin Hang's arms. Lu Rushue could only obediently hold on to Shin Yuchu and Xiao Wanqing's arms before speaking in a playful tone. But you guys can have fun, but don't bring my nephew back too soon. The two sisters of the Liu family, Lin Hong and Shin Yuchu, Xiaoxue, what did you just say? After shaking her right hand inconspicuously, Xiao Wanqing looked at Lu Rushue, whose head was smoking and had a lump. With a kind face, for specific images, you can refer to Crayon Shinchan. All I wanted most was to have a grandchild as soon as possible, but the first thing you said was, don't do that. This is really like if you don't punish him for 3 days, the roof will fall off. If you don't teach the other party a little lesson, you really don't know how many eyes the Horse King has. Right? Gulp. Facing Xiao Wanqing's harmonious smile, Lu Rushue swallowed her saliva and decisively pulled Shin Yuchu away. If I continue to stay here, or answer something that I shouldn't say, I'm afraid I won't be able to get a moment's respite until I have the same hairstyle as Sakyamuni. Shin Yuchu. Hong, Lin Hong, just run away. Why are you taking my wife with you? Lu Ruyan, Lu Romo, to satisfy Xiao Wanqing, don't run. Stop right there. While a few people were playing, a figure was secretly observing them not far away. Chapter 276 Exchange Life System. Meeting you is my bad luck. Humph. This kind of person is just a loser who only knows how to eat, drink and have fun. Looking at the backs of Lin Hong and his companions as they walked away, a boy with black-framed glasses and ordinary appearance clenched his fists with jealousy, although he said so, but he also wants to enjoy being surrounded by beautiful women and admire everyone's envious gazes. Just as Hui Tong was about to continue, a cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Found a suitable host, exchanging lives, system binding in progress, system binding is complete, host, Hui Tong, binding object, none. Note, the lazier the binding object, the luckier the host will be. In the end, You can even directly replace the other person's life after completely replacing the bound object. The host can continue to exchange lives with others. But choose your binding objects carefully. If the binding object tries really hard, the host will be really unlucky. Feeling the sudden appearance of this information in his mind, Huitong was stunned for a moment. After more than 10 seconds, an expression of ecstasy suddenly appeared on his face. He knew that someone as handsome and hardworking as himself could not be an ordinary person. As expected. He, Huitong, is the destined son of this world. If things develop normally according to the routine of the novel, I will definitely be able to stand at the top of the world in the future. System, are there any requirements for binding objects? After a burst of ecstasy, Huitong immediately asked about the most important thing at the moment. Whether you can become successful depends entirely on this system. To simply describe his current behavior, it's like he's just started a new game. The first thing to do when playing a new game is to understand the game's routines. Only when you fully understand the rules of the game can you avoid being stepped on by others. System, no requirements. The host can choose the binding object on his own. The more powerful the system, the more limitations it faces. Strictly speaking, the life exchange system is actually on the same level as Yi Liangchen's luck plundering system, therefore, it cannot give any effective advice on what the host should choose and how to choose. However, Huitong's luck far exceeds that of ordinary guys. As long as the opponent doesn't lose his mind, there's usually no problem with the guy you choose. No request. After getting the exact answer, Huitong immediately ran forward. He has already decided on the exchange target. After all, how could a rich second generation like the other person, who looks so unambitious, be someone who works hard to make progress? Life exchange system. I don't know why, but I always have a bad feeling. A few minutes later. System, I want to exchange lives with that guy. Looking at Lin Hong walking on the grass with a group of beauties, Huitong directly expressed his attitude to the system. Whether it was the Lu family or Xin Yuchu, they were people he had never had the chance to meet before. But now that I have the golden finger, I have to satisfy my selfish desires first. Moreover, it is not difficult to see from the clothes worn by Lin Hong and others that their family background is also very good. Therefore, being able to exchange lives with Lin Hong is a great deal no matter how you look at it. System, are you sure you want to exchange lives with him? The moment Huitong's request was heard, the entire life exchange system went numb. Huitong, this idiot, doesn't understand. But how could he not understand the other party's situation? Although this world has now become an open source world, it has attracted the arrival of many systems, but up to now, most of the systems have been expelled by the other party. It took so much effort to get approved for the application. How could it be willing to be thrown out like this? Yes, I'm sure. But unfortunately, Huitong, who was extremely excited, did not understand the system's implication. At this moment, he was in the beautiful fantasy of being superior to others and being surrounded by many beautiful women. Damn it, I'm so unlucky. Seeing that its host had no reaction, the life exchange system could only proceed according to the other party's requirements. Exchange target, Lin Hangi effort level, 100%. In order to inherit the Tazai's affairs and protect the Lu family and Xin Yuchu, he currently only sleeps an average of 3 hours a day. Due to the wrong host selection, you will be punished by the system. Their souls will be extracted and sent to the system space station to dig a hole, and they will not be free until they have paid my passage fee. Looking at the words that appeared in his mind, Huitong's eyes widened instantly. What the hell is Lin Hang's 100% effort? Shouldn't rich second generations like him, who are obviously so philandering, just live a life of idleness and waiting to die? Besides this sentence, what the hell is it about asking oneself to work to pay off debts? What's even more outrageous is that the so-called debt is actually the cost of the system coming to this world. But just when Huitong was about to say something, he felt an indescribable dizziness. Then he saw his body fading away. In less than 2.5 seconds, Huitong completely disappeared from this world. And at the moment when Huitong disappeared, Lin Hong subconsciously looked in the direction where the other party was. For some reason, he always felt that someone over there wanted to murder him, but his danger perception was not triggered, which made him wonder if he had been too nervous recently. Hong, what's wrong? At this time, Xin Yuchu, who noticed the abnormality, slowly came to the side of the young man and looked up at the place where Huitong was just now. Nothing, I just saw a squirrel running by. After retracting his gaze, Lin Hong reached out and took the girl's right hand. Let's go, how about we quietly run off to eat something delicious? Instead of continuing to feel the torture from the three sisters and the urging from Xia W Wanqing Da, it would be better to take Shin Yuchu and run away to find some delicious food nearby while no one is paying attention. The two of them will spend the next 4 years here. If there is nothing delicious around, you have to consider in advance whether to make an investment. Anyway, opening a store near a school is a good choice. As long as the ingredients are genuine and the service is thoughtful, the clear and enthusiastic college students will always be supporters of the store. Why? Hearing this, Shin Yuchu subconsciously glanced behind the young man. Behind Lin Hang's empty back, several people from the Lu family with friendly faces were now standing there. Lu Ruyan, Xiaohong, could you please repeat what you just said? Lu Rumo, Xiaohong, you don't want to abandon your dear sister, do you? Lu Ruxue, you stinky little brother, you've grown wings, haven't you? Xiao Wanqing, oh, I'm so pitiful, my son is actually going to abandon me. Lin Heng. Chapter 277 Super Takeaway System. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in Tiangong community near Nanjing University. On the 9th floor of the residential complex, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Ah Hong, this will be our home for the next 4 years. Shin Yuchu leaned lazily in the boy's arms, and said softly with a sidelong glance, and strictly speaking, this is our first home. Although he had settled in Lu's house for a long time, but after all, there were several people from the Lu family, as well as many servants and nannies. Apart from her and Lin Hong, there was no other person in this house. Shin Yuchu was extremely fascinated by the feeling of being alone with the boy all the time. Silly boy, home is where you are. After gently rubbing the girl's soft hair, Lin Hong looked up at the street downstairs, which was still bustling with lights and whined out, a place where you live with the people you care about can be called home. Otherwise, the so-called house is just a simple place to live. Although we don't hire a nanny here, the security level is still high. Lin Hong had already bought the upper and lower floors of this house. The people living on these 2 floors are none other than the mobile team headed by Park Bu Sung. As for why it was not Long Outyen who came, but Pu Bucheng was responsible for security, the main reason is that the former has to help Uncle Dong with daily matters, while the latter's work can be completed with just a computer. Yes, home is where Ahong is. Feeling the warmth that belonged only to the boy, Shin Yuchu smiled and turned around to hug him. Ahong, Mom asked when we will bring someone home. When, meeting the girl's passionate yet forbearing eyes, Lin Heng bent down and picked her up directly. It's better to do it today than today, what do you think, Yuchu? Bad guy. After hearing the other meaning in Lin Heng's words, Shin Yuchu blushed and buried her head in the boy's neck. There's something cooking in the pot, wait and watch the fire first. Whether it is a love dinner or a love dinner, it is impossible to refuse. It's okay, we can order takeout later. Squeak, squeak, squeak. 2.5 hours later, drip, drip, drip. As the phone rang, Shin Yuchu opened his tired eyes in a daze. After seeing that it was the delivery guy calling, she directly clicked to answer the call. Mr. Lin, the takeaway has been delivered to your door. Please come out and sign for it. Hold on. After hearing this, Shin Yuchu hung up the phone and wanted to get up and go to the door to bring in the takeaway, but before she could stand up, a tingling sensation made her fall back onto the bed. Rest well, I'll get it. At this time, Lin Hong walked into the room with a cup of water. He quickly stepped forward to help her up and leaned her against the pillow. Wait until I get my things ready, then I'll come over and hug you, okay? The facts prove it is indeed a great thing when a man has an indestructible waist. There are no other disadvantages except that it may not be able to be cut open when surgery is required. Don't you see that someone is unable to recover, but Lin Heng is still as good as ever? Good. Looking at the boy's handsome profile, Shin Yuchu tilted her head back and kissed his cheek, then hid her head under the quilt. You have to kiss, but you also have to admit defeat. This girl, looking at Shin Yuchu's timid and playful appearance, Lin Heng smiled and rubbed the other's little head, then turned and walked out of the room. The situation reversed, and the offense and defense changed. This is an exciting moment for any male creature. At the same time, outside the apartment door, a young man, about 20 years old and of average appearance, wearing a delivery uniform from the Hungry Crazy platform, was staring blankly at something that appeared in front of him. Just after finishing a phone call with a client, he found a line of fonts appearing in front of him. For Yuan Hua, who likes to read novels when he has nothing to do, the thing in front of him is naturally the most familiar. System. An essential tool that can help losers get out of trouble and enjoy a luxurious life. Yuan Hua never expected that such a thing would actually happen. Moreover, an ordinary delivery man, actually became the owner of the system. Yuan Hua's breathing quickened when he thought of the scenes in the book where the system holders stepped on the god King Tang and embraced various beauties. Just as he was imagining his wonderful life in the future, the system loading progress bar in front of him reached 100%. Takeaway review system host, Yuanhua system function. The host can get corresponding rewards by simply asking women with a beauty score of more than 90 to give 5-star reviews. On the contrary, if the host receives a bad review, he will also be punished. Once the number of negative reviews exceeds the limit, the host will be subject to the final punishment of the system. Please remember not to expose the existence of this system, otherwise the host will also be subject to the ultimate punishment of the system. Based on the experience of those guys who were driven away before, it directly marked out all the precautions. Although the downside is that I can't provide guidance and help, but as long as things develop normally, the host he is staying in should be able to rise up immediately. It only needs to wait until the opponent reaches a certain height before it can activate the second form. And in its second form, it can help the other party build a business empire step by step. Once this business empire rises completely, he will be able to let it deal with the most difficult guy in this plane. A beauty with a rating of 90 points. Looking at the information prompt that appeared on the system panel, Yuanhua couldn't help but recall the voice he had just heard. Judging from my 2.5 months of experience as a delivery boy, the other person is most likely a super beauty. The reason for writing a male recipient's name may be just to protect one's own safety. After all, single women living alone are always more cautious, right? After figuring this out, Yuanhua immediately struck a pose that he thought looked handsome. If it develops according to the conventional novel routine, the beautiful woman who will come out to open the door will definitely have a romantic love story with me in the future. Crack. As the sound of a door lock opening was heard, Yuanhua immediately put on a Dragon King-like smile on his face, but this smile only lasted for less than a second before it completely collapsed, because the person who opened the door was not a beautiful woman, but a handsome man who was comparable to the reader. Chapter 278, Weird Punishment Mechanism. Damn rich man, my goddess. Facing Lin Heng's unreasonably handsome face, Yuanhua couldn't help but curse in his heart. How come this guy is so handsome and so rich? In contrast, a girl who can be with such a rich man must not be too bad. But when he thought that he would soon be able to live a life like this, Yuanhua temporarily suppressed the bad emotions in his heart. Cut. After curling his lips in disdain, Yuanhua threw the takeaway directly to Lin Heng. Anyway, she is not a beauty, so it is useless to give her a good review, and I don't know why. The more I look at his handsome face, the more unhappy I feel. Just like a cat and a mouse, they are born to be incompatible. This guy, looking at the other party's back as he walked away like a crab, Lin Heng subconsciously opened his eyes of investigation. Under normal circumstances, a delivery guy wouldn't do this, unless this guy has a grudge against you, or suddenly becomes rich and doesn't want to continue doing this. As for those who had grudges against him, they have basically been reborn. However, in addition to the above two types of people, there is another type of people who will inexplicably feel hostility towards you. That is the lucky son of this world. If Lin Heng is compared to black air, then the son of destiny is white air. The two are inherently opposites and there is no chance of them coexisting harmoniously. Indeed. Looking at the information on Yuanhua, Lin Heng's eyes showed an expression of as expected, but this system is quite interesting. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen such a detailed system of rules, especially the punishment column. Some unknown things always easily arouse people's curiosity. Therefore, in order to understand this so-called punishment, Lin Heng decisively took out his mobile phone from his pocket and immediately gave the other party a bad review. Next second, a scream comparable to that of a northerner seeing a southern cockroach for the first time instantly resounded in the originally quiet neighborhood. Pfft, I'm dying of laughter. The second after the scream, the system girl, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly jumped out. Can you believe that the price of getting a bad review for this guy is that the distance between brothers is shortened by 1 centimeter? Looking at the system girl who was laughing so hard that she was falling over, Lin Heng subconsciously looked down. According to this evaluation standard, I can only get 20 negative reviews. I have to say that Yuanhua's system is so terrifying. If the other party had bound him to something, he would have killed it no matter what. He is not a real person, so he can't transform without doing anything. If this thing really changes, I won't even have anywhere to cry. I wonder if this guy will have a mental breakdown if he continues to receive negative reviews. When he thought of that beautiful picture, Lin Heng decisively sent a message to Pubukenji. It is not difficult to collect information about Yuanhua, and it is even easier to get others to give him a bad review, but in order to avoid some troublesome things from happening, the women around Long Outyen have to take action this time. After all, ordinary people really can't dig into the Dragon King's corner. As for if they really get dug up, well, then I'll just consider it as helping Long Outyen. Clear minds, it is a good idea to get rid of a woman who betrays you as soon as possible. Long out yin, thank you. After doing all this, Lin Hong walked into the house with the takeaway. He is just a little son of luck and is not worthy of disturbing his dinner with Shin Yuchu. At the same time, in the flower bed downstairs in the community. Damn it, why didn't you tell me earlier that the punishment would be like this? Feeling the lingering pain in his body, Yuan Hua stood up with the help of the flower bed, sweating profusely. He never wanted to experience the pain of having his flesh cut off alive again in his life, and according to the punishment mechanism, I can only receive 7.3 negative reviews at most. If rounded off, that's 7 negative reviews. Takeaway praise system. Detected that the host insulted this system, the punishment is activated again. You are just a host, yet you dare to question this system. At worst, I can change the world. The post-00 system can't stand it at all. Facing this heart-wrenching pain again made Yuan Hua subconsciously lose control of his body for a moment. The originally clean ground of the community suddenly had some objects that needed to be blurred. Oh my god. How dare you shit here? The previous screams had already attracted the security guard's attention. Therefore, when the other party arrived here, he happened to see Yuan Hua, who was unable to control himself. No, security guard. Please listen to my explanation. Explain. What the hell is your explanation? Looking at the sticky objects on the floor, the security guard immediately pulled out the fairy wand from his waist and said, "Come back to the security room with me. Anyone who destroys the sanitation of the community will be fined 3,000 yuan. Users who can live in this community are basically either rich or noble. If someone saw this scene, their security team would definitely be implicated. Therefore, what we need to do now is to detain this humanoid mobile pollution source. By pushing the other party directly to the front of the stage, their security team can also reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. Damn it." Looking at the security guard with a bad face, Yuan Hua said that he was very nervous. Didn't you say that you can reach the peak of your life after obtaining the system? Why is the plot different from what was agreed upon? He hasn't reached the peak of his life yet, but he has already suffered a social setback, and the most important point is the loss of one's own body. When he thought of this, Yuan Hua couldn't help crying. Go, don't force me to do it. Okay, I'll go with you. Looking at the fairy wand with blue special effects flashing in the security guard's hand, Yuan Hua nodded helplessly. Okay, then, Just as the security guard was about to escort Yuan Hua to the security room, an accident happened. Yuan Hua quickly threw something into the security guard's mouth, and because the security guard was talking, this thing hit the bullseye directly. For a moment, the security guard only felt an indescribable stench that rushed from his taste buds straight to his forehead. You still want to catch me? Go ahead. Looking at the security guard squatting on the ground and retching, Yuan Hua decisively chose to turn around and run away. After all, I am a real Moonlight Clan. He doesn't even have 1,000 yuan, let alone 3,000 yuan. My goodness, this thing is really disgusting. At this time, it was upstairs in the apartment. Park Buching was looking at the situation downstairs through a telescope, and curled his lips in disgust. Why should workers make things difficult for workers? After putting the telescope aside, his fingers quickly operated on the keyboard. Regardless of Lin Hang's arrangement or not, he would teach this disgusting guy a lesson. Chapter 279, the same type of creature as the Dragon King. A few days later, in a restroom near the Nanbukai University campus. Lao Lin, I really envy you. Looking at Lin Hong, who was washing in the sink, Song Rentu couldn't help but sigh with envy. Even though school has only just started for a few days, but with her excellent appearance and indescribable temperament, this made Shin Yuchu naturally become the school belle of this year's Nankai University. Naturally, everyone expressed great envy towards Lin Hong, who was able to take the flower away. Don't envy me, aren't you having fun yourself? After wiping the water stains off his hands, Lin Hong turned his head and gave Song Rentu a slightly playful smile. I heard others say that you are getting together with Su Mei, a sophomore, aren't you? Song Rentu, although the name is not very auspicious, his identity is not ordinary. Of course, this is not ordinary, it means relative to ordinary people. The Song family of Beicheng is quite famous in the area around Nanbukai University. As for why the two knew each other, this brings us to Song Renta's sarcastic face. If nothing unexpected happens, this guy must be a minor villain in the plot. As we all know, these early villains all like to form cliques. Therefore, Song Rentu unconsciously felt very close to Lin Hong, who had the aura of a villain. In addition, the Lu family has been in the limelight recently, which directly made the young master of the Song family in North City willing to become Lin Hang's younger brother. No, I'm just having fun. Hearing Lin Hang's words, Song Rentu couldn't help but reveal a hint of complacency on his face. Besides, what she can get from being with me is something that the delivery guy can never give her in his lifetime. Although he is a rich second generation, he has always adhered to the principle of equal exchange. Su Mei can give herself spiritual satisfaction, while he can give the other party material satisfaction. The two of them each get what they need and neither of them gets in the way of the other. Okay, just be happy. Looking at this guy with a villain-like face, Lin Hong threw the tissue into the trash can and turned to leave the bathroom. If things had developed according to the original timeline, this guy would probably have been killed by Yuan Hua in no time. After all, the girl he was dating was none other than the girlfriend of Yuan Hua, the resentful guy. Oh, I really envy this guy Lao Lin. Looking at Lin Hang's back as he turned and left, Song Rentu smacked his lips enviously. Who wouldn't like a girlfriend who was obedient, beautiful, and capable? But when he thought of Sumei's unique temperament, a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Everyone has a unique side, and Sumei's characteristics are just like her name. Just as Song Rentu was thinking about where to go and what to play in the evening. On the other side, Lin Hong had already left the bathroom, but the moment he saw the situation outside clearly, he accelerated and directly used Leo's flying kick. Student Shin Yu. At the same time, the man who was chatting with Shin Yuchu also felt the danger in an instant. Almost at the same time as Lin Hong fell, he raised his hands to block the sudden attack. However, although he resisted the attack, but under the powerful recoil, he still let it fly backwards uncontrollably. Yuchu, are you okay? Ignoring the guy who was kicked away by him, Lin Hong quickly turned around and came to Shin Yuchu. I'm fine. After putting the small toy on his wrist away without leaving any trace, Shin Yuchu smiled and handed the milk tea in his hand to the other party. Ahun, this is for you. It's the flavor you like. What is the most abundant thing in school? In addition to the innocent and cute college students, there are naturally all kinds of delicious food. With the help of superpowers and willingness to spend money, Shin Yuchu easily avoided the Q.as for whether anyone has any opinions. Others have already treated themselves to milk tea, so what's wrong with letting them simply cut in line? In addition, if Lin Hong had not appeared in time in 3 seconds at most, she would take action against the annoying guy in front of her. Thank you for your hard work. Where would you like to eat later? After making sure that the girl was indeed fine, Lin Hong reached out and gently rubbed her head. Wait a minute, I think. And just when Shin Yuchu wanted to say something, a not-so-harmonious voice instantly broke the originally harmonious atmosphere between the two people. Hey! You must be Shin's boyfriend. After simply brushing off the dust on his arms, Tang Xian walked towards the two of them with an arrogant look on his face. My name is Tang Xian, let's have a competition. Whoever wins will become Shin's boyfriend. After traveling across South Africa for so many years, he has long been assimilated into the customs there. That is, whoever has the bigger fist can have more wealth. If the old war god hadn't asked him to return to his country to develop, he would still be sleeping with all kinds of chocolates and Brazilian steaks in his arms. You're an idiot. Before Lin Hong could say anything, Song Rentu, who had just emerged from the restroom, immediately said with disdain, What era is this? Are you still acting out young and dangerous here? Lin Hong is the boss he likes. The other guy insulted his own boss, which is just an insult to him if you round it up. As the son of the Song family in North City, how could Song Rentu tolerate such humiliation? Not bad, this little brother didn't lose out. Seeing that Song Rentu was acting as if no one else could do it but him, Lin Hong quietly stopped Shin Yuchu behind him. In fact, the first time he saw Tang Xian, he had already used the Eye of Exploration to get the other party's information, name, Tang Xian identity, new god of war of the South African Temple of War, Goldfinger ability, resources of the Temple of War. The information is very brief, and the golden finger is not something special. If nothing unexpected happens, this guy should be the son of luck that already exists in this world. Or he could be said to be the son of local luck who was promoted from a passerby god of war after Lu Zixuan was killed. However, Lin Hong was not too worried about this kind of existence without any special abilities. After all, there is a dragon king in the family now. At worst, we can just replicate the same method used against Long Outyen on Tang Xian. Where did this jerk come from? How dare you speak to this god of war like that? Looking at Song Rentu, who was even more arrogant than himself, Tang Xian shouted angrily and kicked him in the abdomen. If it weren't for the fact that the laws in Dragon Country are very strict, this time he didn't kick the other person in the stomach, but directly kicked the other person in the neck. But even though he didn't hit the vital parts, Tang Xian's kick still knocked Song Ren to the ground and vomit. Feeling the severe pain in his abdomen, Song Rentu couldn't help but vomit. 4a. moment, the whole scene became extremely exciting. Chapter 280. Follow the path of the god of war and leave him with nowhere to go, you damned fellow, my North City Song family will not let you go. Looking at the rainbow-colored mess in front of him, Song Rentu staggered to his feet from the ground. This guy in front of him actually dared to embarrass himself in front of his new brother and boss. For Song Rentu, who was very concerned about his reputation, this was undoubtedly more difficult to accept than just hitting him directly. Ha, you, a small Song family, are not worthy enough to go against me. However, after hearing Song Rentu's revelation of his family background, Tang Xian was not at all panicked. After all, he is the new god of war of the Temple of War. How could he not have any help in the Dragon Kingdom? Okay, Lao Song, leave it to me. After reaching out and patting Song Rentu's shoulder, Lin Hong turned his head to look at Tang Xian, who was standing not far away with an arrogant look on his face. Do you think you are a good fighter? If you're scared, just say it. Hearing this, Tang Xian sneered with disdain. A grown man is so cowardly. If I were you, I would just find a piece of tofu and kill myself. Sure enough, communicating with idiots is a very tiring thing. Ignoring the other party's barking, Lin Hong reached out and patted Shinyochu's shoulder. After letting him calm down a little, he winked at Song Rentu again. At first, Song Rentu didn't understand the meaning, but when he saw a vehicle with flashing lights approaching not far away, he decisively fell to the ground, holding his stomach and groaning in pain. Humph, you piece of trash. Seeing this, Tang Xian wanted to make some sarcastic remarks. The result is the next second. What happened? Who called the police? Following a burst of powerful voices, a group of uniformed police officers appeared. I called the police. Seeing the real target appear, Lin Hong pointed at Tang Xian, who was still looking arrogant not far away. This guy beat up my classmate. And I suspect that the other person is not a student of our school. Uncle Police, you have to stand up for us students. As a key university, Nankai University naturally has police officers on duty around it, and using local people to deal with Tang Xian, the local lucky boy, is also an interesting thing, isn't it? Damn it! This guy actually called the cops over. Seeing the police officers around him looking at him, Tang Xian's face suddenly became gloomy. Although he is indeed very arrogant, he is not a brainless person. When you are abroad, you may not need to care about these public officials, but if you want to survive and develop in the country, you have to learn to humble yourself. At least that's the case at this stage. Come with us. After taking a look at Song Rentu, who was still rolling around, a female police officer decisively took out the handcuffs at her waist. If the other party doesn't cooperate, I will have to take real action. She was assigned to guard the school in the past few months, and she almost suffocated to death. So beautiful. Looking at the beautiful policewoman in front of him, Tang Xian's expression instantly turned from sunny to cloudy. Hello, beautiful lady, my name is Tang Xian. The god of war is roughly equivalent to the Dragon King, and the Dragon King is roughly equivalent to Teddy. Therefore, Tang Xian has never had any resistance to beautiful women. Police officers around, Lin Hong, he is indeed the same kind of person as Long Outyen. Song Rentu, boy, just wait for your death. Shut up, you jerk. After suppressing the urge to slap the man, Bai Ling turned to the police officer beside her and said, Xiao Wang, take this guy back to the police station. Okay, Sister Bai. As he was speaking, an ordinary-looking male police officer came to Tang Xian's side. Don't touch me, I can walk on my own. Seeing that it was not a beautiful woman escorting him, Tang Xian decisively dodged the other party's push by moving sideways, but he still had to go to the police station. After all, it would be a serious sin if you fail to accept such a beautiful woman. As for Shinyuchu, it won't be too late to deal with the other person after I've dealt with Bai Ling. There is no woman that War God Tang has set his eyes on that he cannot handle, idiot. After watching Tang Xian being sent to the police car, Bai Ling frowned in disgust and kicked Song Rentu. Are you dead? If not, get up quickly. Like the Song family where Song Rentu belongs, the Bai family is also a well-known family in Beicheng. Bai Ling and Song Xia, the eldest daughter of the Song family, are very good friends. As a result, Song Rentu, his younger brother, also received a lot of care from the other party. Don't kick Sister Bai, it really hurts. Covering his stomach that was kicked again, Song Rentu climbed up from the ground with an emo look on his face. Tang Xian's kick was powerful enough, and now Bai Ling kicked him again, and the pain almost made him lose control. Stand still. Seeing that Song Renta's face was covered in sweat, Bai Ling simply lifted up his clothes. After seeing the huge bruise on her abdomen, her face instantly turned gloomy. She originally thought that Song Rentu had just had some scratches on his skin, but she didn't expect the injury to be so serious. As the saying goes, experts look at the details, while laymen just watch the excitement. As someone who had learned a few tricks, she could naturally see that the other party's internal organs had also suffered a certain degree of damage. If it is not treated in time, it is likely to leave some root causes of the disease. Don't worry, it's broad daylight. Seeing his clothes being stripped in public, Song Rentu pulled his clothes up again with an embarrassed look on his face. He can have a lot of fun when no one is around, but if there are too many people around, I'd better just be a quail. Come here, I'll help you with this. Just when Bai Ling was about to say something, Lin Hong took out a box from his pocket. Lao Lin, you. Looking at the box in the other person's hand, Song Rentu was about to say something, but the next second Lin Hong took out the silver needle from the box and quickly inserted it into the other person's body. These silver needles have been sterilized in advance, therefore, there is no big problem in using it directly. Oh my god, you bastard. Ugh, halfway through his speech, Song Rentu suddenly felt nauseous, accompanied by a vomiting sound. The other party directly vomited out a ball of black tomato juice. That's enough. Just go back and eat some ginseng or something to replenish your body. After pulling out the silver needle, Lin Hong turned his head and looked at Bai Ling beside him. How about it? Do you want me to give you a try too? I see there's something wrong with your right arm. You must have been injured before, right? The god of war and the beautiful policewoman. This is an old cliché from decades ago. What he has to do now is to follow the path of the god of war and leave the opponent with no way out. Chapter 281. Xiao Xiao shows off his medical skills. According to the original timeline. If the plot is allowed to develop further, Tang Xian and Bai Ling will definitely end up together, and the subsequent plot is definitely that these two people uprooted the Song family. But unfortunately, Tang Xian met Lin Hong as a villain boss. He naturally has to take the protagonist's path and leave the protagonist with no way out. At times like this, the point of contact between the male and female protagonists usually relies on healing. I will solve the problem for Bai Ling directly, and see how you, Tang Xian, can trick the other party. Then, Song Rentu. Oh my god, is Lao Lin really that fierce? Even with his girlfriend next to him, he still dared to chat up Sister Bai. But to be honest, his move was really awesome, and it made me want to be stabbed again. Xin Yuchu, it seems that Ah Hang is quite optimistic about Song Rentu. You can take care of his family when the time comes. She naturally knew Lin Heng's personality best. Song Rentu blocked the harassment of a fool for the two of them, and the boy would naturally return the favor with the same courtesy. Since Bai Ling and Song Rentu know each other, it makes sense to give him some treatment. I have to say it's really a blessing to have a girlfriend who is the type of person who loves love. Unless you actively betray the other party, you will have the possibility of being sent to the small black room package. Otherwise, no matter what time it is or what you are doing, the other party will find a good excuse for you. Compared with the two people's little thoughts, Bai Ling's heart was instantly filled with shock and anxiety. Just now, when Lin Hong was giving Song Ren acupuncture on his head, she was actually a little moved. After all, the medical skills displayed by the other party were no less than those old men that the family had found before. After hearing the other party point out the problem with her right hand, she was left with only ecstasy and anticipation. The main reason she was assigned to work near the school was because of the injury on her right hand. If the injury on his right hand could be healed, he would most likely be transferred back to the serious crime squad. Call. After taking a deep breath to calm her somewhat chaotic mood, Bai Ling stared into Lin Heng's eyes and said word by word, "Can you really heal my right hand?" As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. I have consulted many doctors about the problem of my right hand, but the answer I got was always that there was no solution. She didn't want to come with high hopes, only to end up with a result that was hard for her to accept. Yes, it can be done in a week at most. As he spoke, Lin Hong fixed his gaze on Bai Ling's wrist. If my guess is correct, you must have been poisoned when you were injured earlier, because these toxins are not dealt with immediately. Some of them remain in your body, and at this moment these toxins are eroding your tendons and veins bit by bit. In half a year at most, your right hand will be completely disabled. No matter what, I am a time traveler after all. It is very reasonable to have a small plugin that is proficient in medical skills, right? The injury on Bai Ling's wrist was not treated properly, which resulted in more and more residual toxins accumulating, according to normal discussion. What will probably happen next is that Tang Xian will treat his illness and they will develop a relationship that goes beyond friendship. But since the two of them are now facing each other, Lin Hong naturally cannot give the other party any chance to rise. A truly excellent villain is one who takes the protagonist's path and leaves the protagonist with no way out. What do you need me to do? After hearing Lin Hung say that he was poisoned, Bai Ling instantly threw away all her last bit of concerns. After all, not many people knew about his poisoning, but Song Run-tu was not among these people. Therefore, until this moment, she completely believed in Lin Hang. Need not, you are Lao Song's sister, it's just a piece of cake. Problems with tendons and veins can be treated with medication combined with acupuncture, but within this week, you cannot do any heavy work with your right hand like shooting or something like that. As he spoke, Lin Hong quickly took out several new silver needles and inserted them directly into Bai Ling's wrist. The latter was very cooperative when he saw this situation and did not take any extreme actions. After all, for Bai Ling, the worst outcome would be the same as it is now. Instead of dragging it out and making yourself uncomfortable, it's better to just go for it and let Lin Hong help with the treatment. After about 10 seconds, while Lin Hong was retracting the silver needles one by one, he also cut a small cut as wide as his little finger on the girl's palm. Of this, looking at the sticky blood flowing out of the wound, a hint of joy flashed across Bai Ling's face. After all, he is in the police industry. I can tell the difference between normal blood and abnormal blood at a glance. Under normal circumstances, blood cannot be as viscous as paste. It is even more impossible that there is a hint of green mixed in with the red. Okay, just rest for a few days. Watching the tomato juice flowing out of the girl's palm gradually return to normal, Lin Hong kindly reminded her, by the way, I don't have any band-aids or bandages. So, Miss Bai, please take care of the wound on your palm yourself. It would be best to rinse it with iodine first and then bandage it. This can effectively prevent toxins from flowing back or remaining in the wound. As for what medicine to take next, I will let Lao Song tell you later. Also, try to eat less cold food in the near future. You, Sister Bai, there haven't been any relatives visiting recently, so something cold should be fine. Just when Lin Hong wanted to continue giving instructions, Song Run-tu on the side suddenly interrupted him. Looking at Song Run-tu, who was showing off his presence, Bai Ling pinched his head with her left hand with a forced smile. Xiao Song, look at that thing over there. Over there? There's nothing over there. Ah. You're not allowed to talk too much. After kicking Song Run-tu away, Bai Ling turned to Lin Hong and continued, Teacher Lin, Brother Lin, is it okay for me to call you that? Let's ignore that idiot and please continue. Now is the time to joke. If someone else did this, she would definitely bury their head in the ground. Looking at Song Run-tu, who was lying in the grass, kicking his legs like a toad, after Lin Hong twitched his lips helplessly, he continued, Miss Bai, please feel free to do as you please, because the poison you were infected with is a cold poison. Therefore, during the next period of time, you need to take medicines with sufficient yang energy for auxiliary treatment. In order to avoid certain unexpected situations. During this period, it is best not to eat raw, cold, or cold foods. All medicines are poisonous. If Bai Ling eats something she shouldn't, it could trigger a series of unnecessary chain reactions. After all, strictly speaking, the medicine I will prescribe later can also be regarded as a kind of fire poison. Chapter 282, The Details of the War God Temple. Okay, I'll remember these things. As he spoke, Bai Ling took out his phone from his pocket and said, Brother Lin, add me on WeChat. I, Bai Ling, have made friends with you. Regardless of whether what Lin Hong said is true or not, it would always be a good idea to add his contact information. Feeling a gaze coming from behind, Lin Hong walked quickly towards the flower bed. After grabbing Song Ren's trouser leg, he pulled him out of the flowers and said, Miss Bai, if you have anything to ask, just come to old Song. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Dealing with Tang Xian, who has no system, is not a particularly difficult task. When the time comes, just let Park Buching find someone to monitor the situation, and there is a little jealous person next to him, so he should not do anything meaningless. Okay, I got it. After shifting her gaze between Xin Yuchu and Lin Hong, Bai Ling couldn't help but flash a sly look in her eyes. Little brother, being henpecked is a good habit. Smart people know that the so-called henpecked husband is just an expression of love to the extreme. After all, from a physical point of view alone, most boys can crush their partners. If you don't love someone, how can you show weakness to someone who is weaker than you? Xin Yuchu, you're good at talking. I'm Ah Heng's intended wife. Lin Hong, I'm kind of regretting treating this guy. What should I do? How about adding something to the medicine? Song Run-tu, what happened? ABA. A few minutes later. Xiao Song, is that person reliable? Looking at the departing backs of Lin Heng and Shin Yuchu, the smile on Bai Ling's face disappeared in an instant. It is absolutely foolish to trust strangers. As the second heir of the Bai family, she was loved by almost everyone in the Bai family except for his eldest sister. The guy who wanted to kill him, it was because she trusted the other person too much that she almost died on that rainy night. Ever since that incident, Bai Ling has been wary of everyone around her. Don't be fooled by the fact that she has a good relationship with the Song siblings. In fact, in private, she was also secretly on guard against the other party. After all, as the old saying goes, once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. Therefore, Bai Ling is still in a spiritual world where she may be betrayed at any time. Don't worry, Sister Bai, to be more precise, I believe in Lao Lin. After throwing the leaves on his forehead aside, Songren looked at the backs of Lin Heng and the other man as they left and said, "And one is the young master of the Zilu family, and the other is the only daughter of the Zishan family. Do you think that if they had any ideas, our two families alone would be able to handle it? Unless it is some special circumstances, like the time with Yi Liangchen, otherwise, all conspiracies and tricks will be meaningless in the face of absolute hard power." Although the Lu family is not yet comparable to some of the top families in JC, but after annexing the Lang, Bai, and Mei families, its strength has reached the first-class level. At least in the entire SC, the Lu family is a veritable local tyrant. The Lu family and the Shin family. After hearing Song Renta's description, many emotions flashed across Bai Ling's eyes. Judging from the power currently displayed by the Lu family, let alone the Song family and the Bai family, even if the four major families in North City were added together, they would not be enough to defeat the Lu family alone. Well, Sister Bai is starting to think about all sorts of messy things again. Looking at the girl lost in thought, Song Rentu silently turned around and left. I have a date next and can't waste time here for no reason. As for Tang Xian, he believed that Bai Ling would handle the matter impartially. After all, it is true that the other party beat her and harassed women, and he also openly molested Bai Ling. At the same time. On the other side, Lin Heng and Shin Yuchu came to an empty pavilion. Ah Heng, do you know that guy just now? Seeing Lin Heng preparing to take out his cell phone to make a call, Shin Yuchu took the opportunity to ask the question in his mind. Although the boy's behavior just now seemed no different from usual, but the girl, who knew him very well, sensed something was wrong. It seemed like Lin Heng had known that idiot named Tang Xian for a long time. Yuchu, how much do you know about the War God Temple? Facing the girl's slightly puzzled look, Lin Heng did not directly answer her question, but instead started to act as a riddle teller. Sometimes telling each other directly is not as interesting as interacting with each other. In addition to the daily necessities of life, it is also important for two people to reveal some small secrets occasionally. The Temple of War God. After roughly searching for information about this term in his mind, Shinyochu's eyes suddenly flashed with understanding. I remember that this organization was defeated by the Dragon King Palace and fled to South Africa. Could it be that the idiot just now is actually from the Temple of War God? Back then, in the foreign mercenary world, there were three strongest forces. These three forces are the Dragon King Palace, the War God Palace and the Killing God Palace. However, about 10 years ago, a fierce battle broke out between the Dragon King Palace and the War God Palace. No one knows what caused it. But the final outcome of this incident was that the Temple of War God fled to South Africa. If the Temple of Killing had not wanted to maintain balance, the Temple of War would have become history long ago. Well, that guy is the current god of war of the Temple of War. As for why I would know, as he spoke, Lin Heng slowly raised his phone in front of the girl. You still remember that guy Long Outyan, right? He is the current Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace and also the initiator of the battle that year. He told me everything I know about the War God Temple. Don't think that Long Outyan rubs his waist all the time now. He was also the famous Dragon King in the past. Back then, the previous god of war in the Temple of War was a brainless guy. Not only did he bully Long Outyan's lover, but he also killed her in an extremely cruel way. After learning about this, Long Outyan led his men directly to the opponent's headquarters, and with the support of this impressive name, the Temple of War was directly driven to South Africa. If the Temple of Killing, in full strength, had not intervened, the Temple of War would have long ceased to exist in this world. In addition, the other party used the members of the Dragon King Palace as a threat, so Long Outyan had no choice but to sign an agreement. Chapter 283. Letting the Dragon King deal with the God of War makes sense, doesn't it? The content of the agreement is also very simple, that is, as long as the Temple of the God of War hides in South Africa and does not cross the border, the Temple of the Dragon King will not be able to continue to attack it. Therefore, after recuperation over the years, the Temple of War God has regained some vitality. But even after so many years, Long Outyan still hasn't forgotten what happened. So over the years, He has been asking people to keep gathering information about the Temple of War God.as for Tang Xian's identity. Long Outyan also mentioned it to Lin Hong at a dinner party. Of course, if it weren't for the eye of exploration, Lin Hong would never have recognized Tang Xian. After all, the other party has no direct relationship with me. Thinking back to Tang Xian's brainless operation just now, Shin Yuchu couldn't help but sigh that things have changed and people have changed. Thinking back to the once famous Temple of War, it has now fallen to the point where a fool has to take on the responsibility. As for Long Outyan's identity, after all, I had spent a few years abroad, so I naturally recognized the other person at first sight. After all, in some countries, Long Outyan is the #1 TJ criminal. As a good boss, I must consider my employees, right? Seeing the girl's somewhat disgusted expression, Lin Hong smiled and reached out to rub her head. Don't think too much. Let's go to the amusement park later, okay? Dealing with the son of luck is work, and playing with girls is life. Since someone else has done it for him anyway, why should he do something meaningless as good? Feeling the warm touch on his head, Shin Yuchu nodded obediently, but in her heart she began to think about the arrangements for the future. After all, as the old saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even if the Temple of War God is really in decline now, it was once glorious. In order to avoid some unexpected situations, it is necessary to prepare things in advance. Okay, wait for me for 2 minutes. As he spoke, Lin Hong dialed Long Outyan's number. Boss, what can I do for you? Listening to the two breathing sounds coming from the receiver, Lin Hong twitched his eyes slightly helplessly. As expected, there are only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. As expected of the Dragon King, even though it was already noon, this guy was still plowing the land. Just this kind of spirit, this kind of physical strength. If Lin Hong hadn't obtained the indestructible kidney, he would have wanted to transplant the other person's call. After resisting the urge to give the other person some estrogen pills, Lin Hong went straight to the point and said, "Old dragon, how dare you not be interested in the current god of war of the Temple of War?" "Ah, X2 boss, wait for me." After a chaotic commotion, Long Outyan's voice was heard again from the other end of the phone. "Where is the boss? All those bastards from the War God Temple deserve to die." Although he is very romantic, he is extremely serious about every relationship. The actions of the Temple of War God back then were undoubtedly stepping on his minefield. Therefore, whenever he had the chance over the years, he would find a few scumbags from the Temple of War to do handicrafts for him. As for the previous god of war of the Temple of War, as early as that decisive battle, he was blown into ashes by his own RPG. The North City Police Station near Nanbukai University. That idiot didn't even change his name. Recalling Tang Xian's fearless look, Lin Hong continued, "Let Pu Buqing investigate with the other party as the center. He should be able to find a lot of rat tails. If you need any help, just go to Uncle Dong. This was one of the conditions I promised you back then." With Pu Buqing's skills and connections, it is not difficult to dig out anyone related to Tang Xian. Moreover, Tang Xian has been able to enter the country without being discovered until now. There must be someone secretly working behind the scenes. Therefore, while the other party is imprisoned, it is a good opportunity to pull out all the chess pieces buried by the Temple of War God in the territory of Dragon Country. Don't worry, boss. I have no intention of being polite to you at all. Recalling the scene that happened that year, Long Outyan's eyes were already covered with murderous intent, but I might have to trouble you to clean up my mess later. He didn't intend to let go of any of those bastards who had anything to do with the Temple of War God. You can do whatever you want with the black piece, but you have to use formal methods with the white piece. After sensing the madness in the other party's words, Lin Hong also gave a timely warning and reminder, "Don't forget where you are now, and don't forget the rules of this place." Anyway, with the overall strength of Tazai, it shouldn't be a big problem to deal with some private enterprises. Since things can be handled by regular means, there is naturally no need to use unconventional means. After all, compared with the two, the latter is undoubtedly more troublesome. Of course, the trouble here refers to Lin Heng's trouble. Long Outyan is only responsible for taking action, but I have to ask others to clean up the mess. I see. After turning his head to glance at someone in the room, Long Outyan immediately made a decision. After those people have lost everything, can you let me handle it? Once a person has a bond, it is equivalent to having a weakness. After living in this land for a long time, Long Outyan naturally had more weaknesses. What if I was expelled from the country because of those scum in the Temple of War God? Then even if he was asleep, he would have to get up in the middle of the night and slap himself twice. Whatever, as long as nothing happens. After saying this, Lin Hung unilaterally ended the communication. After all, having been Long Outyan's boss for so long, he naturally knew that the other party had compromised. As long as the matter is not brought to the surface, it doesn't matter what the other party wants to do. After all, society is a big circle. As long as we follow the most basic principles, well, in most cases, some people will selectively turn a blind eye. Yu Chu, let's go. After putting the phone back into his pocket, Lin Hung turned and looked at the girl waiting beside him. Anyway, everything has been made clear, so I don't have to worry about what happens next. Then the remaining time will naturally be used to spend time alone with Shin Yuchu, and if anything really happens, Park Buching will inform me. Good. After putting his arm around the boy, Shin Yuchu smiled and walked out of the school with him. While the other party was on the phone, she also secretly sent some messages using her mobile phone. As for how it was done, please. As someone who has received rigorous training, blind typing on a mobile phone can only be considered the most basic of basic skills, and just as the two of them were heading to the amusement park. At this moment, something very exciting is about to happen downstairs of the girls' dormitory of Nankai University. Chapter 284. Yuan Hua has a hat on his head. I finally made it through. Now it's finally my turn as Yuan Hua to turn things around. Looking at the people coming and going in Nankai University, Yuan Hua couldn't help but shed a line of crystal tears at the corners of his eyes. Because he obtained the God-level takeaway system, he once felt that he was the son of destiny in the novel, but the continuous negative reviews in the past 2 days have brought it down from heaven to hell. Even the subsequent customers were all carefully selected by him, and there were still many who received regular deliveries, but the final result was, without exception, all I received were negative reviews. As of now, Yuan Hua only has one chance to give a bad review. If he gets a bad review, he will become another eunuch in the history of Dragon Country. If it weren't for the God-level food delivery system that kept asking him to deliver, Yuan Hua would have quit after failing for the 3rd time, but there is always a way out. Originally, Yuan Hua had planned to just lie down and let the system do whatever it wanted. After all, the pain of cutting is really unbearable. If any normal male creature were to come here, he would definitely not be able to withstand it multiple times. But just when Yuan Hua was about to lie down, the God-level takeaway system lowered the scoring standards. The original passing score of 90 points was directly lowered to 80 points. This also means that the range of so-called beauties to choose from will become larger invisibly. It just so happens that Yuan Hua's girlfriend's score is 82. As long as you can get a good review from the other party, perhaps you can make a comeback invisibly. If only I could obtain the rubber fruit, or some real-life ability. Recovering and even surpassing is not a dream. Just when Yuan Hua was fantasizing that he would rise from then on and successfully reach the peak of his life, a scene that might be beautiful to others but was extremely dazzling to him appeared not far away. Yuan Hua's girlfriend, Sumei, was seen tenderly hugging the arm of another elegantly dressed boy. It is not difficult to judge from the intimate behavior that the relationship between the two must be unusual. Sumei. Seeing that the other party was suspected of being a cuckold, Yuan Hua immediately walked up to the two of them and asked loudly, "What's going on? Who is he?" Being cuckolded is something that is unacceptable to any male creature. Of course, there are some special exceptions. Yuan Hua. Looking at Yuan Hua, who suddenly jumped in front of her, Sumei's smile instantly faded. "It's none of your business who he is. You and I don't want to meet again in the future." Although at that ignorant age, the other party did give me some good memories, but the more you understand this society, the more you understand human nature. Those seemingly sweet memories no longer have much meaning. After all, everyone wants to live a good life. During the time she was with Songren-tu, she experienced a life that she had not experienced in the previous 10 years. I would have to save money for a whole year to buy any casual gift from the other party. Describe it in the simplest terms. After seeing the prosperity of the world, Sumei no longer wanted to live the tight life she had before, and strictly speaking, Sumei and Yuan Hua are not in a true boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. After all, until the moment Songren-tu appeared, the most intimate action between the two was just holding hands. Looking at Sumei's cold and pretty face, Yuan Hua subconsciously wanted to throw the takeaway in his hand at her face, but recalling the pain he had experienced before, he suppressed his anger and said, "This is the takeaway you just ordered. Please give me a good review." If it weren't for the God-level takeaway system, or if it weren't because I didn't want to experience that kind of pain again, he would definitely throw the takeaway in his hand at the couple. And when he finally reacted, he also noticed something wrong with the takeaway in his hand. Goods like this with a high level of confidentiality are generally used in matters with a high level of confidentiality. But now none of this matters. As long as Sumei gives him a good review, he can make a comeback. With the help of the God-level takeaway system, when the time comes, he will make sure this sycophantic woman understands how wrong it is to leave him. I'm not saying this, brother, but you're really too patient. Facing Yuan Hua's extremely forbearing expression, Song Rentu snatched the takeaway from his hand and said, "You actually personally delivered toys to your ex-girlfriend. You must have worked hard, asshole." Maybe it's because Song Rentu looks too annoying, or maybe it's because the green hat is too lethal. Yuan Hua had originally planned to endure it. After hearing the other party's slightly sarcastic words, he directly hit Song Rentu's abdomen with a rocket headbutt. Holy shit! Because he was kicked by Tang Xian before, therefore, the rocket headbutt used by Yuan Hua at this time undoubtedly caused double critical damage to Song Ren's head. What are you doing? Seeing Song Rentu being knocked to the ground by Yuan Hua, Sumei immediately pushed him away and said, "Everyone, come and see. A delivery guy is beating up our school students." No matter what, it's always right to stand up for justice first in this wave, and no one in the school knew about the relationship between him and Yuan Hua. Even if she has to argue with the other party later, she can use her rhetoric to deal with it. Seeing the students around him turning their heads, Yuan Hua's brain, which was shrouded in anger, gradually calmed down. After weighing the pros and cons, he decisively turned around and left. It is not difficult to tell from Song Rentu's outfit that he is definitely a young man from a wealthy family. If I wait for the school security to come, there is a high probability that I will be arrested directly. Therefore, slipping away while there are not many people around is undoubtedly the best option. You bastard, don't run away if you dare. At this time, Song Rentu, who had stood up from the ground with the help of Sumei, also discovered Yuan Hua's intention, but no matter how he mocked, the other party had no intention of stopping at all. 30 seconds later. Aaron, let's just leave him alone. Seeing that most of the students around had dispersed, Sumei finally spoke softly, "I'll take you to the infirmary first and check if you're injured." Although it's a bit strange why the other party is so weak today, but there is nothing wrong in taking Song Rentu for a checkup at this time. After all, I still have to rely on the other person to live. If Song Rentu really got hurt by Yuan Hua, it would definitely not be good news for her. No hurry, give me your phone. Looking at Yuan Hua's back disappearing around the corner not far away, a trace of displeasure flashed across Song Rentu's face. I definitely forgot to check the almanac before going out today. First he was kicked by Tang Xian, and now he was bumped by Yuan Hua. The young man, Tang Xian, will definitely have a hard time in jail, and he doesn't intend to let Yuan Hua go either. If you hit yourself, you have to hit back. But before asking someone to take action, Song Rentu still wanted to discuss the other person. Chapter 285, Fizz is offline. Damn it, Sumei, you damn JR. After riding his donkey to an empty alley, Yuan Hua threw the helmet in his hand heavily to the ground with an angry look on his face. And the reason why I am so angry, in addition to being betrayed by Sumei and having a hat put on her, it was more because she lost a useful tool. Now that he has lost Sumei, the tool who could repeatedly give him good reviews, he has to go back to that kind of fearful life. After all, who knows if the next takeaway you deliver will receive a bad review for no apparent reason. You should know that there is only one last chance for trial and error left before the final shrinkage of the penis falls into the trap. Just as Yuan Hua was thinking about what to do next, a cold system prompt sounded in his head. Ding. The host received another bad review. The current remaining penalty length is 0. The ultimate punishment is about to start. Please be prepared. Countdown. 3, 2. Every system must follow agreed upon rules. The rule of the super takeaway system is that once the host length is reset to 0, it will take the other party back to the main world. As for why you want to bring him back, of course I took him there to work and pay off my debts. System business trips also require labor costs. Since this guy didn't get the corresponding reward for himself, he naturally needs to be punished. There is no free lunch in the world. Behind every so-called free thing, there is actually a corresponding price tag. Before Yuan Hua could say anything, the countdown ended. A feeling as if his flesh was forcibly cut apart instantly filled his entire body. A few seconds later, only a pinch of gray powder was left where it was, and it was as if Yuan Hua had never appeared here, and all traces of him had completely disappeared. At the same time, North City Happy Valley, on the roller coaster. Really? That guy actually went offline like that. Lin Hong, who was experiencing the speed and passion with Xin Yuchu, also received feedback from the system girl at the first time. He originally thought that Yuan Hua would delay the last order. I didn't expect that guy to be so brave and dare to take action after a series of failures. You're right, the reason why Yuan Hua had always received bad reviews was all due to Lin Heng's secret manipulation. With Pu Buqing's hacking skills, it is not difficult to hack into a platform after intercepting Yuan Hua's account database, they can monitor the customers delivered by the other party at any time, although not all clients are Long Outyan's women, but a small bad review can be exchanged for 100,000 yuan, and anyone who is not mentally ill will choose to accept it. This subsystem is useless. Old Lin, you don't want to deliver food, do you? As she spoke, the system girl directly converted the subsystem in her hand into luck value. Although there is no distinction between high and low professions, Lin Hang is still a villain after all. In addition, the capital behind it is very strong. It is simply impossible to ask him to experience life by delivering food. After all, when you really earn tens of millions every minute, it is impossible for you to be interested in those trivial things, and the most important point is that the subsystem does not return any special abilities. Just after receiving good reviews outside the delivery, you will receive a random rebate of 1 to 100 times the price of the order. Okay, just remember not to leave out my share. Looking at the god-level takeaway subsystem thrown into the recycling bin, Lin Hang's face showed no extra emotion. By the way, can I get hold of Tang Xian directly? He didn't really take this newly emerged indigenous son of fortune seriously, but if there are any side effects of directly hitting the other party, then I will have to ask Long Outyan to change his strategy. After all, if you lose a general just to get rid of a fool, this deal is not a good deal no matter how you look at it. Don't worry, he's just a native. After sorting the luck points obtained, the system girl said with a relaxed look, you can play however you want, those guys up there won't care, even that guy who's always disliked you. Because Lin Hong continued to suppress those sons of luck, the systems in this world were rapidly reduced, but everything in the world always has two sides. While the other systems are causing trouble for Lin Hong, they are also causing major changes to the world. At least at present, the will of this world can no longer pose a direct threat to Lin Hong. This is equivalent to Tang Xian, the son of local luck, losing his greatest reliance, the shameless protection from the world's will. That's fine. I'm offline, so if you have nothing to do, don't look for me. As he spoke, Lin Hong withdrew from the consciousness space. This time, the roller coaster has already climbed to the top. After gently squeezing the little girl's hand beside him, he turned his head and said softly, Yuchu, sit down. The sky is big, the earth is big, but my girlfriend is the biggest. No matter what happens now, it is not as important as accompanying Shin Yuchu on a trip. After tightly holding the boy's hand, Shin Yuchu's face was filled with an excited smile. As long as I am with Lin Hong, I will be happy no matter what happens. And just when the two of them were enjoying their sweet daily life. On the other side, in the interrogation room of Beiqing Police Station. Name: Tang Xian. Gender: what gender am I, can't you tell, beautiful lady? Don't play tricks on me. After tapping the tabletop a few times with the pen in her hand, Bai Ling spoke again with a cold expression, gender. Although the person Tang Xian beat up was Song Ren too, she did not want to make things too difficult for him, make amends and kneel down to apologize. This not so big thing is actually over, but now the other party's second-rate appearance made Bai Ling change her mind. If such people were released into society, they would definitely become a destabilizing factor. Therefore, letting it go in and stay for a while before coming out is undoubtedly the best choice. After all, apart from some guys who go into guild themselves. In most cases, the art of sewing machine modification can still change the thinking of most people. How about we go into the small dark room and take a look? Bang! Seeing that Tang Xian was still nonchalant, Bai Ling slammed her notebook on the table and said, take this guy away. We'll let him out whenever he wants to speak. It's not like he hasn't interrogated guys like Tang Xian before. Just put it in a small dark room for a while and it will basically behave itself. After all, the tougher a person is in words, the more sensitive and fragile he is inside. But before the police officer next to him could take action, Tang Xian spoke again. If you don't want your right hand to be crippled, you'd better listen to what I have to say next. Chapter 286, Big South African Cockroach. It's time to log off. After all, the Temple of War God was once as famous as the Temple of Dragon King. Although it declined a lot after that battle, its foundation is still unmatched by ordinary organizations, and as the current god of war of the Temple of War, although Tang Xian's brain is not very useful, he has mastered many practical skills. The corresponding medical skills have almost reached the level of being able to bring people back to life. Did he see that too? Facing Tang Xian's extremely annoying Dragon King's crooked smile, Bai Ling felt a flash of surprise in her heart, but it was only a slight trace. After all, Lin Hang's previous actions had given him hope of recovery. Why, you don't believe me? Seeing that the other party did not show the expected shock, Tang Xian's face immediately turned cold. Your wrist must have been injured before, and the wound was contaminated with cold poison. Now, every time it rains, you will feel a constant and intense tingling sensation in your wrists. Without my treatment, your right hand would have been completely disabled within 6 months. So, how are you going to treat me? Seeing that Tang Xian could actually tell her own illness, Bai Ling couldn't help but reveal a thoughtful look on her face. Since the other party is capable, he might be able to provide different treatment plans. It's always a good idea to be more careful when it comes to matters concerning your right hand. Acupuncture combined with massage and some medicinal herbs will do. As he spoke, Tang Xian once again showed the standard Dragon King smile on his face. In his opinion, Bai Ling was already trapped. With the time I have spent treating him, I can definitely take him down. When he thought about having such a beautiful policewoman, he couldn't help but start shaking his 3 legs. As for whether massage is necessary, he is the doctor responsible for the treatment, and the other party just has to do what he says. Besides these? After hiding the disgust between her brows, Bai Ling continued to ask questions with an expressionless face. If the other party's answer is limited to this, then there is nothing more to say. Could it be that you are afraid of acupuncture? But to Tang Xian, the girl's words had a different meaning. So, he immediately said seriously, if you don't want acupuncture, massage combined with medication can also cure it. This will require longer treatment time. A conservative estimate would be at least, that's enough, you disgusting guy. Before Tang Xian could finish his words, Bai Ling said to the police officer beside her with disgust on her face, take this guy to cell number 3 and detain him for 48 hours. During this period, no food or water will be given to him, and he will be released when the time is up. If I hadn't received the treatment method from Lin Hung before, I might have really believed the other party's lies. The claim that treatment requires massage is clearly just an excuse to take advantage of others. To deal with such a lustful guy, we naturally have to use some unconventional means. Sister Bai, I'm afraid, After turning her head to glance at her colleague who was about to say something, Bai Ling said expressionlessly, I will take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Now execute the order immediately. Upon hearing this, the 2 young police officers looked at each other and stood up to escort Tang Xian out. A higher-ranking official can crush a person to death. The other party is not only his immediate superior, but also the only heir to the head of the Bai family. Therefore, it is good for both yourself and others to do what the other person says. Hey, beautiful lady, I'm telling the truth. Seeing that the 2 men were about to take him out, Tang Xian started shouting at the top of his voice. According to the analysis of previous processes, the other party should have let him go at this time. Why do I feel like I'm being put in solitary confinement now? But unfortunately, no matter how Tang Xian shouted, he didn't get any extra glances from Bai Ling a few minutes later. TSK, you'll know you're wrong when you feel the pain. Looking at the detention room number 3 where only a small window let in light, Tang Xian sat down on the ground. For him who had received rigorous training, this small dark room was just a drop in the bucket. If it weren't for the fact that he must remember not to cause trouble in Longwa, and if it weren't for the fact that he really wanted Bai Ling's body, it's just a small North City Public Security Bureau. There's no way it can lock up this god of war like me. What he had to do now was to wait for the moment when Bai Ling couldn't bear it anymore. Words, which seem ordinary, contain infinite energy, and now the seed has been planted in Bai Ling's heart. As long as he waits until the moment when it takes root and sprouts, Tang Xian will have another confidant. Of course, this is in accordance with normal historical progress. Now that Bai Ling has received Lin Heng's treatment in advance, there is no possibility for her and Tang Xian to continue, and during the time when our Lord God of War was in the kiln, the entire SC ushered in a huge change. This time, inside an abandoned building. Brothers, are you all ready? Long Outyen looked at the fully armed Mei Gonchin and others with a cruel look on his face, and roared loudly, those bastards from the Temple of War have torn up the agreement. What should we do next? Jie Guang them. To these people in the Dragon King Palace, the War God Palace is as disgusting as the cockroach at home. If it weren't for the restrictions of the rules, they would have crushed it to death long ago, but now the other party has taken the initiative to tear up the original agreement. Then what to do next is very simple. What is the first reaction of ordinary people when they see cockroaches at home? Of course, they would kick the cockroaches to death. Now the Temple of War God is like a cockroach, and they are about to send it away, although most of these are just the enemy's advance troops. But once a gap is opened in the agreement, it will no longer have any protective benefits. To resist foreign aggression, we must first stabilize the country. After dealing with these advance troops from Dragon Country, the next thing to deal with is those bastards from South Africa. Very good, these equipment will be your weapons tonight. Looking at the murderous expressions on the faces of Mei Gonchin and others, Long Outyan quickly opened the door of the container truck nearby. Immediately afterwards, rows of neatly stacked equipment came into view: professional combat vests, professional night vision goggles, bulletproof helmets, and various small toys. It can be said that in order to meet Long Outyan's needs, Uncle Dong did make a lot of concessions. After all, honesty is the most important thing for businessmen, since I promised Long Outyan that I would fully support him to be the boss. I will take down these bastards in the Temple of War God. Then he naturally wouldn't have the thought of slacking off. Brothers, take your respective things. Looking at those eager faces, Long Outyan waved his hand and roared, "It's time to continue the battle we fought back then." Yes. Chapter 287. Long Outyan is ready to take action. At 10:25 in the evening, in the apartment purchased by Lin Hung in North City. It's almost time to start. Looking at the street below, which was still bustling with lights and wine, Lin Hung couldn't help but look towards the distant west. According to the message sent by Park Buckenji.at around 10:30, Long Outyan will attack the secret base of the War Temple in Longwa.as. For those that exist in the open, Uncle Dong will deal with them using formal means. After all, how many people who do business and can expand their business in this day and age have a clean background? Although it is a bit troublesome to handle it using formal means, it will not touch some bottom lines. Well, they've already left. After confirming the location of Long Outyan and the others through positioning, Pu Bucheng continued to speak while operating the computer. "Boss, there is one more thing. Long Outyan said he wants to personally deal with that guy named Tang Xian. As the guy with the deepest hatred for the Temple of War, Long Outyan has no intention of letting the new god of war go. If it weren't for the fear of alerting the enemy if he acted rashly, and the fact that the other party is still in the police station. In fact, Long Outyan did not intend to eliminate the trash planted by the Temple of War God in the country first, but was preparing to get rid of the other party's leader first. After all, only by severely damaging important figures in the organization can the Temple of War God be truly made to bleed heavily. Then let him do it himself." After taking a look at the bathroom where the sound of running water gradually faded, Lin Hung couldn't help but put on a playful smile. "Remember not to cause trouble in the city. After we deal with those bastards, we can take the god of war with us. Although the suburbs are quiet, no one would know if something really happened. In addition, this operation was also equipped with a professional scavenger team. Therefore, as long as Long Outyan doesn't make a big fuss, basically no one will notice anything wrong." "Got it, boss. I'll tell him later." "Okay, let's do this for now." Looking at the sound of water in the bathroom that had completely stopped, Lin Hung unilaterally ended the call. Life is life, work is work, the two should not be confused. What's more, under normal circumstances, he doesn't want Shin Yuchu to get involved in these things. Therefore, not asking the other party about these things naturally becomes the best choice. Just as Lin Hong was about to enjoy a wonderful night. On the other side, Pu Bucheng had also used a satellite phone to contact Long Outyan, who was about to take action. "The boss means that as long as you don't make too much noise, you can do whatever you want with the rest." After confirming that the roads in the area where Long Outyan and others were located had been completely blocked by the scavenger team, while continuing to observe the surveillance footage on the screen, Pu Bucheng added, "The area you are in has been bought by the boss. So if there's anything you need to do, it's best to handle it all here, right? Giving money these days also requires skill. If you give things away openly, you might end up being remembered by others. Giving gifts in the name of political achievements can solve many inconvenient operations. This piece of land has always been plagued by the fact that no one has taken over the development, which has caused a lot of headaches for the person in charge of SC. And now Tazai is willing to take on this hot potato. Then, as long as there is not too much noise, no one will care about what happens in this area. After all, it is normal to hear some crackling sounds occasionally on the construction site, isn't it? Okay, I know what to do." Looking at a brightly lit private villa not far away, Long Outyan opened the safety of the small toy in his hand and asked, "How are the arrangements going? Can we take action now?" In fact, even if Lin Hung didn't remind him, he was planning to bring Tang Xian over. After all, there are still people in the country that I missed. If he could only play yo-yo because of Tang Xian, it would be a loss no matter how you look at it, and it is indeed more convenient to do certain things in this wilderness. The surrounding 5 kilometers have been completely cleared. Looking at the reports from each group displayed on the screen, as well as the actual monitoring of the corresponding intersections, after finally confirming that everything was correct, Park Bucheng continued, "All in and out roads have been blocked. As long as you don't bring out anything too noisy, you can have whatever you want tonight. In addition to combatants, logistics and intelligence departments are equally important in a battle. If you really count it, they actually have the most workload tonight. After all, Long Outyin and others are mainly responsible for shooting, while they are responsible for sweeping the floor in the later stage and clearing the scene in the early stage. Come over in 2.5 hours. I need some private time. After getting the answer he wanted, Long Outyin decisively hung up the phone and turned to look at the well-prepared Dragon King Hall members behind him. Brothers, get ready. Tonight is their home game, and those rats in the Temple of War who dared to break the agreement will also meet their final doomsday. Yes. A few minutes later. A private villa in an inconspicuous corner, Mei Gonchin threw the already limp guard to the ground and said into the intercom, "Boss, the signal jammer has completely covered this area." Although Park Buching and others have reported and handled everything, but due to their professional habits, they still confirmed it again. Very good, move faster. Looking at the brightly lit villa, Long Outyin held up the small toy and continued, and Team 2 will block the exit. If any rats escape through the exit today, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wanna be a good leader. In addition to the necessary gentle means, ruthlessness is also indispensable. Don't worry, boss. Not even a mouse can escape tonight. After placing a specially made induction ground lay, a hint of anticipation flashed in Lieto's eyes. If a mouse runs out from here later, the scene will be very exciting. This is certainly the best outcome. As he spoke, Long Outyin turned his head to look at the grizzlies who had already set up their barret. Let's do it, give them a little surprise. Okay, boss, I've been waiting for you to say that. After receiving the opponent's attack order, the grizzly bear decisively pulled the trigger in his hand. He had already been annoyed with the man who had been walking back and forth in the room. It's because the other person keeps talking nonsense, just like my math teacher back then. Therefore, in addition to work-related matters, this attack also carried some personal emotions of venting anger. Chapter 288. Who is the new son of destiny? At the same time, in a room on the second floor of a private villa. Useless. How come you only just found out now that the god of war has been captured? Looking at the group of silent subordinates in the room, Tang Nibbing roared angrily, I didn't raise you, boom. Following a loud bang and the explosion of a watermelon, the entire conference room fell into a brief silence. After 5 or 6 seconds, the crowd finally reacted and started screaming. These people were subdued by the Temple of War God through various means. Although I do a lot of bad things in my daily life, this is basically the first time I have seen such an exciting scene. Hand on, don't let a single mouse go. Looking at the chaotic scene in the conference room on the second floor of the villa, Long Outyin immediately ran in with a small toy in his hand. No matter what the purpose of this group of people above is, and why they are hanging out with the Temple of War God, but since you have chosen to be here, let's go down together in an orderly manner, with the raging fireworks and scarlet music. This night is destined not to be peaceful. In addition to this private villa, similar stories are happening in many places in SC, but for ordinary people, tonight is no different from the night before. 2 days later, on the playground of Nankai University, looking at the girls' team undergoing training, Lin Heng and Song Rentu sat on the edge of the playground board. You're right, the painful yet anticipated military training in college finally started yesterday. Lao Lin, do you think all those who lick dogs will die a miserable death? Looking at Lin Heng, who was holding a drink he had already prepared, Song Rentu sighed with emotion. It seems that those men who are always nice to girls don't end up well in the end. Hearing this, Lin Heng looked down at the milk tea in his hand. No matter how you look at it, this guy seems to be implying something about himself. It's not you, it's another friend of mine. After sensing the vague murderous aura from someone, Song Rentu quickly changed his words and said, I don't know what's wrong with that guy. He was actually so obsessed with a woman. While saying this, a hint of helplessness appeared on his face. The friend who had once agreed to sail happily together has now become a lickspittle despised by everyone. It would be fine if the girl also likes the other person, but judging from the current situation, that girl is completely treating her brother as an ATM. But no matter how I persuaded him, he seemed to be possessed by a ghost. Describe it in an exaggerated way. Maybe even if the girl farted, he would take it home and keep it as a treasure, a rich second generation, a woman's bootlicker. What a guy. But after listening to Song Rentu's self-pity, Lin Heng immediately thought of another possibility. That is, the friend Song Rentu mentioned is probably a villain and a bootlicker, and that girl is the unknown female protagonist. After the male protagonist comes out, the two of them will work together to deal with each other. Thinking of this, Lin Heng immediately asked, who is this friend of yours? Is he from our school too? As long as there is a possibility that the son of luck will appear, one must be extremely vigilant. After all, who knows if the other party will have some weird system. It would be better to get rid of such annoying guys as soon as possible. It's indeed from our school. His name is Lei Shuren, and he studies at the School of Economics and Management. Seeing that Lin Hong was interested in this matter, Song Rentu immediately told him everything he knew. Let me tell you how outrageous that guy is. He and I had agreed to ride horses together after we got to university, but based on Song Rentu's description, Lin Hong also roughly determined the current situation. Lei Shuren, the heir of the Lei family, one of the 4 major families in North City. However, the girl that the other party was infatuated with was a girl from an ordinary family named Xia Jihua. Like all brainless cliches, Xia Jihua is a person who was both responsible and independent. While she was enjoying the high-quality life brought by Lei Shuren, she also scolded him for insulting her with money. During this period, she also had many fights with another boy. Ah Hung, what are you talking about? Just when Lin Hong was wondering whether Lei Shuren would be the male protagonist, or the boy who was pulling with Xia Jihua would be the son of destiny. A sweet voice instantly brought him back to reality. Nothing much, just chatting with Lao Song about his friend's gossip. After wiping the sweat off Shinyochu's forehead with a tissue, Lin Hong took her by the hand and led her to sit on the stone steps. Come and have a drink and rest. We'll train together again later. I don't know what's wrong with their instructor. Something that can be done in one go has to be divided into 2 teams, male and female, and after the men's and women's teams complete their respective training, they will have a large rehearsal together. Good. Although he agreed to this, but Shin Yuchu handed the milk tea with a straw to Lin Hong and said softly, Hong, you drink first. She always thinks more about some small details than most people. For example, why did Lin Hong only buy 1 bottle of drink instead of 2? The other party's purpose in doing this is most likely to have a drink with you. Of course, if Lin Hong knew what the girl was thinking, he would just smile and rub her little head. Even if I only bought 1 because I didn't want to drink milk tea. TSK, you guys are so sour that my teeth are about to be eaten away. Looking at the extremely affectionate scene between the two, Songren felt a toothache. When will it be my turn to have this kind of sweet and pure love? As for the relationship with Sume, everyone understands, so I won't describe them one by one here. However, facing Song Renta's joking words, Shinyuchu blushed unconsciously. When you truly love someone, every day is like your first love. When your love for your partner is recognized by others, you will inevitably feel joy and happiness in your heart. If you don't speak, no one will help you. Be mute. Seeing Shinyochu's cheeks blushing, Lin Hong kicked Songren to in anger. This guy really has no tact at all. Can't he see that they are going to have some time alone now? How dare you stay here and act like an 800-watt light bulb? How bold. TSK, a guy who values women over friends. Rubbing his butt that had been kicked, Songren too silently stood up and prepared to squat in another place, but the moment he turned around, he saw a scene that made his blood pressure soar. Chapter 289, Strange White Lotus, Turtle Honey, and Male Green Tea. Jihua, there's some money I saved on this card. Looking at Xia Jihua in camouflage uniform in front of him, Lei Shuren couldn't help but show a flattering look on his face. It's not much, but you can use it first. When you run out of it, you can come and tell me again. The true identity of this card is actually the secondary black card given by the Lei family to Lei Shiren. As long as the Lei family does not go bankrupt, this card can be used continuously. However, considering the girl's spirit of self-improvement, Lei Shuren did not tell the truth. I don't want it. After knocking the bank card in the other person's hand to the ground, Xia Jihua couldn't help but show a look of disgust on her face. If I want money, I will go to work myself. Don't try to bribe me with money. Although he said so, but Xia Jihua's seemingly calm eyes would occasionally glance at the bank card that fell on the ground. Based on past experience, Lei Shuren will pick up the card later, and by that time, I can accept it with justification. There is such a rich and obedient dog. Xia Jihua's living standard, which was originally considered poor, soared directly to the wealthy class. That if the person she liked in her heart had not always been Xiao Feng, she felt that it would not be impossible to be with Lei Shuren, and the facts were just as Xia Jihua expected. After being rejected, Lei Shuren did not get angry. Instead, he squatted down and picked up the bank card again, and said softly, Jihua, you are too hard. I am not. That's right, don't try to insult us with money. Just as Lei Shuren was about to say something else, a handsome man suddenly appeared between the two of them. Brother Xiao Feng, why are you here? Looking at the boy who suddenly appeared in front of her, Xia Jihua couldn't help but smile. If her attitude towards Lei Shiren could be compared to winter, then treating the newly appeared Xiao Feng is like the early spring when the wind and snow melt. It is not only warm and comfortable, but also has a little bit of rebirth of all things. To put it simply, it is a disease caused by horse forkworms. I saw him insulting you again, so I came over. As he spoke, Xiao Feng naturally stood between the two of them. Although we are poor, we also have backbone. I tell you, Lei Shiren, don't try to insult us with money. Although he would say this before today, but in private, he would feel at ease and enjoy the efforts from Xia Yuada for where Xia Jia's money came from. That is of course provided free of charge by our super invincible enemy, Lei Shiren, but now he no longer needs this. Because just this morning, he obtained something that could change his life. Xiao Feng, wait, you're absolutely right. Just when Lei Shiren was about to say something, Song Rentu, who had finally arrived at the battlefield, interrupted him. After snatching the other person's bank card, he turned to Xiao Feng and said with a smile, "But since you said so, I can't disrespect you, right? How about this? Please pay back all the money my brother spent on you before." "Old Son, you, shut up, or I'll tell my uncle." After glaring at him unhappily, Song Rentu shifted his gaze to Xia Jihua and Xiao Feng. "Since you two are so principled, I think you should agree with what I said, otherwise, you will despise my brother while spending his money. If this kind of behavior happened in ancient times, it would be like being a whore and still wanting to be a saint." After observing Xia Jihua closely, Song Rentu couldn't help but sigh that the other party's capital was indeed good. At least at this stage, apart from Shin Yuchu, she can be considered as one of the top batch, but given her bad attitude towards Lei Shiren, there is no way I would agree to them being together. A love that cannot be held is like sand that cannot be held. The best choice is to throw it away as soon as possible. There are thousands of good girls in this world, there is no need to hang yourself on a crooked tree. How can you be like this? But before the two of them could answer this question, a girl with an average appearance and figure, about 80 points in appearance, jumped out. After coming in front of them, she pointed at Song Rentu with an angry look and scolded him. "Those things were given to Jihua by Lei Shiren. Why do you say you want to go back? Who the hell are you? You didn't brush your teeth when you left home this morning, did you?" Looking at this guy who suddenly appeared, Song Rentu quickly searched for the other party's information in his mind in order to get Lei Shiren to come back. He did a lot of research on Xia Jihua and the people around him. He soon matched the girl in front of him with a man named Fong Ping. Xia Jia's so-called best friend. He often used Xia Jia's name to gain benefits from Lei Shiren. It can be said that Lei Shiren, the unlucky guy, not only supported Xia Jihua, but also helped to support her best friend and the male green tea girl. That was given to her by my brother because he wanted to pursue her. After roughly determining the other party's intelligence in his mind, Song Rentu looked at Xia Jihua with disdain. "But she used my brother's money to get together with other men. It's a good thing that the two of them haven't confirmed it yet. If they had, it would have been a pat on the back for my brother, and throughout this year, my brother has spent at least several million on you. Apart from anything else, the necklace on your hand is worth over 200,000 yuan. Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll give you a 50% discount and you can just return the 2 million. Song Rentu's words were like a huge rock falling on a calm lake. The students who had gathered around to watch the fun immediately gasped. They never imagined that Xia Jihua, who has always been known for her self-improvement, actually accepted so much money from Lei Shiren in private. And the most outrageous thing is that the other party actually used the money to support another man. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Xia Jihua didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, what Song Rentu said was true. The things that Lei Shiren gave her had long been sold by her to repay her family's debts. Even if she wanted to return these things to the other party, she didn't know where to change them. This is totally bandit logic. Seeing that many people were looking at him, Fong Ping immediately pointed at Song Ren's head and roared, "Those things were obviously given to us Jihua by Lei Shiren, who was so shameless. Besides, the person involved didn't say anything, so why should you make a decision for him? The things that were sent out." Chapter 290, Anti-Degradation Oro Yyds as Bang. Without waiting for the other party to finish spraying the rest of the feces, Song Rentu directly threw a big basket at him. He really couldn't understand what Lei Shiren's hobbies were. He is the heir of the Lei family, one of the 4 major families in North City, but he dares to step on such a nobody, and as Song Rentu's slap fell, the playground, which was originally filled with whispers, suddenly fell into an eerie silence. You hit me." Covering his slapped right cheek, Fong Ping roared with red eyes, "Remember this, I will not let this go." When a person is praised highly, he often forgets his own identity, just like Fong Ping at this moment. Amidst Lei Shiren's previous casual flattery, she had completely forgotten what her conditions were. Okay, I'd like to see what you want to do. Looking at the other party's sad and angry expression, Song Rentu took out his cell phone from his pocket without haste. My North City Song family is looking forward to your revenge, but before that, I think your behavior is not good and you are not suitable to continue studying in this school. The four major families in North City are not just talking for fun. Among the donations received by Nankai University every year, a large portion comes from four major families. Therefore, it was not difficult for Song Rentu to ask the principal to help expel a student with bad behavior. To gulp, meeting Song Renta's emotionless eyes, Fang Ping swallowed subconsciously. It was not until this moment that she realized that the two people standing in front of her were not ordinary students. If the two of them really wanted to do something serious, she would have no room to fight back. Enough. Seeing his little fangirl being bullied like this, Xiaofeng immediately waved his fist at Song Rentu. Although Fang Ping's appearance and figure are not as good as Xie was, he is still much better than the average person. As a man who was determined to become the king of the harem, Xiaofeng will not allow his woman to suffer any grievances. I can't afford this guy's sneak attack. Seeing that the opponent's fist was close to his face, Song Rentu could only close his eyes helplessly. The moment he heard the scream, Song Rentu subconsciously opened his eyes. The next second, the scene came into his sight. Xiaofeng, who was originally in a rage, was now lying on the ground, covering his arms and screaming. A careful observation reveals that the opponent's right arm is obviously completely dislocated. Did you not check the almanac before going out these past 2 days? Why is he either getting beaten or on his way to getting beaten? After kicking Songren in the head in a daze, Lin Hong turned to look at the two stunned girls not far away. Is what I said clear enough? Since you two are unwilling to associate with this gentleman, Lei Shiren, please return all the things you have previously given us. Of course, it's okay if you don't want to return it, but if a lawyer were to intervene, it might be more than just 2 million. After saying this lightly, Lin Hong turned his gaze to Xiaofeng, who was wailing on the floor. Son of Fortune, Xiaofeng, Goldfinger ability, Urban Business System. Just complete the tasks issued by the system and you will get the corresponding rewards. The degree of mission completion is divided into 5 ratings, with D being the weakest and S being the highest. Current task: be the chef at Fang Ping's Qian Lixiang Chaos Shop and achieve sales of a minimum of 2,000 to 50,000 yuan. Mission reward: D-level completion, 3 million cash reward, C-level completion, S-level completion, 30 million cash reward, and top business thinking model, PS. Only after completing the current task can the next one be unlocked. Please complete the current task as soon as possible. That's right, Xiaofeng is the newly emerged son of destiny. This is also the main reason why Lin Hong came to help halfway through the show. After all, the son of luck is like cockroaches. Now that I see it here, I naturally have to step on it to death. If the plot had developed normally, Xiaofeng would definitely have swallowed up the Lei family in the future. Even Lei Shiren and his family would be sent away in an orderly manner by this guy. Brother Xiaofeng, are you okay? Xiaojihua, who finally reacted at this time, ignored the strange looks from the people around her. After quickly approaching Xiaofeng, who was screaming, he looked at Lei Shiren, who had been silent all the time, with an angry look on his face. Lei Shiren, have you had enough of this trouble? Call an ambulance right now, or I'll ignore you forever. In her opinion, the reason why things turned out like this was all because of that inexplicable guy Song Rentoyu. As long as we can continue to control Lei Shiren, this matter will naturally be put to rest. After all, strictly speaking, Lei Shiren is the core figure in this matter. The core figures are not held accountable, so even if some unrelated people want to hold them accountable, there is nothing they can do. Jihua, no, Miss Xia. Looking at the girl in front of him who had once infatuated him, Lei Shiren's eyes flashed with a rare clarity. Old Song is right, I was indeed wrong. He didn't know why either. The moment Lin Hong appeared, something seemed to disappear in his mind. Lin Hong, anti-intelligence Halo YYDS. In contrast, he saw Xiaojia's true face. Although it seems like rejection on the surface, people often end up accepting the benefits they bring, and after accepting those benefits, they still have to act as if they have suffered a great injustice. Isn't this the kind of person who was a whore in ancient times and still wanted to be a virtuous woman? It's like people who are really starving are given a bowl of white porridge with sand in it. The first reaction is to put it into your mouth hole, instead of pointing at the sand in the bowl and cursing. Besides, since the other party likes Xiaofeng so much, it would be better for him to withdraw and help the two of them be together. There are many beautiful flowers in the world, so why should you love only one flower? With Lei Shiren's family background, he can find any kind of woman he wants. Therefore, instead of wasting time on a woman like Xiaojihua, who is both a powerful and independent person, it is better to use this time to work hard on your career. What do you mean? Looking at Lei Shiren, who was suddenly completely different from his usual self, a hint of panic inevitably flashed across Xia Zhehua's eyes. Her sixth sense as a woman told her, now things seem to be developing beyond my control. I'm sorry for pestering you before. I want to apologize to you here. As he spoke, Lei Shiren looked at Xiaofeng lying on the ground and said, I will not take back the things I gave to Miss Xia, but you, Xiaofeng, and Feng Ping, must return everything you took from me, minus some of the expenses for going out together. Each of you needs to pay me at least 980,000. I want to see the money in 3 days at the latest. Otherwise you can just wait for the court summons. Of course it doesn't matter if you don't have the money to pay back, you guys always have a house and some private property. Chapter 291. Then you should shoulder her debt as well. Although Lei Shiren didn't finish the rest of his words, but anyone who is not a fool can hear the threat mixed in it. If Xiaofeng and Feng Ping don't pay back the money, or can't pay it back, then they should prepare to sell the house. No, it shouldn't be like this. When Xia Zhihua met Lei Shiren's calm gaze, she suddenly felt mixed emotions. It was true that she liked Xiaofeng, but she couldn't bear to live her current life thunder. Just when she wanted to say something, Lin Heng interrupted her and said, Alright, let's just leave it at that. Miss Xia can finally get married with this man. I would like to congratulate you here. As for your debt problem, I advise you to go back and get your things back and make up for the missing part. Otherwise, if you go in for this, your life will be ruined. I was wrong, Lei Shiren, I know I was wrong. At this time, Feng Ping, who had been silent for a long time, saw that the few people had no intention of letting him go, so he simply knelt on the ground and said with a sad face, Please let me go. I really can't afford that much money. Not to mention 980,000 yuan, I can't even come up with 10,000 yuan, and if my family knew about this. When Feng Ping thought of that exciting scene, he almost lost control of his body. She was very sure and certain that if her family knew she owed so much money, they would definitely beat her to death. You don't have to beg me, because begging me won't change anything. After shaking off his trouser leg that was being grabbed by the other party, Lei Shiren looked at Xiaofeng, who was wailing on the floor. Of course you can also ask your brother Xiaofeng for help. After all, as far as I know, some of the things you took from me were also used on him. Originally, for Xia Zhehua's sake, he didn't intend to make this matter public. After all, if a woman knew that the man she preferred was a scumbag, she would definitely feel very uncomfortable. Of course, this is something Lei Shiren would only do when he is not in a clear mind. And now that I no longer love her, there is naturally no need to care about Xia Zhehua's feelings. What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Xia Zhehua's eyes widened instantly. If what Lei Shiren said is true, then doesn't it mean that his best friend and Lei Shiren don't try to sow discord? But before Xia Zhihua could think any further, Xiaofeng, lying on the ground, endured the pain in his right hand and said righteously, I did borrow money from Feng Ping, but it was for legitimate purposes. I am a man who aspires to become the king of the harem. This is just a small setback, not a reason to turn it into a Shura field. That's better. Facing the other party's undisguised malice, Lei Shiren calmly took out a pen and paper from his jacket pocket. But since you admit to using Feng Ping's money, then I think I will also pay off some of her debts. Because of Xia Zhihua, he knew Xiaofeng inside and out. His parents died when he was young, and he was adopted and raised in a community welfare home. For someone like this to come up with a huge sum of nearly 2 million, it would be a pie in the sky. Feng Ping, brother Xiaofeng, Xia Zhihua, brother Xiaofeng. Lei Shiren's words were like a beam of powerful light, exposing Xiaofeng directly to everyone. If I don't agree to this or choose to shirk responsibility, then in the rest of his campus life, Xiaofeng would become a laughingstock in the entire Nankai University. As for if you agree to it, according to the known situation, Xiaofeng will be burdened with debts that he will never be able to repay in his lifetime. Regardless of the two results, Lei Shiren achieved the desired revenge effect. Seeing everyone's eyes turn to him, Xiaofeng stumbled to his feet and said, Okay, I'll pay Feng Ping's debt as well. I am now a man who owns a system. It's just a debt of a few million, and it can be settled quickly. And the most crucial point is that the first task issued by the system must be completed at Feng Ping's house. If I break with the other party because of this matter, I will not be able to get any rewards from the system. But Xiaofeng also swore secretly, when I reach the top, I will repay all the shame of today. By then, no matter whether it is Lei Shiren, Songren Tu, or that guy he doesn't know, Lin Heng, he must make these people understand what cruelty and true despair are. Very good, then give me the IOU. I can't write an IOU now. Crack. Accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, Xiaofeng fell to the ground again in an ungraceful manner. You're welcome. I'm actually quite good at bone straightening. Looking at the horrified eyes of the people around him, Lin Heng immediately revealed a harmless smile. Now that my arm has been reattached, please write the IOU quickly. Right. It's best to add a handprint, so it will look more formal. Lin Heng had already considered how to deal with Xiao Feng, the son of destiny, but just like countless times before, he didn't plan to deal with this disgusting thing like cockroaches by himself. Anyway, there are two little villains around me right now, and if I don't make use of it, I would be unworthy of my identity as a villain. What's more, it is not worth spending too much energy and time to deal with this little Karami who has just obtained the system. He didn't forget the warning given by the system girl. After being continuously suppressed by the so-called villain, the will of the world has decided to take one last, big gamble, and continue to develop in this way. If nothing unexpected happens, I will meet a very difficult guy in the near future. Therefore, instead of wasting time on a little Karami like Xiao Feng, it is better to think about how to deal with that difficult guy when the time comes. Okay, I'll write it. Feeling that his right hand could move freely, Xiao Feng staggered to his feet again from the ground. At the same time, in his heart, he had already put Lin Heng at the top of his revenge list. After all, Lei Shiren and Song Rentu were both disgusting, but the only person who really hurt him from beginning to end was Lin Heng. Chapter 292. Xiao Feng wants to poach people in person, and seeing that Xiao Feng actually took on all the debts by himself. At this moment, both Fang Ping and Xia Jihua had a much better impression of him. If it were accompanied by the background music of a traditional melodrama, the next step for the three of them at this moment should be a passionate hug, but unfortunately this atmosphere did not last long. That's not right. Where's the date? Looking at the IOU Xiao Feng had just written, Lin Heng raised his eyebrows slightly in amusement. You don't even say when you'll pay me back. Do you want to delay it forever? To deal with something like the Son of Luck, one must be meticulous in every aspect. Moreover, based on such a short time of getting along, he had figured out Xiao Feng's character: green tea, inferiority complex, and arrogance after getting the system, and these people are often the least stimulated. Just like a balloon filled with air, it will explode with just a little external force. Don't go too far. And just at the moment when Lin Heng finished speaking, Xie Jihua, who was completely mesmerized by Xiao Feng's behavior, ignored the strange looks from the people around her and roared, Brother Xiao Feng has already agreed to pay back the money. What else do you want? And what does this have to do with you, you bastard who came out of nowhere? Are you crazy because of poverty? Didn't your family teach you not to meddle in other people's business? I warn you, this poor, Before Xia Jihua could finish the rest of her words, a milk tea bottle hit her in the face, then the warm and sticky milk tea and pearls continued to drip down her hair. This sudden scene made everyone present look towards the distance. At this moment, Shin Yuchu, with a cold expression on his face, was walking slowly towards the crowd. The cold air emanating from its body seemed to have lowered the surrounding temperature significantly. Song Rentu, my goodness, this is even scarier than Sister. By Lei Shiren, I don't know why, but I feel like this isn't my home ground anymore. Everyone, Queen, Xiao Feng, what a beautiful girl. If I could catch up with her, what did you just want to say? After slowly walking to Lin Heng's side, Shin Yuchu looked at Xia Jihua, who was still in a daze, with a cold expression. Originally, she just wanted to watch the show from the sidelines, but the other party actually dared to yell at Lin Heng and even insulted him. This is the boyfriend I'm afraid will melt if I hold him in my mouth, and I'm afraid he'll break if I hold him in my hands. Therefore, not taking out the small toy from his pocket was Shinyochu's greatest restraint. Faced with Shinyochu's full aura, Xie Jihua was suppressed and unable to say anything for a while. It is no exaggeration to say that she even felt difficulty breathing at this moment. That is the influence of the sixth sense and the desire for survival of living things. After all, when facing high-level non-scavenger predators, playing dead can also give it a high probability of survival. Classmate, I think this is a misunderstanding. Just when Xia Jihua was about to faint from the oppression of Shinyochu's aura, Xiao Feng, who had finally recovered from his YY reaction, suddenly spoke up, attracting everyone's attention. This was originally a matter between us and Lei Shiren, but this classmate suddenly came out to cause trouble, and just a few minutes ago, he even tried to remove my arm, although I know that saying this is a bit wrong. But when facing a guy with such a strong tendency towards violence, please be careful. Shinyochu's outstanding appearance and temperament made Xiao Feng, who was not pure to begin with, completely fall in love with her at first sight. The best way to capture a strong girl is to show your strong and kind side. You see, Lin Heng even broke my arm, but I still didn't cause any trouble for him. I simply don't dare. My strength is not enough right now. As for why Xiaofeng thought that this approach would definitely win the heart of a strong girl, then we have to mention that idiot Xiajiwa it was precisely because she conveyed the wrong message to the other party that Xiaofeng thought such behavior was very cool. Songren too. Hey, you little bastard, what do you mean? Lei Shiren, Xiaofeng, you kid, you deserve a beating, don't you? Although I don't know Lin Hang's specific identity, but Songren too made eye contact with the other party and he came forward to help him. Either of these two things is enough to make him stand by the other person. What's more, Xiaofeng had once poached Lei Shiren's girlfriend. Faced with this situation of scoring twice, it would be a miracle if he could endure it. In contrast, Xia Zihua and Fang Ping felt an inexplicable mixture of emotions in their hearts. It was not until this moment that they realized that Xiaofeng was not as good as they had imagined. Bedbugs. Just when the scene was in chaos, Shinyochu's cold voice made the surroundings quiet down. Instantly looking at Xiaofeng, who looked strong, the girl didn't even bother to give him a glance. After taking out wet wipes from her pocket, she wiped Lin Hang's hands while mumbling softly, "Ahun, after touching something dirty, we must remember to disinfect it, okay?" If the boy wasn't here, he would have sewn Xiaofeng's mouth shut long ago, but at this time Lin Hang was still on the court, and some things were not suitable for her to do. Yes, I will disinfect it thoroughly later. After gently squeezing the girl's hands, Lin Hang turned his head to look at Xiaofeng, who had a grim expression on his face, and said, "You Chu, wait for me for a moment. He actually dared to poach my girlfriend right in front of me. Did he really think he was the guy in the hat with some special fetish? If he didn't teach the other party a profound lesson, how could he be worthy of the girl who stood up to defend him?" Hearing this, Shinjuchu nodded obediently. No matter what Lin Hang does, she will support him unconditionally. This is her preference, a preference that is unique to Lin Hang. What do you want to do? Meeting Lin Hang's half-smile gaze, Xiaofeng almost subconsciously took a few steps back. At this moment, he felt the discomfort caused by physical oppression that Xiaji had felt when he faced Shinjuchu in the picture just now. What do I want to do? Looking at Xiaofeng, whose face looked strong but whose eyes were full of fear, Lin Hang quickly stepped forward and patted the other person on the shoulder, then said kindly, "You're trying to steal my girlfriend. Tell me what I want to do, you." Accompanied by a deafening scream, everyone present subconsciously closed their eyes, but some people feel relieved. After all, there are many people in this world who hate to steal someone's girlfriend by pretending to be their so-called male best friend. Chapter 293 3-Day Bet. Is the son of luck going to be slapped in the face? 2.5 minutes later. This is just a simple lesson. If there is a next time, after throwing Xiaofeng, who was exhausted like a pile of mud, to the ground, Lin Hang turned and looked at the students surrounding him. Since it was during military training, it saved him a lot of trouble. After all, deleting videos on your phone one by one is a bit of a waste of time. However, Xiaofeng's screams, like a pig being slaughtered, successfully attracted the security guards patrolling nearby. But after seeing Lei Shiren and Songren too, the security guards turned around and left silently. You only make a few $1,000s a month, why risk your life for strangers? On the first day of work, the team leader told them who in the school should not be offended. Among them, the pictures of Lei Shiren and Songren too are at the top of the list of people who should not be provoked. Therefore, instead of risking your future for a stranger, it is better to just work hard and get paid. Oh, by the way, you haven't finished writing the IOU yet. Looking at Xiaofeng lying on the ground and twitching, Lin Hang smiled and took his right hand back. As the saying goes, there must be no mercy towards your enemies. Sometimes, the damage caused by mental attacks is often much more severe than that caused by physical attacks. As for physical damage, it is divided into two types. One is superficial, which is commonly known as external injury. The other type is hidden inside the body, which is commonly known as internal injury. Lin Hang used both when greeting Xiaofeng. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, he used silver needles to prick several acupuncture points on the other person's body. There may not be any problem at first, but after a period of time, the other party will gradually lose control of their body. First the arms, then the waist, and finally the thighs, and when his thigh loses sensation, Xiaofeng will be completely paralyzed. Of course, if we want to reach this stage, the other party must be able to hold on until then. Damn it! I'll definitely pay you back double for this later. Feeling the numbness and soreness all over his body, Xiaofeng staggered to his feet from the ground. As for Xia Zihua and Fang Ping, they were already frightened and stood there dumbfounded. Among them, Xia Zihua was the most frightened. After all, she had just spoken rudely to Lin Hang. But if the other party wants to take revenge on me, Xia Zihua couldn't help but feel her legs go weak at the thought of that explosive scene. Is a week enough time for you? Looking at Xiao Feng, who got up from the ground, Lei Shiren reacted and handed over the IOU. He had no intention of talking about morality and justice to this guy who dared to steal his customers. That if I can't pay the money after a week, I will have to take legal action to protect my rights. If you don't have money to buy a house, you will go to jail. Anyway, no matter what the outcome is, as long as it can make Xiao Feng feel pain and despair, it's fine. This week seems to be ample time, but it is just to make it collapse little by little, unnecessary. After snatching the IOU from the other party, Xiao Feng quickly wrote down the specific date on it. 3 days, give me 3 days. In 3 days I will return the money to you with interest. As long as I make reasonable use of the rewards brought by the system, I can definitely come up with a mere 2 million in 3 days. You should know that even if Fang Ping's mission is only rated D, the cash reward attached to it can reach about 3 million. And making a turnover of $2 in 3 days is not a difficult task for me who has a system. After all, when the system originally released this task, it also attached a special skill, that is, as long as he and Fang Ping's parents learn how to make wontons, they can obtain the advanced method of making wontons. Once he possesses this skill, Fang Ping's store will definitely never be short of customers. A shop that serves delicious food will never lack customers, right? Do you dare to make a bet with me? After throwing the IOU back into Lei Shiren's hands, Xiao Feng looked at them fiercely. In 3 days, I can give you 3 million, including the principal and interest. Then the 3 of you should kneel down and apologize to the 3 of us for what happened today. The other party made him lose so much face, he must find a way to earn it back. In addition, after failing to approach Shin Yuchu, Fang Ping and Xiaojia's little movements were also seen by him, and these words now undoubtedly tied the few of them together again. After all, the target of Xiao Feng's apology was himself, Xiaojihua and Fang Ping. The actual situation was similar to what Xiao Feng had expected. Seeing that the other party still stood up for themselves at this moment, Fang Ping and Xiaojia's favorable impression of him unconsciously increased a lot. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the funny scene in front of him, Lei Shiren couldn't help but burst into laughter. Is 3 million a lot? My birthday cost more than this. But since you want to gamble, then I will gamble with you. If you can come up with 3 million on time, I will kneel down and apologize to you in front of all the teachers and students in the school. But if you don't come up with 3 million on time, I'll take off my clothes and parade around North City wearing a sign that says I'm a green tea man. Don't worry, I'll get involved too. Seeing that Lei Shiren had taken everything on himself, Song Rentu immediately came out to express his position. As buddies who grew up together, they can't back down at this time no matter what. Moreover, based on Xiao Feng's apparent family conditions, it was impossible for the other party to come up with so much money. Okay, I promise you. Seeing that both of them had fallen into the trap, Xiao Feng immediately turned his gaze to Lin Hong standing beside him. Although he didn't say anything, but the meaning contained in his eyes made everyone understand a little. Just now, 3 people forced him together. Now that Lei Shiren and Song Rentu have agreed, it would be unreasonable for Lin Hong to disagree. Since you want to play so much, I'll join in. Facing Xiao Feng's determined look, Lin Hong couldn't help but have a hint of amusement in his eyes. If it develops according to the normal template of a cool novel, the next few chapters or even a dozen chapters will definitely be a cool story about Xiao Feng slapping the rich man in the face. But now that he has appeared, Xiao Feng, this little cockroach, should just die honestly. Okay, then this matter is settled. Seeing that the 3 of them had fallen for the trick, Xiao Feng immediately turned to Fang Ping and Xiaojihua and said, let's go. Chapter 294. The big villain naturally has some minor villains under his command. Now that the fish has been hooked, the next thing to do is naturally to find a way to lift it up. The most important thing at this stage is to take a walk around Fang Ping's shop. As long as he can use the system to earn 3 million, he will be able to hold his head high. As for the top business thinking model that comes with the highest reward, Xiao Feng temporarily put it aside at this moment. Now Lin Hong and the other 2 are like his inner demons. If you can't cross this hurdle, there will always be a thorn in your heart even if you become a superior person in the future. Okay, brother Xiao Feng, let's go. Upon hearing this, Xiaojihua reached out to support Xiao Feng, then turned her head to look at Lei Shiren who was not far away, but after meeting the other person's indifferent gaze, she couldn't help feeling a little lost. It is true that Xiao Feng is a good person, but Lei Shiren is rich. After enjoying a high material life, it is difficult for Xiaojihua to return to her former ordinary days. Brother Xiao Feng, let's go to my shop and rest for a while. Compared to Xiaojihua, Fang Ping's attitude towards Xiao Feng was obviously more enthusiastic. The other party just took on $1 million debt for himself, and before this, she was not Lei Shiren's type. Although Lei Shiren has now broken up with Xiaojihua, causing him to lose a free ATM, but for her, who currently comes from a well-off family, she is not as worried about gains and losses as Xia Zhihua. Ah Hung is still too gentle, looking at the three people supporting each other as they left. A barely perceptible murderous intent flashed in Shin Yochu's eyes. Any person or thing that may cause harm to Lin Hong should be completely strangled in the cradle, although it is not difficult to conclude from the conversation between the few people just now that Xiaofeng simply cannot afford the money, but it is better to be safe than sorry. Shin Yuchu will take anything involving Lin Hong with 100%. Seriousness. If Xiaofeng really got the money from somewhere else, then I'm sorry, there will be an extra oil barrel in SZ Bay. Okay, we don't have to worry about this. After simply wiping his hands, Lin Hong reached out and rubbed Shin Yuchu's little head. After all, I have lived with Shin Yuchu for such a long time, so it is not difficult to guess the little thoughts hidden in the other's eyes. However, given the current situation, there is no need for the girl to take action on this matter. After all, whether it is Lei Shiren or Song Rentu, they can both become a sharp blade in his hands. I'm sorry, old Lin, for dragging you into this. Looking at the two people who were having a sweet interaction, Song Rentu reached out and tugged at Lei Shiren beside him, then began to introduce. Let me introduce you, this is Lei Shiren, my childhood friend. This is Lin Hong, my best friend. This is Shin Yuchu, Lao Lin's daughter-in-law. Recalling the famous scene where the girl domineeringly protected her husband, Song Rentu said that this wave of introductions must be done this way. Lin Hong was so envious of having such a woman to accompany him throughout his life. Shin Yuchu, #nervousface hashtag, even though he can talk, I won't break his legs for now. What's with all this sudden dog food? I just broke up, you bastard. Although he thought so in his heart, Lei Shiren's expression did not change much on the surface. After extending his right hand in front of Lin Hong, he also put on a familiar expression. Hello, if you don't mind, you can call me Lao Lei like Lao Song. Thank you for your help just now. I have been wanting to beat up that green tea guy for a long time, and Mr. Shin, thank you for your help just now. After removing the influence of the halo that reduced intelligence, Lei Shiren's clever brain came back online. As his best friend, he knows a little about his brother's situation. Although he doesn't have the kind of desperate operations that the young masters who give up on their jobs do, he is still a rather arrogant person in nature. The fact that Lin Hong could become friends with him must mean that he has a side that is unknown to the public. Therefore, making friends with each other is a good choice in all aspects. You are welcome. In response to Lei Shiren's goodwill, Shin Yuchu just nodded calmly. She is not interested in any man except Lin Hong. In fact, if Xia Zhihua hadn't been so mean just now, she might not have come here to join in the fun. Nice to meet you. You can just call me Lao Lin. Lin Hong reached out and shook the other man's right hand, then asked with a smile, Lao Lei, what are you going to do next? Song Rentu is the kind of guy who has some cleverness, but still needs to hone his wisdom. Therefore, it is okay for it to be a pioneer, but it is too early to let it be responsible for something. But Lei Shiren is different. As an excellent leader, knowing how to identify and employ people is a very important skill. And it is not difficult to see from the other party's performance just now that he has a mind and skills far beyond that of ordinary people. If it weren't for the influence of the aura of reduced intelligence, Xia Zhihua and those idiots would probably not be enough to be played with by the other party. What to do? But before Lei Shiren could answer this question, Song Rentu on the side blinked in confusion and said, shouldn't we just wait for that guy to pay back the money? Although his lifestyle has some problems, he is still a simple child at heart. Therefore, Song Rentu had no idea at all about some slightly shady methods. In his opinion, there was absolutely no way Xiaofeng could pay back the money. Therefore, all we have to do is wait quietly until the day when the other party is completely finished. Lei Shiren, idiot. Lin Hong, stupid. Shin Yuchu, ditto. Hey, you guys. Seeing the three of them looking at him as if he were mentally retarded, Song Rentu said that he felt terrible. What happened to the promise of being good friends for life? How come after this wave of operations, I have become an outsider? I'll notify the hospital and the school later and stop paying for Xia Zhihua's mother's medical expenses and her brother's tuition first. Ignoring Song Rentu, who was shouting at the side, Lei Shiren turned to Lin Hong and continued, as for Fangping, if a restaurant has poor hygiene conditions, it will probably face the risk of closing down. It's actually very simple to deal with Xia Zhihua. All you have to do is stop all financial support for her, and her mother and brother will do it for you. If Xia Zhihua can be compared to the blood-sucking worm in Lei Shiren's body, then the girl's mother and brother are blood-sucking worms attached to each other, and now Lei Shiren just needs to stop funding Xia Zhihua. Then the blood-sucking worms attached to the girl's body would have lost the blood bags they could suck. In this way, it is not Difficult to guess what will happen next. As for dealing with Fang Ping, a guy who was relying on the power of others to bully others, Lei Shiren wanted to adopt the method of boiling a frog in warm water, let the other party pay for the mistakes they made in pain and despair. He really made the same mistake that all short-lived villains make. Looking at Lei Shiren, who looked full of confidence, Lin Heng chuckled, shook his head and suggested, "The method is good, but the damage is not serious enough. What would happen to her store if there was a wave of mass food poisoning?" If Lei Shiren's method was followed, it would be tantamount to giving Xiaofeng a chance to hide and develop. After all, if it was just a matter of sanitary environment, Fang Ping's shop might not have to close. As for why Lin Heng thinks so. Chapter 295, The God of War released from prison with glory. That is of course the unreasonable luck of the Son of Luck, although Xiaofeng was a little karami in his eyes, but as long as he is still in this world, he is in existence with a special pass. Other stores may close due to sanitation issues, but as long as Xiaofeng is there, Fang Ping's shop will definitely not be closed. But if a large-scale poisoning incident occurs, even if Xiaofeng had a special pass, Fang Ping's shop would definitely not be spared. Gulp. Meeting Lin Heng's calm gaze, Lei Shiren subconsciously swallowed his saliva. He seemed to understand a little bit why Song Rentu became such a close friend of the other party. At this moment, Lei Shiren even saw the shadow of his father in Lin Heng, hidden in the seemingly calm eyes of the two people as a disregard for life. 10 minutes later. Old Song, looking at the backs of Lin Heng and Xinyuchu as they left, Lei Shiren asked Song Rentu beside him, "What's the background of that guy?" "The young master of the SZ Lu family, and the president of the SZ Shen family." As he spoke, Song Rentu reached out and patted the other person's shoulder. "Lao Lei, as friends, I won't harm you. There is no harm in making friends with them. Although the four major families can act arbitrarily in North City, but if they really give up this little piece of land, people outside may not give them face. But Lin Heng and Xinyuchu are different. The events that happened a few days ago have allowed the two to gain a firm foothold in the entire SZ. It's not even an exaggeration to say so. At present, the two have become the objects that everyone wants to curry favor with in the upper class of SZ. After all, the size of the Lu and Shen families is there. If the two companies join forces at that time, no one in the entire SZ will be able to compete with them. In other words, if they could catch the express train of this era, the benefits to the Song and Lei families would be far greater than they imagined. SZ Lu family and Shen family. After learning about Lin Heng and Xinyuchu's background, an inexplicable emotion flashed in Lei Shiren's eyes. After experiencing what happened with Xia Zhihua, he deeply understood a truth, that is, instead of spending time on love, it is better to spend time making money. Maybe I will have a sweet love in the future, but at least at this stage, making money is far more attractive to him than falling in love, and if you can get on board the two big ships of the Shen family and the Lu family, your chances of making money will increase a lot invisibly. Don't think too much. Lao Lin is actually a very straightforward person. Perhaps he saw through his brother's little thoughts. Song Rentu reached out and put his arm around his neck. "Don't try to be clever, kid. When the time comes, he will come to us if he needs anything. Although he may not be as good as Lei Shiren in some aspects, but there is an old saying that goes, great wisdom is like stupidity." Song Rentu, who seems dull in some aspects, is actually better than Lei Shiren, who is full of calculations. "You little bastard, have you not taken a shower? Let me go." Smelling the pungent smell on the other person, Lei Shiren immediately wanted to push him away with a look of disgust. "Hey, I gave you a bad face, didn't I? Let go, or I'll fight back. Come on. Come on." And just when the two of them were arguing, on the other side, inside the North City Public Security Bureau. "Beautiful officer, you can always come to me if you need anything." Looking at Bai Ling, who was standing at the door of the police station with a cold expression, Tang Xian's face once again showed the standard Dragon King smile. He was not going to let this cold and beautiful police officer go. Moreover, it is not difficult to guess from his communication with the surrounding police officers that the other party's identity is also not simple. If it can be brought under our command, it will also provide great help for the subsequent whitewashing and development of the Temple of War God role. Looking at Tang Xian, who was still smiling happily, Bai Ling showed an undisguised look of disgust on her face. The day before yesterday, Lin Heng had asked Song Rentu to deliver the medicine. After taking the medicine provided by the other party, the pain in her wrist was significantly relieved. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be completely restored in a few days at most. Therefore, Bai Ling naturally could not have any good feelings towards Tang Xian, a social scum. If her superiors hadn't told her to release him, she would have had to keep him locked up for a while. "Ha, there will be a day when you come to beg me." Meeting the other person's eyes filled with disgust, Tang Shen sneered and turned to walk towards the vehicles on the side of the road. He always has a lot more patience for the woman who will become his, but Bai Ling actually dared to treat herself with such an attitude. Tang Shen swore that once he subdued the other party, he would make him kneel down and call him daddy. Where did Tang Yangbing go? After slowly walking to the car, Tang Xian raised his eyes and looked at the driver in the front seat. You look unfamiliar. Are you new here? Those who can become drivers are often more trusted by the organization, but he had never seen the driver in the driver's seat before. Yes, God of War. After starting the car, the driver replied respectfully, Palace Master Tang is preparing a welcoming banquet for you at the base. At the same time, during these 2 days, he also collected information on the Bai family and the Song family. Once you, God of War, give the order, we will make them pay a heavy price. Compared to the free and easy environment of the Dragon King Palace, the management of the War God Palace is very clear. No matter what you do, you need to report it layer by layer. As for matters concerning the God of War Tang Shen, we need to wait for the other party's final decision. Well, let's go back to the base first. After staring at the driver for several seconds, Tang Xian leaned back in his seat leisurely. And I'll go back and ask Tang Niabing to help me get an identity at Nanbukai University. I have some things to do there. After all, he crawled out from a sea of blood and corpses. If the driver had just lied, he was confident he could tell. In addition, there is the other party's description of the rules of the Temple of War, as well as absolute confidence in the Temple of War. This made Tang Xian temporarily let down his guard and shift his attention to Shen Yuchu. Ever since he saw her for the first time, he had decided to make her his woman. So what if the other person has a boyfriend, as long as you use the hoe? Well, there is no wall that cannot be dug down. With the status and position of the God of War in the Temple of War, it would be easy for him to kill an ordinary person. Okay, Lord God of War. Looking at Tang Xian leaning comfortably in the back seat, an inexplicable emotion flashed across the driver's eyes. Chapter 296, 1 cup of Ganges water is not enough, then let's have 2 cups, keep an eye on this. Looking at the vehicle gradually moving away, Bai Ling wanted his men to keep an eye on it, but just when he was about to say it, he recalled what his superior had said to him in the morning. Superior, don't worry about this matter. It's not something you can get involved in at your level. If you don't want the Bai family to be destroyed because of this, it's best to honestly forget everything. Sister Bai, do you want to keep an eye on that guy? Forget it, just do what you need to do. The words of the police officer under his command brought Bai Ling back to her senses from her memories. Regardless of whether what the other person said is true or not, it may be the best option to stop, although I am very curious about what these 2 forces are. But as a smart person, Bai Ling also understands that the more you know, the faster you die. And moreover, it is not difficult to hear from the words of the superior that Tang Xian, the scumbag, is definitely doomed. At the same time, in the Qian Lixiang wonton shop opened by Fong Ping's family. Mom and Dad, this is the Xiao Feng I just mentioned on the phone. Looking at his parents who were taking a break in the store, Fong Ping enthusiastically introduced Xiao Feng, who was standing nearby. He was my classmate in college. He'll be coming to help out at our house. Since Xiao Feng had assumed millions of debts for him, Fong Ping wished he could marry him immediately. As for Xia Jihua, he received a phone call and left, and I don't know what he was busy with, but for Fong Ping, this is good news, because with Xia Jihua's departure, it means that she can have more time to be alone with Xiao Feng. Zhaoping, you know our family situation. Looking at the 2 people who were almost touching each other, Father Fong couldn't help but frown. Business at home is not very busy. Your mother and I are enough. Although the wonton shop is close to Nankai University, however, due to issues with ingredients and taste, the wonton shop's business is actually not very good. Coupled with the impact of the vinegar pouring incident some time ago, as a franchise store, I have also been affected to a certain extent. If the head office had not issued a statement and made clarifications in a timely manner, I'm afraid the store would have closed down long ago. What's more, how can a guy like Xiao Feng, who obviously knows nothing, help the store? Therefore, to sum up, Mr. Fong didn't want to have another guy who took money for free in the store. Dad, you, uncle, I know what you were worried about. Just when Fong Ping was about to say something, Xiao Feng at the side took the initiative to speak. I don't need to be paid, and I have been interested in food since I was a child. If you are willing to teach me, I can definitely make delicious wontons. Anyway, my original purpose was not to make a little money from working. As long as Father Fong could teach him once, he would be able to make super delicious wontons with the help of the plugin provided by the system. With this super delicious wonton, completing the system task is a piece of cake. When Xiaofeng thought of the scene of Lin Heng and others kneeling in front of him 3 days later, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. You don't want wages? Are you here for my daughter? Meeting Xiaofeng's eyes that were sparkling with excitement, Father Feng thought of many things at once, but in the end, faced with the affinity of that damned son of fortune, he still chose to accept the other party's suggestion. Since it doesn't cost any money anyway, it's not a bad idea to hire someone to help with the work. As for Feng Ping, if he wants to be with the other person, then let them be together. My daughter is grown up and has someone she likes, so it's not easy for me as her father to stop her. Of course, this is definitely not because the clothes Xiaofeng is wearing are all from famous brands. Okay, then just come over whenever you're free. After figuring out these things, Father Feng asked Xiaofeng, the store is usually busier in the morning. Can you come on time then? Since we have an extra free laborer, we naturally have to make good use of it. After all, politeness and modesty have never been in my dictionary. Okay, I'll be there on time. Seeing that the other party agreed to let him stay and help, Xiaofeng immediately excitedly suggested, Uncle, why don't you teach me how to make wontons now? This way I can go home and experiment on my own tonight, and I can help more tomorrow, right? It was not difficult to guess from the conversation with Feng's father just now that his personality was very similar to Feng Ping's. Both of them are the type of people who will not do anything unless there is something beneficial to them. Therefore, if you want to get someone's guidance, you have to make them feel that it is profitable. Okay, then excuse me, who is Feng Kuei? Just when Mr. Feng was about to agree to Xiaofeng's request, several police officers in uniform suddenly walked in. I am Feng Kuei. Facing the Arthurs in police uniforms, Father Feng raised his hands in fear. Ordinary people living in a peaceful era will inevitably feel frightened when they encounter police officers who come directly to their door. At the same time, Father Feng was constantly thinking about what he had done. It can't be that some jerk colleague reported me for using gutter oil to make wontons. You are Feng Kuei. After taking out the photo and roughly comparing it with Feng's father, the police officer took out a pair of silver bracelets from his back and said, Come with us. Officer, is there some misunderstanding here? Seeing that something seemed amiss, Feng Ping quickly reached out and grabbed the police officer nearby. You've got the wrong guy. My dad is an honest man. Yes, officer, we are just ordinary people. After Feng Ping called out, Feng's mother beside him immediately asked, Even if you really want to take us as the head of the family, you have to give a reason? Looking at the Feng family mother and daughter who were trying to stop him, the young police officer said coldly, All the customers who had breakfast at your restaurant this morning have food poisoning. Upon inspection, it was found that your food hygiene and safety did not meet the standards at all. So if you know anything, just tell it all honestly. He really has no sympathy for such unscrupulous food shop owners. They actually threw the safety of diners out of their minds for such a small amount of unscrupulous money. Lei Shuren, yes, it was definitely not me who asked anyone to do this. Check the surveillance footage, check a few people, and then give them some money to make them lie. For the Lei family, who were like half local tyrants in North City, this was not a difficult task. Some brave guys can even get huge rewards. Of course, the corresponding price is that they need to stay in the hospital for several days. After all, take a glass of pure Ganges water. For the dragon people who are immune to all poisons, it is also an extremely difficult challenge. Chapter 297 The Feng family's betrayal. Impossible, even if we used the ditch. After hearing the police officer explain the reason for coming here, Feng's father subconsciously wanted to tell them about the gutter oil, but at the last second, he reacted in time and swallowed the rest of the words. If the gutter oil issue was exposed, wouldn't it be tantamount to implicitly admitting that there is a problem in the store? But there were only a few of them in the store at the moment, and the two police officers who came were not fools. Therefore, when they heard the word gutter, the first thing they thought of was gutter oil. Take the oil from the kitchen back for inspection. After putting the silver bracelet on the pale Feng Kuei, Officer Bao Butong turned to Wu Suowei beside him and said, Also, seal up this shop until the team arrives to collect evidence. Can't block it. For the moment Bao Butong finished speaking, for voices rang out in unison in the store. You guys too, come with us. After turning his head to look at the three people talking on the side, Bao Butong frowned slightly at Xiaofeng and said, Who are you? What is your relationship with the Feng family? According to the archival materials, there are only 3 people in the Feng family, and this guy who suddenly appeared was obviously not a member of the Feng family, but since the other party has spoken now, it might be related to the food poisoning incident. I'm Feng Ping's classmate. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Xiaofeng immediately said urgently, "Uncle police officer, is there any misunderstanding here? Uncle Feng isn't that kind of person. Could it be that someone is framing us?" The reason why the three members of the Feng family did not allow the store to close was because the whole family depended on the income from here to survive. Xiaofeng wanted to stop the store from closing because the mission had to be completed here. If Feng Ping's shop were to go bankrupt, he would never be able to complete the tasks issued by the system in his lifetime. If you fail to complete the task, you will not get any reward. Xiaofeng couldn't help but shudder when he thought of the scene of not being able to pay the money in 3 days. For the sake of his own dignity and future, he would never allow such a thing to happen. Misunderstand? After taking a deep look at Xiaofeng, Bao Butong took out a pair of silver bracelets from his pocket and said, "You should also come with us to be investigated." The other party's current anxious look might be related to the food safety issue this time. The annual leadership review process is almost here, and before the other party actually arrives, they have to speed up and deal with this matter. No. It's none of my business. Looking at the silver bracelet handed to him, Xiaofeng couldn't help but take a step back subconsciously. I just think there might be some misunderstanding here. He didn't want to go to jail because of these weird things, but if Feng Ping's shop was really closed, he would completely lose the possibility of turning things around. Therefore, for a moment, Xiaofeng fell into a dilemma. "Officer, this guy is helping out in the store." Just as he was thinking about what to do, Feng Kuei beside him suddenly said, "The store was fine before he came yesterday. So I have reason to suspect that everything you said was fabricated by him. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. For the sake of his family's future life, he chose to sell Xiaofeng without hesitation. As for whether the police believe it or not, anyway, there is no surveillance in the store, so as long as the three of them speak with one voice, there will be no problem." "Ah, yes, that must be the case, officer." After hearing what Feng's father said, Feng's mother reacted and immediately agreed, "We are all honest people. In the past, nothing happened when people came to our restaurant to eat. So it must be this guy who did it, otherwise, how could such a terrible thing happen as soon as he arrived? Sacrificing a stranger to save your entire family is almost a multiple choice question that requires no choice. As for the cooking oil on the kitchen shelf, that is of course a truly good oil. You have to know that there are surprise health inspections in schools from time to time. How could they put gutter oil on the table so blatantly? It is only taken out in the dead of night and used to make the filling for wontons." Facing his parents' hopeful gazes, Feng Ping pondered for a moment before softly saying, "Brother Xiaofeng did come to help yesterday." Between tangible interests and illusory love, she finally chose the former, and by this time Feng Ping had also come back to his senses. Given Xiaofeng's current situation, it would be impossible for him to come up with those millions unless he won the jackpot. In other words, the other person's life is completely over, but she is different. Her debts have been inherited by Xiaofeng. Therefore, as long as the family shop can continue to operate, she can continue to maintain her previous relatively comfortable life. But if the store closes, therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Feng Ping decisively chose to stand on his parents' side, use Xiaofeng as a scapegoat to take all the blame. In this way, although your family will still be affected, the impact can be minimized. You guys. Looking at the extremely shameless scene of the Feng family, Xiaofeng couldn't help but roar loudly, "I just got here, don't try to slander me. And Feng Ping, I just helped you take on Lei Shiren's debt. Doesn't your conscience hurt that you framed me like this?" Before obtaining the system, Xiaofeng was a green tea gigolo who relied on xia jihua for a living. Now that it was stimulated by the Feng family, it naturally returned to its original nature. Debt? What debt? After keenly capturing the key words, Mr. Feng turned his head and looked at his daughter with a puzzled look. "Nothing, and it's none of my business." Meeting his old father's gaze, Feng Ping couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Whenever she recalled what happened on the school playground, she felt that her dignity had been trampled upon. In addition, Feng Ping had already decided to sever ties with Xiaofeng, so it was natural that he would not let him use this matter to control him. Moreover, it was Xiaofeng who volunteered to take on that debt, and she did not resort to any coercion or inducement. "Don't try to change the subject. Did you do anything to my wontons?" After noticing the fleeting expression on her daughter's face, Feng's mother immediately changed the subject. "Whatever that so-called debt is, but based on the current situation, his daughter has nothing to do with it. Therefore, the next thing to do is naturally to continue to throw dirty water on Xiaofeng. Only by dragging the other party completely into the quagmire can their Feng family safely overcome the current difficulties." Chapter 298 The God of War becomes one-armed. You can't be so shameless. Seeing that the Fong family was clearly determined to drag him into this, Xiaofeng hurriedly said to the police officer beside him, "Officer, believe me, I really just came here this afternoon, but if you don't believe me, you can go to Nankai University to investigate. I was in the school all day yesterday." Now that things have gotten to this point with the Fong family, there's no need to think about any subsequent tasks, since it is no longer possible to complete the tasks issued by the system. So the most important thing at the moment is to clean up the dirty water thrown by the other party. As long as there is no criminal record, there is still hope for my future. After all, these days, if you have a bad criminal record, you can't expect to find a good job after you get out. Moreover, once he has a bad criminal record, it will be disadvantageous for him to marry a rich girl in the future. "You little bastard, don't try to slander me." Alright, stop arguing here." Seeing that several people were blaming each other, Ba Butong slammed the table hard and said, "All of you, come back to the bureau with me for investigation. We will investigate clearly who is right and who is wrong when the time comes." After hearing this, the four of them wanted to say something, but after meeting the other party's cold gaze, they all lowered their heads immediately. A few minutes later, under the escort of two police officers, several members of the Fong family and Xiaofeng were taken to the police station. The Qian Lixiang wonton shop run by the Fong family was also directly sealed off by the police. "Boss, the Fong family and that Xiaofeng have all been sent in." Watching the surveillance footage of several people being escorted into police cars one after another, Park Buching switched the surveillance cameras while continuing, "If nothing unexpected happens, they'll have to stay in there for at least a week." The food safety issue of more than a dozen people being poisoned and hospitalized is a typical issue in this society. Therefore, before the truth is revealed, Fong Ping's family and Xiaofeng should not think of getting out easily. Well, have someone keep an eye on the situation inside. If anything seems wrong, report it to me immediately. Looking at the sunset glow gradually setting in the sky outside the window, Lin Hong leaned lazily on the sofa. "How are things going on the other side? Is it going well?" "I haven't found anyone yet." When Pu Buching heard Lin Hong asking about Tang Xian's situation, his expression turned ugly. So far, only the other party's right hand and vehicle wreckage have been found. Judging from the current on-site exploration results, the enemy is likely injured and has already fled. Even though they had made all kinds of calculations, they still didn't expect that Tang Xian would discover the clues at the last moment. The original plan was to pull them to the villa and then directly attack them with heavy firepower. However, the car that went to pick up Tang Xian did not arrive at the villa. The explosion occurred 20 kilometers away from the villa. It is not difficult to guess based on the situation at the scene. It must be that Tang Xian discovered something wrong and had a fierce fight with the driver. The vehicle exploded because the detonation button was pressed. I think the driver was no match for Tang Xian and wanted to die together with him, but in the end, he seemed to have only left one of the other person's arms, even if it costs his life. Forget it, let's get rid of those forces first. After listening to Pu Buching's report, Lin Hong was not surprised at all. After all, Tang Xian is different from an ordinary blank son of destiny. He is the newly promoted god of war of the Temple of War, and his perception and skills are far beyond those of ordinary people. What's more, it would be more beneficial for him if the other party were alive for the time being than if he died now. As long as the other party survives in this world, it will continue to consume and occupy the origin of this world. In this way, those who want to rebel against him in this world will definitely be affected to some extent. Of course, if the world consciousness is cruel enough to give up on Tang Xian, then just pretend that I never said this. However, even if we don't have to pay attention to Tang Xian for the time being, Lin Hong does not intend to let go of his domestic forces. No matter how small a fly is, it is still meat. What's more, all the various things in the Temple of War God added together form a considerable industry. If we don't take advantage of the fact that the other side is leaderless and swallow it up. If we wait for the other party to recover and gather together, the subsequent events will become a little more troublesome. Got it, boss. I'll arrange for someone to take action right away. Seeing that Lin Hong didn't care about Tang Xian running away, Pu Buching couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I have intercepted all the surveillance footage of SZ's entrances and exits. As soon as Tang Xian shows up, we can snipe him immediately. You have to know that although the other person seems easy to talk to on weekdays, but if the tasks assigned are not done well, or if there are problems with the executor himself. So the fate that the executor faced cannot be said to be good, it can only be said that no one wants to experience it a second time. Of course, the treatment Lin Hong gives to everyone on a daily basis is also the best. This is also the reason why, even though the punishment for mission failure is very severe, there are still so many people who want to buy their lives for it. Well, you guys can just arrange these as you see fit. Looking at the busy figure of the girl in the kitchen, Lin Hong couldn't help but smile. I only have one request, and that is not to make things worse. Although the combined power of Tazai and the Liu family is enough to fight against or even surpass most of the aristocratic families, but no matter how powerful the force is, it is still vulnerable in the face of the state apparatus. If the noise was too loud, he and others would be targeted by the higher-ups, then the best possible outcome would be to let Long Outyin and others go abroad. If it really comes to that, this business will undoubtedly be a loss-making one. After all, the value of a fool at the forefront of the War God Temple is far less than that of Long Outyin and his group of brothers. As long as there are a few of them in the country, there is no need to worry about the safety of Tazai. I understand, boss. I'll let Long Outyin and the others pay attention. Well, let me know if there's anything else. After saying this, Lin Hong hung up the phone and turned into the kitchen. Since the work is temporarily completed, so the next thing to do is naturally to spend some time alone with Shin Yuchu. After all, aprons and other things always have a special magic, don't they? Chapter 299 The Frustrated God of War. 2 days later, in the general manager's office of Blue Mood Bar. Damn it, who is targeting my War God Temple? Looking at the messages continuously sent by his subordinates, Tang Xian used his only remaining right hand to sweep all the drinks on the table to the ground. Although he managed to avoid the explosion in the last attack, his left arm was cut off by the flying steel plate. It is precisely for this reason. As a result, he fell into a coma after forcing himself to reach the Blue Mood Bar. If he hadn't been rescued in time, he would probably be queuing up for soup downstairs, but even though he was pulled back from the brink of death, however, the sequelae of massive blood loss still caused Tang Xian to be unconscious in bed for 2 days. Originally, after waking up this morning, he wanted to investigate who was behind the incident. As a result, most of the plans that the Temple of War God had painstakingly built over more than 10 years in Dragon Country were uprooted within these 2 days. The remaining existences that have not been eradicated are basically insignificant. Seeing this situation, Tang Xian gave up the idea of contacting the other party first. Even if we contact the other party, it won't be of much use. Second, no one knows whether this was done intentionally by the mastermind behind the scenes. If you rashly contact these entities, your current location may be determined by the mastermind behind the scenes. Ah Shen, don't be angry. Just as Tang Xian was venting his anger, a woman in a black low-cut dress pushed the door open. After quickly walking to his side, she reached out and pushed him back onto the bed. Although the wound was bandaged, however, due to the reasons of section and time, Tang Xian is still unable to perform any strenuous exercise. Don't you see that in such a short while, ketchup has already seeped out of the bandaged area again? Xian, did you find anything out? Looking at the nervous woman beside him, Tang Xian suppressed his rage a little. The other party was a woman with a gray background whom he had conquered after arriving in Longhua. The Blue Mood Bar is a bar on the surface, but secretly it is one of the top underground forces in North City. Apart from the power behind ZUN, her outstanding appearance is also the main reason that attracted Tang Xian. Not if there must be a rating standard, with Shi Wan's great appearance and beautiful face, she could get at least 95 points, that is, an existence of the same level as Lu Ruyan. There are no clues yet. As she spoke, Ziyuan skillfully used tools to treat Tang Xian's injuries while continuing to convey the news from her subordinates. Shen, those companies and organizations you mentioned were all swept up and merged by different underground forces. The mastermind behind this incident has not yet made an appearance. Damn it! Seeing that he still couldn't find the person who attacked him, a trace of annoyance flashed across Tang Xian's face. This was the first time he had suffered such a huge loss since he succeeded the throne of the God of War in the Temple of War. Not only did he lose his left arm, but almost all the chess pieces he had painstakingly laid out over many years were also removed. Ah Shen, why don't you go out for a while? Looking at the annoyed expression on the other person's face, Shiwan stopped what he was doing and said seriously, this time, the other party is obviously coming for you. In this situation where the enemy is hidden and we are in the open, hiding first is undoubtedly the best option. Being able to be in charge of such a large underground organization, she is not just a vase who knows nothing. Although the mastermind behind the scenes has not yet surfaced, the fact that it can unite so many small forces to act together, the energy it carries is self-evident. With his own strength, he might be able to protect Tang Xian for a while, but once the timeline is extended, no one can predict what will happen next. Therefore, the best way to deal with the situation at the moment is to let Tang Xian go abroad to avoid the limelight. After all, as long as they return to South Africa, the other party will be considered to have returned to their base camp. By then, no matter how long the hands of the mastermind behind the scenes are, they will not be able to reach South Africa, which is under the control of the Temple of War. Xian, I drip, 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 just when Tang Xian wanted to say that he would never give up until he dealt with the rat that was plotting against him. A sudden and slightly loud voice interrupted his words instantly. "Xuan, please go out for a while." Looking at the satellite notebook flashing on the table, Tang Xian immediately prepared to let Ziyuan leave first, because the only people who can connect to this laptop are those guys who are still far away in South Africa. Now that the outposts in Longwa have been eliminated, I don't think I will hear any good words. You must know that the Temple of War God emphasizes the survival of the fittest, therefore, useless people will eventually be completely eliminated, and uselessness can be divided into many types. For example, this time the outposts were removed one by one, which can also be classified as useless. I understand. Call me if you need anything. After taking a look at the notebook on the table with the indicator light flashing, Xian didn't say anything else. She had known Tang Xian's true identity for a long time. This computer was also given to him by the other party earlier, therefore, perhaps it is not appropriate for me to continue staying in some of the following conversations. As someone who controls an underground force, Xian has understood one thing since he could remember, that is, the stronger your curiosity is, the more you know, and the faster you will learn. If you want to survive in this bizarre world, sometimes it is necessary to play the role of a deaf, blind, or mute person. Looking at Ziyuan's departing back, Tang Xian took a deep breath and connected the satellite video. He also has many factors to consider before actually taking over all the rights. What happened? The moment the video was connected, a slightly old voice came from the other side. Why are all our outposts in Dragon Country? What happened to your arm? When he was halfway through his words, the other party shifted his attention to Tang Xian's broken arm. I'm still investigating this matter, give me some time, stop talking. Before Tang Xian could finish his words, a middle-aged man in front of the screen interrupted him. Come back to South Africa with me right now. We will send someone to investigate the Dragon Kingdom incident later, so you don't have to stay there any longer. Since being driven to South Africa by the Dragon King Palace, a split has occurred within the Temple of the God of War. The person who was speaking at this moment was the one who was at odds with Tang Xian's lineage, adhering to the principle of survival of the fittest. If the person in power is incompetent, he can only step down and let others take over. Even if this person is the new God of War of the Temple of War, he cannot change the rules. After this change, Tang Xian, who had eliminated all the outposts within the Dragon Kingdom and lost an arm, had already met this condition. You should know that there are many outstanding young people in the Temple of War. It is only a matter of time to find and support someone to replace Tang Xian. Chapter 300, A Great Battle Between Blood-Sucking Worms and Parasites. I'm not going back until I find the rat. Looking at the middle-aged man with a cold gaze on the screen, Tang Xian fought back without showing any weakness. After all, I am still the God of War of the Temple of War God, so you have no right to order me around. Because of the previous God of War, the unlucky guy who touched Long Out Yin's woman, the entire Temple of War God was almost destroyed. Therefore, after learning from that lesson, the Temple of War God formed a committee of elders composed of all major halls. In addition to handling the external affairs of the Temple of War on a daily basis, the greatest power these people have is to control or supervise the God of War. Once the other party does something that harms the interests of the Temple of War, they can use the power in their hands to remove them. Of course, to remove the God of War, a 2/3 majority is required. There are currently 12 people in the Elders Council, which means that at least 8 people's support is needed to bring Tang Xian down. Never mind. As the two of them stared at each other, the old man who had spoken first suddenly said, I'll send someone to handle the follow-up matters. You should return and heal your wounds first. Mr. M.O., you. Looking at the old man who suddenly helped the middle-aged man speak, Tang Xian's face was suddenly filled with disbelief. Mr. M.O., whose original name was M.O. Yuchen, he is the most prestigious elder in Tang Xian's faction. It was precisely because of the other party's recommendation that Tang Xian was able to successfully take the position of God of War. Come back first, and we'll talk about other things when you come back. Facing Tang Xian's incredulous expression, old M.O. maintained a cold attitude. There will be a ship arriving in SZ the day after tomorrow. You can just take the ship back. As one of the few veteran figures in the Temple of War, he actually doesn't care who can sit on the position of God of War. After all, only as long as the Temple of War God exists can these old immortals continue to live. If you want an organization to last, a sufficiently outstanding successor is an indispensable prerequisite. The reason why Tang Xian was recommended for the position was simply because I valued his potential, but now the opponent not only lost an arm, but also destroyed all the secret outposts that he had painstakingly set up in Longwood. The combination of these two factors also made Mo Chen lose confidence in him. If the latter can be said to be lack of experience, then the former can only be said to be stupidity. The temple of war god does not need fools, let alone a war god with a broken arm. Mr. Mo, beep, beep, beep. Just when Tang Xian wanted to say something, Mr. Mo hung up the phone without mercy. Anyway, the message has been conveyed, so it doesn't matter what choice the other party makes. The new candidate for the God of War will be reselected by myself and others, and the old God of War Tang Xian will eventually become a thing of the past. Damn it. Looking at the communication that was unilaterally cut off, Tang Xian angrily slammed his fist on the table. Even though he doesn't like to use his brain, it doesn't mean he is an idiot. The other party asked him to return to South Africa immediately, which obviously showed that he was planning to bring him down. After a person has tasted the benefits brought by identity and status, how could he easily give it all up? You forced me to do this, old guys. After venting for a while, Tang Xian sat back down on the sofa. At the same time, his eyes were filled with strong murderous intent. Since these old guys are so unkind, I can't blame myself, the younger generation, for being unjust. Times have changed. It's time for these old guys to step down and let the young people take charge. And just when Tang Xian was planning the follow-up plan, on the other side, inside Nankai University, a very exciting scene was taking place. I saw three people arguing with each other downstairs of the teaching building, and one of them was Xia Jihua, the scumbag who had hooked up with Lei Shiren before. What the hell is going on? After grabbing Xia Jihua's hair, Lan Mucha angrily asked, why was my nursing home payment stopped? Do you know how embarrassing it was for me to be kicked out, and why is the young master of the Lei family unwilling to pay? What on earth did you do? Originally, due to health reasons, Lan Mucha was ready to wait for death. Unexpectedly, Xia Jihua, this money-losing guy, actually hooked up with a super-rich young master, and it was precisely because of this reason that she, who was in poor health, was admitted to the most advanced sanatorium in North City. After receiving systematic treatment and services there, Lan Mucha's body has almost recovered. But because the service in the nursing home was so good, he was reluctant to leave. But this morning, when Lan Mucha was trying to make things difficult for the nurse as usual, she was thrown out with her luggage. After asking for a long time, she found out that her accommodation fee had been stopped. You are such a money loser, why did you even stop paying my tuition? After kicking Xia Jihua hard on the knee, Xia Donghai roared angrily, I've lost all my face. Those kids from rich families know that I have no money to pay for tuition, and now they are all laughing at me. What's going on between you and that guy surnamed Lei? Due to Lei Shiren's intervention, Xia Donghai was arranged to attend a famous art high school in North City. The students who can study here are either rich or noble. Originally, relying on Lei Shiren's status and position, Xia Donghai could act arrogantly even in school, but today the school actually notified him to go and pay the tuition fee. If you don't pay this semester's fees before tomorrow, you will be forced to drop out of school. After repeatedly asking the teacher the reason, he learned that Lei Shiren said he would no longer help with the money to IT is precisely for this reason. The Xia family mother and son, who were about to lose their luxurious life, pointed the finger at their own sister, daughter, Xia Jihua. The other party must have done something to make Lei Shiren make such a decision in order to maintain their extravagant lifestyle. They must make him seek forgiveness from Lei Shiren. It doesn't matter even if this choice is not what Xia Jihua wants. Lei Shiren said he won't care about me anymore. Enduring the pain in her knee, Xia Jihua trembled and said, I'll find a part-time job to earn money as soon as possible. Can you wait for me for a few days? Because she had lived in an environment of being beaten, scolded, and bullied for a long time, she instinctively developed a fear of the two of them. Chapter 301 Xia Jihua's Despair, Part-Time? After knocking Xia Jihua to the ground with a heavy slap, Lan Mucha put his hands on his hips and roared angrily, You money loser, are you kidding me? I don't care what method you use, but you must make Lei Shiren pay me the money today. In order to continue to maintain his superior life, what does it matter if he sacrifices a daughter who is not really his own? That's it. By the time you come back from your part-time job to earn money, my mom and I will have starved to death. As he spoke, Xia Donghai stepped forward and kicked Xia Jihua directly in the stomach. Besides, isn't Lei Shiren your bootlicker? How could he just ignore you? Don't even think about it. Just when he was halfway through cursing, Xia Donghai suddenly widened his eyes as if he had suddenly realized something. I understand. Is it because you didn't want to give money to me and my mother, so you deliberately pocketed all the money? Under the influence of Lan Mucha for a long time, Xia Donghai did not have much respect for his nominal sister. If it weren't for Lei Shiren's willingness to give money, Xia Jihua was usually beaten severely every 3 days and lightly every 2 days at home. Even if he was lucky enough not to be beaten, he would still be abused like a slave by the Xia mother and son. Perhaps it was for this reason that Xia Jihua treated Lei Shiren so badly. After all, once a person is oppressed for a long time, his spirit will also become tense. Once a suitable outlet is found, these negative emotions will pour out like a tide. Previously, the only person in the world who was truly kind to Xia Jihua without asking for anything in return was Lei Shiren. Under such extreme conditions, he naturally became Xia Jihua's outlet. Of course, this does not rule out the possibility that the world's will is at work otherwise. Under normal circumstances, the person being rescued should often be grateful to the person who saved him. Okay, I was wondering why Lei Shiren would suddenly stop caring about you. So the slutty fox, deliberately hid all the money. After listening to Xia Donghai's analysis, Lan Mucha also showed an expression of "I see." After stepping forward and grabbing Xia Jihua's hair, she said viciously, "Hand over the money right now. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you taste the family discipline in public." No. That's not it. Meeting the other person's fierce eyes, Xia Jihua quickly begged for mercy. "I really didn't lie to you. Lei Shiren himself said he wouldn't care about me anymore." What the other party calls family discipline is actually a double torture of both physical and mental. As for the specific content, you can refer to the smooth version of bearing a branch to apologize. If something like this happened to her outside, Xia Jihua would have no chance of continuing her life at Nankai University. After all, this kind of treatment is even better than that of Stake-sister. Although given the current situation, Xia Jihua has already suffered a great loss of face, but no matter how embarrassing it is better than being punished by family rules in public. "You're a money loser. Hey, isn't this the school beauty, Xia? How come you become so lame after not seeing you for a few days?" Just as Lan Mucha was about to say something, a slightly provocative voice came from not far away. Looking in the direction of the sound, of Song Rentu, with an extremely annoying expression on his face, was walking towards them without caring about his relatives. "Who are you?" Looking at Song Rentu, whose clothes cost at least 6 figures, Xia Donghai suppressed his temper. "I didn't learn much else in art school, but I did learn how to identify children from wealthy families. It is not difficult to tell from the other person's clothing and appearance that his family background is definitely not that of an ordinary person." "Who am I? Don't you know the Song family of Beicheng?" Meaning the other party's inquiring gaze, Song Rentu curled his lips in disdain. "Old Lei, that guy is really something. How stupid was he before?" As for Lei Shiren's crazy obsession with Xia Jihua, he always thought that she was secretly bewitched. After meeting Xia Jihua's mother and brother today, this idea became even more certain. After all, judging by the cultivation and temperament of these two people, there is no difference between them and those of hooligans and punks. She's simply the max version of a gangster and a shrew. Especially Xia Donghai, this scoundrel, has often used the name of the Lei family to bully others in the art academy. Fortunately, the students there are basically either rich or noble. Otherwise, with the ugly face of the other party once he gained power, who knows how much trouble he would cause for the Lei family. North City Song family. After hearing Song Rentu introduce himself, Xia Donghai immediately put on a fawning expression. "Hello, young Master Song, are you acquainted with this, my sister?" The Song family of North City, like the Lei family, is one of the top families in North City. If Xia Jihua could get on the other side, she could still live the same luxurious life as before. As for Xia Jihua's own opinion, the thing is not important. The other party is born to serve you anyway. What's wrong with making some sacrifices to live a better life? "It's Master Song, hello." After sensing from his son's words that the other party's identity was not simple, Lan Mucha immediately changed his attitude to be slightly flattering. "I wonder what your relationship with Jihua is?" Judging from the way the opponent appeared, he was obviously more difficult to deal with than the stupid Lei Shiren before. Therefore, Lan Mucha, who was good at currying favor with the powerful, naturally could not show the same arrogance as he did to Lei Shiren. After all, the only way to continue enjoying a life of luxury is to curry favor with these rich people. As for how to curry favor, isn't there still this guy Xia Jihua? Even if I can't officially marry into a wealthy family and become a rich wife, it's not impossible to be a kept canary anyway. As long as there is blood for them to suck, it doesn't matter what the other party encounters. TSK, I don't dare have anything to do with her." Facing the flattering gazes of the Xia family mother and son, Song Rentu said sarcastically, "You still don't know what this person has done, right? he took my brother's money and secretly kept a gigolo outside. I have no interest in such a fickle woman. You're talking nonsense, I didn't, bang. Before Xia Jihua could open her mouth to refute, Lan Mucha slapped her across the face. How dare you, a jerk, do such a shameless thing? Chapter 302 Lei Shiren's Plan, Mom, bang. After hitting Xia Jihua in the face with a large brush, Xia Donghai quickly came to Song Rentu and said in a low voice, Master Song, I wonder if you were in need of a lover, what do you think of my sister? He was just selling his sister for fame and fortune, it wasn't the first time he did it, moreover, the other party did something like that, so it seems that he is not so clean. It is not easy to sell the pork and get a good price before it completely goes bad, and now we finally have a buyer, even if the price is a little bit off, it's always good as long as it can be sold. TSK, although I am usually shameless enough, bang. Facing Xia Donghai's fawning look, Song Rentu slapped him with a big hand and said, Get out of my sight right now, but I can tell you a good news, that is, a lot of Xia University's campus beauty's money was spent on a gigolo, and that guy is also a student of Nankai University, and if you can find him, you might be able to get some money back. Although he is a minor villain, Song Rentu knows that he is not capable of doing such a thing as selling his relatives for fame and fortune. Therefore, the degree of disgust towards Xia Donghai reached its highest point in an instant, but this does not prevent him from continuing to use the other party as a gun. Ever since the last bet incident, Xiaofeng has completely disappeared. Lei Shiren did not tell Song Rentu about Feng Ping's family. There are currently 5.5 hours left before the bet ends, therefore, if we can find Xiaofeng with the help of the Xia family, it would be a good choice, and judging from the performance of the Xia family mother and son just now, once they find the gigolo who caused them to lose everything, they will definitely put on a wonderful show. As for why he didn't mention the name unconsciously, it was of course because he wanted the Xia family mother and son to make this matter known to everyone. After all, if you don't know who the gigolo is, you will ask, and asking will reveal that Xiaofeng is a gigolo. Okay, you shameless bitch. Seeing that Song Rentu was unwilling to be a keyboard warrior, Xia Donghai slapped Xia Jihua in the face again. Tell me, who is that pretty boy? Due to the former's status and position, he would never dare to retaliate. Therefore, the anger caused by this slap will naturally be transferred to the public punching bag in the family, and at this moment he really wanted to find the legendary pretty boy. He actually dared to touch my money. He must be tired of living. That's right, Xia Jihua's money is roughly equal to his, and his money is still his own. I don't know. At this moment, due to so many slaps, Xia Jihua's face was almost swollen like a pig's head. At the same time, she couldn't help but blame Xiaofeng in her heart. 2 days, 2 full days already. The other party doesn't answer the phone and doesn't reply to the message. It's as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth, completely losing all trace. This is completely different from the other party's attitude when he used to stick to him every day. It's like a young man and woman who have just ended their honeymoon period, but for no apparent reason they end up hating each other. In this strong contrast, and amid the insults from the Xia family mother and son, Xia Jihua successfully shifted the target of her venting from Lei Shiren to Xiaofeng. After all, the former felt like seeing something dirty when he saw her. The more people can't get something, the more they want it. Therefore, Xia Jihua now misses Lei Shiren's kindness. Bang. Seeing that he didn't get the answer he wanted, Lan Mucha slapped him again. You're still being stubborn. Tell me where that pretty boy is, or I'll break your legs. When she thought about this money-losing guy giving his money to other people, she wanted to beat him to death. That was all my own money, but I gave it to a stranger for no apparent reason. Mom, bang. I see, that's how it is. I was so clueless before. And just when Xia Jihua was being beaten, it was on the second floor of a coffee shop not far from here. Looking at the scene, which was almost the same as he expected, Lei Shiren muttered to himself. Then, he turned to look at the young man beside him. Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with this outcome? He arranged this show not just to see Xia Jihua get beaten up. Ever since he learned about Lin Heng's identity from Song Rentu, Lei Shiren has been thinking about it constantly. Different from Song Rentu's easygoing personality. As the only heir of the Lei family, Lei Shiren has a lot to consider. Although the name of the 4 great families of North City is famous, but once you leave this area, few people will be willing to buy it. But the Lu family behind Lin Heng is completely different. If the Lei family can take advantage of this huge ship that is about to set sail, they will no longer be confined to a small northern city. Not bad. Looking at Song Rentu, who was gloating not far away, Lin Heng slowly put down the coffee cup in his hand. Just tell me what you want to say. I don't like beating around the bush. Everyone's personality changes according to their life experiences. If Song Rentu is compared to a spoiled child at home, then Lei Shiren is a good child carefully nurtured by the family. The former are relatively simple and easy to deceive, while the latter are much more shrewd. In this society, some people like fools, and naturally there are also people who like smart people. Take Lin Hong for example. Instead of talking nonsense to a fool, it is better to leave things to smart people. If Lei Shiren performs well, it is not impossible for him to lead the opponent. After all, there is something about the villain. If used properly, it can also be an extremely sharp blade. Of course, he would not tell Lei Shiren certain core events before he opened his heart to him. After all, compared to a fool, smart people have greater ambitions and are more difficult to control. I want to board the Lu family's giant ship. Faced with Lin Heng's straightforwardness, Lei Shiren also frankly stated his purpose. If it were just the Lu family, they would not be able to make such a decision. The one who really wanted it to make the decision to become a subsidiary family was Lin Hong. Apart from the vague sense of intimacy, the other party's various operations in the past year have also been widely circulated among the second generation. Especially according to some gossips in the upper class, the downfall of the Mei family in Beijing may also be related to the Lu family. Let's talk about the real issues. Meeting the other person's slightly eager eyes, Lin Hong knocked on the table calmly. Why? What can I get? Ever since the Lu family began to rise, he has actually not lacked people under his command. Moreover, even if the Lu family is eliminated, there are still the people in Tazai as a hidden energy source. Of course, the reason for asking this question is also a test for Lei Shiren. In addition to the absolute loyalty of your subordinates, brains are also very important. Chapter 303 Lei Shiren surrenders. Xiaofeng appears again. I can hand over 60% of the Lei family's annual revenue to the Lu group. Looking at Lin Heng's calm eyes, Lei Shiren picked up a document from the side and said, "Here is the agreement, you can take a look. In addition to this, I can also give you 15% of the shares of the Lei group." This wave of investment can be said to have put most of the Lei family's wealth at stake, but as the heir carefully cultivated by the Lei family, he sees more than just the immediate benefits. As long as he could get on board the Lu family's giant ship, such an exchange of interests was not unacceptable. After all, how can the cash flow of a bank be compared with that of a convenience store? With the connections and support brought by the Lu family's identity, the 40% income will only be more than the previous 100%. You are a smart man. Looking at the agreement handed to him, Lin Hong couldn't help but smile. Come to the general manager's office of Lu Group at 9 o'clock on Saturday morning. He didn't find it annoying to have an ambitious and smart person like Lei Shiren. The Lei family's current main industry is pharmaceutical raw materials, which may be used in some places in the future. Okay, I will be there on time. Lei Shiren still doesn't know what he will face at that time. After hearing Lin Heng's words, he couldn't help but show a happy mood, because in this way, he would be able to board the Lu family's big ship. He believed that with the convenience brought by the Lu family, he would be able to lead the Lei family to a higher level. Laugh, laugh, I hope you can still laugh on Saturday morning. Looking at Lei Shiren, whose eyes were full of calculations, Lin Hong turned his head and continued to watch the drama not far away. Being smart is like a double-edged sword. While the destructive power is enormous, it also carries a certain risk of Lord Homicide. Therefore, I want to maximize its benefits without harming myself as the owner. Then you have to do some practice in advance. As for what the practice content is like, I think all of the Yanzu and Yifei here already know something about this. Just as Lin Hong and Lei Shiren continued to watch the show with their own ulterior motives. On the other side is the gate of Beicheng police station. A slightly disheveled figure was staggering out slowly. You go back first, we will contact you if we need you later. Looking at the haggard Xiaofeng standing in front of the police station, Bao Butong returned his cell phone and other belongings to him. Remember to keep your cell phone in communication mode at all times. Although I don't know why my superiors asked me to release Xiaofeng, but Xiaofeng's suspicion has not been cleared at this moment. Therefore, even if the other party leaves the police station, he still needs to be summoned at any time. I see. Ignoring Bao Butong's cold tone and attitude, after taking all his personal belongings, Xiaofeng left in a hurry. If I continue to argue with the other party here, who knows if there will be enough time left for me to complete the task. That's right, the reason why he was able to get out of the police station now was thanks to the help of the urban business system. Of course, when you gain something, you are also destined to lose something. As the price for actively violating the rules, the urban commercial system signed an agreement with Xiaofeng that means you have to choose one of the two within 24 hours. Only after completing one of the tasks can you obtain the right to continue living. The two tasks are to earn 100,000 within 24 hours and to deal with Xia Jihua within 24 hours. The moment these two tasks came out, Xiaofeng chose the latter without any hesitation. After all, He still knows his own weight. To or in death within 24 hours is no less than to cure the patient who took out a rubber band from his pants to hit the glass. In comparison, the difficulty of task 2 can be considered almost no difficulty anyway. Xiaojihua already had a good impression of me. If you just make a little effort, you may be able to defeat the opponent completely. Moreover, when he thought of Lei Shiren's grief-stricken look after hearing the news, he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of pleasure in his heart. This guy, looking at Xiao Feng's hurriedly leaving back, Bao Butong thought again and again and decided to follow him. The reason why this guy is so anxious right now might be to destroy the evidence of using poisonous ingredients. As long as you follow quietly from behind, you might get some unexpected gains. At the same time, Nankai University Academic Affairs Office. Are you sure you want to process Xiaojiawa's withdrawal? Looking at Lan Mucha, who was looking around, Xiaojiawa's counselor by Yuntao frowned and said, "Student Xiao's grades in all subjects are very good. How can you expel him just like that? Leader, you don't need to say anything." Before Bai Yuntao could finish the rest of his words, Lan Mucha interrupted him and said, "Apology. Jihua is not feeling well. So she can no longer stay in school and needs to go home to rest for a while." Unable to wait for the appearance of the pretty boy Xiao Feng, the Xia family mother and son set their sights on Xia Jihua. They had originally planned to wait until she finished the college entrance examination and then marry her to a fat middle-aged widower. I heard that the reason why the other party's previous wife died was that she was crushed to death by that man, but this actually has nothing to do with the Xia family mother and son. After all, Xia Jihua was just a tool for both of them to serve them from the beginning to the end. If Lei Shiren hadn't shown up unexpectedly, they would have married Xia Jihua long ago. After all, even a fool knows that the status and wealth of the Lei family in North City are definitely not comparable to those of a small upstart, but now Lei Shiren no longer cares about Xia Jihua, which means that they can no longer continue to suck blood from each other. In order to maintain their extravagant lifestyle, the Xia family mother and son immediately picked up the plan they had abandoned before, that is to marry Xia Jihua to the fat man weighing more than 300 pounds, and get a huge reward from him, and given the fat man's physical condition, he might die one day. At that time, relying on Xia Jihua's status as a widow, they would be able to take over all of Fatty's property with full legitimacy. As for Xia Jihua's wishes, the mother and son of the Xia family no longer regard each other as human beings, so naturally they would not care about her thoughts. Seeing that Lan Mucha was determined to drop out of school, Bai Yuntao had no choice but to change his strategy. "Why don't you go through the suspension procedures first? In this way, when Xia Jihua recovers, she can return to school to study. Moreover, compared to withdrawing from school, the suspension procedure can be completed much faster. No matter what, this is the Xia family's family affair. Although he is Xia Jihua's counselor, there may not be much he can do. The longer you stay in this society, the more you see. It's good to show kindness to strangers, but you may get a dagger in response. Therefore, applying for a leave of absence for Xia Jihua instead of dropping out is the best effort Bai Yuntao can make." Chapter 304, Xiao Feng's situation. Okay, then apply for a leave of absence. Hearing this, Lan Mucha originally wanted to refuse, but after hearing that it would save a lot of trouble, he immediately changed his mind and agreed. Anyway, for her, there is not much difference between taking a leave of absence and dropping out of school. The reason for processing Xia Jihua's withdrawal procedures was simply to reduce some unnecessary subsequent troubles. Moreover, once Xia Jihua marries that fat man, she will probably have no chance of leaving that mansion. After all, that fat guy is a person with a strong desire for control. "Okay, then auntie, please come with me to go through the formalities first." Seeing that Lan Mucha agreed to just take a leave of absence, Bai Yuntao stood up and walked outside. "I am just a counselor and I don't have much power. If you want to apply for a leave of absence from a school, you must go through the department director and the academic affairs office. Anyway, there are still several places to go after we finish our trip." "What a money loser. It's a waste of my time." Looking at Bai Yuntao's back as he stood up and left, Lan Mucha immediately stood up and followed him. Judging from the time she and Xia Donghai parted, they should have arrived at the nouveau riche's house by now. As long as the procedures here are completed, we can arrange for the two of them to get their marriage certificate quickly. Just as Lan Mucha and Bai Yuntao went to handle the formalities, a taxi stopped in front of the gate of Nankai University. "Wait here for me, I'll be right out." After paying the fare to the taxi driver, Xiaofeng got out of the car with the flowers he had prepared long ago. Based on the relationship between himself and Xia Jihua, I think I only need to use a little trick later to make the other person fall in love with me, and the story after that, naturally, it is the joy of seeing and hearing. I know that no one likes to read it, so I deleted all 30,000 words. Okay. As he spoke, the driver started the car and drove away. He has seen many young people with such mysterious confidence that if I really just wait here like an idiot, all these years of my life will be wasted. Looking at the taxi that was leaving in a cloud of dust, Xiaofeng twitched his lips helplessly, but he quickly adjusted his mood and turned to walk towards Nanbukai University. There wasn't much time left for him now, and he had no time to waste on talking nonsense with these messy people. A few minutes later, a drip, drip, drip. No, buddy, why don't you let us in first? Looking at Xiaofeng, who was blocking the entrance and exit and swiping his card continuously, the students in line behind him couldn't help but remind him, if you are a tourist coming here, you can go through the tourist channel. As a school with a name beginning with 9, Nankai University is naturally open to the public. Generally, students use their cards to enter through the student channel, while tourists register using their ID cards. Don't make a fuss. My card won't work for some reason. Seeing that everyone around him was looking at him, Xiaofeng's face flushed and he raised his student ID. Ever since I was admitted to Nankai University, I have always looked down on those who come to visit, but now, after being told this by the student behind him, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Okay, be quiet. At this time, the security guard who heard the noise also walked from the registration desk to the access control desk and said, "Let me see your card. It may have been demagnetized." "Okay, could you please let me in first?" After handing his student card to the security guard, Xiaofeng raised the roses in his left hand and said, "My girlfriend is waiting for me inside." Now the world is so big, and finding Xiajihua is the biggest. After all, in order to get the opportunity to reach the pinnacle of life, he bet his life on it. "Wait a minute, I'll check for you right away." As he spoke, the security guard entered the data on Xiaofeng's student card into his mobile phone. Since student ID cards often become demagnetized, the security guards use mobile phones distributed by the school, and through the database on this mobile phone, they can quickly verify student information. This will prevent some bad guys from entering by pretending to be students, after dozens of seconds. Looking at the students lining up to enter the school, Xiaofeng shook his legs in annoyance. For him now, waiting is undoubtedly the most torturous torture. "Come here for a moment." Just when he was about to lose control, the security guard beside him waved to him. "I told you I'm a student of this school, uncle, hurry up, it was before, but not now." After handing the student card to the bewildered Xiaofeng, the security guard pointed to the visitor passage not far away and said, "If you want to enter the school, go and queue up. Don't affect other people coming in and out." "No, no." Seeing the security guard about to turn around and leave, Xiaofeng quickly reached out and grabbed him. "Uncle, what did you mean by that just now? What do you mean it was before, but not now?" Although he asked this, but at this moment, he already had a bad answer in his mind. However, this answer was so provocative that Xiaofeng subconsciously chose to ignore it. Because of the wait, everyone had gradually forgotten about this place, but Xiaofeng's sudden yelling once again attracted everyone's attention. "Let me go." After struggling to break free from the other party's restraints, the security guard said with a gloomy face, "Student Xiaofeng, you have been expelled from the school. So if you want to go in, just queue up at the tourist entrance." There was indeed a person named Xiaofeng in the mobile phone's archive, but he had been expelled from Nankai University 2 days ago. The reason for expulsion was also very simple, that is misconduct and instigating others to commit crimes. The culprit behind this is naturally this guy Lei Shiren. Ever since he got rid of the aura of lowering intelligence from Xiajihua, he has once again become the feared young master Lei. Therefore, he also made a corresponding response to Xiaofeng, who had been jumping around in front of him. "Since you are using green tea tactics to disgust yourself, be prepared to atone for your sins with a lifetime of pain." The bet and the debt were only the first step, dropping out of school was the second, and what awaits Xiaofeng next is the third step, the fourth step, and even more. "Xiaofeng, is he the one on Tieba?" "Ah yes, I've seen the photo, it's this guy." "Bah, green tea scheming men are so disgusting. And that's Xia Jihua too. Green tea and White Lotus are a perfect match. That guy Lei Shiren is really pitiful. He actually met 2 such top-notch people." "Shut up, everyone, shut up." Listening to the constant gossip coming from all around, Xiaofeng's face instantly turned extremely pale. Although he didn't know what exactly happened, he knew that his reputation was completely ruined, but when he thought that as long as he could win Xiajihua, he would be able to reach the peak of his life, his chaotic mind suddenly regained some clarity. At the moment, no matter what people around him think of him, the most important thing is to find Xiajihua and take her down anyway. As long as you have money, others will naturally not dare to criticize you. You shameless pretty boy, I finally found you. Just as Xiaofeng was about to queue up at the tourist entrance, a sharp female voice suddenly rang in the ears of everyone present. Chapter 305 Lan Mucha is dead. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw a middle-aged woman with an angry face running towards Xiaofeng at a speed faster than Bolt. I'm not a little. Bang. Just when Xiaofeng was about to open his mouth to refute, Lan Mucha threw a large brush bag at him. Looking at Xiaofeng, who was dressed in a proper manner, she put her hands on her hips and immediately started to break down her defenses. It was you, this pretty boy, who caused my daughter to break up with young Master Lei and even swindled millions out of her. Return the money to me right now, or I'll beat you to death. Originally, after completing the formalities with Bai Yuntao, Lan Mucha wanted to check on how Xia Donghai was doing, but as soon as he reached the school gate, he heard people discussing Xiaofeng, and how could she not be familiar with this name? You should know that after she learned the truth from Song Rentu in the morning, she and Xia Donghai went all over the school looking for each other. Are you Xiao's mother? Although I got slapped for no apparent reason, but after hearing what the other party said, Xiaofeng did not launch any counterattack. Instead, he immediately asked, "Where is Jihua? What did you do to her?" When he was with Xia Jihua before, she had mentioned her original family. Therefore, after seeing Lan Mucha appear here, Xiaofeng felt a strong sense of unease in his heart. You should know that there is a prerequisite for winning over Xia Jihua, that is, the other party must be 100% original imported. If Lan Mucha gave it to Lei Shiren, when Xiaofeng thought of the next scene, his face suddenly turned pale. Don't try to change the subject, you little white face. Give me back my money right now. In response to Xiaofeng's sudden question, Lan Mucha used the 9-in white bone claw again. Because the two were too close to each other, and they didn't expect the other party to suddenly attack. Therefore, by the time Xiaofeng reacted, he had already taken a full set of attacks from the opponent. Stop it, you bitch. Seeing that Lan Mucha's second wave of attack was about to hit, Xiaofeng rushed forward with a punch in a hurry. After being punched by Xiaofeng, Lan Mucha originally planned to cry, make a fuss, and even commit suicide, but before she could finish her words, she was enveloped by a huge feeling of dizziness. After staggering a few steps, Lan Mucha closed his eyes and fell backwards to the ground. This sudden scene also made the atmosphere on the field quiet down instantly. After about 2.5 seconds of silence, the students who reacted finally started talking at once. Someone's dead. Someone's been beaten to death. Oh my god, is it so fierce? Hurry, call an ambulance. That's not right, we should control the person first. I didn't mean to. A word can wake a person up from a dream. Hearing the people around him say to control themselves, Xiaofeng immediately came back to his senses from his confused state. He never expected it. It was just a simple punch that couldn't be simpler, but it could make Lan Mucha, a big and strong old woman, fall to the ground. Isn't this probability even lower than winning the lottery jackpot? Just stay here quietly. It was indeed a wrong decision to let you out. And just when the crowd was in chaos, Bao Butong, who had been hiding in the dark, quickly stepped forward and handcuffed the silver bracelet to Xiaofeng's wrist. Officer. Looking at the familiar silver bracelet on his wrist, Xiaofeng suddenly felt as if he had lost his parents. I really didn't mean it. Why don't you first shut up and stay aside? After glaring at the other person fiercely, Bao Butong squatted on the ground and gave Lan Mucha first aid, but unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, Lan Mucha still showed no signs of waking up. Even breathing had stopped for a long time. Officer, how is she? Looking at Bao Butong, who stood up from the ground, Xiaofeng asked nervously, is everything okay? If something really happens to Lan Mucha, then I'm really finished. After all, others may still have the rest of their lives, but he only has less than a day left. If you fail to complete the task within the specified time, your only fate will be death. It's really nothing serious, he just passed away. After closing Lan Mucha's eyes with his hands, Bao Butong turned his head and said expressionlessly, just come back to the bureau with me. No, I just hit her casually. Looking at Lan Mucha lying motionless on the ground, Xiaofeng staggered back 2 steps. Host, there are still 18 hours left until the mission ends. Just when Xiaofeng was stunned, the urban business system gave him a reminder. Having finally arrived in this world, it doesn't want to run back in shame. But if it were not for the inability to forcibly interfere with the NPCs in this world, it would have solved all the troubles for Xiaofeng long ago. But judging from the current situation, the development of the rest of the matter can only depend on Xiaofeng himself. After all, I have already violated the rules once. If you break the rules again, you will be punished in a way that cannot be described in words. Yes, I still have the system. After hearing the system's prompt, Xiaofeng immediately came back to his senses from his panic. Looking at Bao Butong, who was maintaining order around him, he gritted his teeth and prepared to sneak away from the side. As long as you can complete the tasks issued by the system, you still have the possibility of turning the situation around. But just when Xiaofeng turned around and took 2 steps, he was surrounded by a group of students. You still want to run away? Just stay here. That's right, you green tea murderer. Damn it, get out of my way. Seeing Bao Butong walking towards him, Xiaofeng didn't care about anything else. After pushing away several students in front of him, he planned to escape by blending into the crowd, but unfortunately, he overestimated his physical fitness and underestimated the purity of college students. Seeing that Xiaofeng had killed someone and yet wanted to escape, after looking at each other, the students rushed over and started beating him with fists and kicks. What's the best way to subdue a prisoner? Of course, the solution is to knock the opponent down so that he can't run away even if he wants to. Be gentle, don't hit my brother. Chapter 306, Found Tang Xian, TSK. It's really exciting. At this time, we were under the shade of trees not far from the school gate, looking at Xiaofeng, who was being madly subdued by the crowd. Lin Heng dropped the stone in his hand without leaving a trace. You're right. If the situation had developed normally, Xiaofeng's punch would at most knock out Lan Mucha's teeth, but at the critical moment, Lin Heng threw a stone, and this stone hit Lan Mucha's knee accurately. The sudden and severe pain made Lan Mucha subconsciously want to squat down, and it was because of this squat that Xiaofeng's fist hit Lan Mucha's temple directly. That's not right. What will happen to the bet if he gets caught? Looking at Xiaofeng being beaten by the crowd, Song Rentu showed a regretful expression. I have already contacted many of my friends in the self-media industry and are preparing a live broadcast that will shock the whole city. Although with his wealth, he does not need to rely on live streaming to make money, but he didn't mind making a fuss about something that could embarrass Xiaofeng, a green tea girl. Of course, if we follow the normal routine, the ones who suffer losses in this wave should be Song Rentu and Lei Shiren. However, Xiaofeng will successfully enter the sight of major families because of this bet. Later, he was able to use this incident to contact many families that were at odds with the Lei and Song families. Looking at Song Rentu, who looked disappointed, Lin Hong, Shin Yuchu and Lei Shiren showed different expressions. Lei Shiren was helpless and accustomed to it. Lin Hong didn't know what to say, and Shin Yuchu was full of disgust. The girl naturally knew very well what the bet between them and Xiaofeng was about, and such filthy things must never appear in front of Lin Hang. Hong, let's go. After looking at Song Rentu with a hint of disgust, Shin Yuchu pulled Lin Hang's arm and left. Although she will not hinder the other party's normal social interaction, but if you stay with a fool for too long, it might affect you. Therefore, staying away from fools around you is a very good way to deal with it. Lao Lei, why do I feel like I'm being disliked? Looking at the two people leaving hand in hand, Songren scratched his head in confusion. I didn't do anything? Looking at this seemingly always clueless childhood friend, Lei Shiren patted his shoulder with a hint of helplessness. It's okay, you're doing fine the way you are. While comforting Songren too, he also became more convinced that the choice he made was correct. Maybe Lin Hong did it on purpose, as he happened to see the other party making the move. Although the target cannot be 100% determined, this can be analyzed from Lan Mucha's sudden change in expression and the inexplicable death. There is definitely a close connection between this and Lin Hong. Being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. Strictly speaking, Lan Mucha and Xiaofeng are both enemies of Lei Shiren. There is no direct relationship between the two and Lin Hong, but as soon as he showed his sincerity, Lin Hong took action to solve the problem for him. This made Lei Shiren admire his skills and also feel fortunate that he did not choose the wrong person to follow. After all, as the old saying goes, an incompetent coach will exhaust the army. A good leader, even if he has few men under him, is more effective than an excellent army led by a good-for-nothing. Meeting Lei Shiren's idiotic gaze, Song Rentu immediately grabbed the man's neck with his hands. Old Lei, you stinky boy, how dare you look at me, your father, with such eyes? Lei Shiren, let go, you bastard. Song Rentu, no, unless you call me daddy. Get out. And just when the two of them were playing on the other side, Lin Hong, who had just sat down in the store with Shin Yuchu, suddenly received a message from Park Bucheng. Boss, we found Tang Xian's trace. Looking at the figure that flashed by in a certain video, Park Bucheng hacked into the nearby surveillance camera and continued, we have already locked down the opponent's approximate location. If nothing unexpected happens, Tang Xian should be in the Blue Mood Bar in North City right now. If someone hadn't accidentally taken a picture, he really wouldn't have been able to find the other person's location. As for the content of the pictures, naturally, it is the plot where Tang Xian hugs all kinds of women in the bar and constantly and crazily releases those damn hormones, although he has the beauty Cheyenne always by his side, but as a war god who was essentially the same species as the Dragon King, how could Tang Xian possibly control his instincts? Whenever Tang Xian meets a woman who is reasonably good-looking, he will be guided by instinct and approach her to strike up a conversation, and it is precisely for this reason that photos of him were circulated. Have you told Long Outyen about this? As he spoke, Lin Hong gave the girl beside him a reassuring look. I remember that place is in the city. You should try not to fight there. Although I haven't lived in North City for a long time, but after learning that he would spend the next 4 years here, he engraved all the landmark buildings in his mind in advance. The Blue Mood Bar is less than a street away from the city center. If Long Outyen takes action here, the subsequent processing will take a lot of energy. After all, being seen by ordinary people and being seen by people in the circle are completely different concepts. Don't worry, boss. I will definitely come and report to you first. After thoroughly checking the back end of the Blue Mood Bar, Pu Bucheng quickly reviewed the other party's recent expenditure flow and said, I'm already looking for the possible location where Tang Xian might have evacuated. I will tell Long Outyen about this once it is completely confirmed. Since Lin Hong didn't want Long Outyen and others to take action in the city, he naturally had to find a way to fulfill this request. Moreover, according to the analysis of the War God Temple, Tang Xian will definitely not live in Dragon Country for a long time. Therefore, all we need to do is find a ship to extradite the other party. Then all we need to do is set up an ambush at the corresponding dock to make this guy say goodbye to the world completely. Well, let's go investigate the matter first. Recalling the incredible affinity of species like the god of war with women, Lin Hong frowned slightly and continued, next, we'll focus on investigating the proprietress of Blue Romance. She might be able to help Tang Xian resolve the issue. Also, ask the people around you to open their eyes a little more. Even though the tiger was injured, it was not someone a group of monkeys could mess with. Although he looked down on Tang Xian, but Lin Hong remained extremely vigilant towards every son of luck. If the people who monitor the Blue Mood Bar are too aggressive, they might alert the enemy. Plus, some special days are coming soon. Therefore, all actions in recent times must be as cautious as possible, unless he does something like Rock Lee did, disguised as the other party and causing trouble. Otherwise, if things get out of hand in the city center, it will be very troublesome to clean up the mess. After all, if you want to get the tiger's skin, you have to get the tiger's consent. If the tiger disagrees, the person talking will be eaten. Okay, boss. I'll do as you say. Well, let's do this for now. After saying this, Lin Hong hung up the communication with Pu Bucheng. Among all the subordinates he subsequently subdued, Park Bucheng was the one he felt most at ease with. As a hacker who graduated from a well-known law school, the other party can grasp that boundary line very well. Employees like him are rare for every boss. After all, a little too much of something will cross the line, and a little too little will make you, as the boss, lose a lot of money. Hong, please tell me if you need help. After confirming that Lin Hong had ended the call, Shin Yuchu reached out and took his right hand. Although the War God Temple has declined, it was once glorious after all. Although the main force of this cleanup operation is composed of members of the Dragon King Palace led by Long Outyen, from the perspective of combat power, it should be able to completely crush the Temple of War God. But as the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. If the Temple of War God is really pushed into a corner, it might do something desperate. At that time, Lin Hong, who is the boss behind Long Outyen, might also be implicated. Chapter 307 Visit. Don't worry, I've already made all the arrangements. Meeting Shinyochu's eyes filled with worry and concern, Lin Hong smiled and rubbed the other person's head. Even if something happens later, I've already chosen the person to take the blame. It's better to be safe than sorry. Smart people never put all the chicken soup in one basket. Even if the Temple of War God is forced into trouble, the worst that can happen is that Grizzly and others will take the blame. Anyway, the other party's abilities are more suitable for carrying out assassinations abroad. Of course, this is the best case scenario, but if things really get out of control, Long Outyen will have to suffer. That is, without a pair of white gloves, many of Tazai's activities in the country will become more difficult. Of course, it's just a little bit. After all, a force wants to last for a long time. In addition to some things that can be displayed openly for others to see, there must also be things that are secretly held in your hands and others are unknown to you. Okay, then you must tell me if there is anything. After reaching out and gently holding Lin Heng's palm, Shin-Yuchu cut off a piece of the small cake on the table and said, "Eat something first. We still have to continue training in the afternoon." No matter what, she will pay attention to this matter. The only difference is whether it is done openly or secretly. As long as the Temple of War God has any crazy ideas, she will make them understand what true madness is. The fact that the Yi family has been able to exist in Longwei for so long is not as simple as it seems on the surface. It was only after she inherited the position of head of the Yi family that she understood what kind of power the family had hidden secretly. It is no exaggeration to say that if Yi Liangchen had controlled this power at the beginning. If she and Lin Hong wanted to trip each other up, they would have to sacrifice almost everything they currently had. Good. Looking at Shin-Yuchu, who selectively changed the subject, Lin Hong also tacitly chose to accept this behavior. Anyway, there is an undercover agent that he had previously planted next to the other party. As long as Jessica is watching, it is basically impossible for anything to happen to Shin-Yuchu, and just as the two of them were leisurely enjoying the pastries. On the other side, in the interrogation room of the North City Public Security Bureau. "Xiaofeng, someone is here to see you." Looking at Xiaofeng, who was squatting inside the cell with a numb face, Bao Butong reached out and knocked on the cell door. "Get up and come with me. The visiting time is only half an hour." The other party was still shouting when he just came in. After realizing that no one was paying attention for a while, it collapsed on the ground like a dead fish. If someone who didn't know what was happening saw this scene, they would think that he was about to die. "Who was looking for me?" As he spoke, Xiaofeng raised his head slightly numbly. Ever since he learned that Lan Mucha was really dead, he tried every possible way to escape from here, but as an ordinary college student, Xiaofeng had only watched some prison break movies at most, but all the jailbreak methods shown in the movie require a long time to prepare. But now there are only less than 10 hours left until the countdown for the system task ends. Even if the originator of jailbreaking came, it would be impossible for him to escape from the prison successfully in such a short time. Therefore, after realizing that there was no hope of escaping from prison, Xiaofeng simply chose to lie down and give in.as for why the existence of the system is not mentioned. If you mention it, you will die immediately. If you don't mention it, you can live a few more hours. As the saying goes, it is better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. Maybe at the very end, I will still have a chance to turn the situation around. Hurry up, I don't have time to waste with you. Facing Xiaofeng's stinky face, Bao Butong frowned slightly. As an excellent people's policeman, what you need is to make selfless contributions to the people, but when facing the murderer Xiaofeng, he always had an inexplicable liking for him. This feeling made him dislike Xiaofeng even more, and he subconsciously wanted to stay away from him as much as possible. "I see." Seeing that Bao Butong was about to close the iron gate, Xiaofeng immediately stood up from the ground with his arms. "Although I don't know who will come to see me now, there is no harm in going out and meeting them, and who knows, the person who comes this time might be a noble person, or someone who can save him. After all, isn't this often written in novels? Whenever the protagonist of a novel is in danger, there is always a strange boss who comes to the rescue. Come on." After stepping forward to put handcuffs back on Xiaofeng, Bao Butong turned and walked towards the visiting room. Although I am a little confused about the purpose of the visitor, but the visiting room was equipped with a bulletproof glass, so there was no need to worry about any problems since there were 2 people inside and 1 outside. 1 minute and 15 seconds later. "Come in, visiting hours are only half an hour." After opening the door of the visiting room, Bao Butong stepped aside to make room. The bureau has regulations that before a formal case is filed, the visitor and the person being visited must be given a certain amount of private space. So his current mission ends here. "I see." As he spoke, Xiaofeng also stepped into the visiting room. When he saw the figure behind the glass, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. After quickly reaching the glass in 2 steps, Xiaofeng quickly picked up the phone beside him and said, "Jihua, I'm so glad you're okay." You're right, the mysterious person who came to visit Xiaofeng was none other than Xia Jihua, who had been offline for several chapters. This is also the reason why Bao Butong feels puzzled. After all, even if the victim's family wants to meet the suspect, they will not have such a calm attitude. "Brother Xiaofeng, I'm so glad you're okay." Facing Xiaofeng's concerned look, Xia Jihua suppressed the urgency in her heart as much as possible. "I know everything about you, I will help you find a solution." She did not have any affection for Lan Mucha, the so-called mother. It would be better to say that Xiaofeng's accidental knocking of the opponent this time was actually a good thing for her. Therefore, compared to Lan Mucha's death, Xia Jihua now has another thing he wants to do more. Jihua, looking at the girl whose heart and eyes were filled with concern, Xiaofeng's face also showed an expression of being moved. Can you find a way to let me go out before tonight? I have something very important to do. As long as we can accomplish that, we will have countless wealth in the future. Since Xia Zhihua didn't mention Lan Mucha again, he naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to drag the other party into it. Besides, there is not much time left now, but if I don't complete the task before tonight, I'll really be dead. As for the tasks to be done, naturally, I have to go out for the grinder. After all, if you don't grind the soy milk, you won't have anything to eat when you wake up tomorrow morning. Chapter 308 completed. The perverted Xia Zhihua. Sure enough, there are many things he does privately that I don't know. Looking at Xiao Feng's excited expression, Xia Zhihua couldn't help but feel an inexplicable emotion in her heart. Brother Xiao Feng, you also know the situation at my home, but if you want to figure it out, you have to get past my brother first, and if you want to pass that level, you have to. When he said this, Xia Zhihua immediately put on an expression that was difficult to speak. It seemed as if Xia Donghai would make some extremely excessive demands later. Just tell me what you want, Zhihua. Seeing that Xia Zhihua was hesitating for a long time and couldn't explain clearly, Xiao Feng interrupted her a little anxiously. Time is life. You must know that every minute and every second that passes now may cause you to leave this beautiful world. If conditions permit, he would even be willing to become the fat worm in Xia Zhihua's belly at this moment. At least this way you can know what the other person is thinking at the first moment. It would cost a lot of money. Meeting Xiao Feng's anxious gaze, Xia Zhihua completely exposed the purpose of this trip. If you want my brother to speak up, the only way is to use money to shut him up. In fact, before coming to the police station to see Xiao Feng, she had already been sold by Xia Donghai to a fat man weighing over 300 pounds. If the other person hadn't been stuck in the bathtub while taking a shower, Xia Zhihua would have never had the chance to escape from the balcony. After escaping from that creepy hell, the first thing she did was to find Lei Shiren. After all, the other party is not only rich but also good looking, and the most important thing is that Lei Shiren was completely devoted to me before. Therefore, as long as the other party continues to turn back into the dog that he used to be, then Xia Zhihua's life will become glorious again. But the idea is beautiful, but the reality is very bleak. The Lei family mansion, which Xia Zhihua could enter and exit freely in the past, now became an out-of-reach place, not to mention entering the Lei family's villa. Now Xia Zhihua can't even enter the manor outside the villa, even if you stop Lei Shiren's vehicle on the way. All you get is a look of rubbish. It was not until this moment that Xia Zhihua truly understood that Lei Shiren had really given up on her, and now I definitely can't go back home. At best, he would be sent back to that 300-pound guy, and at worst, he would be completely imprisoned. Under such extreme mental pressure, Xia Zhihua finally remembered Xiao Feng, who was imprisoned. Since the other party had previously agreed to help Feng Ping repay the debt, he must have a considerable amount of savings on hand. As long as I can find a way to get this deposit, I can move away and live in a new city. You're right. Under extreme mental pressure, Xia Zhihua also completed her metamorphosis. From a seemingly harmless little white lotus, it has completely evolved into an extreme egoist. Moreover, she blamed all her current situation on Xiao Feng. If it weren't for the other party's previous instigation, perhaps she would have become the envied Mrs. Lei. Therefore, what will happen to Xiao Feng? After getting the money has no impact on Xia Zhihua. It would be better to say that the more miserable the other person's life is, the more it satisfies her already somewhat twisted heart. Now, let's get back to the topic and bring our attention back to the visiting room. Money. After hearing that what Xia Zhihua wanted was money, Xiao Feng's excited expression froze slightly. After all, I am still penniless now. Even if I grit my teeth and squeeze together, I can barely come up with 100,000 yuan. At least 99% of the 100,000 yuan income came from the unlucky Lei Shiren. I'm sorry, brother Xiao Feng, my brother is just like that. After noticing the change in Xiao Feng's expression, Xia Zhihua immediately played the emotional card. I still have some savings here, and I will give it to him when the time comes, but if I want him to let you go, I'm afraid this little money of mine isn't enough, because everyone is in a different environment and has different experiences, they have different perceptions and identifications of things. In Xia Zhihua's view, the change in Xiao Feng's expression showed that the other party was unwilling to pay. Therefore, she used the opponent's force to her advantage and used the tactic of advancing in order to retreat. In order to rescue you, Xiao Feng, I took out all my private money. In this case, you have to pay a portion no matter what. Zhihua. Meeting Xia Zhihua's concerned gaze, Xiao Feng twitched his lips slightly in embarrassment. Why don't you go borrow some from Lei Shiren first? When I get out of here, I will definitely compensate you with interest. It is impossible to get the money because I don't have any money at all. Therefore, the only way out at the moment is to find Lei Shiren, the scapegoat, just like the way Lei Shiren treated Xia Zhihua before. As long as the girl takes the initiative to speak, she will be able to make a lot of money from the other party. As for what happened on the playground before, Xiaofeng didn't take it to heart, after all. Lei Shiren, as a green tea pretty boy, knew best how crazy he was in licking Xia Jihua. Therefore, between Lei Shiren giving up Xia Jihua and the possibility of receiving a call from Qin Shi Huang, Xiaofeng would rather believe that Qin Shi Huang would call him. Damn it, damn it, damn it. This stinky man actually wants to do this again. Even though he wanted to slap Xiaofeng in the face, but for the sake of the money she would need to escape, Xia Jihua still spoke in a calm tone. Brother Xiaofeng, I've already asked Lei Shiren for help, but now, let alone seeing him, I can't even enter his house. In order to prevent the other party from continuing to use Lei Shiren as a shield, she simply revealed the previous events, although the fact that she was disliked by Lei Shiren was omitted, but overall the meaning is pretty much the same. That means asking me to ask Lei Shiren for money is simply impossible. How could it be possible? How could that guy, Brother Xiaofeng, I really didn't lie to you. After interrupting Xiaofeng's rebuttal, Xia Jihua said seriously, the only way out for us now is to spend money to avoid disaster. So if you still have savings, use them to buy your freedom. As long as we can get out of here, we can have a future, right? Small talk is never the point. Making money is the real theme. In order to get the deposit from Xiaofeng, Xia Jihua tried every possible means. She just couldn't believe that even at this point, the other party would still hold on to the money. Given a choice between money and freedom, most people would probably choose the former, but only those who have actually been in prison know how valuable the latter is. Therefore, in Xia Jiao's view, getting money from Xiaofeng was a sure thing, but what Xiaofeng said the next second made her feel like her IQ was being rubbed to the ground. At the same time, there is also anger at being humiliated for no reason. Chapter 309 Xia Jihua and Xiaofeng Showdown. Jihua, why don't you give it to me here? As he spoke, Xiaofeng glanced at the hole in the transparent glass and said, the money I have saved now is all for my death, so I can't take it out for the time being, but I can promise you that I will make sure you live a life of luxury from now on. Although each hole is less than 1 centimeter wide, it is enough for him. That's right. This is the final solution Xiaofeng came up with. I definitely don't have any money because I can't afford it at all right now, but if you want to survive and turn the situation around, you can only rely on completing the tasks issued by the system. Plus, Xia Jihua is willing to make so many sacrifices, therefore, it should not be impossible to let the other party complete sublimation here. Xiaofeng, looking at the other persons as if it was a matter of course, Xia Jihua could no longer control her emotions. After slamming her fist heavily on the tempered glass in front of her, she roared loudly with a ferocious look on her face, you bastard. If it weren't for your instigation, I wouldn't have become like this. Now you actually dare to make such a perverted request. Since there was no way to get money from the other party, there was naturally no need for her to continue pretending. Jihua. Faced with Xia Jiao's sudden 360-degree change in attitude, Xiaofeng was stunned for a moment. After all, he was smiling 1 second and furious the next. Even turning pages of a book isn't this fast. Don't call my name, you disgusting person. Looking at the bewildered Xiaofeng behind the glass, Xia Jihua gritted her teeth and said word by word, you bastard, stay in there for the rest of your life. Now when she thinks back on her past behavior, she wants to slap her past self twice. How could I be so blind as to fall for such a thing? It was obvious that Lei Shiren completely crushed the other party in terms of both appearance and looks, but it's too late to regret now. Recalling Lei Shiren's disgusted expression in the afternoon, Xia Jihua vented all her anger, you bastard, liar. I curse you to die a miserable death. Ha 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 ha. Amidst Xia Jiao's insults filled with various emotions, Xiaofeng finally reacted. The other party didn't want to save him at all. It was obvious that he just wanted to get some benefits from him. Fangping was like this before, and Xia Jihua is still like this now. This reminded Xiaofeng of a saying, birds of a feather flock together. With a personality like his, he would naturally find someone similar. Xia Jihua, you are a slut. After a burst of shrill laughter, Xiaofeng stared closely into Xia Jiao's eyes and said word by word, if it weren't for Lei Shiren, do you think I would approach you on purpose? Now that things have come to this point, my death is a foregone conclusion. Instead of continuing to swallow your anger, it is better to expose everything you think in your heart. Otherwise, if I get more and more angry after I get there, I won't have the chance to take revenge on the other party for a while. You bastard. Seeing that Xiaofeng dared to insult her like this, Xia Jihua slammed the phone in her hand against the glass. If you hadn't let me hook up with Lei Shiren, how could I have fallen to this point? You scumbag, spend your whole life in there. I won't let you out easily. Although I have no intention of returning to that suffocating home, but if you want to increase Xiao Feng's sentence, there is no need for him to go back, just need to find a way to send an email. When his greedy brother finds out that the other party still has money, he will definitely use all means to take it away, and if Xiao Feng doesn't want to or can't come up with the money, Xiao Donghai will definitely use all means to deal with him. Ha 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 ha, hearing Xiao Jiahua's threat to him, Xiao Feng couldn't help but sneer in disdain. Not if I could really continue to survive in there, it would be another kind of luck for me, but the clock that kept going backwards kept reminding Xiao Feng that he only had a few hours left to live. Idiot, trash, lunatic, scum. Xia Jihua. While the girl was still cursing, Xiao Feng suddenly stood up, moved closer to the glass in front of him, and asked word by word, "How does it feel to be sold like an animal?" Since we have decided to hurt each other, we should naturally stab the most painful part. What Xia Jihua cares about most, or what is her most unbearable past, is her family. Judging from the character of Lan Mucha she mentioned in the timing of his appearance at school, he may have sold Xia Jihua to someone. After all, earlier on, the Xia family mother and son used Xia Jihua to gain a lot of benefits from Lei Shiren. Human desires are like rolling stones on a mountain. Once they start, they can never be stopped. Once something happens for the first time, it will happen a second time, a third time. Facing Xiao Feng's eyes filled with sarcasm and resentment up close, Xia Jihua couldn't help but stand there in a daze for a moment, but after she came to her senses, she angrily pounded on the glass in front of her. "You damn bastard, I will never let you off easily." Xiao Feng used the calmest tone to express what she feared most. Thinking back to the fat man weighing over 300 pounds, Xia Jihua shuddered subconsciously. She didn't want to spend the rest of her life with a guy like that. Ha 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 ha. Seeing the flash of fear in Xia Jihua's eyes, Xiao Feng immediately let out a slightly crazy laugh. He knew he was right. Xia Jihua was indeed sold out by her so-called family. Otherwise, after hearing what he just said, the other party's first reaction would not have been fear. Okay, visiting hours are up. Just when the scene was in chaos, Bao Butong, who was waiting outside, opened the door. However, at this moment, the look he gave Xiao Feng and the other man was filled with a hint of contempt. After all, the noise just now was quite loud. Even if you don't deliberately eavesdrop, you can still roughly hear what is being said. A green tea who relies on women for support. A white lotus who sucks the blood of honest men. I have to say that if these two were together, they would definitely be the best match. After all, shamelessness and vampirism are combined together, and ordinary people will definitely not be able to be their opponents. Xia Jihua, I'll wait for you in hell. After looking back at Bao Butong who was walking towards him, Xiao Feng leaned close to the glass and said word by word, "Come quickly, don't make me wait too long." Since he was definitely not going to survive today, he didn't intend to let the other party have an easy time. He wanted to turn this last smile, this last look, and these last words into a nightmare. He wanted Xia Jihua to be awakened by nightmares every time she fell asleep. Chapter 310. Xia Jihua's ending was already determined. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Looking at Xiao Feng's back as he was escorted away, Xia Jihua's face was filled with deep resentment. If it weren't for the other party's constant instigation, how could I have fallen to this point today? And the most important thing at the moment is that I still haven't gotten the money from Xiao Feng, and having no money means that even if I leave here, I will be gone. But without a diploma and corresponding skills, you will definitely have a hard time making a living. This is not the life that Xia Jihua should live. Her life should be like a dazzling meteor. Forget it, I can only take it one step at a time. Only after Xiao Feng's back completely disappeared around the corner did Xia Jihua stand up and walk outside. Anyway, I definitely can't go home now. I can only find a way to get some money from my former classmates and then escape from this damn hell. As for whether there is anyone willing to lend it to me, given Lei Shiren's previous servile behavior, there will definitely be some people who will lend her money. A person's shadow, a tree's bark, although I don't want to admit it, but the title of the eldest son of the Lei family in North City can indeed bring many benefits to the user. You're such a loser, you actually dared to run away and come here. Just as Xia Jihua walked out of the police station and was about to take action, an angry voice instantly made her stand still. Looking in the direction of the sound, Xia Donghai, with an angry look on his face, was getting out of a van, and in the van behind him, there was a very touching mountain of meat. Okay, brother-in-law, take the person away. Looking at Xia Jihua who was standing there in a daze, Raoshan narrowed his already small eyes slightly and said, "The house has been decorated. We can't keep the guests waiting for too long." You're right, this thing that looks like a meatball is exactly the husband that Xia Donghai is looking for. The girl, his original name was Wu Kaiyuan, and he was the small boss of a nearby mine. Although he does not have the power and status that Lei Shiren has, but for ordinary people, the other party's wealth is still out of reach. Okay, Boss Wu, I'll do it right away. Seeing that the financial sponsor had spoken, Xia Donghai immediately put on a servile attitude. The other party gave a lot of benefits. After getting the money, he could live his previous luxurious life again. If Wu Kaiyuan died unexpectedly later, all his remaining property would belong to him. You, don't come over here. Meeting Xia Donghai's malicious gaze, Xie Zhihua, who was originally in a daze, reacted instantly. This is the police station. If you don't want to be arrested, don't come here. It is definitely impossible to go back. I had gone through great pains to escape. How could I be caught by the other party like this? Especially the obscene look from Wu Kaiyuan on the side made Xia Zhihua instinctively want to vomit. When she thought about living with such a person in the future, she wanted to find a piece of tofu to hit herself to death. That's not up to you. After looking in a certain direction, Xia Donghai raised his eyebrows at the girl's back. Don't, woo woo woo. Before Xia Zhihua could finish the rest of her threatening words, a handkerchief was directly covered on her face. As time went by, her consciousness gradually became chaotic. Okay, take the person away. As he spoke, Xia Donghai signaled to quickly send the people to the van. Even though there is someone to back you up, it is still not advisable to stay here for long. Moreover, the sooner Xia Zhihua was sent over, the sooner he could get the remaining compensation from Wu Kaiyuan. And shortly after, the van carrying several people drove away to a nanny car not far away. Lei Shiren also withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, "Let's go, it's time for us to go back." You're right, the direction Xia Donghai was looking at just now was exactly where Lei Shiren was. He even told Xia Donghai about Xia Zhihua's whereabouts. After a heart-to-heart exchange with Lin Hong, Lei Shiren finally had a complete epiphany. Women and the like will only affect the speed at which you make money. What's more, she is a woman who may betray him at any time. But he was very impressed by what Lin Hong had said before. Being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. Since he has completely torn his relationship with Xia Zhihua, he certainly cannot let the other party live happily. Getting her to marry Wu Kaiyuan is just the first step. When the other party completely accepts his fate, that will be the day when the Wu family declares bankruptcy. I think when that time comes, the other person's expression will be very interesting. After finally accepting hell, I ended up in another level of hell. Okay, master. As he spoke, the driver started the car and drove towards the Lei group. Although Lei Shiren has not graduated yet, but with Lin Heng's secret help, the Lei family's business has now gradually been transferred to his hands. Therefore, compared to Song Rentu, who is still living a life of idleness and waiting for death, Lei Shiren has to spend at least half of his time in the company every day. But this is also what Lin Hong hopes to see. After all, the more capable his subordinates are, the more rewards he, the boss behind the scenes, will get. And if the people under him are the same type as Song Rentu, then he might as well just start over again as Song Rentu. As the nanny car slowly drove away, the gate of the North City Public Security Bureau became quiet again. It was as if everything that had just happened was just a dream. At 11 o'clock in the evening, in the apartment purchased by Lin Heng. Really? Another annoying guy has gone offline. After looking at the news reported by the system girl, Lin Hong covered Shin Yuchu beside him with a quilt, and then slowly walked into the living room. Yes, he has been forced to work to pay off his debts. As she spoke, the system girl threw a ball of light to Lin Hong. This is the luck that was taken away from Xiaofeng. Since he couldn't get out of prison, Xiaofeng naturally couldn't complete the mission. Therefore, the moment the countdown ended, his soul was extracted by the urban business system. No subsystem? Looking at the luck ball in his hand, which was much larger than the previous one, Lin Hong asked questions while integrating it into his body. You should know that in the past, after defeating the Son of Luck, you could obtain the subsystem of the other party. This mode is similar to fighting monsters. Although the dropped subsystem is not as good as the main system, it still has various strange and bizarre abilities. Chapter 311 Tang Xian's Retreat Route. Don't worry, Lao Lin, the higher-ups have spoken. Facing Lin Heng's inquiring look, the system girl said helplessly, our world is mainly an urban plane, and there is no special magic or ability. Therefore, the plane's bearing capacity has certain limitations. During the fusion process, the many subsystems will gradually change the host's physique and abilities. If you continue to increase at this rate, you will be excluded from this plane after at most 10 more subsystems. In order to avoid this situation, the higher-ups temporarily modified the rules, but there is a random skill. You can see what your luck can bring you. At present, Lin Hong possesses more than half of the luck in the entire plane. In addition, the reason why other systems can enter this plane is that they use the other party as the base coordinate. Therefore, if Lin Hong was excluded, the people above him would suffer huge losses. Not only did they lose a space to make money for free, but they also lost an opportunity to exploit workers, various systems. Therefore, for the sake of long-term exploitation, the superiors recycled the drop subsystem. In contrast, every time Lin Hong gains luck, it will increase by a certain amount on the original basis. TSK, a bunch of guys who can't afford to play. After listening to the system girl's explanation, Lin Hong decisively integrated the ball of light in his hand into his body. The next second, a piece of news came into his mind. Skill offset. You can use your own skills to offset your opponent's skills. After the offset, both skills will become ineffective. P.S. This skill can only be activated when two people are in physical contact. Looking at the description of the skill in his mind, Lin Hong didn't know what to say for a moment. You say this skill is useful, but it seems useless. But if you say it is useless, it seems to be somewhat useful. But these entanglements only appeared for a moment, and he put them behind his mind anyway. It's better to have something than nothing. As4. The disappearance of the subsystem, Lin Hong didn't care too much about it. If you want to get something, you naturally have to pay a corresponding price, just like thousands of time travelers basically enjoy the fun of riding a mud truck before traveling through time, and even if the people above did not make such adjustments, he would not continue to absorb the remaining subsystems. A person always has to have a place to put his or her hopes on in life, or someone or something to miss, and in this world, there are people that Lin Hong cares about. For the sake of those I care about, what's the harm in giving up going to a stronger world and gaining stronger abilities? He is a vulgar man who only wants to satisfy his own desires. Ding 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 ding. Just as Lin Hong was about to return to the room, the phone next to him rang with an incoming call. At this point, the target has already been determined. Looking at the caller's name displayed on the phone screen, Lin Hong slowly walked to the balcony and answered the call. Boss, we found that guy's hiding place. The moment the call was connected, Park Buching stated the results of his investigation straight away. At 2:30 a.m. the day after tomorrow, a smuggling ship will land in North City Bay, and based on the recent analysis of Blue Mood Boss Ziyuan's movements, this is most likely where Tang Xian evacuated. Put yourself in their shoes. If I were in Tang Xian's position, I would definitely choose to evacuate privately. After all, the enemy is hiding in the dark and watching us closely. If you take an open means of transportation, it would be equivalent to exposing yourself to the gun. Anyone with a bit of common sense would not do such a stupid thing that could cost their life. Therefore, after combining so many conditions, Pu Buching deduced that this was Tang Xian's final evacuation location. North City Bay. After roughly recreating the environment around North City Bay in his mind, Lin Hong reached out and tapped the glass twice. Tell Long Out Yin about this. You can also arrange for the water ghost to be at the number 3 and number 4 entrances of Beicheng Bay in advance. This is the only way to go out to sea. No matter what you do, you must be prepared for both situations. If Long Out Yin fails to approach Tang Xian on the shore, then he will let the backup team lying in ambush in the water take action. Okay, boss. I'll go inform him later. After writing down what Lin Hong said, Pu Buching glanced at the spreadsheet on his computer and said, Boss, there will be a gathering of the largest gang in Chinatown in half a month. Our staff has already received the invitation, and Uncle Dong wants you to attend as a representative. Everyone will grow old one day. Although Lin Yaodong is still in his prime, he has already begun to think about retiring. After all, I have been working hard for Tazai for the past few decades, and now that he has Lin Hang as a suitable heir, he naturally wants to live a leisurely old age life as soon as possible. The reason why Lin Hong was asked to attend this party as a representative was simply to transfer power step by step. After Lin Hong graduates in a few years, Lin Yaodong will be able to just be the hands-off boss. Okay, I understand. Recalling the meaningful look in Uncle Dong's eyes when he last met him, Lin Hong knew that the old man was preparing to retire. The transfer of power before retirement officially begins from this moment. Of course, if Lin Hong didn't want to go, Lin Yaodong wouldn't say anything. Anyway, I am still young now, so there is nothing wrong in shielding young people from the wind and rain for a few more years. However, this consideration is relative. Lin Yaodong wanted to cover for Lin Hong, but Lin Hang wanted to let him rest early. I can only say that true family members care about each other in their hearts. Okay, boss, I'll arrange it right away. And the boss, is the boss lady going too? According to Lin Yaodong, husband and wife should advance and retreat together. That's why he asked such a question. Let's finalize the quota first, and we'll discuss the details later. Hearing the sudden acceleration of breathing behind the door, Lin Hong smiled helplessly and shook his head. Thanks to the physical enhancement from the system, his five senses are now sharper than before. It's no exaggeration to say so. As long as Lin Hong is willing, nothing within a radius of 50 meters can escape his perception. Okay, boss. I'll arrange it right away. After hanging up the phone, Lin Hong turned and walked towards the bedroom. At the same time in the bedroom, after hearing the footsteps approaching outside the door, Shin Yuchu quickly turned around and ran back to the bed, but her movements were very gentle throughout the whole process. Apart from some noise when going to bed, the rest of the process was as if the mute button was pressed. After all, it would be terrible if you were caught eavesdropping. Crack. When Lin Hong opened the door and entered the room, Shin Yuchu lay back down under the quilt. This silly girl. Looking at the silly girl pretending to sleep with her back to him, Lin Hong tiptoed onto the bed and took her into his arms. Silly girl, you will be punished for eavesdropping. Oh, ugh. Before Shin Yuchu could finish his words, a warm feeling enveloped him. The following plot is not interesting. Please turn on the Teletubbies on your OW and IT contains the detailed process of making baby milkshake, which you can watch carefully and learn. Chapter 312, Escape. Time is like eating expired canned food, it flows away and can never go back to the past. 2 days later, at 2:45 in the morning, North City Bay Landing Port. Damn it, we've been fooled. Looking at Ziyuan who appeared on the ship, Long Outyan kicked her to the ground. Where is Tang Xian? He never thought that even now, Tang Xian was still capable of such a trick. After all, with so many knife men and toy holders on the beach, it's impossible for people not to believe that the person above is the real Tang Xian. Ha ha ha. Looking at the frustrated Long Outyan in front of her, Ziyuan held her stomach and laughed triumphantly. Give up, there's no way you can find Xian. Once he integrates the entire War God Temple, he will avenge me. From the moment she chose to be the other person's substitute, she was already prepared to die. It's not that easy to die. As he spoke, Long Outyan struck Ziyuan's neck with a knife, although he was very unhappy that he couldn't deal with Tang Xian, but being able to catch Xiwan, this living tongue, makes this trip worthwhile, and it is not difficult to analyze from the few words just now that this guy definitely knows some relatively secret things. As long as this information can be leaked, it doesn't matter whether Tang Xian is killed or not. After all, compared to destroying the entire temple of War God, Amir, Tang Xian is really nothing. As for whether I can ask something, that depends on Lin Hong's performance. Due to his various outrageous behaviors during the previous period, Lin Hong now has a new nickname in the circle of people, hypnotist magician. Anyone who interferes with Lin Hong will become the other party's most loyal slave. Therefore, it shouldn't be difficult to extract some information from Xian by using the boy's magical hypnosis technique. An hour and a half later, this year's year-end bonus has been cancelled, and the team's funding has been cut by 30%. Looking at Long Outyan with an emo look on his face, Lin Hong took the box handed to him by Pu Buching with an expressionless face. He also didn't expect that Tang Xian, the son of local luck, could give him such a big surprise. I thought the other party was about to go offline, but I didn't expect that he actually ran away in the end. But this is not a bad thing for me. After all, as long as the son of luck exists, it will continue to take away the luck in the hands of the world's will. The reason why Tang Xian was able to escape this time must have been because he consumed a lot of luck. In contrast, the luck possessed by the world will has also decreased, unless it is a special case or someone like Yi Liangchen. Otherwise, the luck that has been consumed will take a long time to recover. This is equivalent to indirectly weakening the ultimate son of destiny that the world will wants to nurture. Boss, don't. Thinking back to the spending levels of his subordinates, Long Outyan's face suddenly turned as if his mother had died. You don't want to lose a capable subordinate, do you? If I were to fill in the gaps, I wouldn't have to think about finding a new Miss Number 88 this year. For Long Outyan, who always loves to soak his feet, this is as powerful as going through all 10 cruel tortures of the Qing dynasty one by one. Then go to the foot massage parlor less often, so Jessica won't have to be like a husband waiting stone every day. Ignoring the pale-faced Long Outyan, Lin Hong walked into the secret room carrying the box given by Pu Buching. This punishment was considered light for daring to disturb his and Shinyochu's breakfast time, and with Long Outyan's personality. If I really need money, I will definitely go to Uncle Dong to find some. But if he can't get it from Uncle Dong, there are still many businesses abroad waiting for his people to do. But if it really comes to this, he actually won't have much time to look for Miss Number 88. Hey, I told you already. It wasn't until Lin Hong closed the passage to the secret room that Pu Bucheng stepped forward and patted Long Outyan on the shoulder. The boss has to be with the boss lady this morning. You're asking for trouble by forcibly disturbing them. Although I understand Long Outyan's desire for revenge, but he could only say that there was nothing he could do about the other party's impatient and suicidal behavior. Lao Pu, let me discuss something with you. As he spoke, Long Outyan put his arms around Pu Bucheng's neck. As the saying goes, there are policies from the top and countermeasures from the bottom. As long as you think quickly enough, you can always find a way to solve the problem. After all, a healthy person would not be suffocated to death by urine. No negotiation, I don't have any money. After breaking free from Long Outyan's restraints, Pu Bucheng turned around and walked outside. You can seek comfort, but there is no way you can ask for money. Don't worry, you don't have a girlfriend, so you don't need that much money. Lend me some for now, and I'll definitely pay you back later. Get lost. You still haven't paid back the 1 million you borrowed from me last year. Get out of here, or give me my money back immediately. Old Pu, you can't be so stingy. And just when the two of them were chatting and joking, on the other side, Lin Hong had already walked through the long corridor and came to a door made of a special alloy. If you want to expand your business, you have to keep expanding it in different places. Although Beicheng is not the main business location of Tazai and Lu family, but as long as it is a developed area within GD, Tazai has built a special underground base. This not only allows you to ensure your own safety when necessary, but also allows you to do things that are inconvenient to do in private. Crack. After entering the password and fingerprint authentication, Lin Hong slowly walked into the secret room. Look around. I saw Ziyuan, who was tied up in a strange way, staring at the door with a look of shame and anger on her face. Whoa! After seeing the door being opened from the outside, she wanted to say something, but because a rag was stuffed in his mouth, he could only make meaningless whimpering sounds. How to describe this scene? Anyway, everyone should understand what they should understand. If you don't understand, please go to the comments section and ask friends who understand. Don't worry, the game is about to start. After taking a calm glance at Ziyuan, who looked humiliated and angry, Lin Hong walked off to the side, carrying the box. Tell me the information about Tang Xian and the War God Temple now, and I'll consider letting you go. A centipede dies, but its legs are still stiff. It is quite difficult to truly destroy an organization as large as the Temple of War. Only by finding a core that can cause fatal damage will there be a chance to destroy the opponent in one fell swoop. Chapter 313, The Opportunity to Destroy the Temple of War God. Give up, bastard. I will never betray Xian. Don't worry, you still have a minute to think about it. Looking at Ziyuan, who kept whimpering, Lin Hong slowly opened the box in front of him. After taking out the medicine stored inside, he collected it with a syringe and continued indifferently, believe me, it will be good for you to tell it out. By the way, if you want to say something, you can nod first. Although I couldn't hear clearly what Xian wanted to say, but judging from the body movements and facial expressions, it is almost certain that what the other person says is not good, but it doesn't matter even if you don't say it. After all, from the very beginning, Lin Hong had never considered the possibility that Ziyuan would surrender. Give up, I won't. Just when Ziyuan was about to curse, Lin Hong injected the potion directly into the other person's body. Don't worry, this is not poison. After taking out the syringe and placing it aside, Lin Hong squatted down and pointed the spotlight at Ziyuan. Now tell me, what did Tang Xian say to you? I can't. Meeting Lin Heng's calm eyes, Ziyuan was about to say something, but the next second, his eyes became hazy. Lin Heng's appearance gradually turned into the nightmare in his heart. Waves of melodious screams rang out. A transformation of human nature quietly descended upon the secret room. An hour and a half later, looking at Ziyuan, who was drooling and looked like an idiot, Lin Hong frowned and threw away the potion in his hand. Although this fear potion has been improved, however, once the dosage reaches 400 cubic centimeters, it will still cause irreversible damage to the brain. You're right. While interrogating for intelligence, Lin Hong also experimented with a new drug. After all, Beicheng is still in GD territory. It was just a small blue romantic bar, not worth his effort to conquer it. Boss, I'm here. Just as Lin Hong was packing up and getting ready, the door to the secret room was opened from the outside. Here, this is the information you want. As he spoke, Lin Hong threw a small tape recorder to Long Outyan. If you operate it properly, you should be able to accomplish what you have been wanting to accomplish all these years. Although not much information was obtained from Xian, but a certain piece of information gave Lin Hong hope of destroying the Temple of War God. Really? When he heard Lin Hong say that he could fulfill his long-cherished wish and send all those bastards from the Temple of War God to feed the pigs, He was shocked. Long Outyen could no longer suppress his inner ecstasy and directly turned on the recording device in his hand. After so many years, I can finally fulfill my promise. As long as the Temple of War God exists, he will always dream of the lovely girl who died in his arms. War Temple wants to abandon Tang Xian. Tang Xian is unwilling to give up and is preparing to carry out a major internal cleansing. You're right, the so-called opportunity to destroy the Temple of War God came from Tang Xian Ben Tang. When a person holds great power, he or she will often indulge in it uncontrollably, just like those powerful ministers in ancient times. They know that their actions are suicidal, but they are still unwilling to give up the rights they have obtained. Only a few rational people, like family, can enjoy their old age. Driving out the wolf and devouring the tiger will lead to internal disintegration. After listening to what was played on the recorder, Long Outyen instantly understood what Lin Hong had just said. This is to use internal friction to disintegrate the Temple of War God from within. When the time is right, I and others will deliver the final fatal blow. That's right, the next step is up to you. After throwing everything into the trash can beside him, Lin Hong prepared to get up and leave the secret room. Anyway, everything that needs to be done has been done. As for the rest, you have to pay for it yourself, and the specific operations will be carried out by the professional Long Outyen. Wait, boss, what should we do with this guy? Looking at Lin Hong, who was about to get up and leave, Long Outyen hurriedly pointed at Ziyuan, who was standing beside him with a dazed look in his eyes. As Tang Xian's mistress, it might be a good choice for her to stay, but considering Xian's current foolish appearance, it seems there is no point in staying. After all, judging from the fact that Tang Xian wanted to betray the organization. Once it finds out that Xian has lost her usefulness, it will definitely kick her away without mercy. If you don't want it, send it to Qingshan Sanatorium in SC. After taking a look at Ziyuan, who could only make a few babbling noises, Lin Hong pointed to another tape recorder on the table and said, "Send these things over as well. I told Yang Yongxin that the medicine still needs to be improved, and I hope to see better quality in the next batch." In addition to being the director of the sanatorium, Yang Yongxin is also an outstanding chemist. Otherwise, he would not have been summoned by Shen Yuchu and arranged in a relatively important position. And after knowing this situation, Lin Hong naturally adhered to the principle of maximizing resources and allowed Yang Yongxin to participate in the improvement of the fear potion. The second generation fear potion he just used was a product of Yang Yongxin, although the performance is much more stable than the first generation. However, as the amount of use gradually increases, users will inevitably suffer brain nerve damage. Although this medicine can be used, it is not in the most ideal state. However, Lin Hong believed in Yang Yongxin's talent. Coupled with the financial support provided by Tajai.it, is only a matter of time before a fear potion with complete functions and fewer side effects is developed. Okay, I'll send it to him later. After hearing the place name mentioned by Lin Hong, Long Outyen subconsciously reached out and rubbed his arm. Although I'm not a good person either, but after seeing the situation in the core area there, he felt like he was the incarnation of an angel. After all, when death becomes the only way to liberation, everyone will long for the arrival of death. Well, if you need anything, go find Uncle Dong. After nodding to Long Outyen, Lin Hong turned and left the secret room. At present, Tang Xian's affairs have come to an end for the time being. The next thing he had to prepare for was naturally the cocktail party in half a month. His sixth sense told him that something interesting would happen at the party. Chapter 314, The New Son of Fortune, TSK, what a pity. After slowly walking in front of Ziyuan, Long Outyen knocked her out with a knife. A prisoner who has no corresponding use value will never receive any preferential treatment. After carrying the packed suitcases to the parking lot, Long Outyen threw it into the car. He said to Pu Bucheng, who was watching the show beside him, "Old Pu, book a route to South Africa for me. This time I have a lot of people with me, so I need a separate route. If you want to completely dismantle the Temple of War God from within, you need to artificially control or provoke certain conflicts. To achieve this goal, we naturally need the corresponding manpower. At the same time, in order to avoid being discovered by the Temple of War God, they had no choice but to sneak across secretly. No problem, we can leave at 8 o'clock at the latest." After taking a look at the bulging luggage bag in the trunk, Pu Bucheng withdrew his gaze. If you want to survive in this industry, the first thing you need to do is control your curiosity. No matter what Lin Hong or Long Outyen want to do, he just needs to cooperate well. After all, the more you know, the more likely you are to die early. Okay, I'll bring people over then. As he spoke, Long Outyen closed the trunk, opened the driver's seat, and started the car. Also, give us a set of basic equipment. I will take care of the rest myself. In Dragon Country, he is Long Outyen, and abroad, he is the Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace. With the identity and status of the Dragon King, it is not difficult to obtain a batch of supplies. Normally, it takes 3 days to travel to South Africa on a private flight. The 3 days of free time were more than enough for him to prepare a batch of small toys.
Okay, I understand. Well, the rest of the finishing is up to you. Well, if I had known, I wouldn't have come out.
Looking at the big black pickup truck gradually moving away, Pu Buching turned around helplessly and walked towards the basement. Any clues that are unfavorable to Lin Hang or to Zai must not remain in this world. At the same time, on a cargo ship heading to South Africa, God of War, we are already gathering our men. Just wait for your order and we will start cleaning mode.
Don't worry, we'll talk about it after I come back.
Looking at the group of excited young people on the screen, Tang Xian's face flashed with murderous intent. You two should lie low for now, and don't let others notice anything unusual. Although he has not been the God of War in the Temple of War for long, however, Tang Xian still successfully won over many young people with his outstanding personal charm, and his identity as the Son of Fortune, and this power has now become a sharp blade in his hand, a blade that is ready to be swung at the top leaders of the Temple of War. God, those old guys up there are rotten. The world belongs to the young, and it's time for these old guys to leave. This is what Tang Xian said to these people. For young people who aspire to get ahead, this sentence is undoubtedly full of great appeal. After all, after getting rid of those older guys, some positions naturally became vacant.
Okay, Lord God of War, we will continue to lie dormant.
During this period, we need to determine the whereabouts of those old guys. We must try our best to kill them with one strike.
As he spoke, Tang Xian sent several lists of names to an email address in encrypted form. Send someone to these locations first.
Although he was ready to attack his own people, Tang Xian was not a fool who knew nothing. A well-preserved Temple of War, compared to the dilapidated Temple of War. No matter which one is better, anyone who is not a fool will choose the latter. Therefore, he was more inclined to beheading this time. As long as the old man who was in the way is eliminated, the remaining scattered forces can be slowly recovered. Otherwise, by the time those old men react, even if I win, it will only be a Pyrrhic victory. Okay, Lord God of War, I'll arrange the personnel right away.
Well, I'll talk about the rest when I get back.
After saying this, Tang Xian hung up the call with the other party. Just wait for the day when I come back. After standing up and looking at the boundless ocean outside the window, Tang Xian reached out and grasped his empty left sleeve. He will not let go of any of those who betrayed and hurt him. Sooner or later, I will avenge this arm. Time flies, and half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. This time, in the banquet hall on the top floor of the Xuanyue Hotel in Chinatown, Country M. Today is the birthday party prepared by the Shin family, the biggest behind-the-scenes banker in Chinatown, for their daughter. In order to keep the party interesting and mysterious, everyone will receive a mask before entering the reception. This time, a girl wearing a cat mask was staring blankly at everything familiar around her.
Reborn. I'm actually reborn.
Looking at the extremely familiar banquet hall in front of him, Shin Xingxi's eyes suddenly flashed with incomparable joy. She had never imagined that there was such a thing as rebirth in this world. When she thought of the tragic ending of her previous life, she vowed to make plans in advance for this life. I must try to crush those guys like cockroaches to death with one kick, bang. But just when Shin Xingxi was about to do something, a loud slap attracted the attention of everyone present. You are the God of War, yet you dare not give face to my young lady. Along with the sound of slapping, there was also an extremely arrogant and mocking voice. Look in the direction where the sound comes from. As a result of the slap, the mask on the person's face has fallen off. Therefore, after seeing the other party's true appearance, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Shin Xingxi's eyes. I didn't expect that before I even went to look for the other party, someone from the other party would come to me. After calming down her excitement, she also discovered some differences from her previous life. First of all, there is the problem of this subordinate who suddenly appeared in Tang Xian's left arm that was beaten. After all, she is the daughter of the top gangster in Chinatown, so she can still tell the difference between original and non-original limbs. The left arm that Tang Xian now has is obviously not the original one. This is completely different from the previous life. Hey, that feels good. At this moment, the man standing in front of Tang Xian felt an indescribable sense of pleasure in his heart. It's a great feeling to be able to enjoy yourself while having your boss take the blame. You're right, this person is a time traveler from Blue Star. His name is Lu Rinjia, but unlike ordinary time travelers, he neither became a protagonist nor a villain. Instead, he became the little follower of the big villain in the book, Shin Xingxi. In contrast, the system he is bound to is called the Villain's lackey system. As long as you behave like a lackey, you will receive certain rewards. For example, if he slaps the god of war who is showing off in front of him, he will gain a certain amount of skill points afterwards.
You dare to hit me.
But it was different from Lu Rinjia's happy mood. Tang Xian, who was forcibly interrupted from showing off and slapped, was extremely angry at this moment. Chapter 315. A good show. During this half-month, Tang Xian has been cleaning out the old guys inside the Temple of War God. Although all those annoying guys have been dealt with, however, the Temple of War God also suffered a severe blow. You must know that the internal strife between forces is far more terrifying than external enemies. After all, only those who are truly inside know a lot of internal matters. It's no exaggeration to say so. After this round of civil strife ended, the strength of the Temple of War God dropped by at least 50%, and this is the main reason why Tang Xian appears here. It is rumored that Xinxingxi, the eldest daughter of the Xin family, is not only extremely beautiful, but also possesses extraordinary skills and intelligence. In addition, he has the support of the Xin family behind him, and if they can marry her, the strength of the Temple of War God will be stronger than before.
What's wrong with hitting you?
Meeting Tang Xian's incredulous gaze, Lu Rinjia immediately slapped him again. A loser like you dares to boast about marrying our young lady. Not only Tang Xian coveted Xinxingxi, but the lackey Lu Rinjia was also very greedy. You have to know that in my previous life, I didn't even have the qualifications to meet a beauty like her. Now that I have finally traveled through time, how could I let go of such an opportunity? Since we have become each other's lackeys anyway, close protection is also part of the lackey behavior.
Ah Hong, that guy is still alive.
And just when the scene was in chaos, in an inconspicuous corner, Shin Yuchu and Lin Hong leaned leisurely on the railing, carefully admiring this slightly funny scene. Because they were wearing masks, not many people knew the identities of the two people.
Yeah, but it's almost time to send him down.
Looking at Tang Xian, who was frantically trying to get the big wallet, Lin Hong slowly put down the wine glass in his hand. If someone who knows the situation saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked and their jaws would drop. After all, the new god of war who had just integrated the Temple of War with thundering means was now being slapped in the face by an unknown person. As for how much truth there is in this so-called thundering method, you have to ask Long Outyen, who has worked hard for more than half a month. Moreover, compared to Tang Xian, a fake, he was more interested in Lu Rinjia and Xinxingxi. One is a time traveler who possesses a villain's lackey system, and can be considered a decent character at best. The other is a homegrown local villain who has been reborn. If the relationship between the two is allowed to continue, maybe they can even provide close protection. Under the leadership of Lu Rinjia, the Xin family may be able to go even further on this basis.
Do we need to inform them? As she spoke, Shin Yuchu gently shook the small lady's leather bag in her hand, for the safety of both of them. In addition to some small toys that can ensure safety, there is also a small satellite communicator. The images of Tang Xian had already been transmitted through the communicator inside to Pu Buqing and others who were lying in ambush on the periphery.
No need, Long Outyen and the others should be starting to act by now.
After nodding to a figure wearing a pig head mask not far away, Lin Hong slowly retreated to the side with Shin Yuchu. There will be a good show next. He and Shin Yuchu just needed to stand aside and watch the show quietly. Stop. At the same time, Xinxingxi reacted and took 2 steps at a time to come in front of Lu Rinjia and Tang Xian. After taking a look at the latter's cheeks that were almost swollen like a pig's head, she suppressed her laughter and said calmly, "Let's leave it at that. It is an honor for the Xin family that everyone is here. There is no need to spoil everyone's fun for some trivial matters." Although he said so, but perhaps only she herself knows how happy she is in her heart. In her previous life, Tang Xian had stabbed her in the back many times. Therefore, the other party's miserable appearance naturally made him feel extremely happy. Moreover, his favorable impression of Lu Rinjia also increased a lot unconsciously, but she also knew that she couldn't take action here. After all, this party was initiated by her Xin family, so even if she wanted to take action, she had to wait until the banquet was over. How pitiful. Miss Xin probably doesn't even realize she'll be killed by this lackey in the future. Just as Xinxingxi was thinking about how to deal with Tang Xian later, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Who's talking? Almost subconsciously, Xinxingxi quickly looked around, but unfortunately, no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't find the guy who suddenly spoke. "Miss, no one spoke just now."
Looking at the girl who suddenly made such a move, Lu Rinjia turned his head and looked around in confusion. In the original novel, Xinxingxi's character is moody and he often does things that are difficult for ordinary people to understand. Therefore, he did not think in any other way about the other party's strange behavior. TSK, you're still pretending to be so loyal. If I hadn't known you would drug Miss Shin and imprison her, I would have almost believed it. This voice, did it come straight from my mind? But the future I've experienced doesn't seem to include this part? Listening to the inexplicable voice appearing in his mind, Shin Qingxi said he was really confused. First it was Tang Xian's broken arm, and now it's the inexplicable voice in his heart. Could it be that I was not actually reborn, but traveled to a parallel world? Tisk tsk. What a disgraceful fellow. As the god of war of the Temple of War. He was actually slapped like this by a follower. If he dares to take action against the other party, I might consider marrying my daughter to him. Just when Shin Qingxi was full of doubts, Tang Xian beside him also had a voice in his heart. Unlike the former who was subconsciously panicking, he remained calm and glanced around with the corner of his eye. Although I don't understand why such a voice suddenly appeared in my mind, but he understood from these few short sentences that this might be an opportunity. As long as he can kill this troublesome guy in front of him, he can marry the eldest daughter of the Shin family. When Tang Xian thought about the war god temple achieving greater glory under his leadership, he directly picked up the wine glass beside him. Before anyone could react, he quickly smashed it into pieces and stabbed it into Lu Rinjia's neck and eye sockets. This sudden change caused the scene to fall into deathly silence for a moment. It wasn't until several seconds had passed that some people began to react. And some of the women who were brought along by the men even let out ear-piercing screams. Damn it! How dare you attack me at my Shin family dinner? Looking at the gradually chaotic banquet hall, Shin Guofu directly said to the bodyguard beside him, "Catch this lunatic for me. I want him to understand what he has done." Chapter 316. Please do it again. It has been so many years that Shin Guofu has forgotten how many years it has been since he was this angry. People like Tang Xian who are in public. Moreover, the behavior of the Shin family's subordinates undoubtedly rubbed the Shin family's reputation on the ground. As the big banker behind Chinatown, if I don't make a corresponding response, then the prestige of the Shin family will be greatly reduced in the future. By then, no matter who it is, anyone may jump out and step on you. This situation feels a little off. Looking at the Shin family bodyguard who was trying to capture him aggressively, Tang Xian directly threw Lu Rinjia, who was already unable to move, to the ground. If the Shin family wanted to cover up their retreat, then this performance was too realistic. Besides, Shin Guofu's murderous look didn't seem to be acted at all. Damn it! Was I just delusional? After confirming that the other party was not trying to protect him, Tang Xian wanted to take Shin Qingxi hostage. As long as you can control the other party, it won't be difficult to leave here, and as long as he gives himself a little more time, he is confident that he can win over the eldest daughter of the Shin family who seems to know nothing. After all, the charm of the god of war is not something that ordinary women can resist. As long as he could give birth to 3 babies with the other party, he didn't believe that the old man Shin Guofu would still attack him. Oh my god, this plot is wrong. Seeing Tang Xian running towards him, Shin Qingxi immediately came back to his senses from his daze. Although I don't know what happened, but given the current situation, it is most important to protect your own safety. Looking at Tang Xian getting closer and closer to him, Shin Qingxi turned around and quickly ran towards the nearest security personnel. She still knows her own worth. It may not be a problem for ordinary people, but if you really face off against this beast Tang Xian, there will definitely be no possibility of a beautiful ending. Therefore, the only way to break the deadlock at the moment is to quickly run behind the security guards. By then, with the little toy in his hand, he will definitely beat Tang Xian so badly that his mother won't even recognize him. But the idea is very good, but the reality is very bleak. After all, Tang Xian is the god of war of the Temple of War God, so how could he not be able to outrun an ordinary person like Shin Qingxi, almost in an instant? The distance between the two was less than 1 meter. Looking at the girl's back that was within reach, Tang Xian couldn't help but reveal his signature Dragon King smile. "Give me," boom. But before he could finish his declaration of victory, a loud noise instantly froze the entire conference hall. How could this happen? Looking at the empty space in his chest, Shin Qingxi widened his eyes in disbelief. "Thought I was finally reborn, but now I'm gone before I have the chance to show my talents." But no matter how unwilling he was, Shin Qingxi fell to the ground powerlessly after struggling for a few times. Xingxi. Watching his only son die in front of him, Shin Guofu angrily roared at his men beside him, "Kill these 2 bastards. Damn it!" Looking at the dark holes aimed at him, Tang Xian quickly hid behind a pillar. Although he has good skills, he is just an ordinary person with mortal body after all. If you get hit by so many things, it would be hard not to die. You're right, the sudden attack just now did not kill Tang Xian. Perhaps it was an instinctive reaction developed from years of fighting, or perhaps it was his luck at work. Just when the attack was about to hit, Tang Xian moved to the left almost instinctively. Therefore, This attack only knocked off the prosthetic limb on his left side and did not cause any more damage to him. As for the person who initiated this wave of attacks, naturally, it is the useless tool, little Lin Ziyu. The moment Lu Rinjia died, some of his and Tang Xian's luck was offset. However, compared to the latter's luck value, Lin Ziyu's meager luck was directly cleared out. 3 days at most. After 3 days he will become a blank NPC. When he loses his identity as the Son of Fortune, the system residing in his body will also automatically detach. Since there was no way to keep this tool, Lin Hong naturally chose to make use of the waste, while getting rid of Tang Xian, get rid of Xinxingxi, the so-called reborn person. After all, it is impossible for all villains to coexist harmoniously. Moreover, it is not difficult to see from Xinxingxi's eyes that the other party is a very ambitious person. In addition, the Shin family has too much influence in Chinatown, so it is not easy to be open with them. Therefore, based on the above, the most convenient method is to send the other party down to Q again. As for whether the other party will be resurrected again, the system girl has already checked it. The reason why Xinxingxi was able to be reborn was thanks to Lu Rinjia, the owner of the dogleg system. Now that Lu Rinjia has been dealt with by Tang Xian, he naturally loses the chance to be reborn. Unlike Tang Xian, who reacted quickly, Lin Ziyu just stood there in a daze. It was as if what was in front of him was not a toy that could take his life at any time, but just a toy in the hands of the children in the water park. Therefore, after a round of shooting, he successfully cosplayed as Cactusmon. Hong, should we wait? Listening to the sound of fireworks coming from the banquet hall, Shin-Yuchu reached out and gently held the boy's right hand. Although she asked a question, she actually didn't want the other person to go in. After all, the environment inside is too messy now. But if Lin Hong was accidentally hurt, she would have no place to cry. Don't worry, there will be results soon. As he spoke, Lin Hong took out his cell phone and sent a text message to someone. Although Tang Xian's luck value has basically dropped to 0 after such a commotion, but just in case, one still has to keep something in reserve. This time, on a high-rise building more than 1,000 meters away from here. Grizzly, the boss told you to find the right moment to finish him off. Looking at the text message on his phone, Mei Ganqin continued to observe the situation in the hall through the telescope while speaking to the burly man lying beside him. The other party is hiding behind the third pillar in the southeast corner. According to the current analysis, the chance of escape is 0.001%. As the future successor of Tazai, Lin Hong naturally needs protection when traveling. Grizzly and Mei Ganqin are the team responsible for long-range sniping. If any unexpected situation occurs at the scene, they can provide support to Lin Hong from a long distance. Chapter 317, Killing Temple. Don't worry, just wait and see. After locking onto Tang Xian's position through the scope, the grizzly bear did not attack immediately anyway. Lin Hong meant that if the other party was about to escape, he would let him shoot him again, and now everyone's focus is on Tang Xian. They have nothing to do with tonight's incident. Therefore, it would be best if you could avoid taking action. Hey, I don't know what's going on with the boss. Seeing that the grizzly bear had already determined Tang Xian's position, Mei Ganqin looked up and twisted his neck with a slightly helpless look. If conditions permit, he also wants to participate in tonight's operation. When he thought of the remaining bastards in the Temple of War, he wanted to pick up the treasure 47 and shoot them immediately. You're right. Tonight is the final cleaning operation planned by Long Outyen when they secretly help Tang Xian eliminate dissidents in the early stage. They also secretly collected a lot of internal information about the Temple of War God, and tonight is the day they close the net. If nothing unexpected happens, the Temple of War God will completely disappear from this world. Stop complaining and let's evacuate. While Mei Ganqin was still emoting, the grizzlies got up from the ground and began to skillfully dismantle Barrett in front of him. TSK, you dare call yourself a god of war for such a loser? Looking at the grizzly bear packing up his things, Mei Ganqin subconsciously picked up the telescope and took a look at the banquet hall. After seeing Tang Xian, who had been beaten into a hornet's nest, he spat with disdain on his face. As expected, the guys in the Temple of War God are all trash. If it was his boss Long Outyen who came, he would definitely be able to fight his way in and out of there 7 times. Long Outyen, thank you. Alright, let's hurry up and catch up with the boss. As he spoke, Grizzly Bear walked towards the door of the room with the instrument case on his back. A worker should have the attitude of a worker. Now that Lin Hong has boarded the evacuation vehicle, they have to move to the next location quickly. At the same time, in an unknown manner in the distant South African continent. Who are you? Looking at the tall figure shrouded in combat uniform, Tang Ritian clutched his chest and said weakly, "Do you know that this is the temple of the god of war? How dare you do such a thing? Aren't you afraid of the wrath of our Lord God of War?" He could only issue a final threat to these guys who suddenly broke in. After all, the guards in the manor were completely wiped out by the enemy in less than 10 minutes. The reason why he moved out of Tangshan now was probably just because he wanted to survive. God of War. After taking off the luminous display and mask, Long Outyin stepped on Tang Ritian's shoulder and said, "Your God of War has already gone down to line up. Calculating the time, you might be able to see him if you go down now." Just 2 minutes ago, he had learned about Tang Xian's death through the staff who stayed behind. This also means that as long as all the strongholds on the list are eliminated, the War God Temple, a gathering place for scum, will become a thing of the past. When he thought that his long-cherished wish would come true tonight, Long Outyin couldn't help but put on his signature crooked smile. You are the Dragon King." Looking at Long Outyen's very familiar face, Tang Ritian roared with extreme resentment, "How dare you openly tear up the agreement? The Killing Temple will not, bang." Without waiting for the other party to finish his harsh words, Long Outyin sent him to see Tang Xian. After kicking him away with a hint of disgust, he looked towards the distant west with a cold gaze. "Slayer Temple, I'll wait for you to come find me." If the other party had not intervened more than 10 years ago, I would have already cleaned up those scum in the Temple of War God. Therefore, if the Temple of Killing really dares to come out, then he would let him know what it meant that when the Dragon King gets angry, corpses would float for thousands of miles. Blow up everything here, and then go meet up with the second column. After putting the mask back on, Long Outman gave orders to his subordinates while leading the team out of the villa. In order to carry out the cleaning plan for tonight, he called all the capable people from the Dragon King Palace. There are currently 8 teams in total, each responsible for cleaning one area. Now that target number 1 has been solved, it is natural to support other teams. Yes, boss. As flames and roars continue to intertwine, South Africa is destined to be turbulent tonight. A day later, inside a mansion near Wall Street. Damn it! Those guys from the Dragon King Palace actually dared to destroy the War God Palace. Looking at the news his man brought back from South Africa, Di Zhonghai slammed his fist on the table in anger. You have to know that the ceasefire agreement between the two sides was brokered by the Temple of Murder. Now the Dragon King Palace actually dared to take the initiative to tear up the agreement and directly destroyed the War God Palace. Isn't this equivalent to rubbing the face of the Killing Temple into the ground? That's right, we must teach these barbarians from the Dragon King Palace a lesson. I agree. Calm down, anger will only affect your thinking. Just as Di Zhonghai was filled with helplessness and rage, a young man slowly walked into the hall. The moment I saw the person coming, the people in the hall who were originally filled with indignation instantly suppressed all their emotions, stood up and said respectfully, "Lord Killer God." Although the visitor was very young, everyone present treated him with great respect. After all, the opponent can be regarded as one of the most outstanding killers in history in terms of both skills and intelligence. Well, sit down. After slowly walking to the main seat in the living room, Emperor Shirtian turned his head and glanced at the crowd below. I already know what happened. It was the War God Temple that first tore up the contract, but the Dragon King Palace did pass this time. For the sake of the stable development of the Dark World, it is better to completely wipe it out. The reason they helped the Temple of War God back then was simply to strengthen their own strength. The reason why he did not choose to take the opportunity to eliminate the Dragon King Palace was simply because he did not want others to take advantage of him. After all, if a beast still has strength left to counterattack, the hunter will pay a heavy price. If a new predator emerges during this period, the hunter may become the prey. But after so many years of continuously eroding the resources of the Temple of Warring Country M, the strength of the Temple of Killing is no longer what it used to be. At this time, the Dragon King Palace's attack on the War Temple also gave him and others a legitimate reason to take action. In addition, the main reason why the young god of killing, Indra, decided to take action was because of something that appeared in his mind not long ago. Chapter 318 Villain Hunting System. Villain Hunting System. As the name suggests, as long as you hunt down the so-called villains, you will get corresponding rewards, and in order to verify the authenticity of this so-called system that suddenly appeared in my mind, since Indra obtained the other party, he has dealt with several guys who were labeled as villains. It turns out that this system is indeed real. After dealing with these so-called villains, he did receive a lot of rewards. This includes, but is not limited to, physical fitness increases, various business talents and miscellaneous abilities. It would be more accurate to say that he wanted to take action against the boss behind the Dragon King Palace rather than the Dragon King Palace. After all, based on the information collected so far, the big boss behind the Dragon King Palace is the biggest villain in this world. As long as you can hunt it down, you will definitely get more magical rewards. I will obey the order of Lord Killer God. And after a chaotic commotion, Di Zhanghai respectfully asked, Lord Killing God, I wonder who you plan to assign to carry out this mission. The structures of the Killing God Temple and the Dragon King Temple are similar, both are divided into small groups. So far, there are 10 core teams of the Temple of Killing, and each team consists of 12 people. Each of these teams has its strengths. For example, Team 1 is suitable for assassination, while Team 2 is suitable for frontal combat. Since we are going to attack the Dragon King Palace, we must show our full strength. As he spoke, Emperor Shurtian slowly stood up from his seat and said, Let all 10 teams go to Dragon Country first. This time, I will lead them personally. If it weren't for the villain hunting system's regulations, the host would have to eliminate the villain personally. In fact, Indra really wants to be the 6th in command behind the scenes forever. After all, I make a living with my brain most of the time. Lord God of Killing, it's too dangerous for you to go there in person. Yes, just leave this kind of thing to us. Lord Killer God, thanks to Indra's series of measures, the Temple of Killing God has been able to develop so rapidly. Therefore, in the eyes of this group of people, Indra is no less than a treasure pot. When a good person in a family fights, he will take out the treasure bowl at home as a weapon. Okay, let's arrange it this way. After casually glancing at everyone, Emperor Shurtian said with a cold expression, Or do you think I will lose? They are all 1,000-year-old foxes. How could he not know what these people are thinking? It's nothing more than the fear that if something happens to him, it will affect the tangible interests of the Temple of Killing God. This action also gave Indra an idea in his mind, that is, after dealing with the Dragon King Palace and the people behind it, we will replace these old guys who only care about a few small interests. This is how society is today. You have to take the initiative to adapt to the development of the new era, rather than waiting for the times to adapt to you. If you cannot keep up with the pace of the new era, you will eventually be eliminated by the times. No, that's not what we meant. Facing the indifferent eyes of Emperor Shurtian, Di Zhanghai hurriedly explained, After all, Dragon Country is not like the outside world. The security and regulations there are the strictest in the world. If you encounter any danger there, we are afraid we won't be able to protect your safety immediately. In that case, let's hurry up and make arrangements. After taking his eyes away from the group of old guys in front of him, Emperor Shurtian slowly left the reception hall. The new candidates still need to be selected and trained. Therefore, this group of old guys still have certain value at present. Isn't it a virtue of thriftiness to use an item until it is scrapped and then discard it? Farewell, Lord God of Killing. It was not until Indra's back disappeared from the conference room that the people inside began to speak again. What should we do? Do we really want to send him there? What if he doesn't send it? We just do what he decides. But what if it's him? All right, be quiet. Looking at the group of chattering old guys beside him, Di Zhanghai rubbed his forehead helplessly. First send everyone to Longwa, and at the same time let the secret sentries we have stationed there take action. You must understand that Indra is not only the god of killing of the Temple of Killing, but also the god of wealth for our group of people. Therefore, even if all the secret sentries he trained died, he couldn't afford any mistakes. Anyone who has played chess knows that the value of a pawn and a king is completely different. The former can be cultivated as long as there are resources, but the latter cannot be obtained by spending money. After all, those who can become commanders are 1 in a million. And an elite commander like Indra is hard to find even among millions of people. Therefore, even if it means giving up all the soldiers, the commander must be protected. This is the only way. Indeed, this is the safest way. Okay, let's all get moving. Accompanied by sighs of helplessness, the people in the conference hall began to work on their own things. Apart from the unexpected factor of Indra, they still have a lot to prepare. After all, the Dragon King Palace is not a waste like the War God Palace. Just the presence of the current Dragon King, Long Outyen, was enough to make him and others be on high alert. Just as everyone started to get busy, Indra came to a secret room. After casually turning on all the lights, he strolled over to a huge blackboard. Interesting, really interesting. Looking at the various information collected on the blackboard, Emperor Shurtian couldn't help but reveal a hint of excitement in his smile. The more difficult the prey is, the more satisfying it is for the hunter, especially at the moment when the final hunt comes. The sense of satisfaction will reach its peak. It has been a long time since he became the god of killing in the Temple of Killing. So who should start this game? While muttering, Emperor Shurtian quickly threw out a flying knife. Before the main meal is served, there are always 1 or 2 appetizers. Looking at the photo on the blackboard that was chosen by the flying knife, Emperor Shurtian's eyes flashed with excitement. Then let's start with you. Follow the other person's line of sight. The figure in the photo was Shinjuchu Benshu. Chapter 319, Attacked. A few days later. At 9:30 p.m., Longwood GD.at this time, on a country road leading to Tazai village. Ah Hong, Uncle Dong will probably like these things. Looking at the back seat filled with gifts, Shinjuchu pinched his palms nervously. Although this is not the first time I have met Lin Yaodong, but who can blame him for being an important person to Lin Hong, or even half a father? Therefore, Shinjuchu, who was inexplicably wrapped in the psychological feeling of an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her parents-in-law, naturally felt a little nervous. This silly girl. Looking at Shinjuchu, who looked extremely nervous, Lin Hong rubbed her head with his right hand, feeling a bit helpless, and said, "Don't worry, silly girl, Uncle Dong is not the kind of person who cares about formalities, and that's what happened to my mom and the others last time. In fact, as long as you visit him, he will feel very happy." Lin Yaodong, yes, you are right. I'm just nervous, after all, silly girl, sit still. Just when Shinjuchu wanted to say something, Lin Hong suddenly spoke up and reminded him. Although it is not clear what the situation is, however, the early warning function of danger perception made him focus his attention to the highest level in an instant. A few seconds later, a high-speed dump truck came quickly towards the two people from the opposite lane, and looking at the other party's posture of dying together, it was obvious that they were coming for him and others. In addition, the car is now halfway up the mountain. If you get hit directly by the other party, you will fall down even if you don't get embarrassed on the spot. Who on earth dares to attack me in this land? Looking at the dump truck approaching him rapidly, Lin Hong drove the vehicle quickly to avoid it while thinking in his mind who was attacking him. First, eliminate GD's local forces, because even if they have the idea, they don't have the courage to take action. The second thing is to exclude those people who were sent away by you before, because of Long Outyan's repeated cleaning. Even the eggs had to be shaken into loose yolks and then boiled. Therefore, the most likely candidates left at the moment are the remnants of the Temple of War God, or the Son of Destiny, who has not yet appeared. And in the process of thinking, Lin Hong also used drifting to quickly cut into the side curve, thus avoiding the oncoming dump truck. But before the two of them could breathe a sigh of relief, 4 dump trucks drove up the road ahead, driving side by side. At the same time, the same number of dump trucks were driving side by side behind the two men. If they wait until the two groups of dump trucks meet up, Lin Hong and others will become a meat-wrapped Rujiamo. After all, even a vehicle made of special alloys cannot withstand the full force of a dump truck weighing dozens of tons. Ah Hong, there is no way back. Looking at the dump trucks driving towards them quickly, Shinjuchu wanted to unbuckle his seatbelt and get out. Although the weapons on the vehicle are not enough to deal with the current situation, but if he could hold on for one more second, Lin Hong would have a better chance of escape. No, we still have a way out. After reaching out and pushing the girl back into her seat, Lin Hong quickly turned the car towards the guardrail. Although this place is still several hundred meters from the ground, and it is a super steep slope, but thanks to the solid materials used in the car, it should be able to support the two people until they reach the ground. After all, it's not that far ahead of the others. If he really drove that kind of vehicle, he would rather be crushed right here. Sit tight, you Chu, and close your eyes. Looking at the dump trucks approaching on both sides, Lin Hong stepped on the accelerator. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, the black G-Class crashed through the guardrail like a wild beast. Almost at the same time that the G-Class rushed out of the guardrail, several speeding dump trucks collided head-on with each other. Under the influence of gravity acceleration, the fuel tank it carried suddenly exploded. After a while, a raging fire broke out halfway up the mountain. At the same time, on a mountain a few kilometers away, seeing that Lin Hang and the others hadn't turned into meat patties as planned, Wu Zhichuan immediately bowed and said to the young man beside him, "Lord Killer God, I will send someone down to look for them right away." After throwing the telescope aside, Emperor Shirtian turned his head and said indifferently, "Capture the men alive, and don't care about the women. If there is no woman in your heart, you will be a god when you draw your sword." He has always avoided beauty like the plague. Originally, he wanted to deal with them one by one, so that Lin Hong could experience what true despair was, but the initial target Shinjuchu will be with the other party for almost 23 hours and 30 minutes out of 24 hours a day. This made it impossible for him to attack him alone. Seeing this, Emperor Shirtian lost interest and prepared to give Lin Hong some appetizers first. However, he also understood that these methods would not be able to deal with the other party. After all, the fate of those previous little villains was the same as Xiaoqiang's, and how could Lin Hong, the villain, die so easily? As you command. Go down. Looking at the mountainside where thick smoke was constantly billowing,
Emperor Shirtian curled his lips in boredom. I'm a little disappointed. If you fall from a cliff several hundred meters high, even if you don't die, you will lose half your skin. Coupled with the search team led by Wu Jichuan, the possibility of Lin Hong and the others escaping is not high. However, when he thought about the reward he would get after defeating the other party, Emperor Shirtian couldn't help but feel a little excited. From ancient times to the present. As long as one is an intelligent creature who would not want immortality, and those magical rewards from the system are the important ways for him to achieve this goal. At the same time, clang, clang, with a sharp clang, the black G-Class finally stopped rolling after crashing into countless trees. Bang! After kicking the deformed car door away, Lin Hong hugged the still-dazed Shin Yuchu and climbed out of the window. Although when the car was assembled, emphasis was placed on strengthening the materials in this aspect, but after tumbling down from a height of several hundred meters, both of them still suffered some bumps and bruises to varying degrees. Ah Hung, where are you hurt? After regaining a little consciousness, Shin Yuchu began to check the boy's physical condition with a nervous look on his face, because at this moment, her right hand, which was on the other person's shoulder, felt a very familiar touch. Of the feeling of warmth and stickiness overlapping with each other is definitely fresh tomato juice. I'm fine, don't worry. Seeing Shin Yuchu's nervous expression, Lin Hong smiled and rubbed his head. Let's get out of here quickly. It will be troublesome if those people come looking for us later. How could it be intact after rolling down from a height of several hundred meters, even if you use limb reinforcement to protect important parts? But in order to protect Shin Yuchu from getting hurt along the way, he took the initiative to block the impact of similar protrusions for the other party several times. Chapter 320, Being Too Clever. How can you be okay? You lost so much blood. Facing Lin Hang's slightly pale face in the moonlight, Shin Yuchu couldn't help but redden her eyes. Although her reason told her that Lin Hong was right, the best option is to leave here before those guys come looking for us, but because of her love for Lin Hong, she wanted to treat his wound quickly. You have to know that the amount of blood in the human body is limited. If the bleeding continues for a long time, it may lead to insufficient blood supply to the heart and cause death from shock. Let's move first, otherwise it will be troublesome if they catch up. After reaching out to wipe away the tears from the corners of Shin Yuchu's eyes, Lin Hong ignored the other party's objection. After bending down and hugging it, he quickly ran towards the dense forest not far away. This car is equipped with the latest model of GPS positioning transmitter. As soon as the two encountered danger, the locator sent their location to Tazaya. Therefore, they only need to hold on a little longer until support arrives. As for why Shin Yuchu was picked up, in addition to the fact that the girl wanted to treat her own wounds first, her right foot also suffered a certain degree of trauma. Although Lin Hong avoided most of the damage in the middle, however, there were still obvious signs of swelling and dislocation on Shin Yuchu's right ankle. Even if the bones have been reconnected, you won't be able to move freely for a while. Not long after the two evacuated, a well-equipped team arrived here. Boss, there's no one in the car. After checking the interior of the vehicle, Lu Renbing respectfully said to Wu Jichuan standing beside him, but we found a lot of blood inside the car. I don't think they can get far. It was difficult enough to navigate the dense forest, let alone two injured people. In addition, various insects are particularly active in this season, so the opponent will definitely not be able to run far. Chase them. We must defeat them before their reinforcements arrive. Looking at the shredded pieces of clothing in his hand, Wu Jichuan turned to a short fellow beside him and said, Dog King Luan, I'll leave this to you. Each team in the Temple of Killing God has its own area of expertise. The tracking team he leads is best at hunting down prey. Don't worry, boss. They can't escape. After catching the piece of clothing thrown by Wu Ji, Dog King Luan placed it in front of the Doberman beside him. Dukeo, find the guy with this smell. This dog not only has a keen sense of smell, but its agile body also makes it very suitable for moving in dense forests. Woof woof woof. After using his nose to memorize the smell on the rags, Dukeo ran towards the east as fast as an arrow, and this direction is exactly where Lin Hang and the others left. 10 minutes later. Woof woof woof, woof woof woof. Looking at Dukeo circling in a row of low bushes, Wu Shichuan's face instantly turned dark. The reason why the tracking dog kept wandering around this area must be because Lin Hang kept taking detours. The chaotic scent of pheromones overlaps, causing the hound to have a cognitive error. To the left. Seeing that Dukeo was of no use for the time being, Wu Jichuan carefully observed the two forks in the bushes. On the right fork of the two forks in the road,
there are still traces of human progress. It is not difficult to infer from the fact that Lin Hong repeatedly circles to avoid being hounded that he is an extremely meticulous guy. How could such a guy be so careless as to tell his true whereabouts to the enemy? Therefore, after thinking about it, Wu Jichuan decisively led his men to the right fork in the road. The smarter a person is, the more he tends to think. Based on the analysis and judgment of Lin Heng's character in the information, there is a high probability that the other party took the right fork, and those so-called flaws are nothing more than a trick they set up to deceive the eyes. Once he arrogantly chose to pursue the left fork, he would have fallen into the trap set by Lin Heng. Just as Wu Jichuan led his men towards the fork in the road on the right, in a cave on the other left side of the road. Okay, we should be able to rest for a while here. After gently placing Shin Yuchu on a large rock, Lin Heng sat down on the ground. Just like Wu Jichuan would make a judgment based on Lin Heng's information, Lin Heng also took a reverse action based on human nature. After all, the guys who are responsible for tracking usually have a weakness, that is, we always like to complicate simple things, which is commonly known as thinking too much. And he used this point to predict Wu Jichuan's prediction. However, Lin Heng had no idea who attacked him. We can only wait until we are out of danger and then find a way to investigate, but no matter who attacked him, he would make the other party pay the price. Hong, bear with it. I'll help you treat your wound right away. With the help of the faint moonlight, Shin Yuchu tremblingly lifted the boy's shirt. The originally white shirt had already turned into a terrifying dark red under the influence of tomato juice. When the shirt was completely opened, what caught Shin Yuchu's eyes was a huge wound about 10 centimeters long. As the connection with the shirt was reopened, some of the solidified areas began to leak tomato juice uncontrollably again. It's okay, it's not fatal. Seeing the 2 lines of tears unconsciously flowing from the corners of Shin Yuchu's eyes, Lin Heng half-jokingly pointed to his left arm and said, "When I was training with Uncle Dong before, I was already used to this kind of injury. Although it really hurts, but compared to being chased by someone in a jeep, this pain is nothing. The only troublesome point at the moment is probably the risk of infection of the wound. After all, the climate in the forest is hot and humid. If you stay in this kind of environment for a long time, it is only a matter of time before the wound becomes inflamed and infected. If you get a fever or get sick because of this, you might really die here. Of course, this is assuming there is no rescue. It has been almost an hour since the signal was sent. I think Long Outyin and the others will soon arrive in this area." "You're kidding." After reaching out to remove the glass fragments from the wound, Shin Yuchu tore off a clean corner of her long skirt and said, "It will hurt a little, just bear with it. The current medical conditions are limited, so she can only do some simple bandaging first. At least the problems of foreign matter and bleeding must be solved first. In this way, even without medical treatment, the injured person can survive for a longer time." Chapter 321, Race Against Time. "Okay, Ahung, you take a rest here for a while." After roughly bandaging Lin Heng's wound, Shin Yuchu planned to get up and go to the cave entrance. In this situation, we cannot be careless in the slightest before support arrives, so therefore, it is very necessary to find a way to set up some traps and warnings at the entrance of the cave. "Silly girl, you should be the one taking a break." Looking at Shin Yuchu, who was about to stand up, Lin Heng reached out and pressed him back onto the stone. "Don't force yourself. Leave the rest to me." Although his tibia has been reconnected, but the swelling caused by a sprain cannot be healed in such a short time. Moreover, if you force yourself to move at this time, it is easy to cause irreparable damage to your ankle. Hearing this, Shin Yuchu was about to say something, but after meeting Lin Heng's serious eyes, he finally nodded and said, "Okay, I'll wait for you here." Because most parts of the vehicle were twisted and deformed, they were unable to remove many weapons. In addition, when he first entered the cave, he killed the residents here with a single shot. Therefore, at present, there are only 25 shooting opportunities in total. However, there are a lot of scattered siliceous sandstones around here, which can be turned into a sharp throwing knife after a slight tap. Combined with the dark environment of this cave, I think we can also deal with some enemies. Well, take a good rest. After lowering his head and kissing Shin Yuchu on the forehead, Lin Heng quickly turned around and ran towards the cave entrance. Hung, I won't let anyone hurt you." Looking at the boy's back gradually moving away, Shin Yuchu also reached out and picked up the scattered siliceous sandstone from the ground, and just as the two of them were racing against time to prepare defensive measures. On the other side, at the scene of the car accident, Lao Long, the boss, and his wife are not in the car. Looking at the scattered footprints on the surrounding grass, Pu Buchen quickly came to Long Outyan's side and said, "We have to hurry." This area is originally a dense forest area, and there are no residents living around it. Therefore, these remaining footprints on the ground could only have been left by the person who attacked Lin Hang. Has the location been decided? As he spoke, Long Outyan glanced down at the map in his hand again. This area is a dense forest area. According to the boss's habits, he might move this way. Dense forests are not only good for hiding, but also very suitable for ambushes. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, there is a high possibility that Lin Hang will launch a counterattack. No, we can't receive the locator signal here. Looking at the last location displayed on the tablet, Pu Bucheng controlled the drone next to him to take off and said to Long Outyan, I am now using the drone for patrol. As long as there is a signal response within a radius of 300 meters, the boss's location can be immediately determined. We can't stay here any longer. Let's go to the last signal transmitter first. After throwing the map in his hand to Mei Gongqin beside him, Long Outyan led the team towards the final signal transmission point. Anyway, we can't determine Lin Hang's location at the moment, so we might as well go there and try our luck. Moreover, the direction of the final destination coincides exactly with the direction of the previous footprints. At that time, even if they fail to find Lin Hang and the others for the time being, they can still accept the possibility of encountering the pursuers. After all, as long as they can kill the other party, Lin Hang and the others will be out of danger in disguise. At the same time, on a path deep in the dense forest. Boss, look here. After handing a piece of white cloth to Wu Jichuan, Go Wangluan excitedly said, this was found by Dakao by the stream. The person we are looking for must be nearby. Very good, increase your efforts to search for me. Just when Wu Jichuan was about to say something, a noisy voice came from a distance, everyone, hide well. Yes. Upon hearing this, the members of the tracking team quickly found their respective shelters. Just after everyone hid for several seconds, a low-flying drone flew over them. Boss, their support has arrived. Looking at the drone flying away quickly from above, Go Wangluan frowned and asked, should we evacuate or continue the pursuit? Continue, we must complete the task assigned by Lord Killer God. After making sure the drone above had moved away, Wu Jichuan turned to look at Go Wangluan standing beside him and said, lead the team and move immediately before the enemy's support arrives. We must find the person. Technology has its advantages, and animals have their advantages. Although drones have a larger search range, they can easily expose their tracks. After all, this is not the territory of the Temple of Killing. That's why they didn't use any equipment when searching just now, but instead used the most primitive hunting dogs for tracking. I know, boss. As he spoke, Dog King Luan released Dukao's rope and said, immediately find the owner of this cloth. Woof woof woof. After lowering his head and sniffing the rag in the other person's hand, Dukao quickly ran in one direction. Everyone follow. Yes. That should be enough. After placing the branch that triggered the mechanism, Lin Hang stood up and walked into the cave. Although the current conditions are very harsh, but when he was left on an isolated island for 3 months, he learned how to build traps using various materials, and in this case, it is better to catch a bait than to pursue a one-shot kill. As long as the relationship between the members of the other team is good enough, it is entirely possible to stage the plot of Calabash Brothers saving his grandfather. When Xin Yuchu saw Lin Hang walking in from outside the cave, he immediately put down the half-polished silicious sandstone in his hand. Didn't I tell you to take a good rest? Looking at the dozen or so stone blades made of silicious sandstone placed next to Xin Yuchu, Lin Hang held the girl's wrist with heartache. I saw that the originally white and delicate hands were now stained with tomato juice. You should know that silicious sandstone is called a natural whetstone. Its hardness and toughness are far beyond those of ordinary rocks. And to grind it into a throwable blade is naturally extremely difficult. What's more, Xin Yuchu didn't use any tools to do these things. He just knocked them out of the stone wall bit by bit. In the process, it is inevitable that both hands will be injured. It's okay, Hong. I've been in much worse condition during training before. Meeting Lin Hang's distressed eyes, Xin Yuchu gently leaned her head on his shoulder. What's the situation outside now? Changing the subject is not just Lin Hang's privilege, and don't even mention hurting your hand. As long as Lin Hang's life can be ensured, she would be willing to die without a burial place. You silly girl, Just when Lin Hang was about to say something, a huge scream instantly attracted the attention of both of them. Chapter 322 Assassination. Someone is coming in. Hearing the screams coming from the cave entrance, Shin-Yuchu instantly picked up the small toy placed aside, before confirming whether the person coming is a friend or an enemy. Any slackness may result in the loss of both lives. Well, the trap was triggered. As he spoke, Lin Heng carried Shin-Yuchu to a more secluded location and said, "Hide here and don't make any noise, okay?" The vertical depth of this cave is only a few hundred meters. It would be fine if the people coming this time were our own people, but it would be bad if they were pursuers. If they let the other party continue to advance, they would soon be trapped here and die. Han, I also, sorry, have a good sleep, silly girl. After knocking Shin-Yuchu down with a knife, Lin Heng quietly moved towards the cave entrance with his weapon. Since the target of the visitor is very likely to be me, then as long as we lead it away from here, the girl will naturally be out of danger. At the same time, at the entrance of the cave, boom. Seeing that the team member in front was pierced through the abdomen by a stone knife, Wu Zhichuan fired another shot without any hesitation. This is done to make the other party suffer less, and secondly to avoid the screams attracting support teams. Everyone be careful, the target is inside this cave. As he spoke, Wu Zhichuan kicked his lifeless teammate in front of him forward. Although the opponent is dead, his body can still be used. Rather than letting the living face unknown dangers, it is better to let the deceased bear them. Swish, 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 and the facts are just as Wu Zhichuan predicted. As the body rolled violently on the ground, some mechanisms hidden in the dark were also triggered. For a moment, stones and sharp branches kept flying out from the darkness. Although the intensity of these attacks is not enough to be fatal, they can make a person lose the ability to move for a short period of time. Continue. Just when Wu Zhichuan was about to use the same trick again, his sixth sense, which had been on the brink of life and death for many years, made him subconsciously turn his body to the side. Next second, a member of the tracking team who was originally standing behind him was stabbed directly in the eye by a stone blade. Be careful, find cover first. See this situation. While Wu Zhichuan was speaking to the members around him, he immediately began to observe the surrounding environment, but even with thermal imaging night vision goggles, no one was found. Boss, Otoma is dying. At this time, Go Wangluan dragged the stabbed team member to a hidden place, only to find that the other party had already foamed at the mouth. Judging from the twitching body reactions, there was an 80% chance that the other party would survive. Damn it, you hiding rat, get out here. Seeing another team member fall, Wu Zhichuan immediately began to shoot indiscriminately. After losing two people and still not seeing Lin Heng, he suddenly felt a nameless anger in his heart. Yes, the angrier the better. At this moment, it was at a corner dozens of meters away from the pursuit team. Lin Heng used a stone knife to scrape the body fluids of the golden-striped poison dart frog while continuing to crawl in the small puddle. The reason why the thermal imaging display did not detect him was because he used the puddle to lower his body temperature. The reason why Otoma's body was twitching all over was because of the venom of the golden-striped poison dart frog. Lin Heng just found this golden-striped poison dart frog by the pond. As a not-so-famous poisonous frog, its venom is not as abundant as that of the golden poison dart frog. However, the neurotoxins contained in the toxin can cause mammals to go into shock within a short period of time. If the poisoned person does not receive treatment for a long time, the only outcome is death. Everyone, be careful and advance in a triangle formation. After venting his anger for a while, Wu Zhichuan immediately turned around and gave instructions to the remaining team members. There is no need to dwell too much on what has already happened. The most important goal now is to capture Lin Heng, the person that the god of killing specifically wants. Yes. Now. Just as several people were quickly surrounding him, Lin Heng, who was hiding in the dark, swung out the stone knife again. While the triangle formation has not yet formed, he wants to get rid of as many guys as quickly as possible. This is due to the urgency of forming a team and the surrounding environment and other reasons. Even though one of the trackers sensed the danger, his throat was still cut by the stone blade. In an instant, the venom of the golden-striped poison dart frog quickly spread through its blood. In less than 10 seconds, he fell to the ground in pain, holding his neck over there. Seeing another team member being hit by the stone blade, Wu Zhichuan immediately opened fire in the direction of Lin Heng. The first time was without any preparation. This time he was keeping a close eye on his surroundings, so he naturally discovered the direction from which the stone blade came. 3 people in a group, go and search. After he had emptied his magazine of bullets, he turned to the team members beside him and said, "Everyone, be alert and be careful." Although it is not certain whether it hit Lin Heng, but in this situation, it is best to be careful. Yes.
Then the remaining 9 members of the tracking team formed groups of 3 and quickly surrounded the direction of Wu Jichuan's shooting. Damn, these guys are really steady. Looking at the members of the tracking team who were gradually surrounding him, Lin Hung tightly grasped the dagger in his hand that was shining with a cold light. If he hadn't dodged in time, Wu Jichuan would have almost killed him with that burst of bullets. Although Lin Hung managed to avoid the gunfire, but the golden striped poison dart frog, which serves as a mobile toxin storage depot, is not as lucky as Lin Hung died in that round of indiscriminate shooting. The golden striped poison dart frog was also carried away by a bullet. However, the lethality of the stone blade alone is not enough to cause fatal damage. Therefore, there is only one way left for Lin Hung, that is to use cold weapons for close combat. After all, once you use a pistol to shoot, not only will it expose its position immediately, but its power and magazine capacity are also inferior to those of the tracker squad. Although the gun is faster than 7 steps away, but Lin Hung believed that his sword would only be faster within 7 steps. Seeing that the pursuers in a triangular formation were less than 5 meters away from him, Lin Hung immediately sank back into the pool, although the depth of this pool is only about 1 meter. But in the dark environment, this 1 meter deep pool has a very strong concealment bonus. When the 2 triangular formations in front passed by him, Lin Hung did not take any action. It was not until the last triangle formation passed by him that he quickly stood up from the pool where he was hiding. Hearing the noise coming from behind, almost everyone turned around at this moment. Chapter 323, Dead End? Now, taking advantage of the moment when the last person turned around, Lin Hung decisively took action and slashed the other person's neck with the dagger. Feeling the pain in his neck and the splashing tomato juice, the pursuer who was stabbed in the throat suddenly widened his eyes. Oliver, seeing another teammate fall beside him, Mario shouted and pulled the trigger. At this moment, he had already forgotten Wu Jichuan's order to capture Lin Hung alive. At the same time, as bullets rained down like raindrops, Lin Hung's sense of danger was stretched to the limit. If you do nothing, your only fate will be to turn yourself into a beehive. So there was almost no hesitation. After quickly hiding behind Oliver, Lin Hung decisively used the gun in the other party's hand to launch a counterattack. The reason why it attacks the eyes and throat at the beginning. In addition to the fact that the damage can be caused the greatest here, the bulletproof vests worn by the pursuer members are also a major reason. But at this moment, it was precisely because of the bulletproof vest that Lin Hung survived the first wave of shooting. In contrast, the sudden attack he launched caused several members of the tracking team to fall down before they could react. But this is the real world after all, and there are no infinite bullets like in movies and TV shows. Therefore, after firing another round of ammunition, Lin Hung took advantage of the opportunity when the remaining few people were hiding and hit again. Damn it, don't hold back. Looking at the team members floating on the water, Wu Jichuan immediately said to the remaining few people, "I will take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Kill this bastard immediately." You should know that every member of the tracker team has gone through countless selections before joining. In just a few dozen minutes, Lin Hung sent 5 people away. This is absolutely a great humiliation for the captain Wu Jichuan. In addition, the opponent is good at concealment and ambush. If we continue to hold back, it's hard to say who will have the last laugh. Therefore, the best solution at the moment is to kill Lin Hung directly. Yes. Upon hearing this, the remaining members of the tracking team echoed and quickly gathered in the direction where Lin Hung was hiding. They had been filled with rage for a long time because so many of their teammates had been killed by the other side. Now that Wu Jichuan has spoken, they naturally have no reason to hold back. Come on, let's see who has the last laugh. Looking at the team of pursuers gradually surrounding him, Lin Hung hit himself in the water again. Fortunately, when I was training with Uncle Dong, there was a special diving exercise. His best record was staying underwater for 40 minutes. Time is passing slowly as the fight between hunter and prey officially begins at this moment. Half an hour later, after throwing a dead tracker to the ground, Lin Hung leaned against the cold stone wall with a slightly tired look because the wound has been soaked in water for a long time. At this moment, every time he moved his body, he would feel unbearable pain. The pool water, blood, and sweat kept dripping together, making Lin Hung look very embarrassed at the moment. But the worst thing at the moment is not the injuries on his body, but the fact that the depth of the cave he is in is only about 100 meters. In addition, the need to take this group of people away from Shin Yochu's location invisibly narrowed Lin Hung's range of movement. So after more than half an hour of fighting, he was blocked behind a stone wall by the tracking team. Fortunately, the gap in this stone wall is only big enough for one person to enter. Otherwise, if all the opponents rushed over together, Lin Hung would be completely finished. After all, the space behind this stone wall is less than 3 meters, and there is nothing to hide around. Boy, stop resisting fearlessly.
After reloading the gun, Wu Jichuan shouted towards the cave entrance, "Our boss wants to see you. If you come out now, I can promise not to hurt you." When there is no choice, it is best to get rid of it once and for all, but now that he has a choice, Wu Jichuan naturally doesn't want to be punished by Emperor Shitian. "If I could believe your lies, I'd rather believe that Qin Shi Huang will call me later." While listening to the calls for surrender coming from outside, Lin Hong just lowered his head and quietly packed up the equipment beside him. All the stone blades made by Shinjuchu have been used up. There are still 10 rounds of ammunition on his body and in his gun, and 2 tactical daggers. There are currently 3 people left on the other side. As long as he didn't use anyone as a human shield, he could still hold on for a while. "Boss, what should we do?" Seeing no response from the cave, a trace of anxiety flashed across Go Wanluan's face. If this continues, the enemy's reinforcements may arrive soon. The original team of 12 now has only 3 left. If we wait until Lin Hang and the others arrive to support us, we might really die here. You two guard the entrance to the cave. I don't believe he can stay in there any longer. As he spoke, Wu Jichuan took out a gas bomb from behind and threw it directly into the cave where Lin Hang was. This time the tracking team suffered heavy losses, and he had to complete the task assigned by Emperor Shitian no matter what. If we end up bringing back only Lin Hang's body, you can imagine what will happen next. Therefore, for the sake of his own retreat, Wu Jichuan's mind was full of thoughts of capturing Lin Hang alive. "Oh DBO, you're on the left and I'm on the right." Seeing that Wu Jichuan was not going to give up, Go Wanluan could only assign tasks to the team members beside him. "Okay." As the 2 men took their respective positions, Wu Jichuan also raised his gun and aimed it at the cave entrance. "Damn it, I can't escape." Looking at the small cave that was gradually filled with gas, Lin Hong leaned against the cold stone wall, holding the dagger tightly, and now there are only 2 options left for him. Either you will be suffocated to death in there, or your hands and feet will be crippled after you get out. But no matter which one he chooses, his final outcome seems to be death. As time passed, Lin Hong gradually felt the heaviness in his lungs, even though he can use it for a long time at a stretch, but my current physical and mental state has greatly reduced this time. He only had 2 minutes and 30 seconds left before he could no longer hold back the breath in his chest. Chapter 324, Danger is over, silly girl, you must live. Just when Lin Hong was about to rush out with the intention of exchanging one for his capital and making 2 huge profits, the sudden sound of gunpowder exploding resounded throughout the confined cave in an instant. What followed was a cry that Lin Hong felt was incredibly heartwarming. "Boss, hold on, we're coming." Finally here, listening to the shouts and gunfire coming from outside the cave, Lin Hong forced himself to raise his gun and aim at the cave entrance, and from this moment on, the identities of prey and hunter were completely reversed. An hour later, in the VIP ward of SW First People's Hospital. "Boss, we found out who that group of people are." Looking at Lin Hong, who was resting on an 4-drip beside Shinjuchu's bed, Pu Bucheng handed him a photo. Judging from the tattoos on the leader, they should be a tracking team from the Temple of the God of Death. Although Wu Jichuan saw that the situation was not right, he wanted to use a grenade to die together with Lin Hong at the last moment, but at the last second before the bomb exploded, Long Outyen broke both of his legs. Therefore, although the bomb exploded, it only sent Wu Jichuan and himself away. However, because he had other bombs on him, the power of the explosion became extremely huge anyway. To sum it up in one sentence, that is, even if we put all the scattered things together, we still cannot piece together a complete biography of Wu Ji, but through analyzing some fragmentary tattoo patterns, Park Bucheng was able to find out the other party's origins. After all, every team in the Temple of Killing has a specific tattoo. Even if ordinary people have seen these tattoos, they cannot replicate them without the careful carving of a master artist. Check, find out where these bastards are hiding. Looking at Shinjuchu lying quietly on the bed receiving in 4-drip, Lin Heng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "I don't care what method you use, you must find where these guys are within 3 days." Although anger can make people lose the ability to think rationally, but sometimes people know this, but still cannot control their anger, because of the swelling of the wound in the long journey. When Lin Hong brought people back to find Shinjuchu, the other party had fallen into a coma due to fever. The cause of the fever was simple, wound infection. There was a 5 or 6 centimeter wound on the inside of Shinjuchu's thigh. However, because the other person was wearing a long skirt and had been simply bandaged at some point, Lin Hong did not notice it. "I understand, boss. I will find them as soon as possible." Facing Lin Hong, who was in a furious state,
Pu Bucheng could only sigh helplessly in his heart. The Temple of the God of Killing is a super large organization after all, even more powerful than Long Outyan's Dragon King Temple. It is not easy to find the other party's whereabouts within 3 days, but he also understood that facing Lin Hung in this state, he had no choice but to do his best to complete the tasks assigned by the other party. Just when Lin Hong wanted to say something, Shin Yochu's long eyelashes trembled slightly. Then, the girl slowly opened her tightly closed eyes. Ahung. The moment he saw Lin Hong, Shin Yochu stood up and put his arms around his neck. It's okay, we are safe now. Feeling Shin Yochu's slightly trembling body, Lin Hong gently embraced her in his arms and said softly, rest well for a while. The doctor said you still need to rest. Ahung, how are you? After raising her head slightly from Lin Hang's arms, Shin Yuchu reached out and lifted up the clothes on the other person. Next second, Lin Hang's cosplay of a mummy caught the girl's eye. Don't worry, the doctor has already taken care of it. Meeting Shin Yochu's already red eyes, Lin Hong reached out and rubbed the other's head. Don't mention it, are you hungry? Can I get you something to eat? If you ask what Lin Hong fears the most, Shin Yochu's tears are definitely at the top of the list. After gently stroking the bandages wrapped around Lin Hang's body, Shin Yuchu finally held back the rest of his words. Sometimes, appropriately changing the topic is actually good for both parties, but although she intended to end the topic, she still had another thing to say. So after reaching out and gently cupping Lin Hang's cheek, Shin Yuchu said very seriously, word for word, Ahun, there can't be a second time, understand? I am not afraid of death, and I am even less afraid of dying with Lin Hung, but she had to watch Lin Hung leave, and in the end she was left alone in the world. She was unwilling to face or accept such things. Even if death really comes one day, Shin Yuchu will stand in front of Lin Hung without hesitation. Well, it won't happen again. Meeting Shin Yuchu's serious eyes, Lin Hung answered in the same serious tone, but as to why it will never happen again, it may not be the same as what Shin Yuchu expected. Okay, lie down and rest for a while. After reaching out and holding Shin Yochu's somewhat burning hands, Lin Han let her lie back down on the bed. I'll ask the nurse to bring in some food. Be good, okay? High fever is no joke. If you don't take a good rest and allow it to continue, there is a high probability that it will burn you into a fool. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. Hearing this, Shin Yuchu didn't say much. After nodding obediently, he lay down on the bed obediently. Sometimes when Lin Hong wanted to do something alone, she would not interfere unnecessarily, just like anyone with eyes knows that you can call a nurse by using the bed bell. Yeah, be good. After kissing Shin Yuchu on the forehead, Lin Hong stood up and walked out of the ward. Besides the fact that the girl needed to recuperate for a while, he also didn't want her to be involved in this matter. He had some knowledge of the organization called the Temple of Killing. If the Temple of War is a group of reckless men, then the Temple of Killing is a group of hypocrites who will do anything to achieve their goals. As long as the final destination can be achieved, the other party will use any means. Ahun, I won't let you be in danger again. Looking at the ward door that was closed again, Shin Yuchu reached out and took the landline phone beside the bed. After dialing a specific number, she said concisely, Grandma, please help me investigate a few guys. Chapter 325. Who is the protagonist of this game, at the same time, in a private villa of GD. Interesting, really interesting. Looking at the report brought back by his men from the attack site, Emperor Shirtian couldn't help but let out a slightly crazy laugh. I thought this would be a boring game, but unexpectedly, the seemingly powerless prey actually killed the hunter who was stronger than itself, although the process is unknown, but this reversal of a Jedi counterattack alone is enough to pique Emperor Shirtian's interest. After all, none of the so-called villains in the past were really good at fighting. Lord Killer God, should we retreat temporarily? Looking at Emperor Shirtian, who had inexplicably entered a state of excitement, the defense team leader Pang Dehai couldn't help but say, after all, Dragon Country is not our territory. Once Tazai and JCE family react, we might be in a passive situation. If Indra was not there, it wouldn't matter to their teams even if they are exposed because of Wu Jichuan. The worst that can happen is that they can be dispersed and put into hiding, wait until the next time the opportunity is right, and then take action against Lin Hung and Long Outyan. But the difficulty now lies in the fact that Indra is here with the capabilities of the Tazai and JCE family that they investigated. It was only a matter of time before they found their hiding place. If something happens to Indra because of this, they will all be in trouble. After all, the name God of Wealth is not for nothing. Once any problems arise with Indra in Dragon Country, the financial problems of the Temple of the God of Killing will immediately become a mess. Are you ordering me?
After listening to Pang Dehai's advice, Emperor Shirtian immediately stopped smiling and turned his head to look at the other party expressionlessly. Who am I? He is the god of killing of the Temple of Killing, and the owner of the villain hunting system. Now Pang Dehai is proposing a retreat. Isn't this clearly saying that he is no match for the villain Lin Hong? I dare not. Facing the emotionless eyes of Emperor Shirtian, Pang Dehai lowered his head tremblingly. I simply wish to ensure the safety of Lord Killer God as much as possible. I have absolutely no other intentions. Outside, he can be the majestic captain of the defense team, but in front of Indra, he was just a bigger ant. If you make someone unhappy, it will only take a few minutes for them to find someone to get rid of you. After all, the Temple of Killing is different from the Temple of War. They are not short of talents and ambitious people. If you lose one fat C today, you can find another fat Irai tomorrow. There won't be a next time. As he spoke, Emperor Shirtian slowly walked to a huge blackboard and said, "But you are right, this is not our territory after all. Therefore, in order to avoid having no cards to play in the later stages, we need to prepare more cards now. Get the third team moving, I want them there before dark." He finally came across an interesting prey, so how could he just leave like that? But a good hunter never fights a battle he is unprepared for. Since this is not my home ground, I can only start from somewhere else. As you command, Lord Killer God, I will do it right away. After taking a look at the photo hanging on the blackboard, Pang Dehai decisively turned around and walked outside. Anyway, all I have to do next is to prepare for defense. As for the other messy stuff, let other unlucky people do it. Lin Hong, let's continue this hunting game. After taking down the photos of the Liu family from the blackboard, Emperor Shirtian couldn't help but reveal a look of anticipation on his face. He was very curious about what choice Lin Hong would make between his life and his family's life. This kind of activity, which involves the paradox of human nature, is his favorite and most obsessed activity. At the same time, in the corridor of the VIP floor of SW First People's Hospital. Pu Bucheng, go to Lu's house and take my parents and the others back to Tazai. Looking at the drizzle outside the window, Lin Heng's voice was like the cold rain. After that, have Mei Gonqin lead a team to guard the Liu family. The other party will probably continue to attack. Ever since he knew that the guy who took action this time was from the Temple of Killing, he had already prepared for the worst. As the saying goes, if you are involved in gangster activities, you should bear the consequences yourself, and your family will not be affected by the consequences. Anyone who has been in the dark world abroad knows what kind of people are in the Killer Temple. These guys who gave birth to sons without an assholes like to use their family as a threat when they can't win. Some retired tycoons who were once famous have been exploited by the other party because of this weakness. Therefore, in addition to finding the opponent's location, some advanced defense is also necessary. In the SZ area, Tazai can be considered the safest place. As for the Liu family, in order not to make the other party worry too much, Lin Hong did not tell the other party what happened today. After all, before certain things are resolved, it is better to avoid situations that may cause confusion. As long as the Liu family can be transferred there smoothly, it can basically be equated with safety. Okay, boss. I'll notify Mei Gonqin to take action immediately. Looking at Lin Hong, whose whole body was emitting murderous intent, Pu Bucheng thought for a moment before continuing. Uncle Dong is already mobilizing manpower. He plans to personally eliminate the Temple of the God of Death, and he's still using the old codename. As the designated heir of Tazai, Lin Hong was attacked at his doorstep. If this kind of thing happened in ancient times, it would be no less than a prince's heir being ambushed on his own territory. Therefore, Lin Yaodong, who has been silent for more than 10 years, also wants to come out and stretch his muscles again, but this time he didn't use the name Lin Yaodong, but another long-forgotten name, Scorpion. The power of Tazai will be inherited by Lin Hong, so no stain can be left behind. Asa. Very famous mercenary code name in a certain area, Scorpion itself has a very special magic. Almost at the same time when Lin Yaodong was preparing to take action, many people who received the news sneaked into the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, their purpose was nothing else but to help their former captain. Tell him to stop making so much noise and just stay in Tazai quietly. Hearing that Lin Yaodong was once again burdened with that name, Lin Hong couldn't help but reveal a trace of helplessness on his face. Just tell him that if he uses sprint, there's no need to chase him. He'll come back on his own. As a fashionable middle-aged man, Lin Yaodong is not an old antique who knows nothing. I've heard some of the cheesy internet memes and stuff, and these guys in the Temple of the God of Death are like Noxus with sprint enabled. Even if I don't take the initiative to find them, they will not be able to restrain themselves and attack me and others,
and when there is no information about the other party for the time being, spreading a big net and waiting is undoubtedly the best option. Chapter 326 The Power of the Yi Family. Got it. I'll tell Uncle Don later. As he spoke, Pu Buching turned his head and glanced at the closed door of the ward. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. You and the boss lady should rest well. Well, get busy. After reaching out and patting Pu Buching's shoulder, Lin Han looked up at the ray of sunlight breaking through the horizon at dawn. Find those bastards. I'm going to make them pay for what they did today. It no longer matters why the temple of the god of death attacked him, because no matter what the reason, the feud between the two sides has been completely established. Anyway, as long as the temple of killing is completely eliminated, he will also understand why it attacked him. However, based on the final surrender of Wu Jichuan, it is not difficult to analyze that the person targeting him is most likely the god of killing from the temple of killing god. After all, there are not many people who can command 12 teams. He had never met these people from the temple of killing god before, and there was no essential conflict of interest between them. Therefore, after eliminating all impossible factors, only the last result remains, that is the so-called god of killing in the temple of killing, who was very likely the son of destiny who was finally born. In addition to this identity, the other party may also have a system. This way everything makes sense. Why did the other party suddenly attack me, and why did he let his men capture me alive? It must be that the system it carries has certain limitations, and you need to do it yourself to get the reward. Okay, boss. I'll be leaving now. Well, get busy. After waving Pu Buching away, Lin Han unconsciously clenched his hands on the railing. Slaying God Temple, I will let you understand what a true killing god is. Before the fate of the world is decided, it is still uncertain who will win. At the same time, inside the VIP ward, I've asked the secret guards to lead people to SC. You can command them directly. I know, Grandma. I'm sorry for making you worry again. Listening to the old man's slightly worried words, Shinyochu's words unconsciously carried a hint of apology. When facing someone she doesn't care about, a girl can be as cold as an iceberg, but when facing the people she cares about, her emotions are always easily aroused. Silly girl, why are you saying this as a family? Seeing that Shinyuchu was obviously in a low mood, Lu Chuman half-jokingly said, if you really want to make Grandma happy, bring a doll back soon. Once a person gets older, he can't help but want to find something to do for the elderly. Taking care of children is basically the thing they look forward to doing the most. Shinyuchu, Grandma, okay, Grandma won't tease you anymore. After sensing the subtle change in Shinyochu's tone, Lu Chuman took the initiative to change the subject. I still have things to arrange. If you have anything, remember to tell me as soon as possible, okay? I understand, Grandma. You should also take care of yourself and rest. Just leave anything to Shirley and the others. Well, let's do this for now. After saying this, Lu Chuman hung up the phone and turned to look at the butler beside him. Old Wang, have the hidden guards take the Imperial Edict to SZ. It can be used to mobilize nearby troops when necessary. I have only one request, and that is to protect the young lady's safety at all costs. There are always a few hurdles in everyone's life. Although you can rely on the help of others to overcome difficulties, there are some things that you have to face alone. What Shinyuchu encountered this time can also be seen as a setback in life. As a relic from the previous era, Lu Chuman is actually more clear-headed than anyone else. Only an eagle that has experienced all kinds of things can truly soar in the sky. A person's life is only 30,000 days long, and it is impossible for her to stay with Shinyuchu for the rest of her life. Therefore, after making preparations in secret, the rest is to let the other party play freely. She believed that apart from the fatal option of falling in love, none of the women in her Yi family were cowards. Okay ma'am, I'll arrange it right away. Only after the housekeeper left the study did Lu Chuman turn her attention to the photo on the table. Yuchu, grow up quickly. Compared to the more direct underground world, the intrigues in some places are more terrifying, and just when Lu Chuman was reminiscing about the past, I and the VIP ward on the other side. Yuchu, come and eat. After placing the food brought by Tazai's special personnel on the table, Lin Hong reached out and helped Shinyuchu up from the bed. You must be starving. Hearing this, Shinyuchu smiled at the boy and shook his head. By the way, Ahung, Grandma said she sent a team of secret guards to help. She actually didn't know much about the true strength of the Yi family's hidden guards. All we know is that this team was founded by Grandpa Yi, and all the people in it are masters who can fight against 100 people at once. Of course,
the ability to fight 1 against 100 includes not only combat abilities, but also shooting and many other aspects. Anyway, in a nutshell, those who can enter the secret guards are basically the top masters in the world today. If Long Outyan is used as a template, the worst person among them can also reach 2/3 of Long Outyan's level. Well, this team will stay with you. After placing the pillow behind Shin Lin Hong sat down on the edge of the bed. With them protecting your safety, I can rest assured a little. The moment Shin learned about the existence of the secret guards, he told me some information. Therefore, the arrival of such a team of experts made Lin Hong feel relieved. After all, based on Shin character analysis, the other party will definitely not let him take risks. This may lead to uncontrollable situations, but with a team of masters who can fight with Long Outyan, Shin safety will increase exponentially. Even if I want to do something at that time, I won't put myself in danger. Ah Hong, I want to help too. After hearing the mixed meaning in Lin Heng's words, Shin reached out and held his arm. I'm not a vase that can't do anything. Compared to hiding in a safe place, she would rather face danger with Lin Hong this way. Even if you encounter any emergency, you can still contribute to it. Especially when he thought of Lin Heng's departing figure in the cave, Shin wanted to slap himself twice. We clearly agreed to protect each other, but in the end we became a burden to each other. Silly girl, your safety is the most important thing to me. Meeting Shin concerned eyes, Lin Hong reached out and gently held her in his arms. So take good care of yourself and don't make me worry, okay? When a person has a weak spot, he will have many more concerns that he did not have before. Shin and the Liu family are Lin Heng's weaknesses. Only by protecting these weaknesses can he free up his hands to concentrate on dealing with the guys from the Temple of Killing God. Chapter 327, Endurance Competition. I understand. I will protect myself. Feeling the warmth and smell that belonged only to Lin Hong, Shin buried his head deeply in his arms. But I also want to help you. Hong, didn't you say that we two are one? Silly girl, when did you become so eloquent? Feeling the gentle yet powerful arms around his waist, Lin Hong smiled and rubbed the other's head. Let's go to Tazai, Yu. When the time comes, assist Uncle Dong and help me, okay? Having been with Shin for such a long time, how could he not understand the other person's character? Even if you try every possible way to make the other person behave himself, he will definitely do some small things behind your back. Instead of this, it would be better to let her go to Tazai. This can not only ensure the safety of the other party, but also help them find the direction to exert their force. Now Uncle Dong has decided to change his identity, and he will definitely need a think tank when the time comes. With Shin intelligence and courage, I think he should be able to play this role. What about you? Will you go back with me too? As he spoke, Shin raised his eyes and looked at Lin Heng's still gentle eyes. There are some problems we will have to face sooner or later. Meeting Shin eyes, which were filled with anticipation and worry, Lin Hong reached out and rubbed the other person's head. Trust me, I will come back safely. Sometimes giving in will only make things worse. After all, a thief can only steal for 1,000 days, so there is no reason to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Therefore, while he still has a certain degree of initiative, he wants to end this matter as quickly as possible. So far, Tazai and Liujia have not been attacked, and according to the previous style of the Temple of the God of Death, they will definitely take action against these two places just by setting up a pocket in advance. You can gain the initiative to a large extent. I'm waiting for you. Feeling the determination contained in Lin Heng's words, Shin realized that it was useless to say anything. After reaching out and holding the other person's arm, she said word by word in a firm tone, if you live, I live. If you die, I die. Just as Lin Hong understood her, she also understood him very well. Once Lin Hong decides to do something, no one can change it. Although judging by the currently known conditions, the possibility of Lin Hong encountering danger is very low, but the possibility of the murderer's subordinates not being the mastermind cannot be ruled out. Don't worry, silly girl. I still want to have a bunch of children with you. After holding Shin delicate and boneless little hand, Lin Hong smiled and scratched her nose. So I'll be fine. You have to wait for me in Tazai, okay? He already had a plan in mind on how to deal with these guys from the Temple of Killing God. However, in order to implement this plan, a little preparation is needed. You're teasing me again. Looking at Lin Heng's doting eyes, Shin buried her head deeply in his arms. I will wait for you obediently, so you have to come back safely, understand? I see.
Feeling the concern contained in Shinyochu's words, Lin Heng silently reached out and hugged the other person. Although both of them were silent at this moment, their hearts were filled with each other. The next evening, at 9:35, on a small hill near the Lu family residence.
Boss, should we continue to wait?
Looking at the groups of armed guards inside the Lu family mansion, Chen Dazhuang turned his head with a depressed look at the middle-aged man beside him. If you ask me, that Pang Dehai did it on purpose, without causing too much noise. There's no way we can capture the people inside. If they are in some weak countries, they don't have to follow any rules at all, but in the territory of Longhua, especially in the inhabited areas. If you make too much noise, you will probably be hunted down in the next second, but if we don't use some tools, trying to catch the person from Lu's house is as easy as a foreigner drinking a glass of pure Ganges water and getting away with it. Don't worry, Lord Killer God didn't say he wants someone right away. After putting the telescope aside, Ho Liangping stood up and walked towards the tent nearby. Although it was expected that the other party would send more manpower, but after actually seeing the situation inside Lu's house, he still couldn't help but feel a headache. Fortunately, Indra may have also considered this problem. Therefore, when the task was issued, there was no restriction on how long they had to bring the people back, and now, the only way to capture the person without causing too much noise is to wait. In the competition between hunters and prey, patience is also a very important part. As long as the prey loses patience or becomes irritable, the hunter can launch the most deadly attack. Hey, how long do we have to wait for this? Looking at Ho Liangping, who got up and returned to the tent, Chen Dazhuang could only complain in a low voice helplessly. Then, he picked up the telescope again and observed the situation inside the Lu family's old house. There is no way, since the boss chose to take a break, the employees, naturally had no choice but to work for him. And just as Chen Dazhuang continued to observe the Lu family's old house. At this moment, in the basement of the Lu family's old house. Master, shouldn't we take care of them? Looking at Chen Dazhuang and others who were moving under the surveillance camera, Pu Buqing gently stroked his neck with his hand. For these mice hiding in the dark, killing them is the best solution, thanks to the various hidden cameras reserved near Lu's house in the early days. Therefore, the moment Ho Liangping and others appeared, Lin Heng and others already knew of their existence. Don't worry, we still need a guide. As he spoke, Lin Heng looked towards the small room next to him where the noises were coming from. It's almost done. We'll be able to finish these guys off soon. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the child. If he wants to catch the evil wolf of the Temple of Killing, he naturally has to put up corresponding chips, and he believed that as long as this chip appeared, the other party would definitely fall into the trap. This boss is so perverted, but I love it so much. When he followed Lin Heng's gaze towards the small room inside, a hint of anticipation flashed across Pu Buqing's face. Although from a humanitarian perspective, what the two are doing now is not moral, but from the perspective of waste utilization, they are actually making the most of waste in disguise. Keep monitoring and let me know if anything happens. After patting Pu Buqing on the shoulder, Lin Heng turned and walked into the small compartment. I'm really looking forward to it. Looking at the small compartment that had been closed again, a hint of anticipation and joy flashed across Pu Buqing's face. You bastards from the Killing Temple, I hope you'll like this gift. Chapter 328, You Can't Catch a Wolf Without Sacrificing a Child. 3 days later. Boss, come here quickly. Seeing someone sneaking out from behind the Lu family villa, Chen Dazhuang excitedly shouted, Our chance has come. After staying on this desolate mountain for several days, I finally have the chance to return to the base. Although their daily tasks are basically the same, who would want to stay in a deserted place when you can enjoy life? Stop yelling. After kicking Chen Dazhuang in anger, Ho Liangping immediately said to the team members beside him, Be careful, bring the person back so we can report back. Completing the tasks assigned by their superiors is the minimum requirement of the Temple of Killing for them. If even this requirement cannot be fulfilled, then there is no need for it to continue to exist. I think there was a stubborn guy who did this before, and the end result, of course, he was dead without even a trace left, and all his family members went down to drink the soup together. Got it, boss. I'll make sure to complete the mission. XN. Just when Ho Liangping and others were about to make a move. At this moment, on a small road near Lu's house. Xiaohang is really something. Is there any danger outside? After glancing at the time on her watch, Lu Rushua quickly walked down the mountain along the path. Because all the cars are parked in the basement, therefore, the only way to go down from halfway up the mountain is to go down the small path. The IT takes an average of 2 hours to get down the mountain by the main road, while the small road is estimated to only take half an hour. In addition,
The path is not difficult to walk on because it is repaired from time to time, just be careful when going down the stairs, otherwise you might roll down the hill. We have to hurry up, otherwise, well, just when Lu Rushue was about to say something, two strong men suddenly rushed out from the dense forest beside her. Before she could react, a wet towel was attached to her mouth and nose, and after just a few seconds, Lu Rushue fell into a coma. Take off all communications equipment and throw it away. After confirming that Lu Rushue had passed out, Ho Liang-ping immediately ordered the others, "The car is already waiting for us at the foot of the mountain. Everyone, hurry up, okay?" As a professional hostage-taking and kidnapping team, they naturally have their own professionalism, just like a beekeeper who, in order to find a hornet's nest, will deliberately leave a mark on the wasp and then let it go. In order to prevent Lin Hong and others from finding their lair through Lu Rushue, they naturally had to eliminate anything that might be the source of the signal. TSK, I didn't expect that the third young lady of the Lu family had a cesarean section. Looking at the hideous scar on Lu Rushue's abdomen, Chen Dezhuan couldn't help but reveal a look of disdain. These rich people are all the same. They really spend their money lavishly. You should know that Lu Rushue publicly claims to be single. Now the long scar on the abdomen is very obviously left by the surgery. Judging from the age of the wound, it has been quite a while. Stop talking nonsense and move more quickly. As he spoke, Ho Liang-ping tied all the mobile phones and watches on the ground to a drone. Not if these two things have positioning devices, they can use them to confuse Lin Hong and others. Boss, everything has been checked. After checking Lu Rushue from head to toe and making sure there was no problem, Chen Dezhuan carried it on his shoulders and said, "Let's retreat, otherwise it will be bad if we are discovered later. This place is not far from the Lu family villa. If the bodyguards in the Lu family villa come over later, it will be a bit troublesome for them to retreat. Well, let's retreat." After making sure that the surrounding environment had been cleaned up, Ho Liang-ping took the lead and ran down the mountain. As for what Emperor Shirtian wants to do next, then it's none of your business anyway. The task assigned by the superiors has been completed, so let other teams worry about the remaining matters. And just when Ho Liang-ping and others were retreating, on the other side, in the basement of the Lu family villa. "Boss, the fish has been hooked." Looking at the rapidly moving red signal point, Pu Bucheng said excitedly, "If nothing goes wrong, we should be able to find the lair of these guys. You can't catch a wolf without risking your child. As expected, if you want to tame this vicious wolf, you have to be ruthless and spend a lot of money. Don't worry, wait until it's confirmed." As he spoke, Lin Hong turned his head to look at Lu Rumo, who was resting on the sofa. "Second sister, go to the room and rest for a while." In order to carry out the plan of luring the snake out of its hole, Lu Rumo has not slept for almost a week. Even if we took a break in the middle, it was only less than an hour. "Okay, if you need anything, just call me." After hearing Lin Heng's voice, Lu Rumo nodded in a daze and stood up and walked upstairs. "Although I really want to rest, but she won't fall into a deep sleep until things are completely over. After all, the human body has a protective mechanism, and now her body has reached the edge of triggering this protection mechanism. If you enter a deep sleep state, it will be uncontrollable when you will wake up. Old Pooh, keep tracking the signal." Looking at Lu Rumo's staggering back as he left, Lin Hong slowly followed him and continued, "Also, let Long Outyan and the others prepare. When the time comes, we will act immediately. I want to send all of these GN-raised creatures down there to eat soup at once. Anyone who touches the dragon's reverse scale will die. The Temple of Killing God has repeatedly attacked important people to him, which has seriously touched Lin Heng's bottom line. If he doesn't completely destroy the other party, he won't be able to sleep well. After all, it's impossible to be a thief for 1,000 miles, but it's impossible to be on guard against thieves for 1,000 days. As for why I followed Lu Rumo, it's not that I want to do anything weird, I just want to light a sleeping incense for the other person. There is nothing else for the other party to do next, so let him have a good rest. In this way, even if the departure is loud, the other party can continue to rest peacefully. To be on the safe side, of course, after making sure that Lu Rumo is asleep, Lin Hong will transfer her to a secret room. As for why there is a secret room in the Lu family villa, it can only be said that there is private power under their control. How could it be just a simple business? Family? Hurry back to your hive, little bees. Looking at the rapidly moving signal point on the screen, Pu Bucheng picked up the mobile phone beside him and sent a message to Long Outyan. After waiting for the marked wasps to return to the nest, the bee catchers will go out and finish the job.
Chapter 329 found the beehive. More than an hour later, SZ was in the temporary base of the Killing Temple. Lord Killer God. After paying respectful tribute to Emperor Shirtian, who was seated at the main seat, Ho Liangping signaled Chen Dazhuang to bring his spoils. After many days of hiding, we have successfully abducted the third young lady of the Lu family. As for the dormant process, Ho Liangping did not choose to say more. After all, who in the Temple of Killing God doesn't know? The spies under this Lord God of Killing can be said to be spread throughout the entire organization. So instead of talking nonsense, it is better to report the final results. Well, have you checked everything? After placing the book in his hand aside, Emperor Shirtian slowly walked to the side of Lu Ruxue, who was still unconscious. We've checked with instruments, and there's no metal device inside her body. As he spoke, Ho Liangping placed a small bottle of something under Lu Ruxue's nose. If we wait for the other person to wake up naturally, it will take at least 5 hours, and now Indra clearly has something to say. Therefore, as a subordinate, I naturally have to wake Lu Ruxue up. If you want to gain the appreciation of your leaders in life, you must have good eyesight. Because it is the antidote for pairing. Therefore, after inhaling for just over 10 seconds, Lu Ruxue opened her eyes in a daze. Who are you? After seeing the unfamiliar environment around her and Indra and others, she immediately wanted to take a corresponding defensive posture. It's just because my hands and feet are tied. As a result, he fell directly to the cold ground before he could even start to move. Don't be afraid, we are not bad people. Meeting Lu Ruxue's extremely frightened eyes, Di Shirtian smiled and patted her shoulder. But I would like to borrow something from you. You want to? Before Lu Ruxue could finish her words, a huge pain instantly swept through her brain. Take her away and don't let her die. After picking up the required auditory conchus, Emperor Shirtian turned to Ho Liangping and said, have someone send this to the Lu residence, and bring a message with you. If you want to ensure Lu Ruxue's personal safety, ask Lin Hong to hand over his. When faced with damage to vital interests. In the end, will people choose themselves or choose to maintain family ties? This controversial proposition has always been Indra's favorite experiment. He really wanted to see it. When this question is put in front of Lin Hong, what kind of action will the other party take? And this behavior can also be considered a temptation. Test where Lin Hong's bottom line is and what means he should use to deal with him in the future. As you command. After catching the thing thrown by Emperor Shirtian, Ho Liangping signaled Chen Dazhuang to drag Lu Ruxue away first. Lu Ruxue is still useful to her boss now, and he must not let any problems happen to her in his hands. Therefore, the safest way is to take the dog to the medical department for treatment before the tomato juice is lost too much. Otherwise, if too much tomato juice is lost, the guys in the medical department will start to make a fuss again. Captain Ho, notify the rest of the team to go to base number 3. Looking at Ho Liangping, who was about to leave to carry out his mission, Emperor Shirtian threw the handkerchief that had turned red to the ground. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. After all, this is not the territory of the Temple of Killing, so it is better to be careful in everything. Anyway, this time more than 30 strongholds have been prepared in Longwei in advance. Even if you change one of these bases every day, it will be enough for you to play slowly. Yes, I'll do it right away. After saying this, Ho Liangping immediately turned around and left. Being with a neurotic person like Indra is a very torturous thing for anyone. After all, you can't analyze a mental illness with a normal person's thinking. It is possible that he was smiling 1 second and took out a rubber band from his pants and hit your window the next second. Lin Hong, I hope you like this gift. Looking at Ho Liangping's quickly departing back, Emperor Shirtian slowly walked to a huge floor-to-ceiling window. The villa is located on a cliff, and from this location you can see most of SC. This feeling of being above all living beings fascinated Indra. At the same time, after writing Indra's words on the envelope, Ho Liangping prepared to bring both things into Lu's house, but before he could take any action, an inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly enveloped him. It was almost an instinctive reaction, and he subconsciously dodged to the side. Next seconds, bang, 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 the sounds of metal colliding with metal continued to ring out, and rows of fresh holes appeared on the car. If I hadn't dodged in time. At this moment, Ho Liangping has probably unlocked the honeycomb coal form. Damn it, there's an enemy attack. Looking at the row of fresh holes on the car door, Ho Liangping rolled and crawled to hide in the shelter nearby, and now I only have an M9 pistol in my hand, and I have no way to confront the attacker head-on. Yeah, it's a pity that you guys reacted so slowly. After driving the vehicle directly into the manor, Long Out Yin directly picked up the RPG beside him and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Ho Liangping,
A group of members of the Killing Temple who had just come out. WC, XN brothers, come on, take care of these bastards for me. After discarding the launch tube to the side, Long Outyen turned to the Dragon King Hall members and said, the boss said that if anyone kills someone from the temple, he'll get a reward of 500,000. If you ask what is the most morale-boosting thing on the battlefield, in addition to promotion, there is also generous and high remuneration, and Long Outyen's shout also raised the morale of the Dragon King Palace to the extreme. After all, who wouldn't like to do a job they love and earn high pay at the same time? Kill. Don't fight with me, I've got them all. Get lost, this is all mine. Accompanied by bursts of ghostly cries and wolves howling, the people from the Dragon King Palace quickly launched an attack on the manor. For a while, a gunpowder and tomato juice constantly paint poignant and beautiful pictures. Chapter 330. Unfortunately, neither option is within my consideration. Boss, is this really okay for us? Looking at the Dragon King Hall members who were frantically charging, Pu Buching asked with some concern, will the noise be too loud? Although this area is indeed quite remote, but the noise caused by the things used by Long Outyen and others cannot be eliminated by keeping quiet. It's okay, just have a blast. Recalling the promise Shin-Yuchu made before leaving, Lin Hong smiled and patted Pu Buching on the shoulder. I'll leave this to you. If anything happens later, just notify me directly using the headset. Having a capable and beautiful daughter-in-law is every man's ultimate dream, and Shin-Yuchu meets all the conditions of this dream. Under the operation of the Yi family's energy, this area has been designated as a military exercise area. Therefore, no matter how big a commotion there is today, the people in charge will not do anything unnecessary. After all, society is a super complex network of relationships. Sometimes, some people will always turn a blind eye to certain things, right? No, boss, I want to, bang. Looking at the car door being ruthlessly closed by Lin Hong, Pu Buching slumped back in his seat with an emo look on his face. He also wanted to see what expressions those guys from the Temple of the Killer would have when the surprise was revealed. But no matter how emo Park Busung was, the situation on the field had already become one-sided and crushing. Faced with the well-equipped and well-prepared people from the Dragon King Palace, the people from the Killing God Palace who were responding in a panic were naturally no match, especially the people in the Dragon King Palace also have the buff bonus given by Lin Hong. Therefore, in less than 10 minutes, the people from the Dragon King Palace had already entered the hall of the villa.at. The same time, in the deepest part of the villa. Lord Killer God, let's retreat through the secret passage. Looking at Emperor Shirtian, who was still sitting in the main seat as steady as an old dog, Dai Budong said anxiously, brothers, you can't hold on for much longer. If you delay any longer, there will be no time. Because Long Outyen has no moral principles and started firing several RPGs. As a result, the warehouse where they stored weapons and ammunition was affected. Therefore, the weapons they can currently use are all those they carry with them on a daily basis, although there is no problem in dealing with general forces, but in front of the members of the Dragon King Hall who each held in 416 Hong Kong dollars, it was undoubtedly like hitting a stone with an egg. Shut up, I haven't lost yet. After stepping on Lu Rushue, Emperor Shirtian turned his head and looked at Dai Budong, who was standing aside. Gather the remaining people. Although he was surprised that Lin Hong and others could find this place, he still had the bargaining chips that the other party cared about. Until things reached the very last moment, it is still uncertain who will win. Lord God of Killing, please, bump. After shooting Dai Budong away, who still wanted to continue his rant, Emperor Shirtian turned his head and looked at the people beside him. Follow my orders. Don't make me say it again. So what if all these guys died? As long as he is still alive, the Temple of Killing will never collapse. Anyway, they are nothing more than some mercenaries that can be replenished, and there is no comparison between them and my hobby, and since he dared to stay here, how could he not have any backup plan? Yes, I'll go right away. Facing the slightly crazy eyes of Emperor Shirtian, Su Dingle immediately turned around and ran out. He doesn't want to be the next Dai Budong, who would deliberately seek death when they can live a good life these days. Come on, Lin Hong, what will your choice be? Looking at Lu Rushue squirming on the ground, Emperor Shirtian couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy on his face. What he likes most is this kind of scene of human struggle. Besides, wouldn't it be more fun to wait until the other party thinks they have won and then launch a counterattack? Boss, they are starting to shrink their front. As Indra gave the order, Mei Gonchin and others also discovered something wrong. the people from the temple of the god of killing who had been fighting hard just now all started to retreat. This behavior inevitably makes people think of many possibilities. At first, the important person that the other party wants to protect is safe, and second, there may be some trap here. Don't worry, the boss found several iron eggs for us. As he spoke, Long Outyen ordered someone to bring several robot dogs over. These dogs are equipped with the latest chip systems in their bodies and have several heavy-duty weapons on their backs. Although there may still be some problems that need to be debugged on the front battlefield, IT is the most suitable thing for exploring the way. Titan 1, 2, 3, go in and immediately carry out the annihilation mission. After activating the 3 dogs, Long Outyen directly issued combat orders. Copy that, sir. X3. After a series of mechanical sounds, Titan number 1 to number 3 rushed into the house. 10 seconds later, the wonderful music that interweaves screams and vitality is ready to be performed again in the villa. 10 minutes later. Hey, these 3 little guys are very expensive. Looking at the fragments of Titan number 1, 2, and 3 on the ground, Long Outyen raised his gun and said to the remaining members of the Killing God Temple on the high platform, "Release the hostages, and I will consider letting you go." If Lu Rushue hadn't been on the platform, he would have shot her with an RPG long ago. Although I don't know why Lu Rushue was clearly sent to Tazai, she was inexplicably brought here, but now the person is still held hostage by the people in the Temple of Killing, so it is not easy for him to directly use traditional heavy firepower to suppress him. Lin Hong, I know you are here. Ignoring Long Outyen's nonsense about letting him go, Di Shirtian stood up from the stool and pointed at Lu Rushue, who was not far away. If you don't come out after I count to 3, I will cut off one of her fingers. No. Xiao Hong, don't come out. When Lu Rushue heard that Emperor Shirtian was actually using her to threaten Lin Heng's appearance, she immediately began to struggle. Unfortunately, she was held hostage by 2 strong men and could not break free no matter how hard she tried. 3, 2, seeing that no one responded to him, Emperor Shirtian immediately started counting down. Just as the last second was about to end, a figure slowly walked to the center of the hall. I'm out, what do you want? After taking off the tactical mask on his face, Lin Hong looked at Emperor Shirtian with cold eyes. Let my 3rd sister go, and I will consider letting you leave here. You finally showed up. Meeting Lin Heng's extremely cold eyes, Emperor Shirtian shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. I want to play a game with you, a game of choosing one or the other. As he spoke, Emperor Shirtian slowly walked to Lu Rushue's side and said, now I give you 2 choices. Point 1 is that I cut off her remaining ear, and the other is that you cut off your ear for me. As long as your choice satisfies me, I will consider letting her go from now on. You have 10 seconds to think about it. 10, 9, 8, 7, as long as his own safety was guaranteed. He didn't mind playing more with Lin Hong and others. Anyway, no matter what choice you make at that time, there will be no loss for you, right? As the countdown passed by little, Emperor Shirtian slowly walked to Lu Rushue's side, and a sharp dagger was also placed next to Lu Rushue's ear. As soon as the countdown ends, he will make the decision for Lin Hong with a decisive move. Indra, unfortunately, these 2 options are not within my consideration. Seeing that the distance between Emperor Shirtian and Lu Rushue was only a few centimeters, Lin Hong quickly pressed the button hidden in his wrist. Boom! Accompanied by a huge explosion, Lu Rushue instantly transformed into air particle mode. According to the analysis of the power of the explosion, there is absolutely no chance of survival for Indra, who is close to it. Chapter 331 is inhuman. No, boss. Looking at Lu Rushue, who was performing a wave of instant art on the spot, Long Outyen couldn't help but feel a chill. He never imagined that Lin Hong could be so cruel as to attack the Lu family. Don't think too much, it's just a substitute. After throwing the detonator aside, Lin Hong picked up the 416 Hong Kong dollars and started firing at the members of the Temple of Killing who had not yet reacted. I am not a beast like Lu Zishuan, so how could I possibly attack the Lu family members who care about me? The real identity of this so-called Lu Rushue is actually Ziyuan. With the help of Lu Rumo's super high-tech surgery and Tazai's black technology, the other party successfully changed into a face identical to Lu Rushue's. As for memory, it is not difficult to force it to write a memory at the cost of overdrawing brainstem cells. With this series of blessings, Ziyuan became Lu Rushue Binshue within 24 hours. As for 24 hours later, the other party will face true brain death. Substitute? Hearing this, Long Outyen immediately remembered Ziyuan, who Pu Buqing asked him to bring back secretly. Combined with the fact that Lu Rumo and Lin Hong stayed in the basement for several days, and Park Buqing acted like a mysterious thief, Long Outyen immediately equated this substitute with Ziyuan. Ha 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 ha.
Just when Long Outyen figured everything out and was about to join the cleanup activity. A slightly abrupt laugh attracted the attention of everyone present. The moment they heard this laughter, everyone's faces showed an expression of seeing a ghost. Therefore, the place where this laughter came from was exactly where the artistic performance had just taken place, and this laughter is exactly the same as Indra's voice. It's not that easy to die. Looking at Emperor Shirtian's figure gradually emerging in the smoke, Lin Hong put down the 416 Hong Kong dollars in his hand with a little helplessness. When he met the other person for the first time, he already knew his background. It has to be said that as a very threatening opponent, Indra's data panel is simply ridiculously luxurious. Not only does he have a full set of business skills, but he also has life-saving skills. The reason why the opponent was able to withstand the bomb at close range was because of a skill called the Indestructible Sword. After using this skill, Indra's body hardness will far exceed all known steel on Earth. To put it in terms that people can understand, unless weapons of truth are used to bombard repeatedly, otherwise, relying on ordinary minor fights, it would be impossible to cause any harm to it. Oh my god, this is open. Looking at Emperor Shirtian, whose clothes were only torn and tattered, Long Outyen directly launched a wave of fire suppression at him, but the damage caused by the explosion at such a close distance could not take away Indra. Naturally, Long Outyen's wave of fire suppression did not have any effect. Matching clothes is also a very troublesome thing. After tearing off his tattered shirt, Emperor Shirtian reached out and picked up a dagger from the ground. You have exhausted all your methods, so it's my turn next. Although the development of things was somewhat beyond his expectations, he did not feel angry at all. On the contrary, after experiencing the explosion, he became very interested in Lin Hong. Now he really wants to know what choice Lin Hong will make when the time comes to make a decision, but before revealing the answer to the mystery, he still had to clear out the small fry around him. After dealing with everyone around, they took Lin Hong to Lu's house in Tazide. I believe that the big drama that will be staged at that time will definitely not disappoint me. Fuck, even the crow guy in the movie is not as awesome as you are. Looking at Emperor Shirtian, who was hit by a volley of bullets but still safe and sound, Long Outyen said that he was really numbed out. We agreed that no one would cheat, but you actually used a rebound in health lock. How can ordinary players play this game? Alright, Lao Lon, go clean up the remaining trash. After throwing the 416 Hong Kong dollars to Long Outyen, Lin Hong drew the tactical dagger from his waist and said, Emperor Shirtian, let's make this a conclusion. If Long Outyen and others were to fight Emperor Shirtian head-on, it would basically be the same as giving up. After all, no matter how strong a Dragon King is without cheats, he will still pale in comparison when facing a cheater. As for who can subdue or even kill the opponent now, it is only him who also has a system. Boss, this guy. But before Long Outyen could finish his words, Lin Hong rushed towards Emperor Shirtian with a dagger in his hand, just in time. Seeing that Lin Hong actually dared to charge at him, Emperor Shirtian rushed towards him with a grim smile on his face. Almost in the blink of an eye, the two were fighting each other. Oh my god, boss, you can't play like this. Looking at the two people's speed that far exceeded that of normal people, Long Outyen, holding the 416 Hong Kong dollars, didn't know what to do for a moment, not to mention whether they could use guns to interfere with Emperor Shirtian. The speed at which the two of them were moving was such that they could accidentally injure Lin Hong if they weren't careful. They already knew the former's physical condition, but no one knew the latter's physical fitness. It would be funny if Indra was fine after one round of shooting, but Lin Hong was sent away instead. In addition, Long Outyen also discovered, whether it was Lin Hong or Indra, the speed they displayed was not something a normal human could possess. Even though I am the ceiling of an ordinary human being, I can't keep up with the speed between the two. Just when Long Outyen was getting anxious, Lin Hong and Emperor Shirtian had already exchanged hundreds of moves. Give up, you can't hurt me. Looking at the dagger attacking him again, Indra stopped dodging and let it hit his neck directly, making the enemy feel despair. Is also one of his favorite games. The dodging during the previous fight was just a reward for Lin Hong's courage to charge at him. Now that the reward time is over, what remains is naturally the time to ravage. The first step to crushing your opponent is to make him feel the gap between you. Next second, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, the sharp dagger broke into two pieces. On the other hand, there was not even a scratch on Indra's neck. You see the gap between us now. After throwing the dagger to the ground, Emperor Shirtian opened his arms arrogantly. Even if I stand here, what can you do to me? Any conspiracy or trick will collapse in an instant in the face of absolute power. He admitted that Lin Hong's previous trick of replacing one thing with another was indeed very clever, but now it's my turn to torture the other person's mentality. Chapter 332 Emperor Shirtian, let's die together. Are you so confident that you can win? Looking at Indra, who looked like he was the only one in the world, Lin Hong smiled and threw away the remaining half of the dagger in his hand. So you think I might lose? As he spoke, Emperor Shirtian turned his head to look at the two groups of people still fighting on the side. Do you still want to get rid of me with this bunch of rotten fish and shrimp? With the dual blessing of Vajra indestructibility and super recovery, he really couldn't imagine any possibility of failure. In his opinion, the current situation of Lin Hong and others is like a group of novice players suddenly encountering a boss with dominance and recovery abilities while playing a game, with the gap between the enemy and us being so obvious. This group of novice players has no chance of winning at all. Hearing this, Lin Hong didn't say much. He just pulled out the tactical dagger from his trouser leg and charged towards Indra again. It seems you still don't realize the gap between us. Looking at Lin Hong, who was getting closer and closer to him, Di Shirtian couldn't help but reveal a playful smile on his face. Then let's try again. Indra, you are indeed very powerful. Facing the eyes of Emperor Shirtian that were full of mockery and arrogance, Lin Hong couldn't help but draw a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. When the distance between the two sides was less than half a meter, Lin Hong decisively dropped the dagger in his hand and directly hugged the other person's waist. Then, without waiting for Emperor Shirtian to react, Lin Hong hugged him and broke the glass behind him. I am not a brainless idiot in the hot-blooded anime. I continue to fight even though I know I cannot break through Indra's defense head-on. All of this is just a routine designed in advance. First, use continuous attacks to force it to the window, and then wait for the right time to fly out of the window with it in your arms. As for the area outside the window, it was not a flat land, but a cliff that was 1,000 meters high. Ha 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 ha. Feeling the weightlessness brought by the rapid fall, Emperor Shirtian laughed and grabbed Lin Hong's collar. Do you think you can get rid of me like this? Don't be so naive, bastard. Although the limits of the Vajra's indestructible body have not been tested, but this mere 1,000-meter high cliff is not enough to kill him. You think I wouldn't prepare anything? Looking at Emperor Shirtian's eyes that were still filled with disdain and mockery, Lin Hong couldn't help but flash a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. System, I want to cancel out his skills. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. If someone hadn't deliberately arranged it behind the scenes, how could I have acquired such a seemingly useless skill? Ever since he last acquired the skill to offset this skill, he has been thinking about a problem, that is to say, what kind of heaven-defying existence is this son of destiny who will appear later? Strictly speaking, he is the face of the current system. The son of destiny who will appear later, Indra, is the face of this world. Perhaps in addition to this identity, the other party will also have the help of traitors. After all, as long as you defeat the so-called representative of the card, then the later system will be able to become the big brother of this world. Therefore, from the moment Indra appeared, Lin Hong had already made the worst plan, that is, even at the cost of death. The other person must disappear from this world. As long as there are no cockroach-like existences like the Son of Luck, then with the skills and abilities of Shinjuchu and others, no one in this world will be able to threaten their safety. After hearing the words skill offset, Emperor Shirtian's eyes widened instantly, especially after checking his skill bar. He began to struggle violently, because just now he discovered that his indestructible body, which he was proud of, had disappeared from the system interface bar. In addition to the indestructible body, many other skills are also disappearing rapidly under the threat of death. Indra completely lost his composure. Damn it, are you crazy? Looking at the various skills that were disappearing rapidly, Emperor Shirtian stretched out his hand to press Lin Hong under him. At this moment, how could he not understand the other party's plan? Perhaps from the very beginning, Lin Hong never thought about going back alive. Perhaps his only purpose in coming here was to drag himself to his death. Ah, Emperor Shirtian, stop struggling. After punching the other person's sausage hard, Lin Hong grabbed his neck with his hands and said, "Fall into hell with me." Ah, you lunatic, let me go. But no matter how Indra struggled and roared, the distance between the two and the ground was rapidly shortening. Perhaps it won't be long before a pool of fresh Rujiamo appears on the ground. At the same time, in the villa on the top of the mountain. Fuck, I'm dead this time. Looking at the scene of Lin Hong and Emperor Shirtian falling off the cliff, Long Outyen immediately turned around and ran out of the villa. Just leave the rest of these scum from the killing temple to your subordinates to deal with. The most important thing now is to find Lin Hong as soon as possible. If something happened to the other party right under his nose, he probably wouldn't be able to leave Longwo alive. After all, if a middle-aged man who smiles every day really wants to die together with others, not to mention a mere Dragon King palace, even if there was a Killing God palace added to it, it would be useless.
And with the departure of Long Outyen, this siege against the Temple of Killing God officially kicked off in its true sense. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, it was a month later. During this month, the Tazai and Yi family led the joint offensive of the Dragon King Palace and many small forces. The once behemoth temple of the god of death has also completely become a part of the long river of history. This time, inside the VIP ward of SZ First People's Hospital. Ah Hong, I have already dealt with all those bastards. Looking at Lin Hong lying unconscious on the hospital bed, Shen Yuchu wiped his arm while telling him what had happened recently. After Lin Hong and Emperor Shirtian fell off the cliff that day, Long Outyen immediately went to the bottom to look for them. Fortunately, Lin Hong was hanging on a crooked tree, but unfortunately, the other party has been unconscious until now. As for Emperor Shirtian, the shapeless mosaic on the ground is its final destination. Ah Hong, you're such a liar. You clearly said you would come back safely. After chattering for a long time, Shen Yuchu looked down at Lin Hong, who was still unconscious on the bed. No matter how hard they tried in the past month, Lin Hong showed no signs of waking up. If she hadn't consulted many famous doctors and they all said there was nothing wrong, she would have torn down this hospital that might have murdered the teenager. Ah Hong, can you please take care of me? After reaching out and gently caressing Lin Hong's pale cheek, Shen Yuchu forced a smile and continued, if you don't get up, I'll go find another boy. Tick-tock, tick-tock, as the girl's voice fell, 2 lines of tears slowly dripped from the corners of her eyes. She really regretted not following the other person. If I had been there at the time, perhaps Lin Hong would not have become what he is now. Chapter 333. Life is but a short 30,000 days, no? You are not allowed to go. You are mine. Just as Shen Yuchu was holding her head and sobbing, a slightly weak voice made her eyes widen instantly. After looking up and meeting Lin Hong's smiling eyes, Shen Yuchu immediately stood up from the ground excitedly. Ah Hong, you're awake. I am not dreaming. Of course I'm not dreaming, silly girl. Looking at Shen Yuchu's face, which was a mixture of surprise and fear, Lin Hong subconsciously wanted to raise his hand and rub the other's head. However, the effects of falling from a high altitude and being bedridden for a long time make this seemingly simple action extremely difficult. Ah Hong, you are really awake. After realizing what Lin Hong was thinking at the moment, Shen Yuchu took the initiative to step forward and hold his right hand. Wait here for me, I'll go call the doctor. Okay, I'll be waiting for you. Yeah, I'll be right back. As he spoke, Shen Yuchu quickly turned around and ran out of the ward. Instead of waiting for someone to come over using the call bell, it would be faster to just drag the person over. Hey, Lao Lin, don't you have anything you want to say to me? Only after Shen Yuchu left the ward did the system girl stand up from the sofa in the virtual space. After all, we have been together for such a long time. It is inevitable that I feel a little reluctant to part now. What are you talking about? Looking at the system girl with a slightly complicated expression, Lin Hong said half jokingly, did you embezzle a reward from the life exchange system before? I checked the history. Seeing that Lin Hong still didn't behave properly at this time, the system girl rolled her eyes at him helplessly and said, I shouldn't care about your life or death, okay? I am leaving now. From now on, you can live peacefully in this world. Originally, after Lin Hong and Emperor Shirtian's skills cancelled out, he would have faced a similar ending as the other party. The last critical moment, it was the system girl who violated the rules and pulled Lin Hong back from the brink of death. The price the system girl has to pay for doing this is that she will be expelled from this world, because it once became the main system of this world. Therefore, after she leaves this world, no other systems will appear in this plane. The world's will has also fallen into a deep sleep due to the death of Indrid. It can be said that any existence in this world that can pose a threat to Lin Hong will no longer appear. Relying on Lin Hong's remaining luck, he will live a smooth life in this world. As for those beings who were once controlled by skills, since the rules have been violated anyway, the system girl also reinforced the brainwashing. Thank you. Looking at the system girl whose body gradually dissipated, Lin Hong smiled and waved to her. By the way, finally, could you please tell me your name? When friends part, sadness should not be the main theme. Or in the end, they didn't want to leave bad memories for each other. An open-minded and optimistic farewell may be the best farewell gift for each other. Shinseki, remember, forget it, you better not remember this name. After smiling and waving at Lin Hong, the system girl's figure completely disappeared between heaven and earth. Just like when she first came, she didn't take away a single cloud. Time flies, and 10 years later comes in the blink of an eye. Lin Seki, you naughty boy, are you bullying the little guy next door again? Looking at the little girl wearing a princess dress and with a mischievous look on her face, Lin Hong rubbed his temples helplessly. I don't know who this little girl learned this from, but she has nothing to do all day long, just teasing the little ones in the village. Either you go somewhere to make a dog bowl today, or you go to someone's house to ask for money the day after tomorrow. You're right. Lin Siki is the child of Lin Hang and Shin Yuchu. She not only inherited her mother's beauty and brains, but also inherited some of Lin Hang's habits. That guy said he wanted me to be his wife in the future. Seeing her father's helpless look, Lin Siki shrugged and said, so I wanted to test his quality, but who knew that guy would cry as soon as he touched him? Under the caring guidance of many big guys such as Lu Chuman and Xiao Wanqing, Lin Siki finally got rid of her ancestral love brain and based everything on practice. The first requirement for wanting to be your boyfriend is that his fighting ability must surpass yours, but judging from the experience he had with Long Outyin and the others, perhaps until the moment Lin Hangshou died, he would never be able to see his future son-in-law. What? That brat really said that? When Lin Hung heard that someone wanted to take his cabbage away, he immediately rolled up his sleeves. He swore that if he didn't beat the shit out of the other person today, he would no longer be named Lin. Okay, both of you, stop messing around. Looking at Lin Hung, who had rolled up his sleeves and was ready to fight, Shin Yuchu smiled and put his arm around him. How can you, an adult, still argue with a child? Go and clean up quickly with your daughter, Mom, and the others will be here soon. After graduation, Shin Yuchu returned to Beijing and officially succeeded as CEO of Yi Group. However, due to the training of a large group of cattle and horses with good luck, therefore, after working formally for a period of time, she chose to retreat behind the scenes. And now, apart from decisions on major policies, all other small matters are basically handled by Shirley and others. Wife, it's obviously that brat, *3, epsilon*. After leaving a sweet kiss on someone's face, Shin Yuchu gently pinched Lin Hang's cheeks and said, okay, take your daughter with you. After being married to Lin Hang for so many years, she has already learned how to handle it. Shame on you. Looking at her parents who were as loving as ever, Lin Siki couldn't help but look jealous. Anyway, for her, only her parents are true love, and she is just a small accident. Hey, you little bastard, I didn't say anything wrong. Dad, don't try to change the subject. What are you trying to change the subject? I'm clearly, looking at the father and daughter bickering as they walked towards the bathroom. Shin Yuchu couldn't help but cover her mouth and laughed happily. Such a plain and warm daily life is exactly what she wants most. A person's life is only 30,000 days long. Isn't it romantic to stay with the one you love forever? So, Lin Hang's story ends here. Thank you for your continued support. I wish you all the best, success and happiness in the new year. The new book is in preparation. Thank you again for your support. The whole book is finished.